Chapter 851, A High-Grade Divine Tool? Yi Tianyun said as he focused his attention on the high-grade divine tool on Yue Long's head. Yi Tianyun didn't see that coming, but then again, it was normal for someone with high cultivation like Yue Long to have one. No wonder Yue Long didn't seem panicked in front of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately understood why heaven-creating Divine King and the other two Divine Kings couldn't kill Yue Long in the past because no matter what they did, their attack was absorbed by this divine tool. "What now, idiot? Try killing me again, idiot, overconfident fool," Yue Long shouted tauntingly at Yi Tianyun. He began to ridicule Yi Tianyun as he thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to kill him. Then again, he has forgotten that he couldn't attack Yi Tianyun either. He couldn't even move his body as the nail tightly secured his body to the cage wall. He has a treasure that would absorb any attack. Even the three great Divine Kings' attacks didn't do anything. If you attack him again, you will only replenish the spiritual energy that he had absorbed earlier. This is why the master resorted to sealing him in the past, as they couldn't find any other way to nullify this treasure's ability. Heavenly Rock, suppressing ancient tablet, appeared beside Yi Tianyun and explained everything he knew. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he understood the logic behind Yue Long's power now. Yue Long wasn't necessarily strong, but this high-grade divine tool made him a tricky opponent. Without this, Yue Long wouldn't last long. Yi Tianyun realized that the evil spirit race relied on their divine tools to survive, and it was a very annoying perk. "We will see how much this divine tool could withstand," Yi Tianyun said coldly. "Are you sure about this?" Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet asked worriedly, but he immediately fell silent as he saw the determined look on Yi Tianyun's face. Yi Tianyun walked closer to Yue Long and stared at his head curiously. "What are you planning to do? If you don't have any other way, I suggest you should leave." Yue Long said coldly. "Who said I couldn't cut it?" Yi Tianyun said as he began to charge the evil spirit divine sword with his full power. The ancient desolate set began to shine as it amplified Yi Tianyun's combat power. The evil dragon suit that he wore right now also began to shine as it also amplified Yi Tianyun's combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately aimed the evil spirit divine sword at Yue Long's head, mustering as much power as he could before striking it down with his combat power reaching 200 billion points. Yi Tianyun's attack hit Yue Long's head, and the Heavenly Soul Divine Tool began to shine as it began to absorb Yi Tianyun's attack. But Yi Tianyun wasn't done just yet. He then struck Yue Long's head over and over again. Yi Tianyun slammed Yue Long's head to the wall, but the Heavenly Soul Divine Tool kept absorbing his sword energy without exception. After a while, Yi Tianyun stopped his attack, but Yue Long was still left unscathed. The energy barrier on his head didn't even shatter from Yi Tianyun's attack. Even so, Yue Long was still shocked by Yi Tianyun's attack, as he knew that Yi Tianyun almost broke the barrier in front of him. "You think an attack of that level can pierce my defense? You are too naive, kid," Yue Long taunted, even though he was worried deep down. He knew that if Yi Tianyun kept attacking him earlier, his barrier would break, and he would surely receive a fatal blow from Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Yue Long was relieved as he knew that his spiritual energy was being replenished from Yi Tianyun's attack. Now, Yue Long could heal his body again as much as possible as his spiritual energy had been replenished. Yi Tianyun was annoyed as he failed to kill Yue Long instantly. Furthermore, he knew that his attack replenished Yue Long's spiritual energy, allowing Yue Long to heal himself again. Yi Tianyun knew that in order to win against Yue Long, he had to cut Yue Long's head in half. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to destroy Yue Long's soul. "Your defense isn't half bad," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He wasn't even using his crazy damage mode as he thought that he didn't need it, but now he realized the error of his thought. Yi Tianyun thought his raw combat power that was comparable to a 7th layer Divine King's combat power should do the trick, but clearly he was wrong. "But it wouldn't last long against me," Yi Tianyun coldly said as he held the Evil Spirit Divine Sword with both of his hands. He immediately activated the Mortal World King and Punisher title to boost his combat power again. His basic power at 2nd layer Divine King stage was at 50 billion points, but with the help of his set and suit and also his title, he could amplify that power by 16 times. His total combat power reached 800 billion points. This was the peak of Yi Tianyun's power without using the crazy damage mode, all thanks to the effect of his combined items. The Evil Spirit Divine Sword on his hands began to squeak as it received all Yi Tianyun's power. "What is this power?" Yue Long said as his face immediately paled. He could feel that he would die in an instant if he took Yi Tianyun's attack head-on. Chapter 852. Chapter 852, with a total of 800 billion combat power, Yi Tianyun's power has reached a new height. But in actuality, Yi Tianyun still could give a boost to his combat power if he wanted to by using the crazy damage mode. But nevertheless, Yi Tianyun chose not to as he wanted to see how much Yue Long's divine tool could absorb. The entire Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet began to shake as the tool spirit was scared of Yi Tianyun's power. He had never felt anything like this before. Even when the three great Divine Kings combined their power, it didn't come close to the power that Yi Tianyun showed right now. Demon god Yue Long himself twisted and turned his body while shouting loudly to escape Yi Tianyun's attack, but the nails wouldn't budge. It kept Yue Long in place. No matter how hard he struggled to escape right now, it wouldn't work. Now, try to stop my attack again, Yi Tianyun said with a charming smirk on his face. Kill me, and you will see the destruction of the three realms very soon, Yue Long shouted desperately. If I don't kill you, the three realms would be in constant danger. But don't you worry, if your people come to the three realms again, I will kill them all for you. Or, I could go to your homeland and kill all of the evil spirit race myself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You're gonna come to our homeland to kill us all? What a joke! Your cultivation is trash. Our army general wouldn't even look you in the eye. But please do come in. You will just die in the entrance anyway. Ye Long laughed out loud from Yi Tianyun's word. Well, I will let you see something good before you die, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face before he summoned the evil spirit that he got earlier. It had the same appearance as Yue Long except for the face. No matter how one looked at it, there was no doubt that it was the evil spirit race. How could this be? Yue Long said as he was startled by the appearance of Yi Tianyun's evil spirit. But he would never hear Yi Tianyun's answer to his question, as Yi Tianyun already swung the evil spirit divine sword with the power of 800 billion combat power. The sword hit an energy barrier right before hitting Yue Long, but it didn't last long as the energy barrier gradually broke before hitting Yue Long's head. Without the protection of the Heavenly Soul's divine tool, Yue Long's head was split in half so easily like tofu. Yue Long didn't even have the chance to scream as he was instantly killed by Yi Tianyun's attack. It was clear that Yi Tianyun's attack power was beyond what Yue Long could handle. In particular, Yue Long didn't have any chance to evade or react to Yi Tianyun's attack as he was being shackled in place by the three Divine Kings' seal. Ding, successfully killed Demon God Yue Long. Reward, 306 billion XP, 6 to 5 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Heavenly Soul Divine Tool, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Necklace, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone. Ding, successfully completed Ultra Main Quest, Become the Savior, and Kill the Heavens Demon. Reward, 100 billion XP, 100 million XP, 50 million SPs, 50 million SPs, 50 million SPs, 50 million SPs, 52000. Prestige points, Savior title. Savior title, increase command point by 100 to 00 points inside the three realms. The title he just got had an insane value as it would increase his command point by 100 to 00. His command point just now was equal to an absolute order. If it increased by 100 to 00 points, Yi Tianyun didn't know just how influential his word would be. But still, it confused Yi Tianyun knowing that an Ultra quest was completed, but his normal quest wasn't touched. Even so, he still got a lot of rewards with astounding numbers. Now, it all comes to an end. Yi Tianyun said with a relaxed state as the only thing he had to think about was purging the evil spirit race from the three realms. Meanwhile, Heavenly Rock-suppressing Ancient Tablet was shocked as it just witnessed Yi Tianyun kill Yue Long without much effort. Heavenly Rock-suppressing Ancient Tablet has been worried that Yue Long would break free from the seal anytime soon. It has been praying for Heaven-creating Divine King to return, but now, Yue Long has been killed. He never expected the Heaven-creating Divine King's descendant to solve the problem that has been around since the three Divine Kings aged so easily. But as a matter of fact, Yi Tianyun easily won because he had already drained Yue Long's spiritual energy dry. The lack of spiritual energy weakened the Heavenly Soul Divine Tool, and as a result, Yue Long finally died with Yi Tianyun's strongest attack yet. I finally killed him, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. Now that Yue Long was gone, Yi Tianyun could relax a little, at least until the evil spirit race raided the three realms again. Yi Tianyun knew that Yue Long's desperate ordeal earlier had some truth to it. If the evil spirit race in their homeland somehow sensed Yue Long had been killed, they could expedite their attack to the three realms. However, it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun right now. The only thing that he could do right now was lead the three realms to a better future by making sure that everyone would be able to cultivate as fast as they could to help Yi Tianyun later if a war with the evil spirit race broke loose. At the same time, in an area far from the three realms, a group of powerful evil spirit race was wearing a full equipment set. One of the cultivators in the group was even wearing a whole divine tool rank equipment. Demon God Yue Long has died. Furthermore, Demon God Suo Te and Suo Jie also died with him. This kind of thing has never happened before. They should have conquered the three realms right about now. This can't be happening, the cultivator with a full divine tool rank equipment said with a frown on his face. We are sorry, Army General Long Te. It seems they have encountered unexpected difficulties over there, one of the soldiers said respectfully. The king has already thought things through. There is no way anyone would be able to kill Demon God Yue Long over there. Is it possible that other factions have made their move as well? But it doesn't matter. We still have to conquer that area as soon as possible. Army General Long Te said coldly. In fact, the entire hall felt the chilling atmosphere as they heard Army General Long Te's word. Immediately, a huge spirit ship was deployed to the void hastily. Chapter 853. Chapter 853. After Yue Long died, the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet didn't have to remain in this place anymore, so it followed Yi Tianyun and became his divine tool. After all is said and done, heavenly rock-suppressing divine ancient tablet was a good divine tool. It was a middle-grade divine tool and had its own tool spirit, which was undoubtedly more useful than any divine tool that didn't possess any tool spirit. Yi Tianyun then returned to Heavenly Cloud's Imperial City, handling the situation at hand according to the current situation. No one knew that the most powerful evil spirit race cultivator on the Three Realms had been killed recently by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun himself didn't even bother telling anyone about his accomplishment, as it didn't make any sense to him to do so. Most people didn't even know about the existence of Yue Long, and they would be at a loss if he suddenly bragged about it now. This time, the evil spirit race is finally gone for good from the mortal world, Yi Tianyun said as he sat down relaxedly. Thankfully, killing Yue Long wasn't part of his quest. Otherwise, it would only be completed after he killed Yue Long, which was not good. Now, the ghost world has begun exterminating the evil spirit race, and Yi Tianyun only had to wait for more progress. Furthermore, the ancient netherworld divine nation and the phoenix race have begun forming alliances in the ghost world too. The alliance in Ghost World was formed smoothly compared to the mortal world, as the power balance in the Ghost World was clearer than the mortal world. If everything worked out as Yi Tianyun planned, he would be leveling up in the near future. Now, all that's left is the Heaven World, Yi Tianyun murmured to himself. Mortal World and Ghost World should be fine on their own for now, as the cultivator on these worlds will drive the evil spirit race away themselves. But now, Yi Tianyun didn't have a firm ground to stand on the Heaven World. He has indeed destroyed so many divine nations by helping Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past, but it was a groundless term to create an alliance. Teleport, Yi Tianyun said as he disappeared from the spot and reappeared in Sealing Heaven Imperial City. The teleportation godstone was so convenient, and it was the best transportation method for moving across the realms. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the Imperial City was very busy. His grandfather and parents were also busy with the faction's business, as the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation seemed to have just received a lot of new cultivators. This was a normal response, as Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has decimated numbers of other divine nations. So, Yi Tianyun quickly flashed towards the study hall in the main tower and knocked on the door gently. Yi Yuanlong, who was working inside, looked up and saw Yi Tianyun coming inside. "Tianyun, you are back," Yi Yuanlong said excitedly as he finally saw his grandson again. "Grandfather, I am back," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "But this time, I have something to discuss with you," Yi Tianyun said respectfully. "Is it about the alliance?" Yi Yuanlong knowingly said, as he had already received the news about Yi Tianyun's endeavor in the ghost world and mortal world, albeit not too detailed. "It seems grandfather has already inquired the news about the Three Realms." Yi Tianyun said as he wasn't surprised that his grandfather already knew about the alliance. "Well, our messenger comes to a lot of places," Yi Yuanlong said with a smile on his face. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation obviously had many people around the Three Realms, be it their own messenger or the people that could be trusted. Furthermore, as Yi Yuanlong already knew about his own grandson, he wanted to know what his grandson had done in the Three Realms. His information about Yi Tianyun that has unified the mortal world itself came as a little bit of surprise to Yi Yuanlong, as he didn't expect his grandson to be such a prominent figure. "I have come to Heaven World this time to discuss that alliance and about our Sealing Heaven Divine Nation serving as the leader of the alliance," Yi Tianyun said as he took out a storage ring and put it on the table. "This storage ring is full of evil spirit necklace, which will make it easier to detect the existence of the evil spirit race. Although we have the 10 stars staring down the Heaven World, it couldn't overseer the entire Heaven World at the same time. It was necessary for people living here on the Heaven World to exterminate the evil spirit race with us," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun didn't show any mercy towards the evil spirit race. It might seem cruel and tyrannical, but it was necessary to eliminate an evil existence like that completely. "I already knew about this necklace, and it does seem to do the trick. But, even though our Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has received prestige over the year, it is still difficult to convince people to join the alliance while we act as the leader of the alliance," Wei Yuanlong said solemnly. "There is no reason to be meek now, grandfather. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has me. I already killed one of the ancestors of that evil spirit race. There is no need for us to prove ourselves anymore," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "What? How did you do that?" Yi Yuanlong asked as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's claim. "You need not bother yourself about such a trivial matter. In short, we don't have to convince any faction to join our alliance. Once we started killing the evil spirit race, they would flock to us on their own accord. As for those who aren't willing to cooperate, it's safe to say that their faction has been managed by the evil spirit race all along," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "That is a good idea. I will work it out immediately," Yi Yuanlong said as he took the storage ring on the table. But still, he was shocked that Yi Tianyun managed to kill the ancestor of the evil spirit race that had the demon god as their name. It was clear that Yi Tianyun had already reached the Divine King stage, and who dared to refuse the offer of a Divine King. Yi Yuanlong immediately dispatched the diplomatic envoy to the factions throughout Heaven World to promote the alliance. As expected, there were many factions that felt ridiculed by the notion that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would become the leader of the alliance. What is this? Are you saying we should join an alliance with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation as the leader of that said alliance, and we should take instruction from them too? One of the Holy King of a faction asked as he felt ridiculed. Yes, the Sealing Heaven Holy King inquires us about it, the diplomatic envoy said with respect, but they couldn't help but sweat a little. This is impossible. It would be a different story if we're talking about the past Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but their power is so much weaker now, the Holy King said annoyedly, but before he could say anything else, a blast was heard far away from their place. The Holy King immediately ran outside and saw 10 stars looming down from the sky above a hill near their place, shooting divine thunder down and blasting the hill. The sky's color immediately changed as the ground shook. It was clear that the 10 stars was so powerful that it wasn't an option to resist. Chapter 854. The 10 stars kept revving up its power, throwing lightning and thunder in every direction. The day that was supposed to be sunny immediately darkened as everything was covered with thunderclouds. People couldn't do a thing as they were afraid to be struck by lightning at any moment. They have never felt such intense pressure like this, even though many of them were at St. King's Stage Cultivation Base. I am Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's second elder. I believe that the heaven world has already become the breeding ground for the evil spirit race, which is worse than any demonic monster. I am sure that your divine nation has records of them. They are the reason why the 3 realms were at odds with each other, and why the 3 divine kings left our realms in search of new power. Yi Tianyun confidently said as he flew in the sky with his image magnified by the power of the 10 stars. They are a despicable monster that cultivates by eating us, taking our bloodline power for themselves. It is time for us to form an alliance led by Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to take down these evil spirit race from the heaven world. Yi Tianyun continued his speech. We promise everyone that we wouldn't manipulate the alliance for our own gains. We want heaven world to support each other. As for the reason why the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has to become the leader is simple. That is because I am here with them, Yi Tianyun confidently said as he showed off the power of 10 stars behind him. A dazzling light came from the 10 stars and illuminated Yi Tianyun majestically. Everyone was startled by Yi Tianyun's sudden majestic entrance that they couldn't even respond to any of Yi Tianyun's words. Most people, especially the leaders of each faction, they knew how dangerous the power of the 10 stars really was. It could destroy any imperial city on the heaven world with ease. This meant that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation could destroy them for refusing to cooperate with them. It was clear that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would use the 10 stars' power as a negotiating piece for their goals. Soon, the black clouds dispersed and the sky became bright and sunny once more as if nothing happened. Many leaders of faction in Heaven World shook their heads and wiped the cold sweat on their faces. They knew that they could no longer ignore the divine envoy from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation that knocked on their door. Are you ready to sign the agreement? The divine envoy broke the silence. This is a very common alliance agreement. You won't lose anything, but everyone's presence is mandatory when requested, the divine envoy said confidently. The divine envoy finally understood why the Holy King asked them to relay such an important message to other divine nations. It seems the other divine nation wouldn't be able to reject this offer anyway. Surely the divine nation that chose not to join the alliance earlier now changed their mind and immediately let the divine envoy know that they would surely join the alliance. Yi Tianyun looked upon the situation with a smile on his face. Surely, strength was far more important than anything else. Ding! Successfully created an alliance with Myriad Beast Divine Nation. Reward, 18 billion XP, 500,000 mastery points, 500,000 mastery points. Ding! Successfully, Yi Tianyun's notification immediately flared as many divine nations joined his alliance. Empires and any faction below that grade immediately joined the alliance without questioning, as they knew that they weren't strong enough to demand anything. Surely, Yi Tianyun was very satisfied by this development. It doesn't matter what the others have. As long as we have absolute power, it would be very hard to decline any offer, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Surely he already knew all of this, and now, the evil spirit race has been driven to the corner on the heaven world too. His reason to show off the power of the 10 stars was also for the cause of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun didn't want the problem with his Heavenly Clouds Empire to repeat again in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. It was best to take some precautions before other divine nations could complain and demand unnecessary things. The fact was, not only the other nation that was shocked by the power that Yi Tianyun displayed, even the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation itself was also shocked by the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun showed. It was stronger than the power that Yi Tianyun once showed when he destroyed the alliance of divine nations that swarmed Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past. After Yi Tianyun was done showing off the power of the 10 stars, he returned to Sealing Heaven Palace, and Yi Yuanlong greeted him excitedly. The divine nations will join us soon, and it's all thanks to you, Yi Yuanlong said excitedly. Grandfather, I already promised you that it will go smoothly, didn't I? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But are you sure that the evil spirit race would attack us soon enough? Yi Yuanlong asked curiously. Yes, they would make their move soon enough, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. This was his responsibility to shoulder, as no one really knew about the cruelty of the evil spirit race anymore. Furthermore, he was the only one that had the power to eradicate the evil spirit race from the three realms. Surely it would help him a lot if the other divine nations and cultivators could grow in power quickly. I am ashamed to see you are working even harder than your elder, Yi Yuanlong said with a sad expression on his face. This is nothing, grandfather. I am just doing what I can. Yi Tianyun smiled to assure Yi Yuanlong. He already committed to minimizing the death caused by the evil spirit race on the three realms. The alliance itself was his way to make sure that no one died helplessly. Now, he could give the necklace to detect the evil spirit race without anyone ignoring it. Ding! Completed main quest, unifying the ghost world. Eradicate all evil spirit race from the ghost world. Reward, 60 billion XP, 6 million CPs, 800 W00's Ghost World King title. Ghost World King title, amplify damage 10 times in Ghost World. Ding, successfully taken main quest unifying Heaven World. Eradicate all evil spirit race from the Heaven World. Reward on completion, 60 billion XP, 6 million CPs, 800 000 CPs, Heaven World King title. He got the same quest, albeit different realms, but now Yi Tianyun knew that the unification of the ghost world was complete, and there was no trace of evil spirit race over there. It was a lot faster than the unification of the mortal world too, but for now, Yi Tianyun had to focus all his attention on the Heaven World, as it was still unknown how strong the evil spirit race over there was. Chapter 855, Chapter 855. Ghost World finally gets rid of the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun sighed as he wished the Heaven World was as efficient as the Ghost World regarding this matter, so that he could finally move on to a new quest. But from the looks of it, the Heaven World wouldn't be able to get rid of the evil spirit race as fast as the Ghost World, as he already witnessed how power-hungry the cultivators in the Heaven World were. But since the Heaven World wasn't dominated by the evil spirit race, or at least it wasn't noticeable, the Heaven World was in a stable state. This wasn't exactly a good thing for Yi Tianyun, as it would be difficult to unite the Heaven World if there were no sense of crisis. The Ghost World had the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower that demonstrated how bad the evil spirit race really was, but what was the trigger for Heaven World? If there were nothing out there that let the people of Heaven World know about the danger of the evil spirit race, they would be hesitant to make a move. But he wouldn't be the one that would think about the method of the unification now, as he left it in the hands of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Now, Yi Tianyun just had to wait for the main quest to finish on its own. After some time passed, the alliance was reaching stagnation as some divine nation refused to join the alliance. This was within expectation, as a peaceful time would cause most factions to think that this world revolved around them. Even so, Yi Tianyun didn't force them to join, as it was better if they joined on their own accord than being forced. Yi Tianyun already had a plan for this kind of faction, and that was to lure them in using gifts. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation immediately carried out Yi Tianyun's plan and utilized several great martial arts as a gift that Yi Tianyun had already prepared beforehand. Many divine nations finally caved in and joined the alliance in order to get their hands on these martial arts, but some still stubbornly declined the offer. Yi Tianyun could only sigh, as he wouldn't bother saving these divine nations later if the evil spirit race started gnawing them from the shadow. A month passed, and the alliance progress had almost reached completion. We are almost finished, but we still have to convince one more faction to call it complete. The thing is, they are still stubborn as hell, Yi Yuanlong said as he laid out the map of the Heaven World that was already marked with the territory of the alliance member. Which faction are you talking about right now? Yi Tianyun said as he stood up. Yi Tianyun has immersed himself in refining tools and alchemy to make sure he remained productive while waiting during the past month. He used his free time to practice his skills to increase their proficiency, even if just a little. He wanted to upgrade his alchemy to creator level as well. Although he had enough mastery point to upgrade his alchemy, he chose to wait and see in case he needed the point for something more urgent later. It was the Dragon Clan. They are a strong force on Heaven World that occupies a large area, but no cultivators are allowed to enter without permission, and they have been turning away our divine envoy from the beginning, Yi Yuanlong said with a sigh. They are basically a loner that wants to be left alone, but we need their strength to fight the evil spirit race in the future, Yi Yuanlong said annoyedly. This was understandable. Just like the Phoenix Clan in the Ghost World that completely shut themselves off from any cultivator in the Ghost World in the past, the Dragon Clan also shut themselves off from the Heaven World, as they were a proud clan. They were proud of their own blood over other clans. Furthermore, their blood was used as a cultivation enhancer by the other races, which really bothered them. Dragon Clan, they sure are annoying to deal with. How about the history of the demonic race war in the past? Did they contribute and help the three divine kings in the past? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. According to the record, the Dragon Clan has a very good relationship with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and contribute a lot during the war, but after the war, they gradually lost touch with us. Yi Yuanlong said with a sigh. I understand their train of thought, though. They are a powerful race that doesn't need anyone to protect them. Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head knowingly while pouring some tea for himself with a calm expression. It seems we have to give up on asking them to join the alliance soon. I don't know of any other way to ask them to join our alliance right now. Yi Yuanlong sighed once again while pouring tea for himself too. No, that is not completely true. I will go to the Dragon Clan myself, Yi Tianyun said as he sipped his tea leisurely. What? There is no need for that. You don't have to destroy them just because they reject our offer. They have already done much in the past. It would be such a shame to antagonize them like that, Yi Wanlong said worriedly. Grandfather, did you think I am that cruel of a person that would destroy anything that denied me? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, Yi Yuanlong couldn't find the right word to answer. He had known Yi Tianyun to be a willful kid that forced the enemy to submit with brute force. He actually thought that Yi Tianyun would suppress the Dragon Clan and scared them to join the alliance. It's all right. I will go to the Dragon Clan to see their current situation. I want to know why they didn't want to join our alliance personally. Yi Tianyun casually said as if it was no big deal. If it were that simple, we would have already done that much. The Dragon Clan has always been a closed-off and powerful clan. Even if they aren't included on the Divine Nation rank on Heaven World, they are one of the most powerful factions on Heaven World, Yi Yuanlong said worriedly. That is where the problem lies. We are supposed to have a good relationship with them. So it was a simple question of why they didn't want to help us now. I guess that they have their own big problem right now. Probably, they weren't as powerful as they were back then right now. They might seem strong, but they might have hidden the fact that they are weak right now. They might reject our offer because they couldn't afford to send help themselves. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This is normal for a faction as proud as the Dragon Clan. Although they know that they have a good relationship with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, they couldn't just expose their own problem as they couldn't risk any threat from the outside. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Yuanlong was speechless as he realized that Yi Tianyun's words were credible. He would also do the same thing if Sealing Heaven Divine Nation faced the same problem. Yi Yuanlong started to think and wonder about Dragon Clan's reason for rejecting the alliance, and Yi Tianyun's words made the most sense out of it all. Chapter 856. Chapter 856. Yi Tianyun immediately made a preparation before going to the Dragon Clan's territory as he wanted to see what happened to the Dragon Clan right now. Closing their territory off from anyone usually was a bad sign as it was a precursor to some big problem. With the Sealing Heaven Divine King's memory that he got in the past, he concurred that the Dragon Clan was a strong ally that he must have in the future war against the evil spirit race. This proved how Sealing Heaven Divine King had taken good care of the Dragon Clan before he disappeared. Dragon Clan was a proud clan. There is no way they would forget and betray Sealing Heaven Divine King's expectation like this. This was Yi Tianyun's personal reason to go to Dragon Clan's territory as soon as possible. So, without further ado, Yi Tianyun headed towards Dragon Continent, the territory of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Continent was one of the best cultivation sites in the entire Heaven World. There was a lot of precious material that could only be found here on the Dragon Continent. This was also why many desperate people came sneaking inside the Dragon Continent to search for spiritual medicine material and treasures that could change their lives. But once they got caught by the Dragon Clan, it was basically the end for them. The Dragon Clan might be closed off, but they still made trades with other factions and merchants as long as they were willing to do it in front of the gate, not inside the Dragon Continent itself. This continent looks good, Yi Tianyun said as he finally arrived at the vicinity of the Dragon Continent. The continent itself looked pretty strange as it was a circle of land surrounded by the sea. It looked artificial, not naturally formed at all. But it wasn't a huge continent at all. It was rather small compared to other continents. Then again, the only faction here was just the Dragon Clan. They wouldn't need a huge continent for themselves anyway. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan itself was like the Phoenix Clan. They didn't copulate often, and as a result, a newborn was rare. Their population would only consist of a few hundred to several thousand people at most. Yi Tianyun took a look at the panoramic view that the Dragon Continent offered. It was certainly beautiful, and then he saw the main gate of Dragon Continent that was being guarded by several Dragon Clan experts. They all were at Void Spirit Stage cultivation base. It might look scary if the guards of the outermost part of the continent had such a high cultivation base, but the problem right now was that the inner part might not be that powerful either. So, Yi Tianyun knew that he had to see it for himself. So, he immediately flew down, approaching the main gate without any hesitation. The guards immediately stopped him and looked at him with alert in their eyes. What did you want with the Dragon Clan newcomer? The guard asked cautiously. They all pointed their spears towards Yi Tianyun as a warning that they would attack if Yi Tianyun made a wrong move. I want an audience with the Dragon King. I have something to convey, Yi Tianyun said confidently. You might want to do that, but we don't want that, so you can just leave before we are forced to be rude, the guard said coldly. Yi Tianyun looked at them without saying anything and then turned around and started to fly away from the main gate. But Yi Tianyun didn't exactly give up on entering the Dragon Continent, no. He just turned around far enough so that the guards could lower their guard down and then stealthily entered the continent after concealing his aura. He wouldn't be found so easily unless there was any powerful divine king in the continent that remained on guard at all times. True enough, Yi Tianyun could easily pass the main gate, and into the dragon continent he went. He quickly looked around and used his spiritual sense to gain an overview of the dragon continent. He found out that there were a lot of Dragon Clan guards patrolling around to prevent any invaders from entering their land. However, the forest here was engraved by a lot of divine rune, and Yi Tianyun immediately knew that it was the creation of Heaven-creating Divine King. Now, it was clear that Heaven-creating Divine King had a good relationship with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, Heaven-creating Divine King wouldn't help them with Divine Rune Great Array this complicated. As he continued to delve deeper into the continent, he finally saw many small villages and dragon clansmen inside. The villages themselves were scattered around the continent so that the Dragon Clan could manage the entire continent. The Dragon City, which was the capital of the Dragon Clan territory, was located in the center of the continent. In the Dragon City, a giant dragon statue was erected to mark the era of the true dragon. It was the same dragon statue as the ones on the Coiling Dragon Cave in the mortal world, but the dragon statue on the Dragon City was far bigger than the one in the Coiling Dragon Cave. Yi Tianyun also saw that the dragon statue served as a prayer statue, or some sort, as many dragon clansmen stopped to bow and walked respectfully in front of it. This place is still thriving, Yi Tianyun said as he began to explore deeper into the Dragon City. The Dragon Clan's situation wasn't as bad as he expected, as the Dragon Clan was thriving, but it wasn't as good as any top divine nation. The main reason for that was the Dragon Clan didn't have a good spiritual energy on them. It looks like the power was drained from their land. This is weird. The spiritual power in this area seems to be depleting, Yi Tianyun curiously said as he glanced around aimlessly. He immediately used his appraisal eye, and sure enough, he detected that the spiritual power of this place had been exhausted. But Yi Tianyun noticed some stranger things that happened in this city, which was the fact that the Dragon Clan willingly discharged their spiritual power and left themselves on the edge of spiritual exhaustion. Yi Tianyun teleported deeper into the Dragon City and reappeared in front of Giant Dragon Hall. He immediately went inside and noticed that the spiritual power released by the Dragon Clan outside started to gather inside this place. Sure enough, he felt a mass of energy raging inside the Giant Dragon Hall, threatening to break out at any moment. Yi Tianyun used his spiritual sense to gain as much information as he needed inside the Giant Dragon Hall, and was immediately startled as he finally realized what was going on inside. It turned out they are also here, plaguing the land. Yi Tianyun said as the necklace on his neck started to glow red, indicating that there was evil spirit race nearby. Now, Yi Tianyun knew for sure that the Giant Dragon Hall was a nest for evil spirit race. Chapter 857. Chapter 857. After passing the aisle, Yi Tianyun saw a group of Dragon Clan experts, all of which demonstrated their dragonic strength towards the Great Array. With their dragon power, the Great Array shone dazzlingly while a teenager in the middle of the Great Array kept absorbing all the dragon spiritual energy that the Great Array received. There was a middle-aged man on the side, constantly controlling the dragon strength that flowed into the teenager to ease the process, but sometimes black energy leaked from the Great Array. Your struggle is futile. This kid's body would be mine. The more you try to save this kid by sending your dragonic energy, the more power I gain. The black mist from the black energy suddenly talked while laughing out loud. Dragon King, either kill your son or give his body to me, the black mist shouted triumphantly. This demon, I didn't expect you to lurk so deep inside our territory. If I didn't find you back then, you would have infiltrated successfully for sure, Dragon King said coldly. You are already too late. I have taken your son for my body possession technique, the black mist shouted as it emerged from the teenager's body while laughing. Evil spirit race had the power to possess someone else's body for themselves as long as the body had the right aptitude to receive their spiritual energy. In addition, the body had to be a lot weaker than the evil spirit race itself, as they couldn't handle the retaliation from inside the body. Dragon King looked at the teenager with mixed feelings as he couldn't give up on his son. The mother of the child was on the side, looking at her son with tears in her eyes. You damned demon, get out of my child's body, the mother shouted angrily. Don't you think this is the best possible situation for me? If I take your son's body, I will become the next Dragon King, won't I? But it was unfortunate that you discovered me too soon, the evil spirit race said while laughing. Despite laughing contently, he knew that he couldn't escape this place even if he wanted to, as there were so many experts lying in wait all over the place. Father, mother, just kill me. I don't want this demon to possess my body, the teenager shouted as he tried his best to resist the demonic influence. No, I will drive out the garbage out from you, Dragon King said as he kept controlling the energy that was being channeled into the Great Array, trying to pull the evil spirit race from his son's body. The Dragon Clan all over the city kept channeling their energy into the Great Array, trying to aid their king however they could. This was the reason why so many Dragon Clan cultivators were on the verge of exhaustion outside of the palace. This was also the reason why the guards were being strict lately, as there was no way their king could have an audience with anyone right now. Yi Tianyun's prediction was correct. There was a big problem inside the Dragon Clan, even though he never expected that problem to be the evil spirit race themselves. But if the most secure area in Dragon Clan's territory in Heaven World has been infiltrated by the evil spirit race, there was no telling whether the rest of the Dragon Clan that was scattered all around Heaven World was safe or not. As the Dragon King kept pulling the evil spirit race's soul out of his son's body, the son's face contorted in pain as it was his own soul that was being pulled out of his body. Do it a little stronger, so when our souls split and torn, your son will become a fool. The Black Mist laughed once more. He wasn't afraid of dying as he had to be bold to attack the three realms. Dragon King himself became desperate as he really wanted to save his son in one piece. The Dragon King's cultivation itself wasn't low at all, reaching the second layer Divine King stage, which was the first Divine King cultivator that Yi Tianyun ever saw aside from the evil spirit race cultivator. Yi Tianyun thought that the three realms no longer had any Divine King left, but it turned out the Dragon King was a Divine King cultivator. The Dragon King could become the ruler of the three realms if he wanted it, but the Dragon Clan didn't have such an ambition. But now, they face danger because of the evil spirit race. Don't worry about the evil spirit race. I will help out your son, Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly revealed himself to everyone. Who are you? People started to ask questions in vigilance as their attention suddenly shifted to Yi Tianyun. The guards immediately came around and pointed their weapons towards Yi Tianyun. They never expected that a human could sneak into their territory like this. They had the duty to kill any invader, and now they would prove themselves useful in front of their king. Stop, Dragon King shouted. The guards immediately abode and held their ground. However, the human never showed any fear or any emotion at all. It was as if the human wasn't even concerned about the guard's presence. You said that you can help my son, right? What makes you think I will trust your word? Dragon King asked Yi Tianyun coldly. Just trust me on this one, Yi Tianyun said as he released some of heaven-creating Divine King's power. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes but sighed afterward. Put down your weapons. He is not an enemy. Dragon King ordered the guards, motioned for them to return to their position. The Dragon King knew about heaven-creating Divine King, and thus dispersed his hostility towards Yi Tianyun. The guards still had their doubts, but they couldn't disobey their king's word. The guards were familiar with heaven-creating Divine Rune's power, as all the Divine Runes throughout the Dragon Continent were created by heaven-creating Divine Rune, but then again, the human looked very suspicious. I am sorry to intrude like this, Dragon King. The guards didn't let me in, so I have no choice but to get in with my own way. Yi Tianyun said as he apologized to the Dragon King. It's all right, but what makes you come here today, descendant of heaven-creating Divine King? Dragon King wondered. I believe this is not the time for us to discuss that matter. Let me solve your problem for you first, and then we can talk, Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention towards young Master Long, the son of the Dragon King. I am sorry for the trouble, Dragon King said as his eyes flashed with hope. Chapter 858, Chapter 858. Once they learned that Yi Tianyun was the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King, their attitude immediately changed. They wanted to prove that they were still loyal towards heaven-creating Divine King and wouldn't turn their back to his demand. Yi Tianyun smiled and walked up to the Great Array casually. Stop, the Great Array won't let you come inside that easily, Dragon King shouted as he realized what Yi Tianyun was about to do. He didn't want the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King to be injured by their Great Array. But Yi Tianyun didn't stop and went inside the Great Array casually. The Dragon King closed his eyes as he was too afraid to see the damage the Great Array would cause. But as he noticed there was a fluctuation of energy in the air, he opened his eyes and saw that the Great Array's energy didn't affect Yi Tianyun at all. In fact, everyone else in the room was surprised that the Great Array didn't attack the human that walked into the Great Array. They began to feel hope once again. Oh, so you would help the arrogant Dragon Clan. You want to drag me out of this body? Well, knock yourself out. The black mist that is the evil spirit race said while laughing out loud. You are quite strong for an evil spirit race cultivator. I see that you are at least at Saint King stage cultivation, but how did you get to possess this child's body? Yi Tianyun asked as he was in no rush. And why would I tell you about this? Evil spirit race said sarcastically. I speculated that it began to possess longer when he went out to practice on Heaven Abyss Forest. We found him fainted on the forest ground while all the guards that came with him were dead. We didn't expect something this disgusting would lurk inside my son's body, the Dragon King said with a frown on his face. The Dragon King obviously knew his son's schedule and deduced that was the only possible time where his son might come across the evil spirit race, and that only time was the time that his son was attacked and fainted at the forest floor on Heaven Abyss Forest. So, your base in Heaven World is on the Heaven Abyss Forest? Well, this is great. There would be no place for your evil spirit race to hide anymore, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Idiot, did you think we're hiding in Heaven Abyss Forest? Just go there and take a look for yourself, the evil spirit race shouted while laughing hard. Don't worry, even if your base isn't there, I will find it. I will turn the entire Heaven World upside down to get rid of garbage like you, Yi Tianyun said with a huge smile on his face. I already killed demon god Long Yue, Swoge, and Swote in Ghost World. You can guess my cultivation level yourself, but none of you would pose a threat for me. Yi Tianyun said menacingly. No, that is impossible, the evil spirit race shouted in horror after hearing the name Yi Tianyun spouted. It was clear that the evil spirit race would know the name of their experts despite being sent to a different realm. There is nothing impossible for me, you trash. You will soon reunite with them in hell. Yi Tianyun said as he reached forward and grabbed the evil spirit race's soul and began pulling it out of Longer's body. But as Yi Tianyun began pulling the evil spirit race's soul out, young Master Long began to scream in pain as his soul was connected with the evil spirit race's soul. Longer. The mother saw her child screaming in pain and began to hesitate as she knew that it was dangerous for her son to forcefully rip out the soul of the evil spirit race out of her son's body. The Dragon King immediately stopped the mother as he knew that it wasn't something that they could decide anymore. This is our only hope to get our son back, the Dragon King said assuringly. Although he had only met Yi Tianyun just now, he knew that he could trust Yi Tianyun with all his being. After all, they knew that their method would fail eventually. Now, if Yi Tianyun also failed, then their son was truly beyond saving. It's useless. Your method is no different than theirs. In the end, it was just another stupid attempt to uproot me. The evil spirit race screamed in pain while also laughing in contempt. He surely didn't mind bringing the Dragon Clan's next king down along with him as it would disrupt their plan. Don't worry, I am not as stupid as you, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the evil spirit divine sword from his storage ring. The Dragon King was startled as he knew that cutting a soul with a weapon was the same as killing the host, but to his surprise, Yi Tianyun didn't cut the soul that he was pulling. The evil spirit divine sword suddenly emitted a black light that was so intense the soul of the evil spirit race began to be pulled out without bringing the soul of young Master Long. In an instant, a black ball was floating in the air, completely separated from young Master Long's body. So, what will you do now? Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the evil spirit race soul in the air indifferently. No, how can you cut my soul clean out of my host? The evil spirit race began to shout in disbelief. You don't have to know about such a thing, Yi Tianyun said coldly before turning his attention to the Dragon King. Now, this is the soul of the trash that was trying to take over your son's body. I will let you do whatever you want with it, Yi Tianyun said as he threw the soul lightly towards the Dragon King. At the same time, the great array immediately dispersed as it no longer had the need to contain the evil spirit race. Everyone was surprised that Yi Tianyun did what they had been trying to accomplish for a long time so easily. They couldn't cut the evil spirit race's soul out of young Master Long's body as the soul was connected to each other, but Yi Tianyun's sword could do it so easily. Yes, it was all thanks to the evil spirit divine sword, a divine tool that had the ability to freely manipulate the soul around it. Surely, the sword wouldn't have any problem splitting a soul in two. It was really fortunate for him that he got such a divine tool from the evil spirit race that he killed in the past, but it was really an irony for the evil spirit race that they were being killed by their own treasure. Chapter 859, thank you very much, the Dragon King said gratefully. But still, the Dragon King was hoping that he would be able to reward Yi Tianyun fairly later as gratitude alone wasn't enough. Yi Tianyun has saved his son's soul, and that was even more important than his own status as the king. Young Master Long himself fainted on the ground as he had already endured grueling torture. His mother, however, immediately ran over and picked up her son after seeing her son collapse. He is fine. He just needs a rest since he was exhausted from all this ordeal. Yi Tianyun said next to young Master Long. Thank you very much, Dragon Mother said as she carried her son to his room to rest. The Dragon King looked over at Yi Tianyun and invited him to stay in the territory indefinitely while still holding on to the evil spirit race soul in his hand. Would you like to stay here for a while? Dragon King asked Yi Tianyun respectfully. Of course, I am not in a hurry, and I also have something that I need to discuss with you, Dragon King. Furthermore, it seems there is more evil spirit race around here, Yi Tianyun said casually as the necklace on his neck was still glowing red, signifying that there was evil spirit race hiding inside the Dragon Clan city. What? Are you sure about this? Dragon King asked as he was puzzled by Yi Tianyun's word. Yes, I don't know where they were, but I think I will be able to solve this matter by myself, of course, if you don't mind, Yi Tianyun said casually. I am grateful if you do, Dragon King respectfully said as he couldn't even do anything to the evil spirit race that tried to possess his son. It was safe to say that Yi Tianyun did Heaven-creating Divine King and sealing Heaven Divine King's responsibility in their stead as he needed to exterminate all evil spirit race. As Yi Tianyun had already received permission from the Dragon King himself, he immediately rushed towards one of the elders and grabbed one aggressively. What are you doing? The elder shouted nervously. You have the soul of the evil spirit race with you. I will help you separate yourself from it. Yi Tianyun said coldly as a black light burst out from Yi Tianyun's eyes and entered the elder's eye. The elder immediately screamed agonizingly before a dark soul emerged from his mouth. How did you find me? The evil spirit race soul screamed in horror. His soul was weak, and logically, no one should be able to detect him. Everyone else's face in the room immediately turned sour as they thought that young Master Long was the only one being possessed, but it turned out that wasn't the case. You don't have to know about how I do things, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face before cleaving the evil spirit race's soul in two, killing the evil spirit race completely. Yi Tianyun didn't stop there and rushed towards another person before doing the exact same thing again, yanking another evil spirit race soul out before killing them with the evil spirit divine sword. Yi Tianyun did it over and over again. The Dragon King himself was left in shock as it turned out so many of his men were possessed by this evil spirit race. I am almost done. I have to search for them throughout the city after this, but I think they were all gone, Yi Tianyun said as he looked over to the Dragon King. Why are there so many people being possessed by the evil spirit race over here? If I am not here, your dragon clan would be in a lot of trouble, Yi Tianyun asked curiously to the Dragon King. I don't know about this either. They somehow managed to lay low, and I couldn't detect them. But how could you detect them? Dragon King asked curiously. I am just relying on this necklace. As long as it glows red, it means the evil spirit race is close, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to his necklace. I have heard about this necklace before, but I didn't expect that's how it works. It's fortunate for us that you come here today. Our clan would be forever grateful to you, Dragon King said respectfully. Don't thank me yet. Let us deal with this problem first, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out a storage ring and handed it over to Dragon King's hand. There is a lot of necklaces inside. Feel free to hand them to your men and have them solve their own problems. As long as we can find them in time, there is no need for me to make a move, as it would be easily be dealt with, Yi Tianyun said casually. All right, I gladly accept. Now I will deal with this matter first, but still, I don't know how to thank you for all this, the Dragon King said ashamedly. I am Yi Tianyun, the descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King, and now I am the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said as he introduced himself thoroughly. Descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King and the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation? So, you are the one that has been suppressing most of the Divine Nation on the Heaven World all this time? The Dragon King asked curiously. Yes, it is me indeed, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was really a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be a man of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Our countries have always had a good relationship with each other. We are sorry that we couldn't heed your call earlier, as we have a problem of our own. But since you already solved our problem for us, there is no more reason for us to be estranged, the Dragon King said with a smile on his face. But really, I heard that the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be little brother Yi. You are really amazing, the Dragon King said while laughing enthusiastically. Well, sure was nice to be revered, but now that we have a spare time on our hands, let's talk about the alliance once again, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Sure, I will fix a room for you to rest here, little brother Yi. Once I am done ordering the elders to distribute the necklace, I will come and find you, the Dragon King said as he snapped his finger, calling some deacon to fix a room for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately followed the deacons and took a small break in his room while waiting for the Dragon King to handle his problems. After a few days, Dragon King finally knocked on Yi Tianyun's door with a big smile on his face. Little brother Yi, this necklace is amazing. It was so easy to find the evil spirit race with it, Dragon King said enthusiastically. The necklace's precision is really high, too, as it will only glow red if the evil spirit race is close by, and it would glow more intensely if the user got closer to the evil spirit race. Under normal circumstances, this necklace wouldn't make any mistake, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am grateful for little brother Yi for saving our dragon clan. Now, let us talk about the alliance that little brother Yi spearheaded, Dragon King said with excitement on his face. Chapter 860, Chapter 860. Yes, I am here to form an alliance with you. I have heard that our factions have always been in good terms, and it's reasonable to form an alliance based on that fact alone. When I heard that our messenger was rejected, I knew that something must have happened here, so I decided to come here on my own. I didn't expect the evil spirit race has already invaded this land too, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yes, I never expected the evil spirit race would invade in such a way too. I found so many of our men had fainted, even though no one attacked them then. When I started investigating this matter, the problem began to occur to my own son. They want to gradually replace our dragon clan with their own. This is completely abhorrent, the Dragon King said aggressively. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood why the evil spirit race wanted to do such a thing. The dragon clan had very high prestige in Heavenworld, and they also had abundant resources, so it made sense that the evil spirit race wanted to control such treasures. Their body possession had a clear weakness, which was the target must have a weaker cultivation base than their own. In other words, the evil spirit race could only possess a weak cultivator. I agree to form an alliance with only Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. I don't care about any other factions, Dragon King said coldly. He had no other interest to form a relationship with any other faction in Heaven World. That is not a problem. We could create an alliance pact between ourselves and then send a messenger to inform each other regarding what is happening in the rest of the world. When the evil spirit race invades our world, we can unite and come up with plans to drive them off our world and annihilate them, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. All right, this is great. Dragon King nodded as he agreed to the alliance with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun knew that the pact that he created with the Dragon Clan would contradict his alliance pact with other factions, but he didn't care about that. If anyone wanted to criticize his decision, they were free to talk about it with him themselves. Yi Tianyun was kind and fair to everyone, but it didn't mean that he would miss the opportunity to form a pact with one of the most powerful factions in Heaven World. Now, the only thing that we have to do is to annihilate the evil spirit race that has plagued this realm for a long time. We have to remove them from the Heaven World completely, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. I myself have a beef with them, and I will also do everything in my power to annihilate them. Now that I have this necklace, they wouldn't be able to escape my sight anymore, Dragon King said excitedly. All right, then I leave this area to you. I will head over to Heaven Abyss Forest to see if there is any remnant of any evil spirit race over there. Although the previous evil spirit race cultivator denied that there is any of them over there, I am still not convinced enough, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The Heaven Abyss Forest is one of the areas that the 10 stars couldn't cover, so it would be a safe haven for the evil spirit race. I also have the same idea, but I still have so many things to do here that I can't come with you, the Dragon King said in a cold manner. He was still angered that the evil spirit race tried to take control of his son and thus wanted revenge, but he still had to make sure that none of his people were possessed by the evil spirit race. He couldn't wait to find the evil spirit race's base in the Heaven World to annihilate them all to calm his rage. Dragon King, I will make sure that Heaven Abyss Forest would be rid of the evil spirit race. There is nothing you have to worry about, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Even if the Dragon King didn't have anything to do, Yi Tianyun preferred to go alone anyway, as it would be easier that way. Little brother Yi, I have yet to give you any rewards for saving my son, Dragon King said with a frown on his face. That is not necessary. The 3 realms are in a troubled state, and the Dragon Clan is a great force to reckon with. It is reasonable to say that I owe you a favor by accepting the alliance, so there is no need for any rewards. As a Dragon King, I hope that you will continue to guard the Heaven World from any threat in the future, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Well, I can't find words to return, but if you ever need any help from this old Dragon King, all you have to do is ask, Dragon King said as he nodded his head. Yi Tianyun nodded and smiled as his goal to come to Dragon Continent was achieved. Ding. Completed side quest, Save the Dragon King's Son. Reward, 500 million XP, 500 000 CPs, 100 000 ability point, 100 Dragon Clan favorability point. Yi Tianyun smiled as it was such a hefty reward for such an easy quest. Yi Tianyun immediately left the palace and headed towards the gate, but he soon found a very familiar person among the Dragon Clansmen. Yi Tianyun immediately walked towards the familiar person and patted him on the back. I am sorry, but can I ask you a question? Yi Tianyun said hurriedly. Well, if it isn't, it's the benefactor of young Master Long. Is there anything that I can help you with? The person said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and saw that the person was at the 3rd layer Saint King stage, definitely not a weak cultivator at all. But he also found that the man wasn't a complete Dragon Clan, as human bloodline was the dominating force in his body. Do you have a son and a daughter called Ren Long and Ren Jiro? Yi Tianyun asked. Ah, are you acquainted with Longer and Jiro? The man said with a surprised look on his face. Yeah, are you their father? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The familiarity that he saw on this man was obviously the familiar face of Ren Long. They both were like 2 peas in a pod as their face was identical to each other. Thus, Yi Tianyun guessed that the man was Ren Long's father. Yes, they are my children, but I don't know what happened to them now. Did they do something rude to you in the past? Ren Feilong asked curiously. No, they are fine, but they have been worrying about you as you never returned, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun has already suspected that Ren Long's parents have gone to Heaven World as their cultivation was already too high for mortal world to contain. We also want to go down to see them again, but we can't do that as the mortal world rejected us, Ren Feilong said helplessly. It's all right. I will go back to mortal world and convey that you are safe in Heaven World to Big Brother Long, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Ren Long is my big brother now, and I didn't expect to find my second father on the Dragon Clan, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. This is an unexpected surprise for Yi Tianyun. Clearly, Ren Long would be excited to hear that his parent is alive and well in Heaven World. Chapter 861. Chapter 861. Yi Tianyun had a long talk with Ren Feilong. He was an elder here in Dragon Clan, and if Ren Long ever wanted to come to the Heaven World, he would be treated well by the Dragon Clan. Ren Feilong also wanted Yi Tianyun to ask Ren Long to come to Heaven World and join the Dragon Clan. After all, Heaven World had a better cultivation environment than Mortal World. After the chat, Yi Tianyun made his way to Heaven Abyss Forest. He had to see for himself that it didn't become the evil spirit race's nest. I have to hurry now. There is no telling what other faction that the evil spirit race wrapped there around, Yi Tianyun said as he picked up his pace towards Heaven Abyss Forest. The Dragon Clan and the Alliance would insistently urge everyone to attack and eradicate all evil spirit race that they could see, so it'd be quicker if Yi Tianyun did it himself, as places like Heaven Abyss Forest was difficult to reach. Heaven Abyss Forest itself wasn't that far from Dragon Continent, and it was an excellent place to practice. There were a lot of demon beasts inside, which made the perfect cultivating place for a lower-rank cultivator. That was also the reason why the Dragon Clan sent their cultivator there to raise their cultivation base as soon as possible. That place also had a few good spirit medicine that many cultivators were coming from across the Heaven World to get. Within only a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun has already arrived at Heaven Abyss Forest. He didn't know whether the evil spirit race's failure to control the Dragon Clan had reached this place or not, but nevertheless, he would search Heaven Abyss Forest thoroughly. This place is awesome, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around the forest. He noticed that the forest itself gradually led underground, indicating the abyss part of its name. The trees grew on the abyss's cliff and then grew rapidly and covered the abyss up, but while the forest might be dense, it was easy to navigate if Yi Tianyun climbed the trees. As soon as he stepped foot into the Heaven Abyss Forest, Yi Tianyun looked around and saw several cultivators were picking medicinal herbs nearby. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun couldn't see the end of the forest as it was too vast. However, although so many heavenly materials and treasures were forsaken away in this forest, no one would risk searching for them. There were so many demon beasts here that it was difficult to navigate this dense forest without getting attacked. Yi Tianyun also saw an abandoned city around the forest, but it wasn't in such a good state. Clearly, a city near this forest wasn't really a good idea. If they're really hiding in this place, the 10 stars can't do anything to them, Yi Tianyun said as he looked up to the sky and noticed that the ground couldn't be seen from the sky. It was clearly the perfect place for the evil spirit race to hide in this world. Sure enough, as soon as he began exploring the forest, he sensed the aura of evil spirit race in the distance. When Yi Tianyun rushed towards the area where he sensed the aura, he saw that several cultivators were out on a search for spiritual medicine. Is there any spirit medicine this close to the exit? Zhao Huo pessimistically asked as he kept searching for spirit grass around the forest ground. We are too weak to go deeper. We can only hope that we are lucky enough to find them around the exit. We can't afford to risk our life by going deeper, Shanghua said with a frown on her face. That is right, senior brother. The elders told us to be careful at all times, a little young lady said with vigilance in her eyes. Seeing that their junior was too cautious, the two seniors smiled and shook their heads. Clearly, they could leave their junior sister for a lookout. Their cultivation base wasn't that high as they were only spirit core cultivators, and it was a necessity for them to search for a spirit medicine to boost their cultivation speed. This was the basic practice in the cultivation world. Then again, they couldn't go back to their faction if they couldn't even do something as simple as this. Suddenly, the junior sister drew her sword while staring nervously ahead of her. Heads up, something is coming, she said nervously. The two seniors immediately took out their weapons only to find an old man walking towards them from the forest. Calm down, little sister. It's just a traveler passing by, Shanghua said as she put back her sword to her storage ring. Hello, mister. Are you here for practice too? Shanghua asked the middle-aged man as he got closer. Not quite. I am here for a hunt. I am sorry for scaring you like that. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked as harmless as possible. The junior immediately relaxed and put down her weapon, as he didn't see any harm from the man. That's all right, but what are you hunting in this place? Is it Moonflower Beast? Zhao Hua asked curiously. No, I am here to hunt you, the middle-aged man said with a sinister smile as another two arms emerged from his body. He quickly rushed toward Zhao Hua with his mouth opened as if he would swallow Zhao Hua whole. Sure enough, Zhao Hua was too late to react, and thus he was late to escape. The two scared girls were now running for their lives as fast as they could, leaving behind Zhao Huo as they couldn't think clearly due to the sheer horror of the man's appearance. Run, Shanghua shouted as she ran away with the junior. Zhang Huo, who was caught off guard, unable to move his limb, and fell to the ground with a pale and frightened face. Save me, Zhao Huo shouted in horror. When Shanghua heard Zhang Huo's voice, she quickly regained a fraction of composure and drew her sword. But clearly she was too far away from Zhang Huo to even think of helping him. Wait for me, little girl, your turn will come soon enough, the man said with a sinister smile on his face as he held Zhao Huo's head, ready to swallow him whole. But as he was ready to prey on him, a figure suddenly grabbed his head and smashed him to the ground. It is really hard to go around in this dense forest, Yi Tianyun annoyedly said as he stood in front of the evil spirit race menacingly. Chapter 862. Chapter 862. Yi Tianyun quickly bound the evil spirit race and used his aura to knock the evil spirit race down. The three cultivators who were about to meet their doom at the hands of the evil spirit race were shocked to see another man suddenly appear, but this time it was to capture the monster that was about to attack them earlier. Zhao Huo, in particular, was very close to being swallowed by the evil spirit race, so it wasn't a surprise if he looked at Yi Tianyun in awe. Shanghua was also looking at Yi Tianyun quite confusedly, but she still couldn't rest easy just yet as she didn't know the man in front of them. The man might be another monster. Little sister, we should escape from this place, Shanghua nervously said as she didn't want to die in this place. We can't do that. We have to stay put if we do not want to anger that man, the junior sister said as she turned pale from fear. But if we don't run, that monster might eat us, Shanghua said in fear. Don't you see that man's movement earlier, sister? We won't be able to escape from him even if we want to, the junior sister said as she couldn't look at Yi Tianyun due to fear that came from Yi Tianyun's aura. But clearly, Yi Tianyun had no intention to cause them any harm as he raised the evil spirit race to the air by strangling its neck and smirked afterward. Yi Tianyun was satisfied as the evil spirit race in his hand was completely knocked out. He looked around and noticed that the three cultivators who were attacked by the evil spirit race earlier were still there. You better leave. This place is dangerous, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately flew away with the evil spirit race. This evil spirit race wasn't really that powerful as it was still at core transformation stage cultivation. That was also why it couldn't resist Yi Tianyun's aura and was immediately knocked out cold earlier. Meanwhile, the three cultivators' gaze was still fixed at Yi Tianyun's back with a complicated look on their faces. They knew that the monster that was about to eat them earlier was a strong cultivator, but the man that came after the monster was even more unbelievable as he could easily knock down the monster without any effort. But now, they could breathe in relief as the danger was finally behind them. How can that man be that powerful? He easily subdued that monster without any effort, Shanghua said in amazement. I don't know either. Maybe he wasn't human to begin with, but I am glad that he came. I thought that I would become that monster's food earlier, Zhaohua said as he was still trembling with fear as he recalled what just happened to him earlier. That is true. That man is our savior, the junior sister said as she looked in the direction Yi Tianyun flew away longingly. Zhao Huo and Shanghua looked at their junior sister and shook their head immediately as they realized that the man earlier had stolen their junior sister's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun flew to a remote area with the evil spirit race cultivator in tow, and then slapped the evil spirit race cultivator several times until he woke up. Where is your base? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. At the bottom of Heaven Abyss Forest. The evil spirit race cultivator honestly replied as he knew that he wouldn't be able to win against Yi Tianyun. I already expected as much, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He already knew Heaven Abyss Forest was the perfect hideout for the evil spirit race as no normal cultivator would come there. The place was so remote that the 10 stars wouldn't be able to exert its power around here. Furthermore, this place had so many demon beasts and many cultivators searching for spirit medicine, so the evil spirit race wouldn't have to search far away for their meal. And so, Yi Tianyun ordered the evil spirit race cultivator that he captured earlier to lead him towards their base. After a while, they finally arrived at a huge pit that was covered by so much vegetation. The pit itself was outstanding, as it seemed to be hit by a huge meteorite that dug deep underground. Yi Tianyun asked some questions about the evil spirit race's base as he followed the evil spirit race cultivator. He asked some questions such as how many people were hiding down there and what they were planning to do in Heavenworld. He also asked some questions about their reproductive means and discovered that the evil spirit race kidnapped human women to breed. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun also asked how many pure-breed evil spirit race was down there. The evil spirit race answered all of Yi Tianyun's questions honestly as he couldn't afford to cross Yi Tianyun right now. He told Yi Tianyun that there were 10 purebred evil spirit race down there that acted as their elders. These cultivators were the best out of them all, with their cultivation reaching Saint King stage or higher. They were the ones that trained the newly born evil spirit race by forcing them to hunt demon beasts and cultivators to increase their growth. In short, there was no human worth saving down there. Even the woman that was used as a breeding stock had already lost their mind years ago. I didn't expect the evil spirit race on this place to also do the same thing as the evil spirit race in the mortal world. I would like to check on those women. If they really already lost their mind, maybe death would be the best thing I can give to them. Yi Tianyun said to himself as he remembered the gruesome scene in the mortal world. The evil spirit race was a really disturbing force that must be exterminated. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed down with eyes full of killing intent. At the same time, his spiritual sense kept probing all around the place to see if he missed something. Yi Tianyun soon sensed so many evil spirit race in the pit. Some of them were sleeping peacefully while some others were partying to something like human meat. Yi Tianyun was clearly angered by the scene in front of him as he didn't expect that the evil spirit race would be thriving down here. Yi Tianyun immediately went down and discovered an overgrown forest without any trace of sunlight at the bottom of Heaven Abyss Forest. At the corner of that bottom, there was a special tunnel that led to evil spirit race's hideout. The entry to the tunnel itself was well hidden. Those without any proficiency in treasure hunting would have a hard time finding it. Of course, Yi Tianyun could easily find this entrance as he had the appraisal eye with him. In all honesty, he didn't really need the evil spirit race to guide him to find this entrance. This hidden entry was cleverly put. If my cultivation were any lower, I doubted that I would be able to find it, Yi Tianyun said as he started using his appraisal eye to see what was inside the tunnel. He immediately burned the evil spirit race that he captured earlier with the immortal fire to cut any loose end. Yi Tianyun teleported to some open space inside the evil spirit race's base. The place was dark as there was no light whatsoever, leaving Yi Tianyun's eyes that were full of killing intent the only perceptible thing there. Chapter 863. Chapter 863. After Yi Tianyun snuck inside the base, he instantly scanned the area with his spiritual sense as he wanted to explore the area carefully. With his Divine King cultivation base, Yi Tianyun easily could do so without any problem. He knew that he couldn't hide his aura for too long as there were many cultivators in this place, and some of them ought to find out soon enough. Yi Tianyun knew this too, and that was why he planned to kill the evil spirit race inside this place as soon as possible to make sure that they didn't escape to the open, which would make it harder for Yi Tianyun to kill them. Furthermore, he wanted to see if there the evil spirit race held any prisoner. Yi Tianyun quickly snuck into the darkness, and he immediately heard laughter in the deep passage. I just captured several more cultivators. They thought that I was the same as them. How stupid. There's just no way I belong to the same disgusting race as them. An evil spirit race said while laughing out loud. That's true. They are so stupid and easy. I have caught several women to become my breeding stock. Another one shouted while laughing. We always manage to capture a lot of cultivators every day. Whether we bring them as our livestock or breeding stock, it doesn't really matter, another one said coldly. Yi Tianyun also saw that a lot of cultivators were being locked up inside a cage while their hands and feet were tied tightly. But that was not all. Their bodies were also tied down tightly to prevent them from even moving. Most of these caged-up cultivators were women and children. As for the men, they were probably already eaten by these disgusting evil spirit race. The children themselves were more like a livestock, as the more they grew, the better their spiritual energy would be. Yi Tianyun looked inside the cage and noticed that these cultivators had a look of desperation in their eyes. Surely they must have come from a good faction that came to Heaven Abyss Forest only to get captured by the evil spirit race. You monster, my master will avenge me, one of the women shouted as she was full of anger. Yes, all of you monsters will die in our master's hand, another cultivator shouted angrily. Surely some of them still displayed a great force of will to survive. Unfortunately, their hoped for their master to find them was almost impossible at this point. Another group of idiots that still daydream about escaping our cage. If your master really is the best, it would be a bonus for us, as we haven't eaten any strong cultivator for a long time, the evil spirit race cultivator said while laughing out loud. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivators also laughed with each other as they found the scream and shout of the cultivator they captured funny. As Yi Tianyun looked around, he noticed that this place wasn't where this abominable evil spirit race feasted on the cultivator they captured, as this place lacked any human remains that they've eaten. Yi Tianyun began to speculate that this place was just an ordinary convenient space to gather the cultivator they captured. They would nab and drag the cultivator one by one deeper into the abyss to eat or use them for breeding. Stop it. It is pointless even if you scream from the top of your lungs. A cultivator that has been locked in the cage for only God knew how long suddenly opened his mouth. They already experienced hell itself as they saw their friend being dragged before becoming food. They already witnessed the evil spirit race doing the unthinkable with their own eyes, so it couldn't be helped if their hopes of escaping grew thinner each day. They couldn't even commit suicide as their body would just become food for these monsters. The aura of desperation enveloped the cage as the cultivators were getting anxious. They began to lose hope after hearing what they had just heard. The thought of being unable to escape began filling their head. You don't feel like trying anymore? The evil spirit race cultivator said while mocking the captured cultivator. At the same time, a heavy footstep was heard from the side. You're already back? I have to take the livestock inside. We are ready to make a feast, the evil spirit race cultivator said while licking his lips, but it was someone he would never expect. Yi Tianyun came out slowly while looking at the evil spirit race with burning killing intent. Who are you? The evil spirit race cultivators asked Yi Tianyun confusedly. They were on alert as they knew that they had never seen Yi Tianyun around here before. Yi Tianyun stretched his hands and held out the evil spirit race cultivator in the air using his spiritual pressure. The evil spirit race couldn't move as their neck was held in place. They couldn't even make a sound to express their disbelief that something like this could happen inside their base. Yi Tianyun then waved his other hand, and the cage instantly vaporized along with the chain that tied the cultivator down. Everyone was dumbfounded by the power of the man that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man did not only capture the evil spirit race, but also saved them from the cage. Kill them, Yi Tianyun said as he smashed the 3 evil spirit race cultivator to the ground and crushed their cultivation base. The captured cultivators were surprised that they were in front of the evil spirit race that they hated so much, and now they have the power to exact their revenge. So, without waiting any longer, the cultivators immediately rushed towards the evil spirit race cultivator and vented their anger by punching and kicking the evil spirit race to their heart content. Although their body was completely exhausted due to malnutrition, they just smacked the evil spirit race with no holds barred. Yi Tianyun himself sighed and summoned the 12 golden hairpins to help him finish the evil spirit race inside this abyss. At the same time, the 12 golden hairpins were surprised when they were suddenly teleported to an unknown place without any warning. Chapter 864. Chapter 864. Now that you are all here, I want you to guard this place and kill any evil spirit race that tries to come in or escape this place. I want you all to look after these people too. They are all like you, abused by the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun said as he gave an order to the 12 golden hairpins. The 12 golden hairpins looked at the people who were captured earlier and nodded their heads lightly. They saw the look of desperation that they used to have. Yi Tianyun quickly went straight into the depth of the abyss and disappeared from everyone's sight. Who is he? A captured cultivator suddenly asked the 12 golden hairpins as they didn't know Yi Tianyun's identity. He is our Lord, our Savior. The 12 golden hairpins simultaneously said as they looked toward the direction where Yi Tianyun disappeared into with longing eyes. 12 golden hairpins didn't say anything else after that as they took out food and all kinds of clean clothes for the captured cultivator to use. Yi Tianyun went through a long pathway, and once he passed it, he came across an aisle with a huge staircase going down to the deeper part of the tunnel. It was another depth to this abyss. "Who are you?" a guard suddenly said as he noticed Yi Tianyun coming. They raised their weapon, ready to attack Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun raised his hands, and the guards immediately turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Yi Tianyun noticed a hole, so he looked down the bottomless hole in front of him with his appraisal eye and saw a huge great array was carefully placed along the hole, and at the very bottom was a teleportation array. Yi Tianyun felt amazed as he was upset by this information. He didn't know where the teleportation array might lead to, but it infuriated him to know that the evil spirit race had something as convenient as this teleportation array. On the side of this teleportation array, there were several blood puddles with many bodies around them. These were the bodies of human cultivators that fell victim to the evil spirit race's disgusting habits. Furthermore, the steady stream of blood powered this great array too, further proving that the entire schematic was built by the evil spirit race themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun also saw 3 evil spirit race cultivators singing and dancing around the blood puddles, completely enjoying immersed in their party. Yi Tianyun frowned and immediately banged the teleportation great array, shattering it into pieces. The 3 evil spirit race cultivators were startled by the commotion, but they were too late to do anything as they turned into ashes as soon as they saw Yi Tianyun. These 3 evil spirit race cultivators were at Saint King's stage, but they just died so easily at Yi Tianyun's hands. Yi Tianyun knew that there were 2 other Saint King stage evil spirit race cultivators around here, so he delved deeper inside the tunnel. "Who are you?" The familiar words rang in Yi Tianyun's ear as someone on the side was speaking confusedly. Yi Tianyun looked to where the voice was coming from and noticed that there were 5 thrones on the side of the tunnel, where 2 Saint King stage evil spirit race cultivators were sitting. They saw that Yi Tianyun suddenly appeared from above and turned 3 of their companion to ashes, but they were too shocked to make a move. "Who I am isn't important," Yi Tianyun said as he used his spiritual forces to bind the 2 evil spirit race cultivators. Yi Tianyun's power was too much for these 2 cultivators to break out from, so their struggle led to no result. "So, tell me, why did you create a teleportation array down here?" Yi Tianyun asked coldly. "We would rather die than tell you," the 2 cultivators ferociously shouted as they refused to answer Yi Tianyun's question. It seems like they were really not afraid of dying, despite still trying to break free. "Really? Are you sure about that?" Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed one of them on the head. He used a powerful soul search to look into the memories of this evil spirit race without any hesitation. He couldn't use this technique on a Saint King expert in the past, but now that he has already reached Divine King stage, that was no longer a problem. As Yi Tianyun searched the memories of the evil spirit race cultivator in his hand, the head of this evil spirit race cultivator suddenly exploded. The other evil spirit race cultivator who was looking at them from the side was suddenly scared as he knew that he'd be next. "Well, I have found a lot of information in his head. It seems that the teleportation array was made to create easy access to Ghost World. Am I wrong?" Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. "You guys seem to like living on the Ghost World so much, don't you?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. "What are you talking about?" The evil spirit race tried to feign ignorance, but Yi Tianyun didn't care about what he was about to say and grabbed his head without any hesitation before doing the soul search again. Yi Tianyun knew that he still lacked some more important information, so he began searching for the answer again. Yi Tianyun gathered all kinds of information from the evil spirit race's mind, and the evil spirit race couldn't resist it any longer before exploding like his comrade earlier. Yi Tianyun sighed as these evil spirit race just wanted to create the teleportation array to Ghost World so that they could escape the heaven world that they deemed too much for their own safety. They made the Heaven Abyss Forest their living space and dug the abyss to create a habitable space for the evil spirit race in heaven world to live. Old ancestor? Several evil spirit race came down curiously as they heard so much banging and exploding inside this place. Yi Tianyun noticed that all the evil spirit race that just came was from mixed bloodlines. It seemed they already bred with so many women over the years they spent there. "You killed our old ancestor," the evil spirit race shouted as they saw Yi Tianyun among the bodies of their old ancestor. Yi Tianyun just sighed as he didn't see anyone worth saving among these mixed blood cultivators. "It is time to end this farce," Yi Tianyun said as he jumped and slammed his hands down, creating a huge giant palm that pressured every evil spirit race on the room to the wall, killing them instantly. Yi Tianyun knew that he had killed a lot of people inside this place, but he wasn't too concerned about that. After all, these people were already brainwashed by the evil spirit race. Chapter 865. Chapter 865. Yi Tianyun destroyed the thrones and quickly left the tunnel. Yi Tianyun soon came across a couple more bodies. It was obvious now that the evil spirit race came from below, and some of them even tried to escape this place, but they were unfortunate enough to run into the 12 golden hairpins. 12 golden hairpins couldn't be overlooked as they were powerful enough to handle a tough opponent themselves. They had a strong cultivation base, as the lowest among them was at core transformation rank. They could easily handle people at Spirit King stage together. We should withdraw, Yi Tianyun said to the 12 golden hairpins that were swiping their blade from the enemy's blood. 12 golden hairpins nodded as they walked towards the exit while the group of cultivators was following them closely. Yi Tianyun noticed that these cultivators were trying their best to keep up, so Yi Tianyun slowed down the pace out of consideration for these people who were unjustly captured by the evil spirit race. They will be here in a few months. Yi Tianyun clicked his tongue as he reviewed the information he got from the memory of evil spirit race's old ancestor earlier. The evil spirit race used the teleportation great array to report their current situation to their homeland. Because of that, the reinforcement from their homeland would come to the three realms soon. In other words, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have that much time to ward off the evil spirit race army. He still had many things to do, and a few months wouldn't cut it. Furthermore, he hasn't purged the evil spirit race in the heaven world just yet. He must inform everyone as soon as possible that they no longer had time to waste. I'm against the time here, Yi Tianyun said as he frowned frustratedly. He never expected the evil spirit race to come this fast. If he managed to defend the three realms this time, everything would be peaceful for a while, but the three realms would be doomed if he failed. After getting out of the abyss, Yi Tianyun ordered the 12 golden hairpins to bring everyone along and follow him closely. The 12 golden hairpin nodded and began supporting everyone with their spiritual power, lifting them up off the ground easily. Yi Tianyun led them out of Heaven Abyss Forest and then stopped after reaching a safer place. You all can leave. This place should be fine, Yi Tianyun said to the captured people. The people were surprised that Yi Tianyun didn't ask for anything in return, so they immediately left after expressing their gratitude to Yi Tianyun. But some of them still chose to stay. Why are you still here? Yi Tianyun asked as he frowned confusedly. We want to serve our savior. These senior sisters told us that our loved ones that were also captured were already dead, so we want our revenge. We want to kill every single one of that disgusting race, a cultivator said passionately. Yes, the only thing that drives us now is killing all of the evil spirit race, so please accept our plea, another one said as they kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. They were the people that had nowhere else to go as their loved ones were already dead. Their only motivation to live on right now is to get the revenge towards the evil spirit race. Master, we will be the one responsible for training them. We will not give unnecessary burden to you, Master. The 12 golden hairpins also kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. They also went through the same experience as these people, so they knew how difficult it was to stay motivated to stay alive. All right. You have the skill and power to teach them, but act accordingly, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. We will, thank you, Master, the 12 golden hairpins said in unison. Good, now I will give you a mission to accommodate their training. You have to kill all the evil spirit race in this area until there was none left, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Consider it done, Master, the 12 golden hairpins said excitedly. They immediately stood up and quickly scoured the area for a place to rest for the night. They ushered the other cultivators to follow them as they'd be responsible for them. Ding. Obtained Hua Yue as a Divine General. Reward, 500 zeros in XP, 20 zeros in Mastery Points. Ding. Obtained. At the same time, Yi Tianyun received so many notifications about his Divine General. He wasn't surprised by these notifications as he already knew that they would become as strong as the 12 golden hairpins soon. Yi Tianyun looked at their back as they followed the 12 golden hairpins before disappearing from the area. He didn't feel there was a need for him to stay here any longer as the most powerful evil spirit race on this area has already been killed. Yi Tianyun soon appeared in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and immediately went to see his grandfather. Grandfather, issue an order to assemble all the Alliance members right away. I have a serious matter to announce, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He had to inform everyone that the evil spirit race was about to attack, and there was not much time left. What? Is the evil spirit race about to attack? Yi Yuanlong said worriedly. He wasn't a fool, and from the look on Yi Tianyun's face, he immediately guessed the problem. Yes, they will come to the three realms in 3 or 4 months at the longest. There's even a chance that they'll be here faster, Yi Tianyun said honestly. All right, I will inform everyone about it now, Yi Yuanlong said hurriedly. He immediately left to announce the pressing matter to the Alliance as he knew that they had to fight in the near future. This sudden attack was awful. I hope that the evil spirit race wasn't really that strong, Yi Tianyun said as he clenched his fist in frustration. If the enemy were far too powerful for him to handle, then it's hopeless. Chapter 866. Chapter 866. After the information regarding the evil spirit race's reinforcement was made public, many faction leaders finally knocked on Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's door. These people made sure that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't hostile towards them as they knew that the 10 stars were watching their activity. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has been famous in the past, but as time passed, their prestige began to decrease steadily. They feared Yi Tianyun would destroy their faction for disobeying his order. They knew that the 10 stars would easily destroy their imperial city within seconds, so they couldn't afford to disobey anything that Yi Tianyun had to say. The Alliance members gathered in the hall that had already been prepared by Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, with an Empire rank sect being the lowest rank present. The participants of this meeting could relay the discussed matter to other lower-rank factions around them, as it would help Sealing Heaven Divine Nation on time management and space management. Nation Lord Yi, we have answered your call as requested. We would like to hear what you have to say, one of the faction leaders said respectfully. They looked over to the top of the chair and saw a man sitting there, but it wasn't Yi Yuanlong, but instead, it was Yi Tianyun himself, the alliance leader. The topic we're about to discuss will be informed by our second elder himself. Yi Yuanlong said as he stood beside Yi Tianyun. The situation is pretty straightforward. The evil spirit race will invade us soon enough, but I don't really know how powerful the enemy will be this time. But one thing for sure is that they can't be weak. I believe that many Divine King rank cultivators from their side will enter the three realms sooner than we thought. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Divine King rank cultivator? Are you sure that we could deal with such enemies? One of the members asked worriedly. In fact, many of them show a look of disbelief on their face. Clearly, many of them realized that they were too insufficient and wouldn't be able to stand up against such strong enemies. This is just a speculation. There's always a chance that they're not that strong, but it's very unlikely. After all, I already foiled 2 groups of their cultivator, so I figured out it would be counterproductive to keep sending weak cultivator into the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun said confidently. The thing here, they would send their Divine King, but I don't think that they would send a late-stage Divine King here. As for their Saint King stage, they aren't that strong, honestly. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun wasn't joking. It was really possible that the evil spirit race would send a few Divine King cultivators, followed by some Saint King stage cultivators, maybe around a dozen of them. For the 3 realms standard, a Saint King expert was considered a great cultivator, but it seemed they were just trash for the outside realm. The Alliance members didn't know how to react as it was too much for them to process. They thought that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would be devising a plan to integrate the Alliance further, but it was something terrifying instead. How much time do we have? A Nation Lord asked worriedly. I think that we have around 4 months at most and 1 month at worst. Yi Tianyun said honestly. What? Are you serious? Another Nation Lord said with a surprised expression. All of the Alliance members were shocked to the point that they stood from their chair as they couldn't process the information that Yi Tianyun provided. The time was too short for them to come up with a proper plan. They definitely couldn't do anything when the time came. If the evil spirit race was a normal cultivator, they wouldn't need to worry, but there is no way they can stay calm in the face of many Divine King experts and dozens of Saint King experts. Elder Yi, are you sure that the information is valid? A Nation Lord tried his best to stay calm and asked as he couldn't believe the evil spirit race would make a move this quickly. I am afraid so. I finally got the whereabouts of their base on Heavenworld, and I received the information through Soul Search. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, This is too much. Why are they so hasty? Another Nation Lord said in disbelief. That part doesn't matter. They're bound to come here sooner or later. We just have to prepare for it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and saw the expression on their faces. Some were still in disbelief, while others were shocked, fearful, and all sorts of negative emotions. Clearly, some of these faction leaders still couldn't bring themselves to believe Yi Tianyun's information, but they simply didn't say anything about it. I suggest that you all prepare yourself for the battle. I won't ask much for the strategy part, as I believe that you are more capable when it comes to that. I can't be around Heavenworld forever, as there is no telling where they will come. I still have to prepare the Ghost World and Mortal World for the evil spirit race's invasion too. Yi Tianyun solemnly said as he looked at Yi Yuanlong, a signal for him to take over the strategy meeting later. The Heaven World would have to fight as one, and this should suffice for now. But I have a little demand for you all to ensure our victory. Leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in charge of your resources to share with those who have the potential to unlock their power for the fight. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. It would be inefficient to let the resources that would help potential people to reach further in their cultivation be used on someone else. Is this your goal all along? One of the Nation Lords couldn't help but show suspicion after hearing Yi Tianyun's demand. I am afraid so. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I am not willing to answer to this demand of yours. This is an abuse of power. If we gave all of our resources to you, aren't we as good as dead? Another Nation Lord said accusingly. I already mentioned the terms when I formed the alliance. We need power, and can you create a strong cultivator in such a short time like we need right now? Yi Tianyun said coldly. But this is too much. We will go under if we don't have sufficient resources to defend ourselves. Another Nation Lord interjected nervously. I agree with Lord Lu Yu. If we give up our resources, we will be in huge disadvantages. Another Nation Lord immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. If you don't like my plan, then feel free to leave the Alliance altogether, but don't expect the Alliance's help when you are in need later, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was too lazy to convince everyone to do his bidding. After all, it wasn't needed. This is all just a ploy for you to get our resources. I don't believe in your information earlier either. I presume that you just want to scare us to give up our resources, a Nation Lord said coldly. We will walk out of the Alliance, and we wouldn't regret it, another Nation Lord said coldly. One by one, the Alliance members began to stand up and leave as they walked out of the Alliance. Meanwhile, Yi Yuanlong looked at Yi Tianyun confusedly as he wondered if Yi Tianyun really let the divine nations walk away. Chapter 867, if you want to leave, then just do it. But you'll be on your own if your nation is attacked by the evil spirit race. Our sealing heaven divine nation won't intervene as we have our own problems to deal with, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands, sending away those who wanted to leave lazily. He didn't need those who didn't have any faith in him, so keeping them in this alliance wasn't exactly necessary. He didn't want to threaten these people to comply, as it would be useless and much more dangerous for Heaven World later. This is a waste of time. If the evil spirit race wants to invade the three realms, they would have done so in the past if they were really that strong, a nation lord said frustratedly. Yes, you are right, this is nothing but your ploy, another said as he felt deceived by the alliance. Around 4 or 5 divine nations representatives immediately left the alliance as they didn't trust Yi Tianyun, while the others clearly chose to wait and see what would happen to those who left before deciding what to do. Yi Tianyun took a look at the nation lords who chose to stay and noticed that some of them weren't really a low-ranking divine nation's holy king either. One of them was, in fact, the holy king of the best divine nation in Heaven World according to Heaven World's prestige ranking. Meanwhile, the divine nation's representatives who chose to leave the alliance were still outside of the Sealing Heaven Palace as they begrudgingly cursed at Yi Tianyun for wasting their time. They didn't want to give the resources that their divine nation had accumulated with copious amounts of time. Furthermore, they didn't want to follow any order from Yi Tianyun from the very beginning, but they chose to join the alliance as they were afraid of the 10 stars. They thought that they were doing the right thing by walking out of the alliance before Sealing Heaven Divine Nation got way over their head and demanded more things from them. Who else wants to quit? Staying here means agreeing to what I have to say. In other words, you have to comply with every demand that I have for the battle. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We will comply with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's every word. I am, as the former emperor, would obey every instruction from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. The former emperor of Tyrant Divine Nation said with a smile on his face. The Tyrant Divine Nation was the #1 divine nation on Heaven World right now. We are also willing to comply with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's demand. The Holy King of Moon Dragon Divine Nation, the second-ranked divine nation, said with a friendly tone. The other divine nations that considered quitting the alliance were surprised to hear that Tyrant Divine Nation and Moon Dragon Divine Nation want to join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Now, the people in this room knew for sure that Yi Tianyun had absolute power in Heaven World. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would be the strongest divine nation of Heaven World for sure. Now that the 2 top-ranked divine nation chose to follow Yi Tianyun, the other divine nation realized that they should do the same thing. It's good that you believe in me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The late emperor of ours had said that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was the first divine nation of Heaven World, and also the one that created an opportunity for everyone in Heaven World to grow, so we will cherish the late emperor's word by following Sealing Heaven Divine Nation now. Moon Dragon Holy King said respectfully. One by one, the other nation lords began to sing Yi Tianyun full of praises. Yi Tianyun knew that their high praise all came from interests. It was clear that none of them were sincere enough to say something like that, so Yi Tianyun wasn't flattered by these empty words. I know that everyone here is still a little skeptical of the current situation. Some might even suspect that we would do some foul play, but to be honest, our Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has no interest in any of your resources. The key point right now is amplifying the growth of our potential cultivator, and in order to make sure that they have the best situation for cultivation, we have to support each other mutually. That is natural, Elder Yi, the nation lord said at the same time as they nodded their head in understanding. They haven't seen the cruelty of the evil spirit race just yet, but their ancestors already left a record of the evil spirit race's horrible deeds, so they believed Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun then nodded his head and left Yi Yuanlong in charge of the strategy meeting. After the alliance meeting was over, Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the mortal world and ghost world to also announce these problems to everyone. But before leaving Heaven World, Yi Tianyun encouraged the alliance member to put more effort into eliminating the evil spirit race on their territory. With the help of the evil spirit necklace that he already distributed to all of the alliance members, things should be easier for them. Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race wasn't exterminated yet from the Heaven World as his quest was still ongoing. He knew that he couldn't tell the others about his quest as it was too surreal for them to believe in. Yi Tianyun hoped that the alliance would complete his quest soon as he really needed it done as soon as possible. As Yi Tianyun arrived at Mortal World, he did the same thing he did in Heaven World, but everything went smoothly as everyone listened to what Yi Tianyun had to say. No one made a scene, and it took no time to convince them and prepare themselves for an all-out war with the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun immediately headed to Ghost World right after. In Ghost World, everything was even simpler than the situation in Mortal World. After a brief explanation, they all agreed and left Yi Tianyun in charge of their resources and divine nations. Unlike Heaven World, where the damage that the evil spirit race caused was pretty massive, the damage in Ghost World was insignificant. It seems that peaceful times made it harder for people to unite together. Everything is in place. Yi Tianyun said as he checked his next quest. He needed to see the Three Realms entrance. He knew that there was no easy way to leave the Three Realms, so he had to check the requirement to leave the Three Realms and whether he needed to power up some more or not. So, Yi Tianyun immediately flew to the sky like an arrow. The entrance was clearly up on the sky, but usually all entrance was already closed by the three great divine kings and surrounded by divine runes that prevented people from opening the channel. It was equal to erecting a barrier against any sort of invasion from outsiders, but it didn't necessarily prevent people from going out. Yi Tianyun soon arrived in Mortal World as he knew that the entrance to go out of the Three Realms was on top of Mortal World, and sure enough, divine runes appeared in the sky and began to form a whirlpool as a passage to leave the Three Realms. Chapter 868. The passage to exit the Three Realms opened immediately, and Yi Tianyun quickly entered the passage without any hesitation. As he flew inside, he noticed a black tunnel not so far ahead of him, and he immediately checked it out. He entered the dark tunnel and saw a lot of stars and countless planets floating in the sky. Yi Tianyun was outside of the Three Realms, and there was no air around him, but it didn't really matter for Yi Tianyun. He saw countless floating boulders and several dark vortexes around him. This dark vortex gave off an uncomfortable vibe, so he decided not to enter it too hastily. He quickly looked behind and saw a huge planet that was supposed to be the Three Realms, and sure enough, the planet was split into three sections. This was the Three Realms' appearance. The Heaven World was the top section, the Mortal World was the middle, and lastly, the Ghost World was at the bottom. After his breakthrough to Divine King stage, Yi Tianyun has dramatically increased all aspects of his life. He now had an acute sense that he could clearly see ch851 busy discussing and planning things with others from here. He could see many Divine Nation gathering and arranging things on Ghost World too. Everyone had to prepare a teleportation array that was going to be laid out and set up in advance before the evil spirit race attacked. Each region in each realm had to be equipped with a teleportation array to help the reinforcement get there as soon as possible. It could be used for evacuating the masses if things turned worse. With the teleportation array, the support would be far greater than flying. It seems the Mortal World's defense is too fragile, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the layers of barriers that covered each of the three realms. It was because the Heaven World and Ghost World had an extra protective barrier that resulted in the Mortal World's protective barrier stretched thin, thinning the spiritual energy on the Mortal World. Yi Tianyun looked at Heaven World and Ghost World. He saw the 10 stars covering a large part of the Heaven World that also wrapped around the Heaven World to create another protective barrier. Meanwhile, the Ghost World's protective barrier was weaker on the side where the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower stood. But the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower acted like a vacuum that would pull anything close to it. As for the protective barrier around other areas, they were quite strong as there was no clear place for anyone to penetrate through the protective barrier. If they come with a few Divine King experts, this shield would easily break. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. It was worrisome to know that a Divine King expert could easily pierce this protective barrier with no problem. This protective barrier didn't work against cultivators that strong, and since they weren't that rare, this barrier was basically as good as useless. I hope that they come weaker than they are before. Yi Tianyun sighed as he looked at the three realms that were indeed protected by the three great divine kings. He immediately turned his head around and looked out to the dark outside world. It was reasonable to say that there was nothing really important here. The dark vortex was the only thing that should be noted around there, as it seemed like the tunnel that led to the other world. Yi Tianyun quickly flew around, observing everything his gaze laid upon. He eventually learned that it was better to fly around the rocks than in the empty space, as the vortex could suddenly appear out of nowhere. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards the dark vortex once more and used his appraisal eye to see what it was all about. Black vortex will easily shred anything that was being pulled inside. High cultivation base is necessary to resist the pull. Warning, do not get close in any normal circumstance. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised because he never saw any warning before. This meant that he wouldn't be able to resist the black vortex's pulling force at his current state. This thing is terrifying. I will definitely die if I got close. Yi Tianyun said as he refocused his attention on the three realms' protective barrier and immediately patched the more fragile part of the protective barrier. There was no doubt in Yi Tianyun's mind that the great array was created by the three great divine kings. But the current situation didn't make sense as it was too weak to barely protect the three realms. The only thing that was somewhat noteworthy was the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower that would trap anything around it. I should set up a great array here, Yi Tianyun said as he flew towards the surrounding rocks floating around the three realms and began engraving a divine rune on them. He created an illusion great array that was supposed to trick those evil spirit race, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to deceive them completely. Those evil spirit race obviously knew the three realms' location now, and it was useless to trick them with a mere illusion like this. But Yi Tianyun would get notified as soon as the illusion was nullified, served as the sign that the enemy was about to attack. This way, Yi Tianyun would be able to react instantly and provide them with the utmost hospitality. Yi Tianyun sighed as he arranged several divine rune great arrays and concealed them thoroughly. It wasn't an easy task to engrave the divine runes on these floating rocks, as their surface wasn't smooth at all. He even smashed a few rocks several times, as it was too rough of a surface to engrave the divine rune on. After finishing the divine rune great array as he intended it to, Yi Tianyun then flew back towards the three realms, as he didn't have to wait for the evil spirit race out here. "Come, evil spirit race. Our three realms are ready for you," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked out of anger. Chapter 869. After setting up the great array, Yi Tianyun quickly returned to Heaven World to continue searching for the rest of the evil spirit race in the three realms. He wanted to complete his quest as soon as possible and made sure that the evil spirit race in the Heaven World wouldn't be a thorn on his side later. However, he didn't really need to do much, as the whole Heaven World was basically searching for the evil spirit race as per Yi Tianyun's order. After searching for the evil spirit race for a week, the entire evil spirit race on Heaven World was finally wiped out. Some of them hide in the deep part of Heaven World, but as Yi Tianyun also joined the search, they couldn't escape far enough. Ding! Completed main quest unification of Heaven World. Eradicate all evil spirit race from Heaven World. Reward, 60 billion XP, 6 million CPs, 800 services, Heaven World King titles, Heaven World King, damage x10 at Heaven World. The title had the same effect as the Ghost World and Mortal World King. The only thing that separated them was the realm it took effect in. Ding. Successfully accept Three Realms Ultimate Quest. Withstand the invaders' attacks and destroy them. Complete the Three Realms unification. Reward on completion, 200 billion XP, 10 million CPs, 10 million XPs, 10 million Mastery Point, merging the Three Realms title into an ultimate title, the God of the Three Realms. Yi Tianyun was shocked when he saw the quest he had just got, as it was the ultimate quest. The reward was very tempting, as it was the most rewarding quest he ever got. It seems that all I have to do is wait for the evil spirit race to come and quickly decimate them, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun immediately made a preparation for the attack, starting from refining weapons and setting up great array for defensive purposes. Although the main focus right now was all about the unity of the three realms, it was never a bad idea to come up with a backup plan in case something went wrong. A month passed quickly, and so did another month after that. Everyone was nervous as the estimated time drew near. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has already laid so many great array in so many places, and even crafted a lot of weapons with all the resources available for him. As a result, the three proficiencies he used the most skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the peak level, Creator on Refining Tools Proficiency. Ding! Successfully promoted all profession proficiency to the highest degree. Reward, All-Rounder Proficient Ability User. Title, All-Rounder Proficient Ability User. Enhance the success rate of any proficiency regardless of level. After finishing reading the notification, Yi Tianyun was so excited. His proficiency was so high that he would now be able to create anything without having to worry about failing. He could create so many sacred tools and divine tools with a minimum effort. But the only thing keeping him away from refining more divine tools was that the material needed for divine tools creation was too rare. So, Yi Tianyun just focused on crafting sacred tools as much as he possibly could, as it was still a strong equipment to help the cultivators of the three realms defend against the evil spirit race invasion. He only gave the divine tools he created to those with a strong cultivation base. Although Yi Tianyun's judgment could be called a little bit unfair, as he put a lot more effort into reinforcing Mortal World compared to the other two realms, it was because the Mortal World was weaker than the other two realms and that he had to take extra care to protect it. But even so, Mortal World was the hardest realm to invade, even though it was fragile once the invasion succeeded. This was all because the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower would create an illusion that the barrier protecting the Ghost World was faulty, and once the enemy got closer to it, the tower would immediately drag them in. The same thing could be found in Heaven World too, as the 10 stars would defend Heaven World as much as it could. The three great divine kings in the past already figured out that the Mortal World was a hard place to defend. On that note, they made the illusion that the Mortal World was the hardest place to break in, and then laid traps on the other two realms that would lure the enemies in. This was also the reason why the three great divine kings devised rules that would push strong cultivators out of mortal worlds to make sure that the other two realms had more share of strong cultivators to defend against any invading enemy. This was why any cultivator above the Spirit King stage was compelled to leave the mortal world. However, the mortal world still needed their defender, which was why Yi Tianyun allocated more of his time to ensure that the cultivator in mortal world had a fighting chance. One more month passed, and Yi Tianyun finally came out of the refining room with so much equipment and medicinal pills in store. He immediately teleported to the alliance chamber of each realm to notify that the enemy's attack drew near. The evil spirit race finally comes. Prepare yourself for the battle, Yi Tianyun solemnly said as he dropped the appropriate equipment and medicinal pills he crafted earlier. The faction leaders that laid in wait in each realm nodded their heads as they watched the sky vigilantly. They already expected the evil spirit race to attack soon, and because of that, they weren't surprised to hear that the evil spirit race was coming. At the same time, in the outer world, a huge evil spirit ship crashed into a rock, smashing it into powder. The rocks that were enough to injure a divine king cultivator couldn't damage the evil spirit ship at all. What is this barren place? So many death whirlpool around, Army General Long T said as he looked to the dark vortex with a frown on his face. Due to his attempt to avoid the dark vortex, their ship was forced to hit a rock instead. He knew that the ship wouldn't be able to withstand the dark vortex's destructive power. As the evil spirit ship finally got close to the three realms, Army General Long Tae noticed something and frowned even more. Why is this place teeming with trashy great array? Did they think such a weak great array would be able to fool me? If this is the best they can do, then Evil Spirit Race's victory is already assured, Army General Long Tae said confidently. Army General Long Tae immediately ordered his people to charge right ahead as he didn't have any worries that he would lose. Chapter 870. After the evil spirit ship crashed, the horde of Evil Spirit Race finally saw the three realms with their own eyes. This is truly a great place. The spiritual energy concentration is a little bit low, but it has a good core phase. The Elder will be happy if we get this place for ourselves, Army General Long Tae said with a smirk on his face. The core phase that the Army General was talking about was what kept the three realms running. If this core were dug up, the three realms would be destroyed. It would be difficult for any living beings to survive outside as they needed a strong cultivation base to survive. For example, being at the Spirit King stage was the minimum requirement to survive in the outside world temporarily, but they wouldn't be able to survive for that long either. This was the main reason why three great divine kings set the protection over the three realms, as they couldn't allow anyone from the outside world to take over the three realms and take the core phase for themselves. They knew that the cultivators inside the three realms wouldn't be able to survive in the outside world. Yi Tianyun already saw the outside world for himself. He noticed that there was basically no life in the outside world. He certainly didn't venture far enough in the outside world to see what else the outside world had to offer, but it wasn't necessary for him right now. At the same time that the great array he engraved on the rock in the outside world was triggered, Yi Tianyun came out to check the enemy. Evil spirit ship, unknown grade, unknown effect, unknown ability. Combat power, 1 trillion points. The evil spirit ship's combat power reached the peak grade divine king level. Even Yi Tianyun's appraisal eye couldn't properly analyze the ship's effect. It seemed he had to level up his appraisal eye even more to get a good measure of the enemy, but from the looks of it, the ship was a higher rank than a divine tool. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the evil spirit divine sword from his inventory as it was the strongest weapon in his arsenal right now. He had to intercept the evil spirit race before they could enter the three realms right now. Otherwise, it would all be too late. General, there seems to be a human race ahead. His cultivation seems to be at the initial divine king stage, not too high of cultivation. The intelligence officer was reporting in to Army General Long Tae. The humans sure are reckless. They still want to stop us even though they are too weak to do anything. Just ignore him. We can turn him into ashes if we want to, Army General Long Tae said indifferently. In his opinion, the Three Realms cultivator wouldn't even be able to slow them down. The spirit ship immediately powered through towards the Three Realms. It was obvious that they wanted to ignore Yi Tianyun, who was blocking their path towards the Three Realms. After it was back online, the evil spirit ship's combat power increased once more to 1,003 trillion points. I have to go all out, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately activated the crazy combat mode, raising his own combat power explosively. With crazy combat mode, Yi Tianyun successfully increased his combat power to 1 trillion points. He knew that it wouldn't be enough, so he immediately activated his ancient desert set, increasing his combat power further to 18 trillion points. Finally, his combat power exceeded the evil spirit ship's combat power. A terrifying aura oozed from his body, causing distortion to the space around him. This was the after effect of his power, but that wasn't the end of it. If he entered the Three Realms, he would further multiply his combat power by 10 times. At the same time, his body began to grow due to activating the evil god's suit. The black flame immediately flickered in the space around him, burning everything it touched. This was his way to eliminate all evil spirit race that he came across. He immediately rushed towards the evil spirit ship with evil spirit divine sword honed in his hand. Evil god world-breaking chop, Yi Tianyun shouted as the evil spirit divine sword immediately glowed black and began to grow in size. He immediately struck down the ship with his evil spirit divine sword, splitting it in two. This is impossible. The evil spirit race that was controlling the ship was shocked by Yi Tianyun's display of power. Quick, we have to cover the ship with stronger energy. His power is beyond what the ship can handle, the evil spirit race said in a panic. But everything was too late. Yi Tianyun's attack already caused considerable damage to the ship, and he immediately prepared for another attack. He attacked the ship in order to break it apart, but he noticed that the ship was suddenly covered with a thick layer of spiritual energy. Yi Tianyun thought that it wouldn't matter and attacked the ship once more, but this time he couldn't destroy the ship as the spiritual energy was too tough. Meanwhile, the evil spirit race that maintained the barrier that protected the ship vomited out blood as their spiritual energy was drained in exchange for reinforcing the ship's endurance. They were not dead, but it was clear that they would be impaired for the rest of their lives. Yi Tianyun didn't stop there. He immediately flashed to the side and pounded the ship once more, but it was still the same. The spiritual energy was too dense, so he couldn't destroy the ship in one go. Due to Yi Tianyun's attack, the ship shook tremendously, killing the evil spirit race that was already exhausted from maintaining the spiritual energy to protect the ships. Those who were still fine before immediately vomited out blood too this time. This is too hard. This ship is unbelievably hard, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he failed to destroy the ship after 3 attacks, but he knew that he must keep attacking the ship as long as he could. Chapter 871. Chapter 871, Yi Tianyun planned to attack the ship once more, but a figure immediately appeared in front of him with a black sword in hand. Yi Tianyun observed the figure with his appraisal eye and noticed that the man had around 800 billion combat power, meaning that Yi Tianyun would be able to easily fend off this man without so much effort in his current form. But from the energy and the aura that the man gave off, Yi Tianyun knew that the man's cultivation couldn't be taken lightly. General Long Tae, cultivation base unknown, martial arts unknown, weakness unknown, equipment unknown, combat power 800 billion points, normal state 2 trillion points, maximum output. Yi Tianyun was shocked as he saw that the man in front of him could harness up to 2 trillion combat power. He knew that the man was from the evil spirit race as he had the characteristic of the evil spirit race with their many arms. In addition, Yi Tianyun also knew immediately that the man was already beyond Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun began to wonder what level was above the Divine King stage. He didn't know for sure as his appraisal eye couldn't detect anything from this man just yet. Unless he leveled up the appraisal eye, he wouldn't be able to get the information he wanted. However, upgrading the appraisal eye right now would cost a lot of crazy points, and he couldn't afford it right now. Yi Tianyun would rather use the crazy points to upgrade his martial arts or other things to help him win this war. The appraisal eye was nothing more than a means to obtain information. It wouldn't help much in an actual battle. Nevertheless, he was able to obtain the information about the opponent's combat power, and that should be enough. Surely the opponent's amazing combat power was thanks to his impressive cultivation, equipment, and martial arts. I have never seen such a powerful existence before. Yi Tianyun was looking forward to fighting a powerful opponent after having to fight so many weak ones for quite a while. General Long Tae looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom with a grim expression. Obviously, he never expected to see such a powerhouse here. Had he rushed to help as soon as the report came in earlier, the evil spirit ship wouldn't be in such a damaged state. I didn't expect to see someone this powerful here. No wonder the Vanguard force died in there, General Long Tae said coldly, but this will be the end of your endeavor. You've already killed so many of our people, and now you will serve as a stepping stone to achieve our goal. General Long Tae said confidently. Is every single one of you evil spirit race this arrogant? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You will see our arrogance in a second. I will knock the 3 realms out of this world, General Long Tae said confidently. Reporting in, General. The ship's helmsman was dead, and those in the cabin were seriously injured. We can't operate the ship anymore, someone said hurriedly near General Long Tae. Damn it, order everyone to get out of the ship and occupy this area, General Long Tae shouted annoyedly. As soon as he finished shouting, countless powerful evil spirit race cultivators emerged from the ship. They were strong, as the weakest among them was at Spirit King stage, while the strongest was at Divine King stage. Of course, that was after setting aside General Long Tae as he was on a league of his own. But fortunately, Yi Tianyun was already prepared for such an occasion. Right away, General, the army of evil spirit race shouted at the same time before immediately rushing towards the 3 realms, ignoring Yi Tianyun altogether. But Yi Tianyun wasn't having it as he immediately blasted a powerful sword energy towards the evil spirit race in the Divine King stage cultivation. The residents of the 3 realms would have a hard time fighting against a Divine King cultivator like this, so Yi Tianyun wanted to deal with them first. Evil spirit swallows the sky, General Long Tae shouted as his 10 arms began to glow. He summoned a huge demon that floated in the air, blocking Yi Tianyun's attack before it could hit his soldiers. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the demon that was summoned by Long Tae. As a result, he failed to deal damage to the enemy's army. Because of that, Yi Tianyun was forced to let the enemy's army head towards the 3 realms without chipping off the enemy's power. You are strong, but not strong enough. I will be your opponent, General Long Tae coldly said as he pulled out a huge staff. The staff itself looked like a stick, but it had to be a top-grade artifact. There was no way someone on a general level would use a measly weak artifact. Are you sure about that? Yi Tianyun said as he quickly summoned 3 clones of himself. These clones were already at St. King Peak stage and also had all of Yi Tianyun's martial arts and secret arts. What are those weaklings going to do here? General Long Tae said with a frown on his face. He immediately waved the staff, expecting that he would be able to decimate every clone quickly. A dazzling black light was emitted from his staff as he summoned countless evil spirits and skeletons towards the clones. The power of these minions could easily destroy a nation. But when the skeletons were about to bite Yi Tianyun's clones, A jet black sword energy suddenly pierced the skeletons, followed by an explosion upon impact. The powerful sword energy was unleashed, and the skeletons were dropping one by one. It even pierced through the huge demon and killed several evil spirit cultivators that were about to enter the three realms. Didn't you say that your opponent is me? Yi Tianyun said as his skin turned into a dragon scale. This was the result of activating the Dragon God bloodline technique, and because of that, his power multiplied once more. Especially since the critical effect was triggered, Yi Tianyun's combat power in his sword energy attack reached 23 trillion points. This level of power was unprecedented, not even to General Longtae. Impossible. How could you become so strong? Weren't you at your limit earlier? General Longtae said in disbelief. He thought that Yi Tianyun had used his ultimate move, but it turned out that was only a fraction of what Yi Tianyun could do. At the same time, he was surprised beyond belief as the three of Yi Tianyun's clones pulverized his army that was about to enter the three realms. General Longtae's army couldn't hold their grounds against these three clones, and eventually scattered in panic as they were afraid that they would be killed by the clones. General Longtae couldn't believe mere clones would be this tough. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun smirked as he believed that the clones alone were enough to defend the three realms for now. Although the clones weren't strong, it seemed that they should be able to defeat the evil spirit race's divine king. Chapter 872, Chapter 872, Diayang, successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator 3rd layer Saint King stage. Reward, 26,005 billion XP, 400,000 CPs, 200,000 SPs, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bones, Evil Spirit Soul, Ding. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race 2nd Layer Saint King stage. Reward, Ding. Successfully, Ning. Yi Tianyun got a consecutive XP as he used all XP card in his possession and even bought some more from the Crazy Shop. This time, his EXP multiplier reached 377 times. That was also the reason why Yi Tianyun didn't want to let any of these evil spirit race get away, as they would become the sweet experience points that he was always eager to get. Yi Tianyun knew that the actual gap of his cultivation base with General Longtae was too far apart. He also felt that General Longtae still had some trick up his sleeve if the situation called for it. If Yi Tianyun didn't level up here, he might not be able to fight General Longtae. Although returning to the three realms would increase his combat power 10 times, he couldn't do that as their fight would be enough to rip the three realms apart. The three clones of Yi Tianyun kept killing the evil spirit race cultivators who tried to save themselves, but they couldn't possibly prevent everyone from entering the three realms. Their order was to occupy the three realms, not helping their comrades. But as soon as they approached the three realms, a giant dragon roared and smashed the closest evil spirit race. If you want to enter the three realms, you have to pass my test first, the Dragon King coldly said as he was in his true dragon appearance. He was the protector of the heaven world, so he had access to the outside world. Oh my, I didn't expect that I would participate in such a big battle again in my lifetime. I can't help but remember the good old days along with ancient netherworld divine king, an old man said as he emerged from the ghost world. He was a divine king of the ghost world, and he was summoned from his coffin to help fight off the evil spirit race. As a matter of fact, the old man wasn't really at a divine king cultivation base just yet, as his life quality didn't exactly improve after breaking through from the peak of Saint King stage, but sure enough, he was definitely close to becoming a divine king cultivator. The old man immediately burned himself in heavenly yin fire, revitalizing himself to recover his youth during his prime. The crutches that the old man was holding turned into a long, beautiful sword in an instant. Now, all of you will die here, the old man said with a cold, menacing gaze. He waved his long sword, killing any evil spirit race who dared to enter his territory. Yi Tianyun had come across this old man before, but since Yi Tianyun noticed that the old man was sleeping in his casket to preserve his life, Yi Tianyun didn't pay any attention to him. But as soon as the evil spirit race invasion came close, Yi Tianyun was intrigued to wake him up for conscripting him into battle. Did you think I only come with the people you could deal with? You are too naive. Now crush them. Army General Longtae said while smirking towards Yi Tianyun. Suddenly, a lot of Saint King experts jumped out of the evil spirit ship. These Saint King experts were clearly a force to be reckoned with, as most of them reached the peak layer of Saint King stage. To further their chance of winning, there were 300 of them jumping off the evil spirit ship this time. There was no doubt that these evil spirit race Saint King experts were cultivating their spiritual energy inside the evil spirit ship before they were forced to join the battle. Devour them and turn them into our supply, General Longtae shouted with a big smirk on his face. This was totally unexpected, as there was no way the three realms would survive the invasion of this scale. There was only 100 cultivator at most inside the three realms who had already reached a decent Saint King cultivation base. There was no way for the Heaven World Divine King and Ghost World Divine King to defend from this kind of number 2. It would definitely be too much for them. Yi Tianyun knew that the situation right now has reached the critical phase. It would be hard to protect the three realms as soon as this many Saint King cultivators reached the three realms, so he immediately opened the Sin Shop. Buy Sword Saint Suit, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Ding! Successfully purchased Sword Saint Suit, deducting 1 million sin points as payment. Sword Saint Suit, level 50 equipment that would transform the user into a Sword Saint. All high-grade sacred tool rank and below with blades within 10 miles would fall under the user's control. Can control up to 10 W0 swords at a time. Special effect, consume 100 W00 CPS to explode all weapons in control. This was the same suit that came with Evil God suit, but because he rarely fought such a large group, Yi Tianyun never bought it, but now it was different. He ought to buy this suit to deal with the sheer number of these evil spirit race cultivators. Equip the Sword Saint suit, Yi Tianyun said as he instantly donned the Sword Saint suit. His clothes turned white as his body turned small again due to the effect of the Evil God suit wearing off. All sword is under my command, Yi Tianyun said as 10,000 swords in sacred tool rank emerged from the three realms and fluttered around in space around Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately snapped his fingers, and these 10,000 swords began to chase the evil spirit race cultivators at an extreme speed, piercing their bodies like butter. These sacred tool swords that were under Yi Tianyun's control received enhancement as soon as Yi Tianyun controlled them, increasing their combat power to 200 billion points. It was devastating for the evil spirit race as so many of their army was weeded out by Yi Tianyun's attack. With 200 billion combat points per sword, it could be said that Yi Tianyun received 10 W0 soldiers that were almost impossible to defend from. Chapter 873. Chapter 873. 10,000 of sacred tools circled around Yi Tianyun, piercing any evil spirit race his eyes laid upon. The swords even destroyed many rocks that floated around the three realms. Obviously, with each sword containing 200 billion points of combat power, destroy anything on its path didn't come as a surprise. What an extremely powerful ability, Dragon King said with an excited look on his face. Meanwhile, Army General Long T's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the human in front of him could control so many swords at once. I will have to stop you myself, General Long T shouted as he rushed towards Yi Tianyun to intercept Yi Tianyun's attack. However, General Long T's attempt was all in vain as Yi Tianyun quickly maneuvered the swords to evade Long T's attack. Yi Tianyun ignored General Long T for now as he focused his attention towards the other evil spirit race. For him, these enemies were merely a source of XP, so he didn't show any mercy towards them. Furthermore, this was not an opportunity that he could easily find in the future, so he wanted to M-key the most of it. Ding! Successfully killed an evil spirit race 3rd layer Spirit King stage. Reward: 26 billion XP, 240 W00 CPs, 30 W00 CPs, Evil Spirit Blood. Ding! Successfully, Yi Tianyun killed so many evil spirit race as they couldn't defend themselves against Yi Tianyun's overwhelming attack. It was obvious that none of the evil spirit race had ever expected that they would find someone beyond anything they've ever seen in a realm they took for a trash. I will break through by force, one of the demon gods of evil spirit race shouted and tried to push through Yi Tianyun's ocean of swords. The demon god hit a few of Yi Tianyun's swords and destroyed it, but Yi Tianyun didn't really care as he could replenish the sword by taking control over another one. He might not be able to control divine tool rank swords, but he sure could control everything below that. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 3rd layer Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun finally heard the sweet notice of leveling up after so long. This time he got a lot of XP, so it didn't come as a surprise, but still, it was a good sight to see. The most exhilarating thing that happened after he leveled up was that his combat power increased so much. You damned brat. General Long T flashed forward towards Yi Tianyun. He thought that once he killed Yi Tianyun, all these swords that Yi Tianyun controlled would disappear. He dragged his demon staff behind him and discharged a black gold aura around him. He was truly furious by what Yi Tianyun had done to his men. His combat power reaches 27 trillion points, Yi Tianyun said as he saw General Long T with his appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun knew that he was vulnerable to General Long T's attack right now, as he wasn't wearing the evil god suit now, and his combat power dropped significantly because of it. Sword Saint suit was great, but it would have a tough time fighting against a strong opponent one-on-one. Yi Tianyun looked for the room to dodge General Long T's attack that would be coming soon, but he noticed immediately that General Long T had blocked every possible escape path with his golden aura. Teleport. Yi Tianyun teleported out of harm's way. This teleportation ability was truly a divine ability. It essentially ignored everything as it relocated Yi Tianyun to another place he wished. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Tianyun got out of harm's way, General Long T's hit nothing but thin air. General Long T even created a black hole on that spot to swallow any debris around there. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun would be dead if he took that attack head-on. What the hell? General Long T said as he was shocked that Yi Tianyun could escape his attack. He never saw anyone with teleportation before, so he never expected Yi Tianyun was capable of something like that. As usual, Yi Tianyun didn't want to elaborate his ability to his enemy, and didn't bother saying a word as he smirked at General Long Tae while constantly killing the evil spirit race around him with the swords he controlled. General Long Tae was furious. He rushed towards Yi Tianyun once more as he really wanted to end this farce and conquer the three realms as soon as possible. Die, mongrel! General Long Tae shouted as he waved the demon staff in his hand once again. He created a barrier out of his aura like earlier, leaving no path for Yi Tianyun's escape. He charged his attack, making it even more powerful than his previous one. Now, Yi Tianyun didn't have any means to escape General Long Tae's attack unless he swapped the Sword Saint suit with the Evil God suit, but he couldn't do that as he would lose control over the swords. His teleportation was still on cooldown, and he knew that it wouldn't be usable anytime soon. He checked his inventory and saw the cooldown God Stone. It could instantly reduce the cooldown time of any ability for an hour, but it was only usable up to 10 times. But this was the perfect time to use it as he had no other effective way to get out of harm. Activate cooldown Godstone. Rewind teleportation ability. Yi Tianyun said as he immediately teleported out of harm's way once more. Chapter 874. Chapter 874. The explosion occurred in a narrow space, but the result still didn't change. Yi Tianyun was already out of General Long Tae's range before the explosion even took place. General Long Tae was confused by the situation as he didn't understand how Yi Tianyun could escape his grasp so easily. What is going on, slippery little bastard? Are you doing something that shouldn't be possible? General Long Tae said with a cold gaze towards Yi Tianyun. He looked around, and many of his men were already killed by Yi Tianyun's flying swords, especially his soldiers with Spirit King Cultivation base. They were completely annihilated. The Saint King stage experts were still holding on even though their number had dwindled. But General Long Tae knew that their defeat was imminent. General Long Tae really felt threatened by Yi Tianyun's power, so he was desperate to put an end to Yi Tianyun right now. Are you still going to fight? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't escape the enemy with teleportation over and over again as cooldown Godstone had its limit, so the best thing he could do was stall for time. He knew that killing General Long Tae with Sword Saint suit was impossible, so he planned to wipe out General Long Tae's men before changing his suit back to Evil God suit. How dare you mock me? Army General Long Tae shouted as he waved the demon staff on his hands once again. General Long Tae trapped Yi Tianyun inside his aura once again before attacking with the same pattern. Obviously, Yi Tianyun teleported out as it was the best choice he had right now. The cooldown Godstone was easy to use, and Yi Tianyun could keep using it until its time was up. How can you do that? Is it teleportation? But I already locked the space itself. How can you use a spatial technique in that state? General Long Tae said as he was really annoyed by Yi Tianyun's action. God damn it, you are really one annoying piece of shit, General Long Tae shouted furiously as suddenly two hands on the furthest back of his body burst into a bloody mist that was quickly absorbed by General Long Tae. Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he saw that General Long Tae's combat power immediately increased once more. Now, General Long Tae's had around 3 trillion combat power, which was insane. However, Yi Tianyun had a feeling that the sudden rise in General Long Tae's current combat power was affected by some form of burning blood essence as he directly absorbed 2 of his 10 arms. But Yi Tianyun didn't have the information about what changes occurred on General Long Tae's body, as he didn't have the capability to do so right now. Combat power was only the assessment number of the target's overall power. It didn't simply give the information that would help Yi Tianyun win the fight. For example, enhancing defensive power also increased combat power, but it didn't mean your attack would get stronger. I will end you now, General Long Tae shouted with bloodshot eyes. He waved the demon staff in his hands, and the demon staff began to groan horrifyingly. At the next moment, countless souls flew out of the demon staff, trapping Yi Tianyun completely. The souls suddenly exploded once they were close enough to Yi Tianyun, but compared to General Long Tae's earlier attack, these souls were obnoxiously quick. They could cross the space and get to Yi Tianyun in mere seconds and explode immediately. After boosting his combat power, General Long Tae's attack was quicker than before. Once again, Yi Tianyun teleported out of harm's way. Even if General Long Tae increased his power, it wouldn't matter for Yi Tianyun. Teleportation art was a divine ability that allowed him to freely move through the space without anything standing in his way. Yi Tianyun didn't really know the limitation of his teleportation ability just yet, but he didn't have to think about it for now. But as Yi Tianyun teleported to a place that he thought was safe, he was shocked as suddenly a red figure also appeared in front of him. Yi Tianyun was so shocked that he used the cooldown Godstone immediately. He teleported away once more, but just like earlier, the red figure also appeared before him. Yi Tianyun turned pale as he clearly never expected this outcome, so he teleported away once more. But no matter where he went, the red figure always appeared in front of him. He knew that the red figure was General Long Tae himself, but Yi Tianyun never expected General Long Tae to be this fast. The red figure kept waving the staff in its hand toward Yi Tianyun. I am out of here, Yi Tianyun said as he teleported away once more. He knew that he couldn't use the cooldown Godstone forever. Otherwise, he would exhaust it in this fight. He didn't have any spare cooldown godstone right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind using it all up right now. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't keep this strategy up much longer, so he immediately swapped out the Sword Saint suit with the Evil God suit. He also used Heaven-Devouring Divine Treasure, covering himself inside a thick protective barrier. In addition, he also fortified the barrier with Heavenly Rock Suppressing Ancient Tablet 2. At the same time, General Long Tai's attack landed this time, and it completely obliterated Yi Tianyun's protective barrier. The Heaven-Devouring Divine Treasure and Heavenly Rock Suppressing Ancient Tablet was only able to take one attack from General Long Tai. Yi Tianyun definitely felt the impact of General Long Tai's attack just now, and it was truly terrifying. Yi Tianyun was sent flying while at the same time, 10,000 of flying swords fell from the air, floating around in the outer world. Yi Tianyun assessed his body after receiving General Long Tai's attack and noticed that he received a slight injury, but overall he was okay. He would definitely receive a serious injury if he didn't swap out his suit earlier. General Long Tai was definitely the strongest opponent he ever met until now. With 3 trillion combat points, General Long Tai was absurdly powerful. It's time to move, the 3 demon gods of evil spirit race said as they saw that the flying swords had fallen, and the only thing blocking their path was the Dragon King and a mysterious old man. With the 3 of them, there was no way the Dragon King and that mysterious old man would be able to stop them. Soon, a lot of evil spirit race would trespass into the heaven world and ghost world, but they still had to think about the barrier that covered up the 3 realms before that. Chapter 875. Chapter 875. The evil spirit race warriors rushed towards the 3 realms barrier and attacked it with all their might. But the defensive mechanism that the 3 great divine king had left behind was immediately put to work as the 10 stars blasted a concentrated spiritual energy towards the evil spirit race, which easily killed the unfortunate cultivators and made it easier for the Dragon King and the mysterious old man. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower also refused to fall behind as it pulled any evil spirit race that was on the Ghost World's part of the 3 realms. These unfortunate cultivators were easily killed inside the tower as the heavenly thunder kept striking them mercilessly. From the looks of things, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was more efficient when it came to eliminating the evil spirit race compared to the 10 stars. That being said, the 10 stars itself killed the evil spirit race with a single strike. The fact that it was a strong divine tool was irrefutable. The evil spirit race tried to back away as they were horrified by the 3 realms' defensive mechanism. Some even tried to go to the mortal world part of the 3 realms as they thought it was defenseless. But they were absolutely wrong. Even if the mortal world had no divine tools to repel the invader, it had the sturdiest barrier out of the 3 realms. So, if the evil spirit race wanted to take over the 3 realms from mortal world, they were badly mistaken. Damn it all! A demon god screamed and immediately rushed towards the Dragon King as he thought that he could defeat him. Even so, Dragon King quickly retreated towards the 10 stars, while the mysterious old man also retreated towards the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Both of them knew that it would be impossible for them to defeat all these cultivators, so the safest way for them to deal with this many cultivators was to utilize the defensive mechanism efficiently. All of the demon gods immediately rushed towards Heavenworld as they saw that the 10 stars didn't kill them at a massive number in one go like the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. The demon gods immediately created a huge spiritual barrier that would block the 10 stars' attack as they knew that a divine tool would be less effective against a divine king cultivator. Middle-grade divine tool like this is hardly a challenge, the demon gods said with a smirk on their faces as they immediately attacked Heavenworld. Everyone in Heavenworld could feel the ground was shaking due to the demon gods' attack as the whole Heavenworld shook. The demon gods also took down the 10 stars as they thought it was just a nuisance. The 10 stars immediately fell after an attack from the demon gods, falling to the ground, creating a huge crater. However, upon closer look, they would realize that the 10 stars wasn't exactly destroyed, but it would take a considerable amount to repair and make it work like before. The cultivators in Heavenworld suddenly turned pale as they saw the distortion in space, especially those who chose to cut ties with Yi Tianyun's alliances. "They are really here and attack us," a faction leader shouted as he saw the 10 stars blasted down a concentrated spiritual energy from the sky. They now knew the graveness of this situation, and they couldn't help but panic. "Quick, we have to get in touch with the Alliance and group up to fight the evil spirit race," the faction leader said nervously. "It is too late, my lord," the guard said as they saw the evil spirit race has begun penetrating the Heavenworld's barrier. 7 Saint King experts descended to the Heavenworld as they finally penetrated the barrier with many Spirit King expert following behind them. They immediately attacked any faction they found and devoured anyone they wanted to replenish their power. The human cultivators began to retaliate, but they were outclassed by the evil spirit race as they were far stronger. Even the faction leaders were stunned out of their minds as they saw the horrifying sight in front of them. "We have to escape," the faction lords said as they were too scared to retaliate, but they were immediately intercepted by the evil spirit race. "Your cultivation isn't bad. It would make a great appetizer for us," the evil spirit race said as they devoured the faction lords alive. The faction lords couldn't resist the evil spirit race as they had superior strength. These faction lords that have already rejected Yi Tianyun's alliance could only wallow in remorse as their lives ended at the hands of the evil spirit race. But regret could only take them so far as their faction's imperial city was still engulfed in flame. The other faction leaders who also refused to join Yi Tianyun's alliance experienced the same thing. They couldn't do anything to resist the evil spirit race's invasion and died, becoming food for the evil spirit race. Some of them had the time to flee towards the alliance as they knew that the alliance was the only thing holding back the evil spirit race. Meanwhile, the alliance had already devised a defensive plan in case the evil spirit race invaded the land, so now they were focusing on their plan. They already created a powerful great array that could easily kill a Spirit King expert and restrained the Saint King expert. Quick, we have to support Cloud Divine Nation, the Alliance member shouted before passing through the teleportation array to assist Cloud Divine Nation. They reached the Cloud Divine Nation in a blink of an eye, allowing them to provide support so easily. The same could be said to any other Divine Nations that supported the Alliance. They all followed the strategy that had already been devised beforehand and thus easily defended their area. Although they had fewer Saint King experts compared to the evil spirit race, with so many great array and thorough planning, they easily prevented the worst from happening to their side. It was really unfortunate for the other divine nations that had already turned away the alliance as they didn't have any strategy to help them defend their divine nation, which resulted in their divine nation crumbling in a matter of minutes. Body Yi Tianyun equipped the longevity set to recover his body. He had to constantly assess the situation all over the place while also keeping General Long Tae, who was still in front of him, in check. I am sure that we will win this war. You won't be able to dominate the three realms, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 876. Chapter 876. After Heaven World's barrier was penetrated, the Ghost World's barrier also met the same fate not long after that. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower couldn't pull that many evil spirit race, and they seized that small window of opportunity to penetrate the barrier. Still, like the Alliance in Heaven World was ready to fight, and the same could be said to the Ghost World's alliance. The evil spirit race didn't rush towards the mortal world as they believed that mortal world would submit too once Heaven World and Ghost World had fallen. The evil spirit race had so many Saint King experts and even several Divine King experts in their arsenal, while the mortal world didn't have that many strong cultivators yet. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyun was trying hard to make sure that the three realms wasn't invaded by these evil spirit race. But for now, Yi Tianyun had to focus on General Long Tae in front of him as he knew that no one else would be able to deal with him. Your realms are doing a good job delaying our invasion, but now it's already too late for them to resist our power, General Long Tae said as he looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. Don't worry, you will die before you can see your realms fall, General Long Tae said with a smirk on his face before swinging the demon staff in his hand once more. The red light that the demon staff emitted was a proof that the weapon had killed so many people before. I don't think so, Yi Tianyun said solemnly as so much information flooded his notification. Ding, the Alliance has successfully killed an evil spirit race cultivator 3rd layer Spirit King stage. Reward, 2 billion XP, 50 W00 CPs. Ding. The Alliance has successfully, the entire three realms was at war. It turned out Yi Tianyun also got the XP that the Alliance got from killing the enemy. The only thing that Yi Tianyun didn't get was the item that the enemy might drop, but surely XP and crazy points were already good enough. There was nothing more that he could ask for if he already got the experience point he needed. If Yi Tianyun could level up once more, his odds against General Long Tae would increase significantly. I want to see how you get out of this one, General Long Tae confidently said as he waved his demon staff around, producing a terrifying sound that could be heard from far away. He kept waving his demon staff until it produced the same effect as his attack earlier. A red aura created a wall that blocked the path for Yi Tianyun to escape, but this time it tried to squish Yi Tianyun, who was in the middle of the walls at a suddenly increasing speed. Yi Tianyun was already prepared for General Long Tae's attack as he had already activated the Dragon God bloodline and Phoenix bloodline within his body. It once again increased his combat power to a whole new level. It increased from 1.8 trillion points to 2 to 4 trillion points in an instant, but he didn't stop there. Activate Evil Spirit Burst, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Ding. Consuming 10 Ws and CPs to activate Evil Spirit Burst. The Evil Spirit Divine Sword on Yi Tianyun's hand began to glow even more brightly as its effect activated. Yi Tianyun's combat power increased once more, becoming 2 to 6 trillion points instantly. He also activated the Damage Divine Rune on Evil Spirit Divine Sword to further increase its power, raising Yi Tianyun's combat points by 100 billion this time. In the end, Yi Tianyun's combat power reached 27 trillion points. It was a terrifying value to have for an early-level Divine King cultivator like Yi Tianyun. Meanwhile, the entire area around General Long Tae and Yi Tianyun began to shake and distort from the intensity of Yi Tianyun and General Long Tae's aura. Furthermore, General Long Tae's attack was not over yet as the red aura earlier destroyed everything from its path. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivators couldn't see the fight clearly as too much explosion and other stuff going on around General Long Tae and Yi Tianyun. But after the smoke from their exchange dissipated, they saw that Yi Tianyun was boxed in by General Long Tae's aura. General Long Tae is the strongest out here, the evil spirit race said as they were excited to see their army general had the upper hand against the enemy's strongest fighter. At this moment, it was clear that Yi Tianyun was the one getting pushed back as his body suffered so many injuries and blood constantly dripping out of his body. Their cultivation gap was too big, so Yi Tianyun had a tough time even after doing his best. Equip longevity set, Yi Tianyun said as he had already replaced them with ancient desert set earlier. He ought to heal his wound again right now as he was injured quite badly. The longevity set immediately healed Yi Tianyun back to health. On the other hand, General Long Tae was clearly shocked by Yi Tianyun's healing ability as he had never seen such a fast and effective healing ability. How did you do all of this? Did you still have a card up on your sleeve even in this situation? General Long Tae said with a shocked expression. He believed that he would be able to kill Yi Tianyun with a couple extra hits. But now he realized that it wasn't possible anymore, seeing that Yi Tianyun has healed back to health. He really wanted to kill Yi Tianyun, so his mission to invade and occupy the Three Realms would go smoothly. He knew that he would never have the Three Realms as long as Yi Tianyun was alive. This is bullshit, General Long Tae shouted as another arm of his turned into a blood mist and was immediately absorbed into General Long Tae's body. With that said, General Long Tae's combat power increased exponentially once more. But still, it was humiliating for General Long Tae as he has to resort to this trick facing a mere human from a weak realm. Furthermore, General Long Tae has already equipped his strongest weapon and armor, meaning that he ought to use a forbidden technique like this just for a single human. For now, General Long Tae's combat power increased by 200 billion points. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as General Long Tae's combat power didn't increase as much as it did before. But Yi Tianyun realized that it had something to do with the limit of one's potential. General Long Tae would increase his combat power to a terrifying degree the first time he absorbed his own hand, but the second one and the one after that wouldn't give him that much combat power anymore, as the user would had already increased their combat power to meet their potential earlier. You have done it now, Yi Tianyun said as he resolved himself to kill General Long Tae. Chapter 877, Chapter 877. It was fortunate that the appraisal eye now managed to detect the change in General Long Tae's combat power. Still, the information Yi Tianyun had on the evil spirit race general was too limited. Yi Tianyun himself didn't even know the level of General Long Tae was. But that is because Yi Tianyun didn't know what came after the Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun knew that General Long Tae must have used so much resource to achieve this amazing cultivation, so Yi Tianyun knew that General Long Tae would be able to heal himself back to health just fine. Yi Tianyun knew that it would be a problem later on, but for now, he ought to focus on completing his main quest. There was no point if he killed General Long Tae but failed his main quest. He ought to stop the invasion fast before these evil spirit race conquered the Three Realms. Damn you. I never expected someone like you would be able to push me this far. This is beyond expectation, but I had my fun. Army General Long Tae coldly said as his demon staff suddenly changed color into a deep red glow. He waved the staff around and constructed so many phantom shadows around him and Yi Tianyun. There was basically no escape route left for Yi Tianyun at this point. General Long Tae's speed rose dramatically, and even with only 6 arms, his power wasn't going down at all. In fact, losing his arms was like a booster for his power. Facing such a terrifying and aggressive opponent, Yi Tianyun hesitated. He wanted to use the World Divine Rune, which was the spirit race's strongest divine rune that could enhance his combat power by 5 times. But he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Activate World Divine Rune, Yi Tianyun said as he activated the World Divine Rune that was already engraved on his body. His body immediately heated up as his blood essence was burned up to activate the World Divine Rune. With the World Divine Rune activated, Yi Tianyun's combat power began to skyrocket again quickly. It gave Yi Tianyun another 200 billion points on combat power. This was a given as World Divine Rune amplified his base combat power, which was around 40 to 50 billion points by 5 times. Thanks to his equipment that buffed his overall status hundreds of times, his combat power was now around 3 trillion points. Although the World Divine Rune's effect seemed insignificant, it was impressive enough as 200 billion combat points as not a laughing matter. It could save a life getting that many combat points in one go during a real fight. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards General Long Tae as he knew that he couldn't be the receiving end forever, so he took the initiative to attack this time. Another explosion echoed as soon as Yi Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword clashed with General Long Tae's demon staff. But as the result of the confrontation, Yi Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword was bent, while Army General Long Tae was bleeding from his hands. The evil spirit race that watched everything from a distance was shocked as they never expected someone who rivaled their army general's power would be here on such a weak realm. They were confused as they didn't understand how a human race could be this powerful. They didn't even see Yi Tianyun used any enhancement before. What's the matter? Can you still hold that staff? Yi Tianyun said mockingly. A furious look immediately filled General Longti's face, and once again he waved the demon staff towards Yi Tianyun. He wanted to kill Yi Tianyun now more than ever. Yi Tianyun knew that he hadn't received any major injuries yet so far, but the situation might change if he was not careful. After all, World Divine Rune only lasted for 5 minutes. He couldn't keep it up for too long. So Yi Tianyun began to think of other ways to make sure he didn't lose on this match, which eventually led him into thinking that he should level up Crazy Mode. But Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't have enough crazy points to do so, as he only had 200 million CPs at the moment, while leveling up Crazy Mode needs 250 million CPs. Furthermore, the requirement to level up Crazy Mode wasn't met yet. Yi Tianyun had to be a Divine King Peak Stage Cultivator in order to level up Crazy Mode. Yi Tianyun then considered if there were other things that he could level up. Obviously, Dragon God Bloodline was a good choice, as it was generally good in basically all aspects, but he was distracted mid-thought as General Longte rushed forward with his demon staff. Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art, Yi Tianyun shouted as his combat power rose once again. But it wasn't much compared to World Divine Rune, as General Longte was already so powerful to begin with. It was barely noticeable at this point. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun blocked General Longte's attack and was pushed back as a result. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't completely block General Longte's attack, as he could still feel the impact from blocking General Longte's attack. But General Longte didn't give Yi Tianyun a breathing room, as he once again rushed towards Yi Tianyun without any hesitation. Level up Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art, Yi Tianyun shouted annoyedly. Ding, consuming 5 million mastery points. Successfully leveled up Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art to middle grade Heavens level, adding tens of billions of divine power while activated. Next level required 20 million mastery points. Activate Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art. Yi Tianyun shouted as he had no other option left. His body suddenly felt heavier, and the evil spirit divine sword on his hands immediately shook as a big phantom shadow appeared behind him. Yi Tianyun's combat power rose once again until it reached 3-to-1 trillion points. Yi Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword collided with General Longti's demon staff once again, and everything around them immediately turned to dust. This time, their combat power was already completely equal, so neither of them was blown away. The Dragon King, who saw the confrontation in the distance, was startled. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was the weaker one here, but he didn't lose ground to the evil spirit race general for some reason. What is going on? How can you get any stronger? General Longte said as his mouth started to vomit blood. He thought that he could dominate Yi Tianyun through seer force, but obviously that wasn't the case. You don't deserve to know anything, you demon, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Level up Dragon God Bloodline, Yi Tianyun said without any hesitation. Ding, consuming 50 million crazy points to level up Dragon God Bloodline to 8th grade. Next grade required 100 million CPs. Yi Tianyun knew from earlier that Dragon God Bloodline was the best thing he could level up while he couldn't level up Crazy Mode. With that said, Yi Tianyun's combat power started to increase once more until it reached 3 to 5 trillion points. With just a single level up, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased by 400 billion in one go. It was incredible, as no divine king would be able to attain this kind of power, and it went without saying that his combat power even surpassed General Longti's right now. Chapter 878. Chapter 878. Yi Tianyun's combat power has exceeded General Longti's combat power. Dragon God Bloodline was such an incredible bloodline that easily boosted his overall combat power with ease. It even worked well with Crazy Mode, as it was also affected by Crazy Mode enhancement. This is where we settle this, Yi Tianyun said as he activated Evil God Suit's ability to envelope the Dragon God armor that emerged as he activated the Dragon God Bloodline. In this state, Yi Tianyun didn't even need a weapon, as his fist was enough to shatter the space. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and a red light flickered that quickly turned into a red giant dragon, roaring in space, terrifying those who saw it. Yi Tianyun quickly attacked General Longte as he took the initiative to attack once again. General Longte was surprised, as he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to take the initiative and attack him first, so he waved his demon staff to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's fist hit the demon staff head-on, and with a muffled sound, General Longte's demon staff was pushed against General Longte's body, pushing him back. General Longte felt that his body was about to shatter from just blocking one attack from Yi Tianyun. Obviously, the general was confused and surprised, as he never expected to see a human race with such power. But that wasn't the end of it, as Yi Tianyun kept attacking. Yi Tianyun didn't have much time, so he ought to end this fight soon. Otherwise, the 3 realms could fall to the evil spirit race soldiers that already entered the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun relentlessly punched General Longte. The power of Raging Dragon began to burn General Longte's body. General Longte himself couldn't believe what happened right now, as it was completely absurd. His body suddenly received serious damage as his bones were shattered, and his internal organs were damaged by Yi Tianyun's attacks. General Longte was simply being pummeled by Yi Tianyun without any chance of resisting. The evil spirit race cultivators that watched the fight from afar were stunned to see that their famous army general was on the mercy of a human, dropping their morale to the ground. They knew that if Army General Longte were defeated, there would be no chance for them to capture the Three Realms. Everyone in the Three Realms, too, could watch the fight between Yi Tianyun and General Longte as the barrier that protected the Three Realms has been breached. In the beginning, they were worried that Yi Tianyun would lose the fight, but certainly that wasn't the case as Yi Tianyun kept getting stronger the more time passed. "How dare you, damned insect!" General Longte screamed in fury as he waved his demon staff wildly, ignoring Yi Tianyun's punch altogether. But this time, Yi Tianyun didn't care about General Longte's attack, as his defense power was boosted by Dragon God bloodline, and his thick scale should be able to nullify the impact from General Longte's attack. "Damn it, human, drop dead already." General Longte roared as 4 of his 6 arms immediately turned into dust and were immediately absorbed by General Longte's body. He also took out a bottle of black blood and immediately drank it without any hesitation. His body immediately began to darken as soon as he finished drinking the black blood on the bottle. General Longte's skin began to crystallize, which looked quite sturdy. Yi Tianyun observed General Longte with his appraisal eye, and once again he noticed that General Longte's combat points were way beyond his own once again as his combat power reached 4.2 trillion points. Yi Tianyun knew that forcefully enhancing one's combat power like General Longte was doing would come with a price. If he had to guess, General Longte's body wouldn't hold out that much power for too long, and he might not be doing so great after it wore off. General Longte rushed forward and swung his staff to slam Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun blocked General Longte's attack with his divine sword just fine. Although General Longte's combat power has increased over Yi Tianyun's own combat power, it wasn't focused on the offensive power. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun's Dragon God bloodline increased his defensive power significantly. But still, Yi Tianyun was pushed towards the mortal world as he couldn't hold out the weight of General Longte's attack. Yi Tianyun fell down into the mortal world like a meteorite as he couldn't control his landing just yet. As Yi Tianyun fell to the ground, an earthquake took place. A huge crater was made where Yi Tianyun fell. Yi Tianyun was annoyed as the opponent was indeed strong this time. He was injured, and he was shedding blood everywhere. The dragon armor on his body was shattered as his bones and organs sustained some injuries. Yi Tianyun suspected that General Longte's sudden explosion of power had something to do with the black blood that he consumed earlier. There was something off about General Longte. Even though General Longte also absorbed 4 of his extra arms, he wasn't supposed to be this strong. Now that Yi Tianyun has fallen to the mortal world, this place might become a battlefield for Yi Tianyun next. If they fought in mortal world, it was safe to assume that the mortal world wouldn't be habitable later. Just to make things worse, Yi Tianyun's combat power immediately dropped as the World Divine Rune's effect wore off. Yi Tianyun frowned as he knew that he couldn't block General Longte's attack so easily like before. He already knew that all he had to do was wait for General Longte's enhancement to wear off. He knew that it wouldn't be long before General Longte began experiencing the side effect of his enhancement. However, in the meantime, Yi Tianyun still had to defend against General Longte and think about the way to win. With a gap of 700 billion points of combat power, this wouldn't be easy. The World Divine Rune still couldn't be used as it had a cooldown of 24 hours before it could be used again. Yi Tianyun realized that he ought to stay calm and think about the way to win fast as the mortal world wouldn't be able to hold their fight for too long. Chapter 879, Chapter 879. The effect of World Divine Rune already wore off, but it didn't matter as Yi Tianyun got the title that amplified his combat power by 10 times. It may look good as he was stronger now, but mortal world wasn't suited for a fight between people of their caliber. Furthermore, Army General Longte was a violent person that wouldn't care about his surroundings. This was what Yi Tianyun worried about the most. Hadn't he cared about the well-being of the mortal world, he would have already come down here and waited for General Longte to come down earlier. Yi Tianyun knew that 10 times damage was an incredible buff, but he couldn't afford to let the 3 realms fall apart because of it. Now, the cultivators of the mortal world felt nervous and scared as they saw the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor was smashed to the ground, and the enemy's attack seemed to be working on him on top of that. However, Yi Tianyun didn't show his weakness as he bounced back up again. He immediately replaced his accessories with the longevity set to recover any injuries on his body. Yi Tianyun also consumed several recovery pills to hasten his recovery speed as he couldn't afford to wait if General Longte rushed inside the mortal world. Sure enough, General Longte appeared in the air. He looked around with a scornful look on his face. "This is your world? This is garbage. How could you become so strong in a garbage dump like this?" General Longte said with disgust. His expression was full of contempt as he had never expected such a strong cultivator was coming from this kind of place. "I'll have you take that back," Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly teleported, re-emerging right in front of General Longte. "Get out of my sight," Yi Tianyun said as the three realms suddenly trembled and the three heaven-ascending divine altars began to glow. Furthermore, the 10 stars that have already fallen to the ground in the ancient netherworld divine tower also glowed respectively. 3 phantom shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, taking the appearance of the 3 great divine kings themselves. These 3 phantom shadows began to accumulate their power and immediately blasted a powerful beam of spiritual energy right through General Longtae. General Longtae was immediately locked in the air as a golden energy barrier kept him in place. This was the trump card that the 3 great divine kings had left behind. It was made originally for demon god Long Yue in case it ever escaped his prison. Yi Tianyun had to try this long overdue power to General Longtae, as there is no one more powerful than General Longtae right now as an enemy. He decided to use this legacy power to make sure that the damage done to the mortal world would be kept to minimal later. The beam of spiritual energy from the 3 phantom shadows pierced through General Longtae without fail, but that wasn't the end of it, as Yi Tianyun also lifted his evil spirit divine sword and activated his dragon god bloodline once more. He aimed his attack at General Longtae's head as he wanted to finish this battle once and for all. Furthermore, his power was on a whole different league compared to earlier, as he received the 10 times damage bonus from his title. Now, Yi Tianyun had around 4 trillion combat power, almost catching up with General Longtae's combat power. But Yi Tianyun's sword immediately hit a metal as his sword was blocked by General Longtae's hand. After the golden energy beam from the 3 phantom shadows attack dispersed, Yi Tianyun noticed that General Longtae wasn't injured at all. In fact, it seemed the power from the 3 great divine kings' legacy power didn't even scratch General Longtae's clothes. But still, Yi Tianyun's attack did inflict some damage to General Longtae's body, as Yi Tianyun successfully broke the black crystal that seemed to be the defensive artifact that General Longtae used to intercept Yi Tianyun's sword. A thick black blood dripped down to the ground disgustingly from General Longtae's hand. It even melted the ground where it fell, meaning that it was extremely toxic. Nevertheless, it showed how confident General Longtae on his physique, and he believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to penetrate his defense. "Did you get stronger?" General Longtae said as he frowned upon realizing that his defense wasn't enough to block Yi Tianyun's attack anymore. He thought that he could defeat Yi Tianyun with his power alone, but it seemed that Yi Tianyun was catching up with his power. This was truly something that he had never expected before. He has already absorbed 8 of his arms and even consumed a bottle of black blood to reinforce his physique, but what did the human in front of him ever do? He didn't even see the human consume any pill aside from recovery pills. The human didn't even burn his blood essence as far as General Longtae's knowledge. This was the most bizarre battle that General Longtae had ever experienced. "You will not have your way anymore," General Longtae shouted as he immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with all his might. Yi Tianyun tried his best to dodge General Longtae's attack, but General Longtae was too fast for Yi Tianyun. As a result, Yi Tianyun wasn't able to dodge and was forced to block the attack head-on. General Longtae's fist connected with Yi Tianyun's fist as Yi Tianyun tried to block General Longtae's attack with one of his own. Yi Tianyun was pushed back hard, while General Longtae was just forced to step back due to the impact. It was clear that General Longtae's attack was slightly more powerful and heavier than Yi Tianyun's attack. Meanwhile, the impact of their exchange crushed the ground, and there were cracks all over the ground. In just a couple of minutes of battle, the mortal world was in a bad state. The area in hundreds of miles radius of their battle was basically a living hell. The trees were uprooted, the demon beasts died because of shock, the buildings were crumbling to dust, not to mention that so many people were killed just from the pressure and impact alone. Yi Tianyun was certain that if they continued to fight in the mortal world, everything would be reduced to nothing. It was not only the ground, as the sky itself also received a repercussion from the fight. The blue sky in mortal world turned black as several black holes were seen floating in the air, ready to swallow everything. "He is too powerful," Yi Tianyun said to himself as he received several lethal damages. He was in awe of the situation right now, as he knew that the gap between them was only 200 billion points, but it felt like a few trillions of points for some reason. He couldn't see General Longtae's whole details as he didn't level up the appraisal eye, but one thing for sure, his combat power didn't increase while he was fighting against Yi Tianyun in the mortal world. "I don't know how you got your power, but I have the king's blood. Your attack wouldn't hurt me in the slightest," General Longtae said as he rushed over towards Yi Tianyun once more. He didn't give Yi Tianyun any chance to recover at all. "King's blood?" Yi Tianyun curiously murmured as he had never heard anything with that name before. Was it the black blood that General Longtae took earlier? Chapter 880? Chapter 880 Army General Longtae rushed over towards Yi Tianyun, but instead of attacking with his demon staff, he used his fist. He showed no mercy as he didn't want to waste more time fighting Yi Tianyun. After drinking the king's blood, General Longtae's body was deadlier than any weapon, so it was better for him to use his fist than to use any weapon. Yi Tianyun blocked General Longtae's fist with his own fist, not showing the slightest fear even though he was at a disadvantage. The blood vessels on Yi Tianyun's arms were crushed, and the blood gushed out from all his cuts. Moreover, the area around them was constantly destroyed as the fight went on. Yi Tianyun couldn't drag General Long Tae out of Mortal World, so the best thing he could do right now was to make sure that this area was the only place they used to fight in the Mortal World. Surely many people saw that Yi Tianyun was fighting hard for their sake, but they were worried and nervous after seeing Yi Tianyun was full of blood, especially ch851, who was biting her lips as she kept fighting the evil spirit race that came her way. She could see Yi Tianyun fighting from a distance, and that was why she was extremely worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. She also understood that there was nothing she could do to help Yi Tianyun, as the impact and tremor from Yi Tianyun's fight were absolutely devastating for those who tried to come close. Furthermore, the sky was darkened by the space that was beginning to collapse due to the friction of power between Yi Tianyun and General Long Tae, so it was impossible for anyone to come anywhere close to them now. Everyone knew that the battle that took place in the center of the collapsing space would affect the entire mortal world as a whole. This situation might worsen as time went by, and that was what they were afraid of the most. ch851 wasn't the only one who was worried about Yi Tianyun's well-being. In fact, almost everyone felt the same way because if Yi Tianyun lost, it would be the end of everything they knew of. Even so, they couldn't stand by and watch Yi Tianyun's fight as they ought to deal with the evil spirit race that was still attacking other areas. The cultivators in Mortal World dealt with Spirit King Stage Cultivator mainly as the Saint King expert of the evil spirit race was handled by the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Furthermore, the great array that Yi Tianyun already developed on Heavenly Clouds Empire was working efficiently. It easily trapped any Saint King experts that barged into the Heavenly Clouds Empire, so killing them was far easier than fighting them head-on. Despite the fact that the situation didn't seem so bad right now, the fact that Three Realms was constantly being invaded by the evil spirit race was a problem that they had to solve quickly as the gap of power would definitely widen, and eventually, the Three Realms would fall to the evil spirit race's hands. This also went for Heaven World and Ghost World, as they were also getting more casualties as time went by. Kill them. We have to protect our homeland, a cultivator shouted to raise the morale of people around him. Yeah, we have to kill them even if we die trying. We must not retreat, another one shouted enthusiastically. The cultivators of the Three Realms shouted their battle cries to make sure that everyone had made their resolve. They knew that no matter what they did, the evil spirit race would kill them eventually. If they chose to hide, their life might be longer, but no one wanted to live like a rat. Of course, some cowardly cultivators still attempted to ask for the evil spirit race mercy as they were willing to be the evil spirit race's slave, but the evil spirit race didn't seem to care as they would kill anyone aside from their own race. They received the instruction to conquer the Three Realms, and since they weren't specifically told about capturing anyone, they decided to kill these people instead. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun, who was still facing General Long Tae, seemed to reach a stalemate. Yi Tianyun's body was badly injured, while General Long Tae himself also received many scratches. Aren't you about to increase your strength again? You are just another garbage in this garbage place, aren't you? General Long Tae said conceitedly. You may sound all high and mighty earlier, but now it's obvious that you are way weaker than you let on. Your Three Realms are in constant attack, and it's just a matter of time before you lose everything you ever built here, General Long Tae said coldly. Are you sure about that? Because I am not so sure, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He never thought that the Three Realms was lost as the sound of the notification from the system echoed in his head this entire time. You want to die so badly, don't you? You are just another trash of the human race. It is time for me to end your life, General Long Tae said as he began attacking Yi Tianyun once again. Yi Tianyun was surely in a desperate situation, but he kept blocking General Long Tae's attack with his own fist, and now he was pushed against the ground, limiting his escape route even more. But the sweet, sweet sound of notification that he was waiting for was finally here. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 3rd layer Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun was smiling from ear to ear as it was finally time for him to counterattack. You are the one who's going to die, Yi Tianyun shouted as he rolled General Long Tae over and punched him as hard as he could. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun's combat power was increasing exponentially, and it stopped just right around 49 trillion points. After getting 1 level on the Divine King stage, Yi Tianyun received around 20 billion combat power, and with the combat power amplification he had, Yi Tianyun got around 800 billion points easily. Now, it was Yi Tianyun's time to beat General Long Tae down as a dazzling light was concentrated on his fist. Chapter 881, Chapter 881. A light beam burst out of Yi Tianyun's palm and immediately smashed Army General Long Tae's chest. The numerous black crystal fragments that Army General Long Tae summoned were destroyed as the light beam destroyed them in its path. In an instant, Yi Tianyun turned the situation around, all thanks to leveling up. The Divine King Cultivation stage was hard to level up, but it did come with a blessing. 1 level up meant a lot as it multiplied Yi Tianyun's power by a lot. Yi Tianyun indeed was overpowered by General Long Tae when he was at the 3rd layer Divine King stage, but that was no longer the case when he was at the 4th layer Divine King stage. This was also the reason Yi Tianyun dealt with the Saint King stage Cultivator first, as they would yield quite a sum of XP and were easy to deal with. But it was true that General Long Tae went to such lengths to get in Yi Tianyun's way. If General Longtae didn't get in Yi Tianyun's way earlier, he would have leveled up faster than he currently was. But it didn't really matter right now, as he already leveled up thanks to the Alliance effort to exterminate the evil spirit race. Now, Yi Tianyun's power easily exceeded General Longtae's. With the difference in combat power, there was no way Yi Tianyun would lose against General Longtae. After the light faded, General Longtae fell to the ground with a blast. The black crystal that covered his body was shattered to pieces. General Longtae's condition was so miserable right now. General Longtae's muscular body now shrank down to a thin old man. This, however, was not the effect of Yi Tianyun's attack. It was the price for losing his power and consuming the black blood. Now, General Longtae wouldn't even be able to recover his power again, at least not for a long time. Yi Tianyun checked General Longtae with his appraisal eye, and sure enough, General Longtae's combat power was plummeting like crazy. Now, General Longtae would surely lose his cultivation base, as it seemed his combat power was constantly dropping without showing any sign of stopping. General Longtae could only dream of escaping now, as he couldn't even walk with his thin, shriveled legs. There was no way he could recover his power to regenerate his body like before now. Absorbing his own arms to increase his power was equivalent to a normal cultivator burning their own blood essence. If you did something like that once, you will have a hard time recovering what they did. The only thing left for them is dying with their cultivation base never breaking through to a higher level. You lose, Yi Tianyun said as he approached General Longtae slowly. How can you still hide that much power? General Longtae said as he tried to sit up but failed miserably. His condition was far worse than he anticipated, and there was no hope for him left. Hide my strength? I never did such a thing. I am just breaking through to a whole new level, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You have lost this battle. Unfortunately, you failed to invade the three realms. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Breakthrough? General Longtae said with confusion clear in his eyes. He didn't understand what Yi Tianyun was talking about, as he knew for sure that Yi Tianyun was still in the Divine King realm. It didn't matter if Yi Tianyun break through or not, as General Longtae knew that he still had the upper hand in terms of cultivation level. Even if we're on the losing side today, our homeland will find out and send a stronger force to conquer the three realms. This is your death penalty, General Longtae said with a scornful look on his face. General Longtae believed that his homeland would be immediately notified about his death, so they would plan accordingly next time. Why did you choose the three realms to take over? What is the difference between our realm with yours? Why did you insist on invading our place? Yi Tianyun asked with eyes full of curiosity. He really didn't understand what the evil spirit race had in store for the three realms. Obviously, the evil spirit race's homeland was a much better place compared to the three realms, as they could produce so many Saint King experts. They even had so many Divine King experts. Meanwhile, the three realms that couldn't even produce a new Divine King in 1,000 years. Since you are as good as gone either way, I will tell you about our reason. We want your realm's core. Your realm might be weak and insignificant, but your core was different. It was a little diamond covered by a bunch of trash. It was comparable to a core of a large realm, General Longtae said with an eye full of greed. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded as he understood what General Longtae was talking about. But he still didn't understand all of evil spirit race reasoning. So, you even risk your life for this treasure? Is it really worth it? Yi Tianyun asked judgingly. You truly are an idiot. The weak will always become the strong's prey. Obviously, your realm is too weak. We are here just to make sure that the core doesn't fall to anyone else but us, General Longtae said as he laughed out loud. He already knew that he would be dead soon, so he didn't really care about making Yi Tianyun angry or not. You don't have to worry about that. I will go to your homeland myself and kill them all, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Your strength isn't even worth mentioning compared to our forces, General Longtae said as he continued to laugh incredulously. Your homeland is the one not worth mentioning. If I have to tell you, I cultivated my current cultivation level from 0 in just 2 years' time. If I have a decade, what level did you think I would be? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then grabbed General Longtae's head to perform a soul search on him. He wanted to get more information about the evil spirit race's homeland, as every piece of information was valuable. But as Yi Tianyun started soul-searching, General Longtae's body suddenly shook profusely before exploding, bringing down any piece of information he had with him. Damn it, Yi Tianyun said as he shook off the blood he got on his hands. Since General Longtae didn't have any energy left in his body, the explosion was very lackluster, so Yi Tianyun wasn't affected by it. Chapter 882, Ding. Successfully killed Army General Longtae. Reward, 88 billion XP, 20 million CPs, 1 million Seeps, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Armor, Evil Spirit Boots, X100 XP card. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 100 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 2 Enhanced Version Gacha. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 5th layer Divine King stage cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 6th layer Divine King stage cultivation base. The Enjing. Notification blared as soon as General Longtae was dead. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 times with just 1 kill. The amount of XP he got was absurd. He almost got 300 billion for just killing General Longtae. Of course, it was partly because of his XP card in Crazy XP mode, but still, it was quite unprecedented. Then again, it was a given as General Longtae's cultivation base itself was off the chart. But now, Yi Tianyun obviously needed even more XP to level up, and after leveling up 2 times at the same time, the amount of required XP to level up clearly increased by a lot. I have to get my hands on some more information, Yi Tianyun said as he took the ring that General Longtae dropped after his death. Yi Tianyun quickly checked the content, but it didn't give any information regarding the evil spirit race's homeland. It just contained a lot of medicinal pills, materials, and weapons. But Yi Tianyun still had many ways to find out about their homeland, as there were still so many evil spirit race cultivators around Spirit King stage scattered around the 3 realms. Meanwhile, the evil spirit race cultivators that came with General Longtae were left dumbfounded after they saw that their infamous general was done in by some young human. Army general is dead, a cultivator said in disbelief. They were too shocked to do anything and could only stare at the distance as they didn't know what else to do. We won, a human cultivator gloriously shouted as he saw that the enemy's commander was dead. In a war, it was well known that once a leader had fallen, the war was basically over. Some of the evil spirit race cultivators still struggled and fought back against the Alliance army, but it was obvious that they were just desperate to save themselves. Yi Tianyun has won, ch851 said excitedly. She had already dealt with so many evil spirit race cultivators in this war that she was exhausted beyond belief, but hearing that Yi Tianyun emerged victorious, she couldn't help but feel energetic once more. So many cultivators were left in tears as they heard that Yi Tianyun had won. It meant that their struggle has ended. Yi Tianyun replaced his accessories with longevity set as he wanted to recover his health back after going against General Longtae. At the same time, he swapped his Evil God suit back to Sword Saint suit and crushed any evil spirit race he saw with 10W0 sacred tools at his disposal. His EXP bar quickly filled up as he killed so many evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun also replenished his soon expiring EXP card effect as he kept buying as many XP card as he could from the Crazy Shop. After all, he could kill so many Saint King experts in a short amount of time. Investing in XP card would be a very good idea right now. After Yi Tianyun joined the battle on the ground level, everything resolved much faster. The Divine King from Evil Spirit Race couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's power while they were already having a hard time against the Dragon King. But the mysterious old man from the Ghost World was seriously injured as he was close to his limit. The mysterious old man finally died with a big smile on his face after hearing about their victory against the Evil Spirit Race invasion. He no longer had any regrets in this world. Soon, Yi Tianyun finally massacred all evil spirit race that swarmed the 3 realms, and right after he killed the last one, a pleasant sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 8th layer Divine King stage cultivation base. Yes, Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 more times after the last time. He killed all the Divine King experts plus so many Saint King experts after defeating General Longtae. This was all thanks to the XP card that he constantly reused throughout the battle. It's finally over, Yi Tianyun said as he killed the last evil spirit race. He had no time to celebrate his victory against General Longtae before, but now that there was no evil spirit race left, he finally could do so without any worry. Meanwhile, the cultivators that served the Alliance were all overjoyed. They began to cry and hug each other in relief. They were overcome by joy and grief at the same time, both for surviving the war and losing so many cultivators. The number of casualties wasn't very high, and it was all thanks to their preparation before the war, but the same couldn't be said for those that rejected the Alliance's offer. Nevertheless, the Alliance still mourned over this loss. Yi Tianyun returned to mortal world as soon as possible, and he noticed that many of the familiar faces had disappeared, but most of the people he knew were still alive and kicking. It was inevitable that some of the people he knew would become casualties of war. We are victorious, Yi Tianyun said as he stood in front of the gathering soldiers of Mortal World's Alliance on Heavenly Cloud City. The cultivators that finally noticed Yi Tianyun's arrival wanted to welcome him and gave a salute immediately. You don't have to. Just focus on healing your wound, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. But he was stopped from saying anything else as ch851 rushed towards him and gave him a big hug. We have won, ch851 said while hugging Yi Tianyun tightly. She then quickly removed her hands from Yi Tianyun as she was embarrassed by what she just did. But still, she cried with joy as she finally noticed that it was all over. At the end of the day, the 3 realms entered a state of rest. Nevertheless, everyone agreed that Yi Tianyun was the protector of the 3 realms and, therefore, should rule the 3 realms himself. Everyone was willing to obey Yi Tianyun's order. Ding! Successfully completed an ultimate quest. Withstand the invasion, destroy the invader, and complete the unification of the three realms. Reward: 200 billion XP, 10 million CPs, 10 million SPs, 10 million SPs, 10 million mastery points. 3 titles of the Realm Protector has merged into a new title, God of the Three Worlds. With the unification of the three realms, Yi Tianyun became a de facto ruler of the three realms. He also completed his ultimate quest and received a lot of rewards. God of the Three Worlds, damage x20, command value increased by 200, defense power x20, healing speed x20, speed x20, all effect activates inside the three realms. The title's effect was overpowered, but it only worked if Yi Tianyun was inside the three realms. Chapter 883. Chapter 883. Yi Tianyun checked his new title and had mixed feelings about it. He was happy that he got a new title that increased his power further on the three realms, but he was also annoyed by the fact that he would go against General Long Tae a lot easier if he got this title in advance. After the war, the three realms was recovering quite steadily. Everyone remembered both the battle and the darkness that threatened their lives from the outer world vividly. And so, they began to work hand in hand to rebuild their homes and city that was affected by the war. No one was idling around at this time as everyone had something to do to help the redevelopment of the three realms. But everyone also knew that it was all Yi Tianyun's hard work as he easily handled so many evil spirit race on his own. If it weren't for him, the three realms would certainly fall. Even so, the damage on each realm was varied from each other. The realm that suffered the most damage was definitely Heaven World, as so many divine nations chose to reject the Alliance's offer. The cultivators of the Heaven World felt hatred for the holy kings that rejected the Alliance as their home was destroyed by the evil spirit race since no one could save their city from the invasion. Furthermore, the Alliance didn't even sustain that much damage to their city as they worked hands in hands in the Alliance to prevent such a thing from happening. Yi Tianyun's reputation reached its peak. At the same time, on some planet on the outside star, countless evil spirit race was spreading through this world. On the largest planet, a king sat on his throne, overseeing the work of his servants. He just rested on his throne, waiting for any news of a certain invasion. I have a report for the king. Some news has come from the invasion of the little star. We have failed, my king, a cultivator said as he kneeled in front of the throne. Well, the invasion plan has gone for so long that I am no longer excited about this stuff, the king said indifferently. Of course, my king. We have attacked the little star 3 times in total, and we have failed every time so far. We assumed that the little star territory had already become a part of some great factions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop our invasion. We will arrange so that new troops were sent to scout the three realms some more, the expert said respectfully. The experts looked at his kings to check his expression, but the king still seemed calm. The expert suddenly trembled as he knew that the king would be more terrifying the calmer he got. Have you not investigated that place before? The king asked calmly. Yes, I have, my liege. No faction has claimed that place as their own, but they might have conquered that place recently. But we will continue to investigate the area and send some more scouts, the expert said nervously. I will give you one more chance. If you still fail to net a result for me, you will face a punishment. The king said indifferently. Of course, my liege, I will get it done definitely. There will be no more mistakes made, the expert said nervously. The experts immediately got up and got to work. He had to make sure that there would be no more mistakes on the next attempt to conquer the three realms. If he failed again, his life would be taken by the king himself. On the three realms, Yi Tianyun has started his most grand wedding. It took place on Heavenly Cloud's imperial city in Mortal World. The experts on the three realms have come together to congratulate Yi Tianyun, while each cultivator put their own gift in the wedding box. Now that Yi Tianyun has become the god of the three realms, he lifted the traveling ban across the realms. Yi Tianyun did this to make sure that everyone would be able to help and support each other now that every realm has been unified. On this day, Heavenly Cloud's empire celebrated the wedding the whole day. Heavenly Cloud's imperial city was decorated beautifully. Many Phoenix and Dragon clans were dancing on the side, with their dragon form and Phoenix form for everyone to see. When the Emperor and the Empress walked into the altar, everyone cheered loudly. Yi Tianyun was the Emperor, and now ch851 has become their new Empress. Many ladies were envious of ch851's status for becoming Yi Tianyun's wife, but they knew that they didn't have any qualifications to become Yi Tianyun's wife. Yi Yue and the other women in Heavenly Cloud's empire were no exception, but they knew that Yi Tianyun only loved ch851 from the very start. At most, they could only become Yi Tianyun's concubine as they couldn't take the title of the Empress from ch851. On the altar, Yi Tianyun took ch851's hand and kissed it lightly. You said that you would marry me, and the three realms would be your dowry, didn't you? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Esh, no need to be so grand now, ch851 said as she leaned in closer towards Yi Tianyun as she was embarrassed by Yi Tianyun's word. I understand, but sometimes I want to show the world that you could have it all, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands to the sky, creating colorful clouds that made the wedding even more beautiful. Everyone cheered as the wedding finally began. ch851, would you marry me? Yi Tianyun lightly said as he pulled ch851 closer. Yes, ch851 said with a tear of joy. Then I would gladly pronounce that ch851 is officially my wife, Yi Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. Every influential cultivator of the three realms watched the ceremony intently. They blessed Yi Tianyun and ch851 as a husband and wife. No one else other than Yi Tianyun would be able to have such a grand privilege like this. It was obvious that everyone would gather together to celebrate the wedding of the god of the three realms. Chapter 884. The wedding was over, and the three realms were parading for 3 days straight. Everyone was happy with Yi Tianyun's marriage as they finally saw the woman fit to be on the god of the three worlds side. After the parade ended, Yi Tianyun got back to work. He turned so many great arrays around the three world to work as a safety net against invasion like last time. Yi Tianyun also did the same thing in the outside realms. He used the rocks that floated around the empty space as an activation device for his great arrays. This was all a precaution, as he would leave the three realms to check out the outside world for a while. He realized that he still had ways to go after the war. After all, the outside world was a vast place. There was bound to be someone stronger than him eventually. Furthermore, he wasn't quite sure that he would be able to handle someone more powerful than General Long Tae. He already interrogated an evil spirit race cultivator he could find during the war and discovered some interesting information. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get his hands on the information in General Long Tae's possession, but the information from the cultivator alone was quite useful. He found out that General Long Tae was quite similar to a deacon rank on a normal faction system. It was a little bit startling for Yi Tianyun, as that meant there should be so many people stronger than General Long Tae in the evil spirit race itself. Deacon rank was the lowest rank in a faction after all. If evil spirit race were to attack again, it wouldn't be surprising if they sent a powerful individual. At the very least, one more capable than General Long Tae. So, the only thing that Yi Tianyun needed right now was to make sure that he kept leveling up. He knew that it would be an arduous task to do if he stayed in the three realms, as he couldn't level up fast enough. He ought to go to the outer world. I am almost done, Yi Tianyun said as he set up a few more great arrays. He had to invite all factions leaders in the three realms for a big meeting. He had to share the information he knew with everyone and let them know about his plan to go to the outside world. When the meeting was held, Yi Tianyun didn't wait for long before he expressed his intention. I am going to leave the three realms and go to the outside world, Yi Tianyun said casually. What? Everyone was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's words, but ch851's expression was as calm as ever. Ch851 didn't know about Yi Tianyun's plan to go to the outside world, but she knew that she had to remain calm right now as Yi Tianyun's wife. Alliance Lord, you shouldn't go. We couldn't do anything without you here. One of the faction leaders shouted as he voiced his concern. Yeah, aside from the Dragon Lord, we can't do anything if the evil spirit race is to attack us once more, another lord said worriedly. In fact, no one was willing to let Yi Tianyun go. He was their protector, and without him here, they felt vulnerable. I think you are worried that I would never return like the three great divine kings, Yi Tianyun said, laying out what these people were most worried about in plain sight. They could manage their own territory, but the one thing that they were afraid of was if Yi Tianyun was gone and never returned. The three great divine kings were gone and never returned, causing a desperate situation to arise after their long absence. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, the three realms would be in utter chaos right now. These people were afraid that the evil spirit race would immediately come back to attack the three realms as soon as they learned that Yi Tianyun was no longer in the three realms. Not to worry, the evil spirit race wouldn't attack the three realms so soon after their defeat. It is not good for you to always rely on me. You should work hard to cultivate and make yourself stronger in the meantime. If you did, the three worlds would stabilize, and people from the outside world would have a hard time invading us. But if the three realms happened to be in danger, I would return immediately, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone was still not convinced by Yi Tianyun's words. They didn't know how soon Yi Tianyun would return. Besides, how would he find out if the three realms were in danger? But the thing was that nobody knew about Yi Tianyun's teleportation godstone. He could use it to teleport to anywhere he wanted as long as he had marked it before. Everyone remained quiet even though they weren't convinced as they saw the determination in Yi Tianyun's eyes. They knew that they couldn't change Yi Tianyun's mind. You all will protect the three realms while I am gone, but I promise you that the three realms won't be invaded by any outside while I am gone, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This was the most important thing that Yi Tianyun wanted to share with all the factions on the three realms. Plus, Yi Tianyun also informed them that the alliance would be managed by ch851 as the supervisor. After the meeting concluded, Yi Tianyun and ch851 were left in the hall. Everyone left them be as they knew how sad ch851 would be after hearing Yi Tianyun's announcement. Yi Tianyun then pulled ch851 for a hug as she didn't know what to say about Yi Tianyun's plan. I will wait for you to come back, ch851 said with sparkly eyes as she tried to hold back her tears. Silly girl, I will immediately come back as soon as you need me again. Whenever you miss me, I will immediately appear in front of you, Yi Tianyun said as he patted ch851's head. Stop teasing me, but be sure to be careful out there. You don't know what situation you will encounter out there. You must come back safe and sound for our child and me, ch851 said as she rubbed her stomach. Pregnancy wasn't a difficult thing to achieve with their innate ability. As long as two people had good innate ability and were compatible with each other, they wouldn't have any problem conceiving a child. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hands as he rubbed Shi Shuiyun's belly gently. I knew. I will make sure to come back as soon as possible, Yi Tianyun said lovingly. They didn't say anything else besides pleasantries as they wanted to savor the moment together. You have to come back, Shi Shuiyun said as she looked at Yi Tianyun's back as he headed towards the outer world. Chapter 885 Yi Tianyun immediately used the floating spirit ship after he left the three realms as he took it for himself as the spoils of war after exterminating the invading evil spirit race. He repaired it himself and got all the corpses out of the way. Even so, he couldn't fix it all. Yi Tianyun didn't have sufficient knowledge to repair this kind of ship, so he fixed it just enough to use it for a while. After the operator died, no one could start the spirit ship again, and that was why this huge ship was left unattended in the middle of the three realms. This ship sure is something else, both in terms of how sturdy it is and its ability, Yi Tianyun said as he entered the control room and saw how the spirit ship was operated. He saw 5 small array cores where the controller of the ship was supposed to steer the ship around. It was clear that 5 cultivators would be able to control the ship. In addition to that, there was a huge great array outside of the control room. It was used to infuse energy to steer the ship itself. The Saint King experts of the evil spirit race piled on there earlier to channel their energy to the ship. It was like a last resort as it wouldn't be good for the cultivator that shared their energy with the ship. Yi Tianyun kept exploring the control room, and after a while, he finally found a secret door. He entered the secret room and saw a one-man array that was used to pilot the ship. Yi Tianyun then smirked as he knew that he hit the jackpot. This meant that one person could control the ship from this room. He immediately took the helm and activated the array to power up the ship. The ship immediately emitted a dazzling light and flew forward immediately. Yi Tianyun then piloted the ship to the best of his abilities, but he was surprised as soon as he hit a floating rock in space. Yi Tianyun was startled as he was surprised as a rock was suddenly right in front of the ship, but fortunately the ship destroyed the rock without receiving any damage. Yi Tianyun now realized why 5 people were required to pilot this ship. It was hard to pilot as it required precise control and maneuvers. Whilst alone, Yi Tianyun had to control the ship as best as he could. Yi Tianyun immediately steered the ship forward and left the three realms' vicinity to make his way to another realm. Yi Tianyun looked back at three realms, but all he could see was a pile of floating rocks. He couldn't even see the three realms anymore. Obviously, the three realms were in a safe place, but since the evil spirit race already knew about the three realms' coordination, it wouldn't be so safe anymore. Therefore, to make sure that the three realms are safe and sound once again, he ought to exterminate the evil spirit race like the pests they were. I will be back soon, Yi Tianyun said to himself. But as he looked ahead once more, he was startled as a huge rock suddenly came into view. Yi Tianyun quickly tried to dodge the rock, but still, the rock scraped the side of the ship. Fortunately, it still didn't damage the ship. This thing is really hard to control, Yi Tianyun said as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The ship was also demanding as it drained so much spiritual energy from Yi Tianyun. If it were a Saint King expert in Yi Tianyun's place right now, they would already be exhausted as their spiritual energy was drained empty. Despite how annoyed he was, Yi Tianyun still believed that the ship was a very cost-effective transportation. The ship was really fast as it traversed space at the speed of light. Furthermore, it provided protection from anything in outer space. After a while, Yi Tianyun was finally getting used to piloting the ship. No wonder the evil spirit race didn't use the ship to get away from the three realms, as they have lost their pilot. After getting used to controlling the ship, Yi Tianyun was finally able to observe the surrounding area. He noticed that outer space was completely lifeless. He could see many planets floating in space and noticed that some of them were bare without anything in it, while some of them had plants on the surface. But Yi Tianyun still couldn't see any cultivators inside. Then again, it was understandable. Otherwise, General Long Tae would have long conquered the planets before arriving at Three Realms. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that he wouldn't arrive at the evil spirit race's homeland right away. He knew that it was a suicide mission right now. He ought to further improve himself. Thus, he ought to make a stop somewhere with dense spiritual energy first. Yi Tianyun didn't know how long it would take for him to achieve his goal of exterminating the entire evil spirit race. It might take 10 years or longer, but it didn't matter as long as he accomplished that goal. Yi Tianyun was also well aware that the evil spirit race might invade the three realms again, so he ought to make sure that he would keep tabs on the three realms from time to time. It would be a good way to gain so much XP as he could kill a massive number of evil spirit race cultivators if they did invade. So, he ought to get into a place with decent spiritual energy as soon as he could to set up his base. Yi Tianyun then took out the Godstar's plate that he got from killing demon god ch851. He took it out while setting up the defensive great array in the rock around the three realms before, and noticed that it was a space map. Army General Long Tae also had a stars plate with him, but it wasn't as comprehensive as the one that ch851 had. A huge map appeared in front of Yi Tianyun, and it also marked where he was currently, along with the marked coordinate of the three realms. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed the homeland of the evil spirit race in a different corner than the evil spirit race. The Godstar's plate was divided into a number of blocks. These blocks represented an area. But one thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that the closer the planet was to the center of each block, the stronger the spiritual energy would be, which meant that a stronger cultivator would be more likely to reside in such a place. Now, Yi Tianyun had to fly toward one of the god territories that was closest to his current position. He ought to do so to figure out his current situation. Chapter 886. Chapter 886, Yi Tianyun maneuvered the evil spirit ship at high speed and never took a stop. He ought to get to God's domain as soon as possible. He knew that he didn't have much time, so he couldn't afford to be distracted in his path. I am almost there, Yi Tianyun said as he was finally in the vicinity of God's domain. It was all thanks to the evil spirit ship's speed, as Yi Tianyun would have wasted more time getting there without the evil spirit ship. He only used a month of his time on the ship to finally reach God's domain. Had he flown on his own, it would take roughly 1 year. There were a lot of planets along the way, but Yi Tianyun noticed that their spiritual energy was too thin. Some of them even had less spiritual energy than the three realms. Surely Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to grow fast enough to challenge the evil spirit race homeland without the ship. Yi Tianyun checked the map again and finally found the god's domain and the city inside it. He noticed that not all territories were a god domain, but it was collectively referred to as mortal domain. Yi Tianyun quickly flew out of the evil spirit ship and placed it inside his item storage. It safely entered Yi Tianyun's storage system for future use without any hitch. Surely the evil spirit ship was a big item, but it didn't take that much space inside Yi Tianyun's item storage system. He could even use General Long T's storage ring to store the evil spirit ship, but Yi Tianyun knew that there was no safer place than his item storage system. Yi Tianyun then flew towards the city that was supposed to be the entrance to God's domains. Yi Tianyun immediately saw many cultivators flying around the vicinity, and most of them weren't even human. Yi Tianyun saw a rock race that looked like a bunch of rocks stacked together to create a similar outline to a human. Still, Yi Tianyun saw many humans flying around. Yi Tianyun observed the people around him with his appraisal eye and noticed that some of them were at Divine King stage cultivation base. But most of these powerful cultivators weren't from human race. It was from some other race that Yi Tianyun didn't know about. Yi Tianyun even saw several small spirit ships around and concluded the ship was the main transportation for this place. Did heaven-creating Divine King come to this place too? Yi Tianyun said to himself, as it was the only natural thing for someone like heaven-creating Divine King. Yi Tianyun didn't know about his whereabouts, so he didn't know why heaven-creating Divine King never returned to the three realms. There was a chance that they might be in trouble too, either trapped or busy with something else. There was no way the three great Divine King would disregard the three realms and abandon them forever. This place is amazing, so many people with a good cultivation base. Three realms is nowhere close to this, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Yi Tianyun looked around excitedly before walking again, but suddenly he was stopped by a cultivator. Hey, are you going towards God domain too? A young cultivator suddenly asked Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun observed the young man with his appraisal eye and noticed that the young man wasn't just an average cultivator either, as he was at the second layer Divine King stage. He would surely become a king if he came to the three realms. Yes, I am. This path only leads to God's domain, right? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun thought that the young man wanted to tag along, as traveling alone could be depressing. It was a common thing to tag along with others while traveling a long distance. My name is Lei Zhengyu. Can I tag along with you to God's domain? I already flew for quite a while and it's starting to get lonely. Lei Zhengyu said with a smile on his face. All right, I don't mind. I've also flown quite far before I arrived here, Yi Tianyun said while smiling, returning Lei Zhengyu's politeness. Yi Tianyun then immediately introduced himself and chatted quite a bit with Lei Zhengyu to familiarize himself with him. Yi Tianyun learned that Lei Zhengyu came from a poor family. His cultivation was the strongest among his people, and he came here to strengthen his cultivation base further, as it was hard for him to do so in his home. Although Yi Tianyun also had almost the same kind of experience, Lei Zhengyu came from a place that wasn't too far from God's domain. Clearly, as Lei Zhengyi thought that he was stronger compared to Yi Tianyun, Lei Zhengyi immediately led the way toward God's domain. Come on, let's go to God's domain, Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed Lei Zhengyu from behind. They immediately entered a passage that was supposed to be the entrance to God's domain. Yi Tianyun knows that God's domain didn't have any other entrance, so it made a lot of sense if he saw so many people coming in and out of God's domain. When Yi Tianyun entered the passage, he was hit by unknown energy that tingled his spine. Yi Tianyun then observed the surroundings with his appraisal eye, but he didn't notice anything unusual. When they kept going, instead of seeing beautiful scenery, they were greeted by a hall. Yi Tianyun clearly never expected such a thing. Yi Tianyun also looked around and noticed that every exit was guarded by a pair of guards. You all have to stand in line. If you resist, we will resort to violence, one of the guards said coldly. A Divine King cultivator for a guard? Yi Tianyun said as he was shocked upon seeing the guard's status with his appraisal eye. It was clear that they could easily become a king in three realms, but instead of searching for another place to rule, these people chose to be a guard instead. Chapter 887 Yi Tianyun also saw some Saint King cultivators serving as a guard outside, but surely he never expected a Divine King cultivator as a guard. This place was truly the peak of cultivation, as everyone had a high cultivation base. Star Monarch level, go to this place, don't go below what you are required. A stronger cultivator appeared in the station. His cultivation was much stronger than anyone Yi Tianyun had ever seen. It was obvious that he was someone with a similar level of cultivation to General Long Tae. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully entering a new realm, God Domain, deducting 50 million CPs to full level up. What? Yi Tianyun was surprised as the system suddenly deducted 50 million CPs on its own accord. Ding! Successfully promoted the system. Changing the data of major system, combat power system, comprehensive attribute, and leveling up the appraisal I. Ding! System is back online. Change is successfully made. Many notifications suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianyun, letting him know that the system was undergoing some sort of change. The one thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that his cultivation was no longer Divine King. Divine King Stage was a cultivation system based on Mortal Domain, and it was no longer usable here in God Domain. He noticed that the system had changed the cultivation stage to Star Monarch, 9 Refinement, Earth Monarch, Heaven Monarch, God Monarch, Heavenly Venerable, Heavenly God, and God Emperor. However, just like the previous cultivation stage, each stage consisted of 10 layers. Creator Artisan received some changes too. It changed into Divine Forging Master, Divine Alchemist, and Divine Rune Master. Each of them had 9th layers to them too, meaning that the creator level wasn't really the highest level one could achieve there. All aspects of data began updating, and now, the data on the guards immediately changed as Yi Tianyun took a look with his newly upgraded appraisal eye. Gu Yanlong, 2nd layer Earth Monarch. Equipment, lower grade Divine Tool Equipment, Martial Arts, Dragon Transferring Secret Art, Rebirth Level, Combat Power, 20-00, Star Power. Lei Zhenyu, 3rd layer Star Monarch. Equipment, lower grade Divine Tool, Martial Art, Combat Power, 1-300 Star Power. Yi Tianyun then looked around to see the change that the system had made. The Combat Power now used Star Power as its unit. In addition, Weapon and Martial Arts grade were also changed. A Heaven-level Martial Arts were changed into Rebirth rank, and it seemed to be the most common rank in this place. Surely there would be stronger martial arts, but the data was too large for Yi Tianyun to process all at once, so he just had to look out for it in the future. DING. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for receiving the God Domain gift pack. Yi Tianyun was surprised when he received a gift pack out of nowhere, but it was understandable as the system deducted a whooping 50 million CPs from him suddenly. Yi Tianyun immediately opened the gift pack without any hesitation. Ding. Successfully opened the God Domain entry-level gift pack. Reward, basic level God Domain Gacha, additional draw chance, X200 XP card, X50 CPs card, X50 Mastery card, X50 SPs card, 9 Refinement Earth Monarch gift pack, required the 9th layer Earth Monarch to open. Nice, Yi Tianyun said happily. The content inside the gift pack was definitely worth more than 50 million CPs. Although the crazy mode wasn't upgraded, at least the appraisal eye was. After all, appraisal eye was the most important thing for acquiring information. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't feel deceived this time as he could investigate the God Domain to receive so much new information that he could use later. Little brother Yi, what are you doing? Don't hold back the line and hurry. Lei Zhenyu, who stood next to him, patted him on the shoulder and asked Yi Tianyun to get going. Yi Tianyun nodded and resumed walking while Lei Zhenyu followed close behind. He found out that out of so many people in this queue, none of them were human except for Lei Zhenyu beside him. It was awkward, but he wasn't surprised. Human race was a race that was compatible with almost every race, so it was easy for human race to marry other races and conceive a child that was no longer categorized into a human race. Yi Tianyun was still a little bit overwhelmed as he saw so many people at the Star Monarch level, and he couldn't compare them to the cultivators in the 3 realms. But it was a given as everything here was fairly new information for Yi Tianyun. The place was also too crowded for Yi Tianyun's liking, but it was also a given as everyone from around Mortal Domain would come to God Domain to further their cultivation. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhenyu's turn to enter the God Domain. Gu Yanlong walked in front of Yi Tianyun and looked at him coldly. You are now inside the God Domain. This place is called Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. I will now give you the opportunity to join the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If you accept this opportunity, you have to follow Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's orders, Gu Yanlong said coldly. It doesn't matter where you came from or what others used to do to you, or even your status in your previous realms. Once you join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, you have to obey our instruction or face the punishment of death, Gu Yanlong said coldly. Gu Yanlong exerted his aura a little bit to intimidate Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhenyu. His cultivation level was too strong that Lei Zhenyu was obviously shaken from fear. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that everyone else was also experiencing the same thing. Ding. Unlocking the God Domain questline. Receiving a new main quest, Breakthrough to 9th Layer Earth Monarch. Reward and completion, 500 million CPs, 500 million SPs, 500 million mastery points. God Domain's first quest popped up. Yi Tianyun only had to break through to 9th Layer Earth Monarch to complete it. It sure sounded easy, but wasn't this too fast? Chapter 888, Chapter 8888. My first quest is to break through to the 9th Layer Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the difficulty of the quest. He was now at the 8th Layer Divine King stage, and he should reach Earth Monarch level pretty soon. But still, this was his main quest, meaning that he had to complete this quest before he could destroy the evil spirit race's homeland. Obviously, he would eventually get the quest to destroy the evil spirit race homeland later. He already knew that his cultivation level was too low, and because of that, the system also made sure that he could build up more strength before he fought the evil spirit race. Meanwhile, the cultivators around Yi Tianyun were also shocked as they were surprised by the word Gu Yanlong had just said. They were kings or someone revered in their territory, but it seemed that they wouldn't get the same respect here. But of course, they believed that they'd stand on top of everyone once they obtained resources to cultivate from the God Domain. Gu Yanlong has already seen through everyone's thoughts, which was the reason behind his cold attitude to everyone. I know that you aren't convinced by my word, but there is no telling how many geniuses have come here from so many realms before, but there is only a few that could hold out to our rules, Gu Yanlong said coldly. Your cultivation before coming here may be amazing, but I assure you that it was nothing special here in God's domain. It doesn't mean anything here, so let me just say in advance that your path to breakthrough here will be life-threatening, Gu Yanlong said confidently. Nevertheless, it was your own choice. You can either join us or turn around and return to your own realm. If you join us, you have to understand that you have to obey every command without question. There are a lot of people with cultivation than me, and those people won't hesitate to punish you harshly if you disobey the orders given to you, Gu Yanlong added without any hesitation. Now, are you willing to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and swear to never betray Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? Gu Yanlong asked confidently. But what if we want to join other God's domain? One of them asked Gu Yanlong. It was an expected question as there was more than one God's domain in this universe. But the most important thing that God's domain had was their unequaled resources. Their resources was way better than any mortal domain out there. Even so, God's domain had its own grade as well. For comparison purposes in the future, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was actually a first-grade God's domain, which meant that it was the lowest grade out of all God's domain. God's domain had 5 grades to them, and a grade above Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would be a second-grade God's domain. Obviously, there would be a precaution. If you join another God's domain with the same grade, you have to leave tributes of the same value with the resources that we have already given to you. But if you join a higher grade God's domain, you don't have to do so, but you have to return the favor someday. Gu Yanlong answered without hesitation. I know what you are thinking, but I suggest you at least cultivate until 5th Layer Earth Monarch before thinking of finding a higher grade God's domain. They wouldn't look at you otherwise, Gu Yanlong said coldly. Everyone immediately looked at each other as they didn't expect that God's domain would have such rules. I will be helping you pick up a cultivation that would be easier for your talent to grow, Gu Yanlong said without any expression on his face, but his words were somewhat warm-hearted. I am willing to join and swear my loyalty to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, one cultivator said quite loudly. Me too, another one joined in. Many of the cultivators here today choose to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. They didn't mind Heavenly Edict Divine Territory rules, as the rules in the mortal domain were not that much different anyway. Yi Tianyun was also willing to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, as he believed that other gods' domain would also have similar rules. I forgot to tell you, but you have to reach a certain level before you are able to join our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If your level of cultivation doesn't meet the requirements, you will become an outer disciple. You would be demanded to reach the required level first before you qualify to become our member. With that said, let me see your cultivation level, Gu Yanlong said confidently. They all nodded their head. This is an expected requirement as a weak cultivator was nothing but a deadweight. Gu Yanlong immediately walked towards the nearest cultivator and took them to the front as they would be undergoing an assessment. As everyone walked up to form another queue, Lei Zhenyu was pushed back rudely. Human race brat, stand back. A tree race cultivator was the one pushing Lei Zhenyu back. Yes, a lower life form like you should stand at the back, another tree race cultivator said as they cut the line. How dare you, Lei Zhenyu said in anger as his fist started to release a little bit of lightning. What? Do you want to pick a fight? The tree race cultivator said coldly. Yi Tianyun immediately reached out to Lei Zhenyu and stopped Lei Zhenyu before he could do anything stupid. Calm down, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Oh, we have a wise human over here. Now, find your own place, understand? The tree race cultivator said coldly. Their place would be a slave market. The human race is nothing but goods anyway. Another race chimed in. Little brother Yi, we can't let them look down on us like this, Lei Zhenyu said as he held his anger. You misunderstood me, brother. I didn't mean for you to lower yourself in front of a trash. What I meant is that you should throw out the trash that tries to cut your line, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled the tree race cultivator in front of him and kicked him towards the nearby wall, slamming him to the wall quite hard. The branches on the tree race cultivator that Yi Tianyun kicked were snapped horribly. Sometimes you don't have to talk to people like this. After all, it's a waste of time talking to a trash anyway, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu, that was still at a loss for words. Yi Tianyun couldn't stand these people anymore. If they look down upon the human race, they should be ready for retribution. Chapter 889. Chapter 889. Yi Tianyun's word was quite merciless as he basically said that he would trample those who looked down on him. But it would be expected, as the tree race cultivator was mocking Yi Tianyun's race. Meanwhile, Lei Zhengyu was still dazed because of what Yi Tianyun just did. He thought that Yi Tianyun was that compromise and make peace type of guy, but it turned out that wasn't the case at all. A mere human race dared to do something like this? I will kill you myself. Another tree race cultivator roared in anger and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. It was truly an embarrassing scene for these tree race as they were humiliated in front of so many people. That is enough, Gu Yanlong said as he let out his aura, creating a terrifying air pressure to stop the fight. Nobody dared to move as they didn't want to get into Gu Yanlong's bad side. Aren't you all an energetic bunch? If you want to duke it out, wait until the assessment is over. I don't care how you solve your problems, but I wouldn't like it if you mess up this assessment, Gu Yanlong said coldly. I understand. The tree race cultivator nodded slowly before turning his gaze towards Yi Tianyun in anger, but he didn't do anything after that and walked back to their line. Yi Tianyun didn't care about these tree race cultivators. He just wanted to proceed with Lei Zhengyu. Gu Yanlong then looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything else and moved along. Brat, see me after these assessments are over. You hear me? The tree race cultivator said as soon as Gu Yanlong left. Shushang, let them be for now. I doubt they can even pass the assessment from the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory anyway, the other tree race cultivator said with a frown on his face. Surely, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory assessment wouldn't be an easy one. Being at the Divine King stage didn't guarantee that a cultivator would pass. Right, you fools won't pass the assessment, Shushang said coldly. Other races also had the same look on their face as they all looked down on the human race. Yi Tianyun just looked at them coldly as he didn't have the time to deal with these people right now. Either way, he wouldn't be able to change these people's minds by himself so quickly. Gu Yanlong guided them until they finally reached a hall. A huge great array was built in the center of the hall. A holy divine light was even illuminating the great array, soothing everyone that gazed at the light. The assessment is nothing special. If you stay here for more than 2 days, you can officially join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. The light in the middle is nothing special either. It's just an energy that comes from God's domain, Gu Yanlong said as he stood beside the great array. Because this is your first time coming to God's domain, you have to undergo a special procedure to make sure that you can adapt to God's domain environment. After staying here for more than 2 days, your basic energy would transform into star energy, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. The longer you stay in this room, the more basic energy you can transform into star energy. It will be for your own good in the future to stay here as long as you can. If you fail this test, meaning that you got out before 2 days' time has passed, you will be only eligible to become an outer disciple, Gu Yanlong said solemnly. Gu Yanlong explained in detail, informing all the newcomers about the assessment, but people didn't really understand how hard it could be to stay in one room for only that long. At the same time, Yi Tianyun thought of using his appraisal eye to see what the assessment was all about. Upon glancing at Lei Zhengyu, he was a little bit surprised as Lei Zhengyu's data was already converted into a star energy. He knew that they hadn't stayed that long for the data to change that rapidly, but Yi Tianyun didn't question it further. Sir Gu, what's the longest time a cultivator can handle here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Look at that. A human brat is looking to break the record. Shu Xiong mocks Yi Tianyun for asking such a question. The other race also looked at Yi Tianyun in disdain as they looked down upon the human race. The current record is 10 days. It was the current Heaven Monarch of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the heir to the next territory lord. Gu Yanlong said solemnly, if you can break this record or get any close to this record, you will be immediately welcomed as a direct core disciple. Gu Yanlong said confidently. It was a great temptation for anyone as becoming a direct disciple meant easier access to many resources. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he wanted to break this record. If he wanted to earn his chance to destroy the evil spirit race, he ought to get everything as soon as possible. He didn't have to keep a low profile as it wouldn't reward him anything, especially in a place full of discrimination like this. If he wanted a favorable environment around here, he had to prove to everyone that he was extremely powerful. If there is no more question, you can start the assessment now. There is no time limit. After you go in there, you will immediately start the assessment, and you will be considered failed out as soon as you faint or choose to give up. Gu Yanlong said solemnly. Everyone immediately prepared themselves as they wanted to stay for as long as they could. 2 days. I hope that you don't faint so soon in there. But if you fail, I think I would have an easier time killing you later, Shu Sheng said with a smirk on his face as he stood beside Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun failed to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the difference in status would be greater than they were now. If he just became an outer disciple, Shu Sheng would be able to do anything to him as no one would care. Whatever, less talk, more action, Yi Tianyun said as he was too lazy to give Shu Sheng the attention he wanted. Yi Tianyun then turned his attention to Lei Zhengyu. Our human race has been ridiculed for too long. We have to stay inside for more than 2 days, Yi Tianyun said confidently. That is a given, little brother Yi. I will let them know that human race wasn't as weak as they thought, Lei Zhengyu said confidently. Chapter 890. Chapter 890. The participant immediately stepped inside the great array and the light immediately illuminated them. As soon as they did, the cultivators immediately felt that their body was being boiled as their energy was being converted into the god's domain energy. The cultivators that was still waiting for their turn to enter the great array could clearly see those who already entered the great array were writhing in pain. The truth was, the cultivator's energy was being squeezed out and was slowly refilled. It was to squeeze out any mortal domain's energy and replace it with the god's domain energy before transforming their body. This roughly took 2 days to complete, which was why Gu Yanlong said that they had to stay inside for at least 2 days. The entire process was painful as their energy was being forcefully drawn out of their body before shoving in a vicious energy into it. Still, these people were at Star Monarch, which was the top expert of their territory. Certainly this much pain wouldn't deter such a strong cultivator. Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu looked at each other and went inside the great array. Yi Tianyun instantly felt the violent energy entering his body from the top of his head. Yi Tianyun quickly meditated and began stabilizing the violent energy inside his body so that he could convert the energy inside his body safely. His basic energy was a spiritual energy, so he still ought to convert it to star energy. Yi Tianyun was reminded of the evil spirit race's energy in the past, as their energy was much more violent. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that the evil spirit race was using the star energy. No wonder the evil spirit race was stronger than the human race, as their energy was far superior than the energy that the human race used. Even though Yi Tianyun had the crazy leveling system, he still ought to adjust his physique to create a harmonious energy inside his body. Yi Tianyun has always been proud of his physique. He had the Dragon God bloodline that was already upgraded to 8th grade, and now his arms that were equal to middle grade divine tool rank strength. Therefore, Yi Tianyun thought of this assessment as nothing more than just a physical fitness test. If it just came down to perseverance, he would never lose to anyone. Now that his crazy mode couldn't help him complete this assessment, everything really depended on what he has gained over the years. Be sure to hold on to something, Yi Tianyun said to Lei Zhengyu as he began to swallow the energy all around him using his heaven-swallowing divine secret art. Others tried to slowly transform their body to accommodate the god's domain energy, but not Yi Tianyun. He wanted to be stronger at a much faster rate to protect his loved ones. In less than a day, people were starting to scream as they fainted in the Great Array area. These people had completed their star energy absorption, but failed to transform their body to accommodate it. Gu Yanlong didn't quickly drag them out of the Great Array area as there was no harm in them resting there. He just ought to wake them up and deliver the bad news. Not even a day. Gu Yanlong shook his head as he felt that the current participants of the assessment were a little bit too weak. They even boasted that they would last for more than 2 days before, but it turned out to be nothing but an empty word. Team leader Gu, are these the new recruits? A cultivator came, and judging from the structure of their body, the cultivator was from the tree race. Gu Yanlong himself wasn't from the tree race. He was from the Dragon Clan, and he already attained the captain rank on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. It proved that he wasn't someone to mess with. Team leader Shu Yuan, aren't you in charge of monitoring the other entrants? Why are you roaming around right now? Gu Yanlong asked as he wasn't truly a fan of being around Shu Yuan. I came over to take a look at the new recruits you're in charge of, Shu Yuan said as he began to check out the participant inside the Great Array. Those two are pretty good. There is no need to assess them further after this, Shu Yuan said as he saw 2 tree race cultivators among the participant. He then looked around some more and saw Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu on the side. His proud face immediately turned into a frown. Team leader Gu, why did you let a human race join the assessment? Shu Yuan said annoyedly. Team leader Shu Yuan, I am an official. There is no rule on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory that forbids me from allowing the human race to participate, Gu Yanlong said indifferently. You have a point, but it was just a waste of time as they won't even able to stand inside the Great Array for more than 1 day. There is no meaning in putting trash into the fray. Even if by one slim chance they manage to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, they will be nothing but an embarrassment later. I don't want any human race joining our faction, Shu Yuan said stubbornly. That is irrelevant, team leader Shu Yuan. What if your seedlings fail right now? Aren't they just the same as another trash? Gu Yanlong said indifferently. Are you saying that the seedlings of our tree race are trash? I have evaluated so many human race cultivators during my time here, but none of them turned out okay. They are just a waste of resources. Team leader Gu, it was clear that your judgment is impaired, Shu Yuan said stubbornly. But the thing is, I don't think those two are bad. If you have no other business here, you're welcome to return to your station now, Team Leader Shu Yuan, Gu Yanlong said indifferently. Team Leader Gu, I have heard that you have a bad temper. Now I will not return. I want to make a bet with you. If those two human race cultivators can last longer than my seedlings, then I lose, and I will give a secret arts from my own resources to one of them. But if they can't last longer than my seedlings, I win, and you have to give two of your secret arts to my seedlings, Shu Yuan said with a smirk on his face. Gu Yanlong frowned, as it was a sacred ritual to have a chance of choosing a secret arts from anyone. Each captain could only have one chance after a minimum 10 years of service. It was their chance to join any special treasures pavilion in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. This treasure could be a martial art, a weapon, or even any equipments, but the fact that all of them were special couldn't be rebutted. Now, the chance of choosing a secret art in the captain rank could either be used immediately or could be relinquished to any newcomers of their choosing. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid that you will lose? I know it. Even Team Leader Gu thought that human race are nothing but trash cultivators, right? There is no way they would win our little bet, Shu Yuan said tauntingly. Shut up, it's on then, Gu Yanlong said as he turned his attention towards Yi Tianyun. He knew that there was something special about Yi Tianyun and smiled as he knew that Yi Tianyun could last longer than those tree race cultivators. Chapter 891. Chapter 891. Shu Yuan was happy that Gu Yanlong accepted his bet. After all, he was certain that human race wouldn't be able to best his own race. He didn't like Gu Yanlong supporting a human race out of all races out there. Now that Gu Yanlong accepted his bet, his disciple would have an easy time in the future. You accepted the bet, no running out of it later, got it? Shu Yuan said with a smirk on his face. I will never go back on my words, Gu Yanlong said indifferently. He already knew how Shu Yuan's way of thought, and thus he chose to believe in the human race cultivator. He felt it before when he first saw Yi Tianyun, and he believed that Yi Tianyun would be able to surpass the tree race cultivator no problem. Well, let us see what happened next. Shu Yuan smiled in satisfaction as he got what he wanted out of Gu Yanlong. He already thought that he was winning, so there was nothing he should worry about. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun wasn't aware of what was happening outside of the Great Array as he kept absorbing the star power inside the Great Array, converting the energy inside his body at an alarming rate. He could feel his power rising as he kept absorbing it without any consideration to others. He didn't see any problem in his body, as his body was like a boundless sea, and accommodating so much star power didn't really affect his body in a negative way. While others began to suffer from the changes that happened to their body, Yi Tianyun didn't feel any pain at all. As time went by, cultivators began to collapse as the day began to change. They couldn't even hold on until the next day as their body couldn't handle the transformation. It meant that they couldn't join the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. In fact, they wouldn't be able to join any other god territory as they also had the same exact requirements. However, Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu survived the next day. Shu Sheng and Shu Hand, the cultivator from the tree race, also passed to the next day, but they didn't seem to plan on stopping anytime soon as they pursued more power. I thought they would only last for 2 days, but they stubbornly persisted, Shu Zhuan said as he shook his head in disdain. Gu Zhonglong didn't say anything as he continued to watch over Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu quietly. On the third day, more people failed. A total of 340 cultivator entered the assessment, but only around 30 people remained inside the Great Array. As for those who already regained their consciousness, they left the Great Array without saying anything as they were quite ashamed that they couldn't last for 3 days. They were definitely shocked as they were bound to be hailed as a god in the mortal territory, but they couldn't hold a candle to the god territory cultivator. It was definitely a heavy blow to their ego. The third day passed, and Yi Tianyun still persisted without any problem, and so did Lei Zhongyu and the 2 tree race cultivators. Following the 4th day, more cultivators began to fall, but Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu still stood strong. Shu Yuan's expression started to change. He began to have a bad feeling as the 2 human race that he despised so much lasted this long. It was also because he noticed that Shu Sheng seemed to have a hard time holding on any further as his body began to shake. What is this? How could those 2 hold out for so long? Shu Sheng opened his eyes from his meditation and still saw Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu meditating. Shu Sheng gritted his teeth as he tried to endure another day. He didn't want to lose to a human race, and if they lost, they would be extremely ashamed of themselves. On the 5th day, Shu Sheng screamed as he could no longer withstand the transformation to his body and fainted. But as he already survived for 4 days inside the Great Array, he would be welcome to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, no problem. Meanwhile, Shu Yuan's face completely darkened. His heart beat really fast as he was furious of Shu Sheng for his inability to withstand the star energy longer than a mere human race cultivator. I still have 1 more cultivator in there, Shu Yuan said as he gritted his teeth nervously. They gambled on which race would be able to last the longest, so it didn't have to be both of them anyway. Shu Yuan prayed that Shu Han wouldn't lose so quickly like Shu Sheng did. It took around 10 years for any disciple to receive a secret art from a master. Although 10 years wasn't necessarily a long period of time, it would be better if they could get it faster. Gu Yanlong looked at Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu, but he was especially interested in Yi Tianyun as he felt that Yi Tianyun could hold on for days. At the very least, both of them seemed more stable than Shu Han. Soon after the sixth day started, Shu Han's body shook badly and he fainted. The bet was over as both Shu Han and Shu Sheng had fallen. On the other hand, both Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu still stood strong. Team leader Shu Yuhan, I am sorry, but it seems that you have lost the bet, Gu Yanlong said as he smiled victoriously. He didn't expect both human race cultivators would persist so much longer than the tree race, but nevertheless, he still won. All right, I will stand on my word and give you my token, Shu Yuan said coldly and threw a token towards Gu Yanlong. Shu Yuan immediately left the scene after that without even checking up on his fellow race. Instead, Shu Yuan looked at Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhongyu's face intensely as he ought to remember their faces in the future. Gu Yanlong watched as Shu Yuan left but didn't say a thing. He still had to see how long Yi Tianyun would last inside the Great Array before he stopped. Finally, after the sixth day end, Lei Zhongyu began to sway and finally fell on the seventh day. You have persisted for 6 days, Gu Yanlong said to Lei Zhongyu. He nodded as his eyes were bright with anticipation. It was clear that he got a good recruit this time. At the seventh day, the cultivators has already dwindled down to almost nothing, as only less than 5 cultivators remained inside the Great Array now. It also meant that Lei Zhongyu had squeezed himself into the top 10 recruits in Gu Yanlong's area. No one would doubt a human race after this. Now, the 5 cultivators who were still holding out inside the Great Array would receive massive power as their physique would be perfected by the star power. Yi Tianyun soon opened his eyes and looked around. He finally noticed that only 3 other cultivators were left inside the Great Array. There are only 3 left, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and he closed his eyes again as he continued to meditate and devour the star energy that the Great Array gave. Chapter 892. Chapter 892. The remaining 4 cultivators inside the Great Array felt a burden that they should break the record themselves. But they knew how hard it was to break the record. Well, except for Yi Tianyun. Finally, Lei Zhongyu woke up at the end of the 7th day and got out of the Great Array on his own. He looked at Yi Tianyun and smiled excitedly as he noticed that Yi Tianyun still persisted without any problem. He is clearly a powerful cultivator. There are only 3 other cultivators beside him in there, Lei Zhongyu said excitedly. Although he couldn't hold out for that long, he was still excited to see that Yi Tianyun could do so. Now, what are you going to say about this? It's clear that me and little brother Yi are far more powerful than both of you, Lei Zhongyu said coldly towards Shu Han and Shu Sheng. They were clearly meditating to control the star energy in their system as they waited for the assessment to end. It was clear that they already changed their perspective of human race as they were in awe of Yi Tianyun's persistence. But clearly, they couldn't stand a blow to their ego. Even if you persist longer than us, our ability is far greater than you. If you spar with me, you will see which of us is more powerful, Shu Sheng said coldly. Well, before little brother Yi can spar with you, why don't I do so in his stead? Lei Zhongyu said as lightning sparked in his eyes. He was a special thunder attribute cultivator, which also going in tandem with his personality. You asked for this? Shu Sheng said coldly. He felt ashamed that he couldn't hold out longer than a human race, but he couldn't allow a human race trample on his pride anymore. Well, it's better if we can wait until the end of the assessment, as I want to see little brother Yi breaks the record first, Lei Zhongyu said excitedly. You are dreaming. The record is there for a reason. He will only last for 1 more day at most, Shu Sheng said tauntingly. Now that the 7th day was over, the cultivators inside the Great Array began to crumble. They couldn't seem to hold out any longer, but that wasn't the case for Yi Tianyun, as his form was still stable. Others thought that Yi Tianyun was just bluffing, as they thought that Yi Tianyun was definitely about to faint. Well, we'll see about that, Lei Zhongyu said confidently. He knew that Yi Tianyun was really calm, and there was no way Yi Tianyun would bluff about something like that. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun continued to absorb the star energy around him, altering his body further. But he felt that there was no part of his body left to transform, as it seemed all parts of his body were already accustomed to the star energy. But Yi Tianyun wouldn't stop there. He knew that the next step would be transforming his major meridian line inside his body. With the raging star energy entering his meridians, Yi Tianyun's meridian lines began to expand slowly. Yi Tianyun knew this progress shouldn't be wasted, so he ought to keep going to reinforce his physique even further. Then, Yi Tianyun's dantian began to expand as the energy inside started to condense. He felt like a planet-sized star energy has accumulated inside his dantian. This is a planet-sized energy. Can star energy withstand the condensation? Yi Tianyun said as he started to wonder if it was safe to do so. But he was eventually convinced that the star energy was meant to behave this way. Yi Tianyun began to imagine life growing inside his dantian. The planet-sized energy inside his dantian felt like it was making its own world, starting from plants, trees, flowers, and topography. There would be no animals inside it, but it felt almost magical. Yi Tianyun began to wonder whether he could transfer his consciousness inside his dantian, but he knew that it was the work for another day. At the same time, the 8th day has already come to an end, but Yi Tianyun was the only cultivator left inside the great array. Everyone else has already fallen and rest on the side. The last one to fall was a beautiful cultivator. She lasted for 8 days and she already felt so much change on her body. But when she looked at Yi Tianyun, she felt unwilling to left the great array as she didn't expect anyone to stay longer than her. I already said that little brother Yi would be the last one standing. Now he will definitely persist more than 1 day. What do you have to say to that? Lei Zhengyu said to Xu Sheng while laughing tauntingly. Xu Sheng was bothered by the fact that Yi Tianyun was the last one standing, which was beyond his wildest dream. Gu Yanlong himself was also shocked that he received 4 recruits that could withstand 7 days inside the great array. Moreover, 2 of them could withstand the 8th day. Once the recruitment was over, he would definitely get a lot of rewards for this. I knew it. That brat isn't a normal cultivator, Gu Yanlong said as he smiled in satisfaction. If Xu Yuan was next to him right now, his frown would further make his ugly face hard to look at. Gu Yanlong himself could only persist for 5 days in his assessment days. The treatment he received in the past would be definitely different than the treatment that Yi Tianyun would receive in the future, because Yi Tianyun would immediately be recruited as a core disciple, which focused on training to further improve their power. But still, Yi Tianyun ignored all the excitement outside, and soon days passed without any problem. The 9th day, the 10th day. And now that he was already on the 10th day, as long as he persisted through this day, he would have the same record as the current record holder. It was incredible. Yi Tianyun would be treated like a royalty once the assessment was over. His status would be equal to those successors of Heaven Edict Divine Territory. It was incredible for anyone to last this long, and thus, no one in their right mind would do anything to drive the recruit away. No one really knew for sure what awaited Yi Tianyun in the future, but clearly it was far better than any of them would ever dream of. Chapter 893, Gu Yanlong was excited beyond belief. He would get more benefit from Heaven Edict Divine Territory if anyone among his recruit broke the record. So, he silently watched over Yi Tianyun as he continued to meditate. Everyone was also doing the same thing as they watched Yi Tianyun silently. Many of them couldn't imagine that a human race would be this capable. They had pride over their bloodline as they thought that their bloodline would be so much better than those from the human race. However, how could a human race best them? The strength of the cultivator was different as they received various bloodlines from their parent. But human race bloodline was so much inferior to any of the other race, so the human race was always mocked as a trash cultivator due to their cultivation being so much lower than any other race. Furthermore, the innate ability that one would have was also affected by the bloodline that they had. In other words, the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the innate ability would be. Can he really reach the 10th day? The cultivators that watched Yi Tianyun meditate on the side began wondering how long Yi Tianyun would stay inside. If Yi Tianyun could endure the 10th day, he would be the record holder for the longest cultivator that stayed inside the assessment great array. As the time went by, it was finally clear for everyone that Yi Tianyun could really endure the 10th day. He actually passed the 10th day, a cultivator said with a shock on their face. They thought that Yi Tianyun would faint sooner, but as the 10th day comes, Yi Tianyun didn't seem to be showing any sign of fainting. Gu Yanlong's eyes were full of expectation as one of the recruit he was in charge of reached the 10th day. Yi Tianyun has become the second cultivator that reached the 10th day. I already said that little brother Yi would definitely reach the 10th day. Now, you have the proof in front of your eyes. Now, he could withstand the star energy twice as much as you can, Lei Zhengyu said happily, taunting Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng still couldn't believe what he saw right now. How could a mere human achieve something that they couldn't? It was such a shameful display, so he remained silent. They would surely be antagonized later, as Yi Tianyun would surely receive a status way beyond what they would get from Heaven Edict Divine Territory. But the reality was clearly way beyond what they expected as Yi Tianyun survived through the 11th day. But that was not all, as Yi Tianyun continued to withstand the pressure inside the great array like it was nothing. The 12th day, the 13th day, Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of stopping. If they couldn't see the steady stream of energy being absorbed into Yi Tianyun's body, they would have thought that Yi Tianyun was dead, as there was no way anyone would last this long. Is he a freak? How could he stay in there for 13 days? How could he last for so long? A cultivator said worriedly from the side. That is right. There is no way a human race would be able to do something like this, another cultivator said enviously. None of them believed that a human race would be able to last for so long inside the assessment great array. Now, the only possibility left was that Yi Tianyun wasn't from a human race. But the fact that Yi Tianyun had the Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline eliminated this possibility. In the 3 realms, it was an extraordinary thing to have one of the 3 great Divine Kings' bloodline, but Yi Tianyun now realized that it was an ordinary thing here on the God's realms as Divine King Cultivator that was called Star Monarch here was relatively common. There's no doubt that he is indeed from the human race. Although I could sense that his aura was mixed with others' power, but there was no doubt that he was from the human race. Don't try to undermine others for your own lack of achievement. Gu Yanlong said solemnly to warn the others of their position right now. The cultivators immediately fell silent as they knew that they were in the wrong. The human race that they belittled earlier had broken the record while they were left with mediocre records. Finally, on the 14th day, Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes as his body was fully converted to accommodate the star energy. In his dantian, the planet-size energy has already created its own world with towering trees and various plants growing inside. Well, I am done here, Yi Tianyun said as he woke up and stood up on his own. Although Yi Tianyun could just absorb the star energy as XP, he wouldn't do that as he deemed it too slow for him. Nevertheless, in order to transform his body to accommodate the star energy, he also turned them into XP, which was none of the other cultivators was capable of doing. Is this the first time in God's domain that a cultivator fully transformed their body to accommodate the star energy? Yi Tianyun frowned as he felt something was off. He could surely transform his body before coming to God's domain and fully adapt to the God's domain energy quicker. Furthermore, if they failed, they could just enter the Great Array once again to try transforming their body again, and they would get it in the end. But why no one went with this idea before? Sure, it would take some time, but it would be for their own good at the end. But clearly, it wasn't any of Yi Tianyun's business. Yi Tianyun stood up in a depressed mood and walked outside. He immediately noticed that all the cultivators that entered the assessment were waiting for him on the side with a surprised expression, and Gu Yanlong was no exception. Gu Yanlong himself was surprised not because Yi Tianyun could withstand 14 days inside the Great Array, but more because Yi Tianyun could walk out without fainting. This was the first on Heaven Edict Divine Territory's history. Why didn't you faint? Shu Sheng asked with a perplexed look on his face. Why would I faint? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Chapter 894, let alone fainting, Yi Tianyun even walked out of the Great Array on his own without any problem, something that no one had expected. Little brother Yi, are you all right? Lei Zhengyu said as he immediately came to Yi Tianyun's side as soon as he walked out of the assessment area. I am all right, but hey, I am impressed that you could last for 6 days, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. Although he has been meditating to absorb the star energy, it didn't mean that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings, but he simply didn't care about what happened outside of the assessment area, so he just ignored them altogether. Little brother Yi, you flatter me. You are now the record-breaking holder with 14 days of record. You even changed the way those guys look at you. You are the real glory of the human race, Lei Zhengyu said aspiringly. Is that so? Yi Tianyun said with surprise as he looked toward Shu Sheng. Now, didn't you say that we have an unfinished business before? Yi Tianyun asked Shu Sheng coldly. Yi Tianyun wouldn't just let those who had taunted him for a beating walked away, and right now wasn't an exception. You staying in there for so long doesn't mean that you got the power to back it up. At the end, the difference between skill is what would set us apart, Shu Sheng said as he taunted Yi Tianyun further. Since Yi Tianyun had inside the Great Array for 14 days, Shu Sheng was quite sure that he could overpower Yi Tianyun very easily. Sir Gu, I wonder if we can have a duel right here, Yi Tianyun asked Gu Yanlong respectfully. I don't see any problem. I'll allow you to have a duel here, but you're not allowed to get injured. You are our new Discrim of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and you would receive a special treatment later, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. All right, that should be easy, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I doubt that. I want to see how you will walk away unscathed against me, Shu Sheng said furiously. Shu Han, who was standing next to Shu Sheng, was also furious by Yi Tianyun's word. They easily changed their view of Yi Tianyun, but it was all expected as they would receive a special treatment from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory if they could beat Yi Tianyun, the record holder right now. But the other cultivators looked at them with ridiculing eyes. If the record holder that could withstand the star energy concentration for 14 days could be defeated by those who were only able to withstand the same energy for 5 days, there was no point in staying inside that assessment area for longer than a few days. Nevertheless, the cultivators gave them room for the duel. Gu Yanlong would become their referee for now. Gu Yanlong agreed to let Yi Tianyun proceed with the duel ultimately to further assess Yi Tianyun's strength. If he deemed it dangerous later, he could just stop it effortlessly. Now, I'll give you the chance to make the first move. I don't want people saying that I don't give you any chance later when I beat you up, Shu Sheng said coldly. He still thought that a human race was trash, and there is no way he would lose to a trash. All right, I will take that chance right away, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun stepped forward and immediately disappeared from plain sight. With a terrifying speed that not even Gu Yanlong could follow, Yi Tianyun flashed to Shu Xiang's side and kicked Shu Xiang elegantly. Shu Xiang was sent flying towards a wall, followed by a loud sound as he smashed the wall. Shu Xiang screamed from the top of his lungs as he felt his body shattered like glasses. Even if his body were covered with a thick bark, it couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's power. Shu Xiang finally fell to the ground while spitting green bloods before fainting. My power increased just fine. It felt a lot more powerful compared to when I came here. Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied expression. He immediately used his appraisal eye to check his own status. He noticed that his body was stronger, and many aspects of his meridians and dantian were reinforced. His combat power even transformed to those of star power instead of the usual combat power. He now had 6,300 star power, which was equal to 630 billion combat power. He observed Xu Sheng and noticed that Xu Sheng only had 2,300 star power as he was at 5th layer star monarch rank. He then shifted his focus at Shu Han and noticed that he had 3,200 star power at 8th layer star monarch rank. No one here could go against Yi Tianyun, but as he observed Gu Yanlong, he knew that he still had ways to go as Gu Yanlong had 20-00 star power at 2nd layer Earth Monarch. This gap between their combat power wouldn't be closed so easily with Yi Tianyun's equipment. Surely there was a sky above the sky. The more Yi Tianyun fought, the stronger his opponent later on. But surely it was good for him as he could improve himself continuously. I didn't expect the difference after integrating the star energy would be this much, Yi Tianyun said as he was shocked by his own growth. Before he entered the assessment, his combat power was around 3,800 star power, but after he finished the assessment, it raised exponentially to 6,300 star power. It was way better than consuming a bloodstone or any other power booster. But still, that 6,300 star power was his base power. Yi Tianyun still hasn't used any of his power enhancer. He hasn't activated any of his bloodline's power, let alone equip any of his usual equipment. In any case, Yi Tianyun was really shocked by the difference in power after the transformation. The god's domain was really amazing. Chapter 895. Chapter 895. Xu Sheng was still alive even after Yi Tianyun's attack, and that was because Yi Tianyun had no intention to kill him. If Gu Yanlong let Yi Tianyun kill his opponent now, Xu Sheng would have already become a corpse. Everyone was stunned by Yi Tianyun's skill. Even if Xu Sheng's cultivation wasn't the best, he shouldn't be easily defeated like that. Yi Tianyun's power was way beyond everyone's wildest imagination. He was too easy for you, little brother Yi, Lei Junyu said excitedly. He almost rushed over to hug Yi Tianyun, but he knew this wasn't the place for such a behavior. Gu Yanlong flashed in front of Yi Tianyun, but he was also surprised by Yi Tianyun's power. Even he didn't expect it to end this quickly. I know my eyes haven't gone rusty just yet. Gu Yanlong nodded as he appreciated Yi Tianyun's power. He didn't even look at Xu Sheng's condition as he was the least of his concern right now. Nevertheless, he still could feel Xu Sheng's aura, so no one was killed here. But even if Xu Sheng was crippled from Yi Tianyun's attack, he still wouldn't care about it. You are too heavy, Xu Han said as he lifted Xu Sheng and carried him away. He already checked Xu Sheng's vital sign and found out that Xu Sheng was dying as all the bones on his body were shattered. This is just a duel. How can you be so cruel? Xu Han shouted towards Yi Tianyun furiously. Cruel? How would I know that he would be so fragile? He offered to give up the first move to me, and I'm sure you heard it too, right? But how would I know that he would break with just a light tap? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Sir Gu, it was obvious that he attacked my friend with an intent to kill, Xu Han shouted angrily at Gu Yanlong. Well, as long as he didn't die, Yi Tianyun didn't break any rules, Gu Yanlong responded faintly. Gu Yanlong was being honest. It was the same thing all over the place. The rules in this place only stated that killing was not allowed, so if the opponent was left with serious injuries, it couldn't be helped. Xu Han was left speechless as he didn't know what to say to avenge his injured companion. Well, since I now understand how fragile the tree race is, do you want to avenge your companion? You also said that human race was trash, right? Why don't you fight me instead? Let us see who the real trash is here. Yi Tianyun said coldly to Xu Han. Yi Tianyun knew that Xu Han also held the same belief as Xu Sheng, so it wouldn't hurt to deal with him right here. It's on. Xu Han stand up in anger. He thought that he could win against Yi Tianyun, and the reason Xu Sheng lost was only because he was too careless. He quickly pulled out a divine tool and pointed it at Yi Tianyun. I will make the real difference between us clear right here and now, Xu Han said coldly. Well, if you are ready, then can we start now? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Come on then. Since you are just a trash, I will give you the chance to go first like Xu Sheng did, Xu Han said coldly. Xu Han's body was immediately covered with a thick armor, and countless vines came out of his body, giving an extra cover. His aura pulsated with a strong vitality, showing the signature bloodline of the tree race, a super healing ability, and strong defensive power. This was also the reason why the tree race was usually arrogant, as they thought nothing of their opponent attack. Prepare yourself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he flashed from his spot. Xu Han was confused as he saw Yi Tianyun disappeared, and suddenly he felt that his chest was shattered. He was sent flying towards the wall and slammed it hard. Xu Han screamed as he vomited blood and eventually fainted from the pain. Like Xu Sheng, Xu Han's bones were all shattered, and the armor that he took pride in was destroyed. Xu Han fell to the ground unconscious, unmoving like a corpse. But everyone could feel his aura faintly, meaning that Xu Han was still alive. Now, everyone realized that it wasn't a fluke at all. Yi Tianyun was definitely far stronger than both of those tree race cultivators. Anyone else wants to mock human race? If so, I am ready to accept any of your duels, Yi Tianyun said as he glanced over towards each cultivator on the side. Did you feel confident right after only defeating a few trance? A rock giant suddenly came out. His body was covered with a strong defensive aura, even more powerful than that of Shu Han's. This cultivator was called Yan Feng, and with each step he took, the ground shook. Yi Tianyun already took note of this guy before. He withstood the assessment Great Array for 6 days. His race would absolutely took advantage of their powerful defensive capability, there was no doubt about it. I wouldn't say that I am confident only after defeating those two. But if you want to, I can be your opponent. Yi Tianyun looked at Yan Feng indifferently. Say no more. I want to witness your skill myself, Yan Feng said as he took his stance, challenging Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked around, and the first thing he noticed was that no one seemed to be scared or showing respect to him or Lei Zhengyu. It was obviously a mistake to let this duel continue. I changed my mind. I'm no longer interested in this child's play, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. Is that it? Is the human race scared of us, the rock giant? Or are you human just want to bully the weak? Yan Feng taunted Yi Tianyun to accept his challenge. Who is the one being bullied here? It was clear to me that you all want to beat me somehow. Using me as your stepping stone so that you can get a better status here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? But if you are so sure about this and don't mind lying on your bed for a year, I will be your opponent, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. He was really tired of dealing with people like this. Brat, you are too arrogant. You really thought that you were invincible after defeating those pathetic trance, don't you? Yan Feng said tauntingly. Tell you what, if you crush my armor, I will admit that I lose, Yan Feng said confidently. Yan Feng with his appraisal eye and noticed that the armor of this rock giant was comparable to middle-grade divine tools. If he pushed it with his aura further, it would definitely reach the high-grade divine tool. All right, I hope that it would shield you completely from my attack, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. I have prepared myself. Don't be a coward. Come on now, Yan Feng said confidently. But before he could say anything else, Yi Tianyun disappeared and reappeared right in front of him. Yi Tianyun landed a punch on Yan Feng's chest, and it crushed the rock that was Yan Feng's armor and even shattered the entire huge rock body inside. I am so sorry. It seems I punch you too hard, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he patted the dust on his trouser. Chapter 896. Chapter 896. Yan Feng was pulverized in one hit, no different than Shu Han earlier. Yan Feng was even more focused on defending himself compared to Shu Han that was deemed being caught off guard earlier. Everyone was obviously shocked to Yi Tianyun's power, for he easily defeated a 8th layer star monarch cultivator. He even defeated a rock race cultivator that was well known for their impenetrable defense out there. He is too strong, a cultivator whispered. Yeah, I have seen a rock race fight before, and no matter how hard his opponent cut on his body, he received no injury at all. The toughness of rock race defense was powerful that every race knows about it, another cultivator said with surprised look on his face. Has he already reached the Earth Monarch level? Another cultivator said curiously. If he already reached the Earth Monarch level, we wouldn't miss it. His cultivation was around 7th layer star monarch at best, another cultivator said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun became the hot topic among them as they were confused about the reason why Yi Tianyun could be so powerful. But they obviously had no intention to fight Yi Tianyun any longer. They didn't want to spend the next year staying in bed from the injury of fighting Yi Tianyun now. Even if they didn't die, the injury was still serious enough that they wouldn't be able to move their body. Anyone else wants to challenge me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. The cultivators around him couldn't help but take a step back as they were intimidated by Yi Tianyun's aura. They were scared that they would meet the same fate as those 3 cultivator earlier. A dead silence enveloped the area. The woman that was meditating the whole time even looked around because of the sudden silence, but when she grasped the current situation, she went back to her meditation. She wanted to prove that she wasn't to be underestimated here, but she didn't have any intention to attack Yi Tianyun at all. Little brother Yi, you really are something else. Rock Race is one of the races with the sturdiest defense out there, but they couldn't even hold a candle against you, Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. Lei Zhengyu himself was also a good cultivator, but his cultivation wasn't as good as Yan Feng earlier. If this fight is over, then I officially declare that those who pass the 2nd day are officially recruited to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and those who pass the 7th day would be immediately recruited to join the core disciple, Gu Yanlong said solemnly. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun and the mysterious woman on the side. Both of them would be joining the core disciple instead of the regular disciple. Many cultivators were jealous of Yi Tianyun's feat right now, as joining the core disciple would surely come with extraordinary benefits. Those who were able to withstand the Great Array for more than 5 days would be recruited to join the Inner Palace Disciple. Although it's not as exclusive as the Core Disciple, their future is still equally bright, Gu Yanlong said as he smiled at the cultivator that passed the 5th day mark. Gu Yanlong then guided them through a long walkway where Yi Tianyun saw many cultivators came and went. It seemed that they could take on a quest from somewhere in this hall. If Yi Tianyun wasn't mistaken, this place would be a quest hall, a place where the cultivators could gain a contribution point for the faction to gain influence. Everyone obviously wanted to receive a better treatment, so many people would return to this hall sooner than later. Official disciples, get your token over here. Inner Palace disciples, get your token over there. And lastly, the core disciples, take your token here, Gu Yanlong said as he pointed his finger towards the respective token that each group of disciple was supposed to take. Each of this token was specially made with their name engraved on it. Yi Tianyun then took a look at his token and noticed that it was made with a special material. This token had a similar feature as the storage ring that Yi Tianyun used. It could store many items in its large storage space, and what was unique about it was that the owner could sense the token's whereabouts easily no matter how far it was. Your token serves as your identification, be it for a rescue mission or a simple quest. You can take those missions with this token. Keep this token with you at all time because if you lose this token, no matter what status you have, you will be removed from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, Gu Yanlong said solemnly. There is more to this. If you deliberately lose this token and it's found by anyone from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, you will receive a capital punishment, Gu Yanlong added solemnly. The cultivator's face suddenly changed as they realized the importance of the token. This rule was surely a strict one, too strict even, but Yi Tianyun didn't feel the same way. He knew that no one would be able to take his token away from him unless he was already dead. Then, you all should go to your respective chambers to begin your assessment in your own disciple ring, Gu Yanlong said as he showed the official disciple and inner palace disciples' room. You two come with me, Gu Yanlong said as he called over Yi Tianyun and the mysterious woman earlier. Little brother Yi, congratulations on becoming one of the core disciples. I wish you good luck as I don't know how long will it take before we can meet again. Lei Zhengyu said as he waved Yi Tianyun goodbye. Although they didn't know each other that long, they were still the fellow human race that were able to join the Despite God's Domain faction, the discrimination they faced. You too, Brother Lei. Don't ever forget the dignity of human race, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. Both of them finally parted ways, and Gu Yanlong immediately led Yi Tianyun and the mysterious woman outside of the hall. Yi Tianyun saw many prosperous buildings in the distance and many cultivators that came and went inside those respective buildings, even though Yi Tianyun didn't see anyone with a high cultivation base. Most of these people were around Spirit King stage cultivation, and it was obvious that these cultivators belonged to the outer disciple. Yurong, you have a good grade this time. Your father would be very happy with your achievement, Gu Yanlong said as he talked to the mysterious lady. It's quite all right, but I didn't reach the 10th day record, and I don't even get the first rank, Gu Yurong said with a somewhat disappointed look on her face. Well, at least you managed to join the core disciple, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Uncle gave me too much credit. If it weren't because of your guidance, I would never reach the standard, Gu Yurong said gratefully. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled as he never noticed that these two were relatives. Chapter 897, Chapter 897. Yi Tianyun looked at both of them from the top to bottom and noticed that both of them had several similar characteristics now that he observed carefully. Both of them owned the Dragon Clan bloodline. The possibility that they came from the same place was higher. But Yi Tianyun never expected something like this would happen in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and Yi Tianyun knew that Gu Yanlong didn't have the power to bring in anyone he wanted inside the God's domain without any proper assessment. The star energy inside the God's domain was very rich. The cultivation progress was definitely better than when he was at the mortal domain. The spirit energy inside the mortal domain didn't even come close to the star energy. No, it was your own effort. I merely give you several pointers, that's all. You even produce a better result than me back in the day. If you continue to work hard, you will have a chance to become an elder in the future, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Of course, uncle, I will work harder in the future, Gu Yurong said with a smile on her face. Gu Yanlong then turned his attention to Yi Tianyun. Now, I believe that you heard me earlier, but let me introduce you again. This is Gu Yurong, my niece. Now that you two know each other, you should take care of each other in the future, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Gu Yurong. Nice to meet you, Gu Yurong said politely as she bowed her head. My name is Yi Tianyun. Nice to meet you too. Yi Tianyun said politely. He was relieved that at least he didn't encounter another racist cultivator. Gu Yanlong nodded and took them immediately to the teleportation array outside of the main hall. This teleportation array would take you to the hall where core disciples gathered. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled there. Many of them want to reduce the competition there for sure, especially you, Yi Tianyun. You just made a new record today, so I won't be surprised if that draws too much unnecessary attention towards yourself, Gu Yanlong said solemnly. With your level of cultivation and power, your future would be infinite. That fact alone would make those who were jealous of you would want to get rid of you even more. A piece of advice. Keep your head down, keep a low profile, and hope for the best, Gu Yanlong said with a small frown on his face. Thanks for your advice, Sir Gu. I will do my best. But I see that you aren't repulsed by our human race. Why is that? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It was a long story, but long story short, I have some human friends that I treasured. They aren't here at the moment, but I hope that you got to see them in the future. I was assessed at the same time with them and became Heavenly Edict Divine Territory disciple together. They already left Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and now they have joined a stronger faction, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Now, this is my gift for your trouble, Gu Yanlong said as he handed 2 tokens to Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong. This is Secret Art Token. After you go to the Core Palace to report, you should go to the Secret Art Palace immediately and choose your own compatible treasure, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood that the token was the prize for Gu Yanlong's bet with Shu Yuan. Secret Art Great Palace? All right, I will go there later. Thank you very much, Uncle, Gu Yurong said excitedly. Yi Tianyun wasn't very familiar with the God's Domain's norm just yet, and so he just nodded his head as he should see it for himself later. Thank you very much for helping me, Sir Ju, Yi Tianyun said as he expressed his gratitude. You don't have to thank me for this, it's your reward for doing your best. After all, this thing got here because I won a bet against team leader Shu Yuan, Gu Yanlong said sheepishly. Regardless, I'm in your care so far, Sir Ju, and I am thankful for that, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, you already break the record, so I myself will get a lot of benefit from that. So, off you go. I can't go inside as that is strictly for core disciple only, Gu Yanlong said as he patted Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong's shoulders. Well, another piece of advice I can give right now is that you both have to choose your treasure inside the Secret Arts Great Palace carefully. This opportunity is rare, so I don't want you to regret your choice later, Gu Yanlong said before he bid his farewell and left both of them in front of the teleportation array. Gu Yurong immediately walked inside the teleportation array, leaving Yi Tianyun behind. She didn't have anything else to say to Yi Tianyun, so there was no need for her to wait for him. They weren't close with each other to begin with, so there was no sense in wasting time with him, at least for now. Yi Tianyun himself didn't have anything to say either, and so he just followed inside the teleportation array without a word. After they teleported in, they didn't see a palace at all. Instead, it was a huge city. It seems that we've teleported quite far from the previous place, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around, but he didn't see anything familiar with this place. You really don't know anything about Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, do you? Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has countless planets as their base, and there is only one city inside each of the planet. The place we come from earlier is called Gate Protecting Star, and the place we are in now is called Heaven Nucleus Star, which is solely dedicated for the core disciple to live in, Gu Yurong said as she walked forward. Still, there are many other planets that you can visit via the teleportation array or the spirit ship, Gu Yurong said indifferently. Yi Tianyun looked all around him in awe. This planet was a big planet, but it only had one city? This was terrifyingly big to walk around in. This is interesting. I will be sure to have my own place here soon, Yi Tianyun said as he felt that he ought to have a home to effectively get more resources in this place. Chapter 898. Chapter 898. Your identity token? A guard said as he stopped Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong on their track. From the guard's aura, Yi Tianyun concluded that he was at the first refinement Earth Monarch, which was stronger than a Divine King Cultivator. But Yi Tianyun knew that a Divine King Cultivator or above was common in God's domain. Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong immediately took out the token they got earlier and handed it over to the guard. But when the guard checked Yi Tianyun's token, he was shocked. You lasted for 14 days inside the Great Array, the guard said with a face full of awe. This would become a common occurrence as Yi Tianyun's achievement was really that crazy in the first place. It was the highest record in history. For further proof, Gu Yanlong also provided Yi Tianyun with evidence in case people began doubting Yi Tianyun in a recording disc. This recording disc recorded Yi Tianyun while he was inside the Great Array, so no one could argue that he was cheating. Is there anything wrong? Yi Tianyun asked as he didn't want to waste too much time there. He was already familiar with these kinds of expressions, so all he wanted was to move on. Staying for more than 10 days wasn't that uncommon at other gods' domains, but in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's case, Yi Tianyun was certainly the only one who did so. There is no problem whatsoever. Please step inside. The guard's attitude completely changed all of a sudden. Yi Tianyun just shook his head with a sigh as he couldn't believe he would be treated this way, but then again, he was secretly enjoying this kind of treatment himself. Gu Yurong just sighed heavily, hoping that the guard would also treat her that way, but her feat wasn't that rare here. Immediately after they entered the city, 2 old men suddenly appeared in front of them. Their hair was all messed up, and their eyes were brimming with excitement. You are that human boy that lasted for 14 days, right? This is incredible, one of the old men said excitedly. This is truly remarkable. Only a few people could achieve such a result. I didn't expect one of them would reach out to our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the other one said excitedly. Hey boy, come with me. You will be my disciple, the old man said excitedly. What are you talking about, old coot? He will be coming with me, the other said annoyedly. You are not making any sense. I am stronger than you, the first one argued annoyedly. Are you sure about that? Do you want to settle this right here and now? The other one said angrily. Both of them began to quarrel like a child in front of Yi Tianyun to make sure that Yi Tianyun became their disciple. Sure enough, their quarrel eventually drew everyone's attention, and there was quite a crowd eager to see what would happen. The elders were fighting over a human that lasts 14 days inside the Great Array. Is it even possible to stay that long? A cultivator said confusedly. That is not possible. The record only shows a cultivator that stayed for 10 days. How could anyone stays longer than that? Another cultivator said confusedly. But the elders said the same thing just now. They wouldn't be lying now, would they? But I am not quite sure myself. He is just a mere human, another cultivator said with a frown on his face. How is a garbage race like the human race could possibly last for 14 days? Another cultivator said in disbelief. The discussion among the cultivators continued as it was hard for them to believe that a cultivator could withstand staying for 14 days inside the star energy Great Array. Moreover, it was a human race cultivator too. But there shouldn't be any reason for them to dispute this, as the elders themselves said it out loud. The situation was unbelievable right now, as this was the first time the elders fought over a cultivator. Not even the top 10 cultivators in the core palace were ever sought like this by the elders. The cultivators began observing Yi Tianyun as they wanted to understand what made Yi Tianyun that special. On top of that, they wanted to know how could Yi Tianyun last inside the Great Array for so long. The crowds began to grow as more cultivators gathered to see Yi Tianyun for themselves. Yi Tianyun was the one who was the more surprised, as he didn't expect two old men at Heaven Monarch level would be fighting over him like this. Yu Yonglong, 3rd layer Heaven Monarch stage. His extremely firm and fierce power can burn everything. Weakness, extreme cold attribute. Combat power, 250W00 star power. Ming Yua King, 3rd layer Heaven Monarch stage. His extremely cold attribute could freeze anything he wanted. Weakness, extremely hot temperature. Combat power, 220W00 star power. These two elders were the polar opposite of each other, but Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious about why their combat powers would vary that much while their cultivation base seemed to be the same. Yi Tianyun inspected even closer at the detail of these two elders' information, and he found a relatively small character at the bottom. Yu Yanglong breakthrough to Heaven Monarch stage after establishing the 8th Refinement Earth Monarch, while Ming Yueqing reached Heaven Monarch stage after establishing the 7th Refinement Earth Monarch. Different rank breakthrough would have this huge of a gap, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was a little bit surprised by this information. He realized that he needed a better understanding of things in the god's domain, as his knowledge regarding the mortal domain didn't apply here. Forget it. Let him choose for himself who he wants as his master, Yu Yonglong said annoyedly. Sure, I respect that. Let him choose his future for himself, Ming Yueqing said as both of them immediately turned their attention toward Yi Tianyun. Now, choose who you want to be as your master, Ming Yueqing said respectfully. The cultivators around immediately gasped in surprise, as they had never heard a cultivator choosing their own master before. They were always picked by the master, and none of them had the option to choose out of their own accord. Meanwhile, nobody paid any attention to Gu Yurong, as she was only a cultivator that lasted for 7 days, a common occurrence inside this core palace. The elders weren't keen on paying any attention to her, as they were solely focused on Yi Tianyun alone. Chapter 899. Chapter 899. Two powerful Heaven Monarch cultivators were waiting for Yi Tianyun to give his answer. They would easily defeat Yi Tianyun if they wanted to, but they weren't using violence for this one. Their level of cultivation is too powerful. Wouldn't they easily destroy the 3 realms if they want to? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he couldn't help but respect the two elders. Yi Tianyun himself couldn't wait to reach the Heaven Monarch too. He would be a crushing existence in the 3 world and for those evil spirit race. I have a better proposition. What if both of you become my master instead? Wouldn't that be perfect? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The two elders looked at Yi Tianyun with wide eyes. They immediately laughed as soon as they looked at each other. This brat is too arrogant for his own good. Didn't you just break the record? But now you also want 2 masters for yourself? A cultivator on the side said mockingly. Hey, a piece of advice for you, brat. Don't offend the 2 masters. You are good enough to receive the blessing from one of them, not the both of them, another cultivator said coldly. What did I tell you? Human race is a problem. I can't understand what they are thinking, another one said mockingly. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about these cultivators' words as he stood by his word. If these 2 masters rejected his proposition, then so be it. Yi Tianyun wasn't a fool. He knew that he was far weaker than these elders, but he would surpass them eventually. Boy, aren't you too greedy. You don't seem to know our situation. Our attribute is incompatible with each other. Either you cultivate a fire attribute with me or a cold one with him. There is no such thing as cultivating fire and cold together, Yu Yanglong said with a frown on his face. Yes, it is a bit too arrogant for you to request such a thing from us. There is no way a greedy one like you would be a good disciple, Ming Yueqing said coldly. The 2 elders' favorability plummeted after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. They definitely thought Yi Tianyun was too greedy and didn't think highly of it. The cultivators that watched the spectacle from earlier snickered as they thought that there was no way the elders would take Yi Tianyun as their disciple now. Had Yi Tianyun chose either one of them, at the very least, he would have just offended the other one, but now that he was too greedy, he offended both of them. Idiot, you have offended both of them. I never thought a human would be this stupid, a cultivator said while laughing out loud. That's right, the two elders clearly weren't pleased by his answer, another one said coldly. In fact, they all felt that Yi Tianyun's answer earlier was very stupid. The elders would definitely abandon Yi Tianyun now. Even Gu Yurong shook her head as she felt pity for Yi Tianyun. She took pride in her decent result, but now the one that produced a better result than her would be abolished. Elders, I could cultivate two kinds of flames. My foundation isn't so bad, so I thought that both of the elders could become my master so I can cultivate both of them efficiently. I didn't ask out of greed, but out of necessity. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. What did you just say? You can cultivate both flames? The yin and yang flames are difficult to coexist with each other. Are you sure that you reach harmony with them? Yu Yanglong said confusedly. Yi Tianyun didn't explain anything as he immediately raised his left hand and gently produced the immortal flame, raising the temperature all around him in an instant. He then raised his right hand simultaneously, and he produced the heavenly yin fire, dropping the temperature all around him immediately. One hot flame and one cold flame. In particular, the immortal fire was a high-grade heaven-level flame. He could always level it up using his mastery point, but it wasn't necessary for now. Furthermore, the heavenly yin fire couldn't be underestimated either. It belonged to an extremely cold group of fire, which was the polar opposite of the immortal fire. He used the immortal fire for equipment crafting, while he used the heavenly yin fire for alchemy. Yi Tianyun then clasped his hand together, making the fire overlap with each other, but there was no side effect at all. The fire continued to burn side by side without extinguishing one another. Clearly, it was a shocking scene for anyone who saw it. All the cultivators here knew that the two kinds of flames were extremely temperamental, and putting them side by side was a brutally hard thing to do. How could a heavenly yin fire be put side by side with the immortal fire? Ming Yueqing said confusedly. Both of them were extremely in awe of Yi Tianyun's performance. They never expected a cultivator that could cultivate both flames would exist in this universe. All they ever learned was that the flames would extinguish themselves once they encountered their polar opposite, or in more extreme cases, they would cause a huge explosion. But that didn't seem to be the case with Yi Tianyun. They finally realized why Yi Tianyun wanted both of them as his masters. Now that I've already proved myself, can I learn under both of you? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Everyone else was shocked into silence. The previous ridicule and mockery completely turned into shock. But then again, they couldn't say that Yi Tianyun was lying as everyone else saw the same thing. Sure, there is no problem at all. This is a miracle. How did you do it? You have both of the mortal domain divine flames. If we both train you efficiently, you may become the first expert of ice and fire, the dual ultimate energies, Yu Yanglong said excitedly. Their favorability immediately went up as they were no longer disappointed by Yi Tianyun's answer earlier. Instead, it was clear that they were far more excited than they were previously. They couldn't wait to teach Yi Tianyun everything they knew. Chapter 900. I still don't know the two elders that well. Now that I have already become your disciple, can I have some sort of say in the way my cultivation goes? I certainly don't want my cultivation to deteriorate, so I just want some kind of opinion before we delve deeper into this. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Some might say that he was acting too cocky, but it showed that he was eager to cultivate. Yes, of course. We didn't know each other that well, so we had to learn about each other first. Old Ming, let's teach him together, yeah? Yu Yanglong said as he turned to Ming Yueqing immediately. Of course, I haven't been this excited for a long time, Ming Yueqing said excitedly. Not only did he set a new record, but he also had a special ability. If I reject the chance to teach him now, I may regret it forever, Ming Yueqing said solemnly. The two of them were clearly more excited to teach Yi Tianyun himself, but it was expected as Yi Tianyun was like an ultimate treasure that wouldn't be encountered twice. Gu Yurong herself was still dumbfounded by the whole ordeal. She has been around Yi Tianyun for quite a while, but she never felt the two flames inside Yi Tianyun. She thought that Yi Tianyun was just a cocky human, but she finally realized that wasn't the case. This is impossible. Two opposite flames? This is cheating, a cultivator said on the side. What is so great about it? He was just lucky. It would be impossible for him to cultivate it further, another cultivator said mockingly. Their tone was really harsh as they were cursing Yi Tianyun in the back. They hoped Yi Tianyun would fail, probably because of their own jealousy. However, they didn't dare to speak in front of the elders as it would definitely upset them. Disciple, greet the two masters, Yi Tianyun said with respect as he smiled. He had to earn the two masters' respect, so he ought to respect them back. Furthermore, the two of them were his key to getting the resources around here, so he ought to be nice to both of them. With the help of the two powerful heaven monarchs, it wouldn't be hard to cultivate in this place. Although he could rely on killing monsters to level up, it wouldn't be as efficient as cultivating with resources. The most troublesome thing right now was that he was unfamiliar with basically everything inside God's domain, so he had to familiarize himself first. Good. The two masters said as they beckoned Yi Tianyun to follow them. Let's go inside and start working with your basic cultivation. Your immortal fire and heavenly yin fire were still at the mortal domain's level. The real God's domain level is demon fire rank, Yu Yanglong said as he opened his hands and conjured a flame. The flame wasn't red, but white. It was a white flame. The temperature in the surrounding area immediately rose by a few hundred degrees. Hadn't the cultivation of the people around there was high enough, they would instantly combust. White flame bone fire, rebirth level high-grade flame. Belonged to the 10 great demon fire that would burn everything to ashes. Special effect, greatly increase the chances of smithing and alchemy. Rebirth level flame. The grade here was no longer limited to heaven level. Above heaven level, there was rebirth level, heavenly Tao level, heavenly God level, and sovereign level. It didn't apply solely to the flame rank, but also to weapon and martial arts. This is my flame, Ming Yueqing said as he opened his palm and conjured his flame. A blue flame appeared, and the surrounding area immediately began to freeze. Yi Tianyun didn't know how cold it was, but everything was starting to crystallize. When the two opposite attribute flames grazed each other, a water layer appeared in between while the ground was smoldering with fire. These flames were still suppressed, as they were just meant to be shown to Yi Tianyun. If it were for offensive purposes, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to withstand them. Heaven Monarch cultivation was really no joke. Devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire, Rebirth level high-grade flame, and belonged to one of the 10 great demon fire with the power to freeze everything to crystal. Special effects, a substantial increase in alchemy success rate. Both elders had 1 demon fire, and they were much stronger than Immortal Fire and the Heavenly Yin Fire. Even so, not even Immortal Fire and Heavenly Yin Fire were classified as demon fire, but Yi Tianyun didn't have to worry anymore as he knew that he could reinforce his flames and upgrade them to demon fire rank. I will listen to Master's explanation closely, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Everyone was panicking as the fire was really something they should be careful about. Meanwhile, Gu Yurong clasped her hand and silently stood as she felt like being left out. Well, for all it's worth, she was really ignored the entire time. Oh, right. Masters, this is my friend. I hope you can consider her too, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Gu Yurong. He didn't really know Gu Yurong, but she didn't seem to despise humans. In fact, she even seemed to have a good impression of a human race, so it wouldn't hurt to show her a little act of kindness. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing looked at Gu Yurong for a while and nodded. Very well, the little girl could come along too. She could join our core palace. I believe she would produce a good result. Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Thank you very much, elders, Gu Yurong said as she was grateful for the offer. She came here to build up more strength, so she would be a fool for refusing this chance. The other cultivators couldn't help but envy them. Some of the woman cultivators even looked at Yi Tianyun full of hope. It might be easy for the man to be Yi Tianyun's enemy, but it didn't have to be that way for the woman. It would be great for them if they could get on Yi Tianyun's good side. Chapter 9 Yuan. Chapter 9 Yuan, Yi Tianyun, and Gu Yurong immediately entered the main hall and saw several young people that immediately stood up and greeted the elders. Elder Yu, Elder Ming, the two of you don't have to worry. The newcomers that just joined the core palace would immediately undergo the welcoming ceremony. The young cultivator said solemnly. Their cultivation was quite decent, as they were at Peak Star Monarch level, or even at 1 Refinement Earth Monarch. Welcoming ceremony? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. He noticed that almost all of the young cultivators in front of him were looking at him with a sneer on their faces. These people probably looked down upon him just because he was a human. He looked all around, and as he expected, there was no human in here. Even though the number of cultivators here was large, there was no human at all. No wonder the discrimination on human race, as there was no human race cultivator to be found here whatsoever. In contrast, all these cultivators here had a unique bloodline that was far superior to any human race's bloodline. It was clear from their advanced cultivation, as it was basically super strong already. It was an expected result, as human race couldn't give birth to a strong cultivator right away. The human race child had to cultivate their own cultivation at their own paces, unlike other races that could immediately give birth to a strong cultivator. This was basically a handicap for human race. I almost forgot about this welcome ceremony, Yu Yanglong said as he stroked his messy hair. If you want to join the core palace, you have to pass the welcoming ceremony first. If your score is good enough to pass, then nothing happened. You will join the core palace as you intended. If you do great in the ceremony, you will receive some reward later, but if you fail, you will be punished. Yu Yanglong said to Yi Tianyun solemnly. You can still take a break outside and take the welcoming ceremony later. No one here can force you to do anything, Yu Yanglong said casually. Where do I start? Yi Tianyun said respectfully. He noticed the sly expression on almost everyone's faces, so it was obvious to him that the welcoming ceremony wasn't just another ceremony. The welcoming ceremony is a very simple matter. It is just a requirement for you to write your name at the stone tablet, and that's it. This is a rule that has been implemented in Core Palace since a long time ago. Unless you leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territory or die, your name will always be there, Yu Yanglong explained solemnly. He then pointed at the huge stone tablet on the side, but it wasn't like any other stone tablet. It was more like a wall instead. Yi Tianyun looked at it and saw at least 10 W0 names there. In other words, there were at least 10 W00 disciples in the core palace right now. This ratio was really terrifying, as it meant that 10 W0 people at the very least withstood the assessment grade array for more than 6 days. But still, it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun. Nian Siyu, it was the most glorious name in the top area, Yu Yanglong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun looked at the top area and found Nian Siyu in there. Nyeon-siu is the creator of the God's Domain Baptism, a female heaven monarch that every woman cultivator aspires to be, Gu Yurong said fanatically. Is this woman a strong cultivator? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised himself. He didn't expect a woman would be a record holder of this place. Little junior brother, this is our welcome ceremony. The method is very simple. Just engrave your name on the wall by using your spiritual force, a cultivator said with a smile on his face. I heard that you withstand the Great Array for 14 days. That is incredible. You should be able to surpass Nyeon-siu. It would be rather laughable if you can't, after all, another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun now understood what these people were after. It was clear that they wanted to humiliate Yi Tianyun here if he couldn't surpass Nyeon-siu's name. However, Yi Tianyun already knew that these cultivators wouldn't simply respect him even though he was Yu Yanglong's disciple. The negative favorability was the reason for all this. Sure, I am not going to hold back, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This guy wanted to prove that Yi Tianyun was just a joke of a cultivator, and he would never surpass Nyeon-siu. It would save their pride as they didn't want a human race surpassing them. This is long enough. Let's proceed with the welcoming ceremony. But remember, if you engrave your name too low, you would be receiving punishment. But the punishment itself isn't that hard. You simply have to take care of the spirit medicine in the mountainside for 3 years. Yu Yanglong said as he drew a line about a meter high, marking the lowest threshold to avoid the punishment. Yu Yanglong himself knew what these cultivators were after, but he didn't stop them, for he thought a little competition would be a good thing. But as long as there was no form of cheating or interference, they would handle it themselves. So, that's how it's gonna be, huh? Interesting. Yi Tianyun smiled. The welcoming ceremony wasn't as hard as he thought. Chapter 902. Chapter 902. So, who will go first? Will it be junior brother, or is it the junior sister? A cultivator said as his eyes were looking straight at Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong. The cultivator that guided both Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong this time was a man called Zhou Runji. He always smiled in front of them both, but there was no telling what he was really thinking. I will go first. Gu Yurong stood up. She has been silent so far, but there was no reason for her to remain observant any longer. Her reason for doing this was to prove herself and make sure that the others noticed her too. She knew that Yi Tianyun's ray was too dazzling, and she wouldn't be able to compete with him. Then come right here, junior sister, Zhou Renji said as he called Gu Yurong to come over. This welcoming ceremony wasn't only to test the cultivator's spiritual force, but also to let everyone know about your identity. It was like a self-introduction with a chance to prove themselves. The spiritual force itself was basically the strength of the soul, which would determine the cultivator's capability in the future. Spiritual force could also be cultivated, but it was the hardest to cultivate. Testing one's spiritual force was the best way to see a cultivator's worth. Gu Yurong walked to the wall, and once she stood in front of it, she closed her eyes. An invisible power arose from her body, and the wall began to glow faintly. The light on the wall climbed through the names on the wall really fast, but after passing the line that Yu Yanglong created, the light slowed down significantly. It was a sign that the difficulty had increased. It was hard for Gu Yurong to make the light keep climbing up. Gu Yurong has exerted her power to pass the line Yu Yanglong created earlier, but it was fine. She could just climb the wall slowly. She slowly traversed double the distance she ought to pass from being punished. She bypassed so many names and achieved a good result. To put it simply, if her names went up, she would be evaluated higher by others, but still, her name was still far away from Nyeon-siu. Even so, she didn't have to compare herself with Nyeon-siu. At the very least, she already left thousands of names in the dust. Moreover, she hasn't completely stopped, as her name still crept up slowly. Yu Yanglong nodded his head as he looked at Gu Yurong as he saw that Gu Yurong had room to grow. But still, Yu Yanglong noticed that Gu Yurong was trying harder than it looked. Junior sister, I suggest that you engrave your name within your limit. If you continue to go up, I am afraid it would be hard for you to engrave the letters of your name later, Zhou Renji said kindly. He didn't say anything to Yi Tianyun, but he seemed to care about Gu Yurong. Now Yi Tianyun realized that Zhou Renji might not be that kind. Gu Yurong didn't say anything as she kept channeling her energy to the wall. She wasn't obliged to heed Zhou Renji's word and kept going. She wanted to leave her name in a higher place, as she would receive better treatment here if she could just prove herself worthy, especially with the two elders watching her. Yi Tianyun looked at Gu Yurong expectantly. He loved how a cultivator did their best for their own future. It was always what he strived for in his own life. You'll get better treatment as long as you prove yourself. The spiritual force of Gu Yurong kept creeping up the wall, leaving only a few hundred names for her to overtake, which meant she was already in the top 1 to new zeros. It was no ordinary feat. She only lasted for 7 days inside the Great Array, but she reached a height that not many cultivators could reach in the welcoming ceremony. A lot of Core Palace's disciples had their name in between 2 or 3 meters high, but Gu Yurong could reach the 4-meter high with a considerable effort. Everyone that saw Gu Yurong would never expect her to have this much potential. Eventually, she began engraving her own name on the wall. She engraved it slowly, but it seemed there was nothing to worry about as she finished it without a hitch. But Yi Tianyun noticed that it required a lot more effort from Gu Yurong when she engraved her name. As soon as Gu Yurong finished engraving her name on the wall, she collapsed. She sat on the ground while sweating excessively. It was just like she was under the water for some while. Even so, her situation wasn't so bad. Despite the arduous task that left her faint, she succeeded, and the reward was more than worth the exhaustion. Junior Sister Gu, are you all right? Zhou Renji said worriedly. I am all right. My spiritual force looks pretty good, right? Gu Yurong said proudly. In fact, everyone else immediately applauded her as she performed well. Yes, it's very good indeed. If you work harder in the future, I am sure that you will reach a greater height in the future, Ming Yueqing said as he smiled at Gu Yurong. Thank you very much for your praise, Elder Ming, Gu Yurong said as she stood up and bowed respectfully to both elders. She had to show her capability to stand firm in the core palace, and things went according to her plan. She then walked back towards Yi Tianyun and rested on the corner. She nodded at Yi Tianyun, indicating that Yi Tianyun should go next. This time, all eyes were on Yi Tianyun. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would break Nianxiu's record. It was as high as 12 meters on the wall, which was a meter higher than the second highest name on the wall. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he knew that he could do better. After all, controlling spiritual force was his forte as a creator-rank divine rune master. He knew that it was collectively referred to as God Rune Master now, but still, he was better than any of the people in this room regarding that matter. Chapter 903. Chapter 903. Yi Tianyun thought that Nianxiu could achieve such an amazing result because she probably was a strong divine rune master herself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has reached the peak of divine rune progress in the mortal domain and was now eligible to be called God Rune Master. Now in God's domain, God Rune Master wasn't the highest rank, but he should be able to reach it eventually. A God Rune Master would be able to leave a deep mark on a spiritual wall like this, which was why Yi Tianyun thought that Nianxiu was a God Rune Master herself. If she weren't a God Rune Master, she would have a hard time doing something like this. In fact, there was a high chance that she would fail. Although it wasn't impossible that Nianxiu was someone with a strong spiritual force from birth, it was very unlikely. As Yi Tianyun walked towards the wall, an argument was instantly heard behind him. I dare to say that he wouldn't be able to surpass Senior Sister, a cultivator said confidently. I think so too. Someone has even withstood the Great Array for 9 days before. Most people may think that he would be able to get close to Senior Sister's name due to his feat, but I don't think that will be the case, another cultivator said confidently. Yes, it's a real power to have a name engraved that high, another cultivator pitched in. They all thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would surpass Nianxiu, so they were watching Yi Tianyun with disdain as they were eager to see Yi Tianyun fail. It didn't matter how high Yi Tianyun could engrave his name, but as long as it was lower than Nianxiu's, they would laugh at Yi Tianyun and humiliate him. It would at least prove to the cultivators that withstanding the Great Array for 14 days didn't vouch for an adequate innate ability. Although it still meant that Yi Tianyun was stronger than them, it would at least put them at ease knowing that Yi Tianyun was still not the strongest. I don't know anything about his spiritual force, but I don't think he's that bad. Then again, it certainly would be tough if he wants to surpass Nianxiu, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. I think so too. He can control both types of flames with ease, so it's a given if he has a pretty good spiritual force. But the problem is that Nianxiu was too strong. She was definitely one of our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's strongest cultivators, Ming Yueqing said while nodding his head. The elders also thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to surpass Nianxiu as they've already witnessed how powerful Nianxiu was. Obviously, Yi Tianyun heard all of it, but chose to ignore it as he looked at the top of the wall. The character that made up Nianxiu's name sat on the top of the wall. Obviously, the letter itself wasn't big, but it was readable from the bottom. Now, Yi Tianyun prepared himself to engrave neater writing on the wall and higher than Nianxiu's. Yi Tianyun then channeled his spiritual force into the wall, and suddenly, the wall started to tremble. His overbearing spiritual force seemed to be sprung to the top like a lightning bolt. It climbed to the 5 meters height and surpassed Gu Yurong with ease, but it didn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. Yi Tianyun's spiritual force kept climbing the wall and now has reached 8 meters high. Yi Tianyun could feel that the wall was resisting his power, but still, it was like smashing into paper. It wasn't hard at all. In a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun has reached the 12 meters mark, the same level as Nianxiu herself. Then, he surpassed Nianxiu's name and carved his name on the top of Nianxiu's name with a big character of Yi Tianyun. The entire process didn't even take a minute. Meanwhile, Gu Yurong only managed to engrave her name on the 5-meter mark, and even that took a few minutes. Everyone was startled as they saw how easy it was for Yi Tianyun to engrave his name above Nianxiu's name. This was impossible in their eyes, as they had never seen something like this ever happen. Did it mean Yi Tianyun's capability was higher than Nianxiu? But certainly, it was too easy for Yi Tianyun to achieve such a heaven-breaking record. Even the two elders were in shock. Yi Tianyun would be an amazing cultivator in the future. Yi Tianyun easily surpassed Nianxiu and engraved a big letter for his name. This was the first time in Heaven Edict Divine Territory's history that something like this had happened. Now, everyone began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun would be able to surpass Neon Siyu's cultivation. If Yi Tianyun really had higher potential than Neon Siyu, then it wouldn't be that hard for Yi Tianyun to achieve such a thing. Two masters, is my performance any good? Yi Tianyun asked the two elders with a smile. Good, it's very good. In fact, it was really amusing, Yu Yanglong answered with a flustered expression. They were excited to teach Yi Tianyun what they knew as Yi Tianyun would be a great asset to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory in the future. Even if Yi Tianyun would become stronger than them, it wasn't a problem at all. Meanwhile, Gu Yurong definitely had mixed feelings because of this. Everyone had already forgotten about her, but luckily for her, she engraved her name before Yi Tianyun, as no one would pay any attention to her if she went after Yi Tianyun. She would be forced to stare at Yi Tianyun's name, a glorious name on top of everyone else's name, and it was much bigger than anyone else. At the same time, Zhou Runji's face was filled with a frown as he thought that Yi Tianyun would become a mockery of the entire core palace, but instead, Yi Tianyun took the limelight for himself and shocked the entire core palace cultivator. He already broke the record by withstanding the Great Array for 14 days, and now he also broke the record for the highest name in the welcoming ceremony wall? This was all too good to be true, but the proof was there in front of him. There was nothing else he could say about this. Chapter 904. Now, no one dared to mock Yi Tianyun. His name has been engraved the highest on the wall. The gap between them was too big to cross. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to surpass Nian Siyu, but it turned out it was too easy for Yi Tianyun. Even more amazing, Yi Tianyun just took a little time to do so. It was so fast that everyone wasn't really sure what they had witnessed. What about my performance, senior brother? Did I do a good job? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Zhou Runji. It was amazing, Zhou Runji said meekly. He planned to humiliate Yi Tianyun through his performance, but he couldn't be more mistaken. Now, he was at a loss for words. Now, is there anything else I need to do, or should we proceed, masters? Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention back to the two masters. He didn't want to linger around these people as it was better for him to cultivate than wasting his time with them. No, let's go. The two elders smiled as they walked in with Yi Tianyun. Come on. Yi Tianyun patted Gu Yurong's shoulder and beckoned her. Gu Yurong was shocked that Yi Tianyun still cared about her, so she followed him, leaving the cultivators around them. Senior brother Zhou, that brat's level is too high. He would prance over us in the future, a cultivator said urgently to Zhou Runji as soon as Yi Tianyun and the two masters had left. But I don't think he would be equally powerful in battle. Let's find a time to challenge him later, slap him around, and knock some decency to his thick skull. I refuse to believe that a human is even a decent cultivator, Zhou Runji said angrily. Okay, I will pressure him as he stays in the core palace, another cultivator said confidently. They also don't believe that a human race would be powerful enough to win against them. Furthermore, they don't want to be under a human's mercy later in the future. But still, the fact that Yi Tianyun was way beyond their strength was obvious in front of them. They had to find a way to deal with him as soon as possible. Some of the cultivators had a sinister expression on their faces, while the others didn't join in. After all, not all of them were disgusted by human race. Some were neutral, while some even had a good impression about the human race. The two elders entered the hall with Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong. They passed a relayer of passage and even took a teleportation array before entering the Elder's Great Palace. The Elder's Great Palace was built specifically for Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing and dedicated for them. Yi Tianyun saw a lot of cultivators along the way. There were some that were obviously at their level, and some were even already at deacon rank, but that was not all. There were some low-level cultivators that were responsible for cleaning, tending the flowers, and the likes here. This city itself was a whole planet, so it was normal to see thousands of cultivators here doing a lot of things, including labor stuff. So this is Elder's Great Palace. The nameplate is really big, Yi Tianyun said as he saw the nameplate on top of a wall. But that was not the only thing that impressed Yi Tianyun. He noticed a great array in this place that constantly absorbed star energy and channeled them to the entire hall. Therefore, the star energy inside this place was the most potent. The intensity of star energy in other places was pretty good as well, but certainly nowhere as good as this place. If Yi Tianyun had to compare this place to the Three Realms wouldn't come close to the intensity of energy inside this place. Yi Tianyun also saw the divine rune on the top of the wall. It was completely different and more complex. No wonder evil spirit race looked down upon the Three Realms divine rune, as it was a very basic divine rune. I have to be at least a third-grade god rune master before I can engrave this kind of divine rune, Yi Tianyun said to himself. With the two elders leading the way, they entered the Elder Great Palace. It was divided into 3 passages. One side was very hot while the other was very cold. There was no doubt in Yi Tianyun's mind that the hot one on the left led to Yu Yanglong's area, while the cold one on the right led to Ming Yueqing's area. The temperature in the middle passage was normal, so they took Yi Tianyun to the middle passage first. Inside, Yi Tianyun noticed that there was nothing in there. But Yi Tianyun also realized that the divine rune here was way more powerful than the ones outside. This is where we usually learn from each other. It makes a good friendly competition from time to time. Yu Yanglong said as he explained the room. So, this is the martial arts training field, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head in understanding. If that were the case, there is no wonder why there were so many reinforcements to this room. Two Heaven Monarchs' friendly match was bound to cause destruction under normal circumstances. If this place was poorly reinforced, the entire core palace could be in danger from the two elders' spar. Yeah, it is that kind of place. Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. Now, what would you like to do first? Do you feel like starting right away? Yu Yanglong asked curiously. He was already eager to teach Yi Tianyun, and the same could also be said to Ming Yueching. They just wanted to teach Yi Tianyun right away. Of course, master, we can start right away, Yi Tianyun said as he didn't have to do anything else. He had enough rest earlier, and he was in tip-top shape right now. That's the energy we want, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face before turning his attention towards Gu Yurong. Little girl, you stay on the side and observe for a while. If you feel anything from any kind of flames, you can tell us and try it for yourself. Let's use this opportunity to know about yourself. Yu Yanglong said excitedly. Thank you very much, Elder, Gu Yurong said happily. In fact, she almost cried from happiness. She got a chance to cultivate a special fire, and now it was up to her to see if she had any affinity with one of them. Chapter 9U05. Chapter 9U05, Yi Tianyun looked at Gu Yurong and nodded a little encouragingly. Yi Tianyun treated Gu Yurong this way simply out of respect, as Yi Tianyun saw a girl that worked hard to achieve her goal. Yi Tianyun helped Gu Yurong mainly because she didn't look down upon him just because he was a human. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun himself saw a bright future ahead of Gu Yurong herself. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueching immediately called Yi Tianyun. Now, would you like to feel our flame for yourself first? Yu Yanglong said solemnly. He knew that he had to teach Yi Tianyun step by step, as Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to process both flames at the same time. Although it seemed Yi Tianyun was a very experienced flame user, they still had to be cautious. I am ready, Master Yu, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head to Yu Yanglong. He wanted to prioritize the training from Yu Yanglong first. After all, he could use the immortal fire from the start, and it was relatively stronger than the heavenly yin fire. Let us start immediately, Yu Yanglong said as he gently opened his palm and the small flame appeared on the palm of his hand. This is the origin of the white flame bone fire. You have 3 chances to master it, but if you fail, you will have to wait a few years before you can try again. Yu Yanglong explained. The origin of flame could be absorbed into the body as a way to cultivate it in a new cultivator. However, it wasn't an easy feat to do such a thing, as the cultivator of the flame couldn't pull their origin flame easily. If it were pulled forcefully, the cultivator could be burned to death from the backlash of the fire. This was the most traditional way to transfer flames to a disciple. Even so, the failure rate was quite high. However, white flame bone fire was not a simple fire. Yu Yanglong had spent a lot of effort cultivating this flame from when he was young. He could transfer the origin fire into a new disciple, but he couldn't do it so often. It was the same as transferring some of his blood essence to strengthen his disciple. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyun only had 3 chances to master this flame, as it would be too much for Yu Yanglong to recover beyond 3 times. All right, I understand, Master. Yi Tianyun nodded in agreement. Yu Yanglong immediately pushed the white flame bone fire on his hand towards Yi Tianyun's body. As the white flame bone fire got closer to Yi Tianyun's body, the immortal fire suddenly emerged from within Yi Tianyun's body and enveloped the white flame bone fire before quickly infusing itself back to the body. Ding. White flame bone fire detected. Absorb it as your own flame. The system immediately did its things, and now it asked for Yi Tianyun's agreement. Surely Yi Tianyun immediately agreed with it. Ding. Successfully obtained white flame bone fire in heaven, level lower grade. Level up requires 3 million mastery point. It was really easy to absorb all the flames and make it his own, but sadly, the grade was a little bit low. But it was understandable that Yu Yanglong wouldn't be able to transfer the flame in his grade over to Yi Tianyun, as he didn't know Yi Tianyun's capability. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Tianyun if he pulled out the strongest origin fire he had. It's so easy, Yi Tianyun said to himself, as he didn't expect that he would be able to get the new fire from Yu Yanglong in just 1 try. It was definitely better than immortal fire, as it has stopped developing, but the white flame bone fire still had room to grow. Is it a failure? Yu Yanglong asked as he noticed that Yi Tianyun didn't say anything. Don't be discouraged. Failure is normal. After all, the flame isn't easy to master. I already did the same thing to several disciples before, but none of them succeeded, Yu Yanglong said with a sigh. Master Yu, are you talking about this? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and opened his palm, and the white flame bone fire immediately appeared on his palm according to his will. It was far weaker than Yu Yanglong's fire right now, but surely Yi Tianyun absorbed it just fine. What? How did you do it? Yu Yanglong gasped. He was shocked, as he had never heard anyone successfully absorb a new flame on their first try. Yi Tianyun was truly a genius among the geniuses. Gu Yurong, too, was dumbfounded by the scene in front of her. This day is full of shock. Is it time for me to learn from Master Ming? I want to see if I can absorb devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire myself, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The 2 masters immediately calmed themselves down as they heard Yi Tianyun's word. Sure, it is my turn now. My flame is at the same level as white flame bone fire, but it was a little bit advanced in technique, so the difficulties of absorbing it would be slightly higher. Now, don't beat yourself too hard, as you can always try again later, Ming Yueching said as he reached out and pulled out the devouring netherworld serenity fire. The cold immediately enveloped all around the room. It belonged to the same grade as the white flame bone fire earlier, but the power was completely different. In the demon fire ranking, white flame bone fire was rank 8th, while the devouring netherworld serenity fire was rank 7th. This was why it would be harder to learn devouring netherworld serenity fire than white flame bone fire. But even if the devouring netherworld serenity fire was one rank higher, it wouldn't get the upper hand in the fight against the white flame bone fire. DING. Devouring netherworld serenity fire detected, absorb it as your own flame. But unlike with the white flame bone fire earlier, Yi Tianyun rejected the system's offer this time. The devouring netherworld serenity fire was immediately put into his item column, which meant that he could absorb it as his own flame whenever he wanted. This time, it's a failure, Yi Tianyun said after a while. He did this just because he didn't want the two elders and Gu Yurong to question how he could absorb the flames so easily. It's okay, you should take your time, Ming Yueching consoled. After all, devouring netherworld serenity fire is harder to master, Ming Yueching said with a smile on his face. Elder Ming, are you saying that my flame is way worse than yours? Yu Yanglong said as he frowned from the indirect mocking of Ming Yueching. Well, judging from what we just saw, it's already proven, isn't it? Ming Yueching said with a smirk on his face. Great, then you don't mind to see which one of our fire is stronger, right? Yu Yanglong said as he walked closer to Ming Yueching. Of course not, Ming Yueching said as he rolled his sleeves and prepared for a match with Yu Yanglong. Two masters. It wasn't because it was a higher rank or not, it was simply because I already absorbed white flame bone fire earlier. It seems my body had to adjust to it for a little while, Yi Tianyun said as he persuaded the two elders with the reason he made up, at least the two elders would stop fighting. Chapter 906. Chapter 906. After Yi Tianyun's persuasion, the two elders didn't make a fuss anymore. What Yi Tianyun said did make sense. After he successfully absorbed the white flame bone fire, it would be difficult to absorb a new flame right away. In other words, if Yi Tianyun absorbed the devouring netherworld serenity fire first, he'd fail to absorb the white flame bone fire after. It was the reason both elders stopped arguing with each other. Would you like to try controlling the white flame bone fire first? Maybe you can try to absorb my devouring netherworld serenity fire after that, Ming Yueching asked. There is no need for that, master. I can try it right now. If it still ends in a failure, then I will save it for later, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He just wanted to see what would happen if he got another devouring netherworld serenity fire while he already had one in his inventory. Sure, Ming Yueching said as he bring out his fire essence once more. Ding! Successfully absorbed devouring netherworld serenity fire. This time, Yi Tianyun absorbed it and bring out devouring netherworld serenity fire, showing both elders that he could absorb the fire just fine this time. Clearly, everyone was surprised that Yi Tianyun really succeeded this time. This was the first time they saw a cultivator successfully absorb two polar opposite fires at almost the same time. There were even so many cultivators that tried to absorb one fire but never succeeded, but Yi Tianyun was clearly a genius among geniuses. Clearly, everyone would be even more impressed if Yi Tianyun successfully absorbed the devouring netherworld serenity fire the first time, but he didn't want to be deemed something he wasn't. He deliberately failed in front of everyone once to make them think that he was not so omnipotent. This is terrifying. The two flames could be mastered at the same time, Yu Yanglong said with his mouth wide open. The scene in front of him right now was too shocking for him to process that he didn't know how to react. Try to bring out both flames together. Can you do it? Yu Yanglong asked as he collected himself. All right, I will try. Yi Tianyun said as he brought out the two flames next to each other. As soon as he did so, there was no negative reaction whatsoever. Of course, for Yi Tianyun himself, this wasn't something hard to do. He simply didn't want to scare anyone, nor did he want to be judged as a show-off by anyone. This is insane. You are the first in history to master both extreme flames at the same time. This must be reported to the territory lord. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueching said at the same time, clearly unable to contain their excitement. Yi Tianyun just proved himself to be worth training as a super genius. We have to inform the territory lord about you. I bet that he would be extremely happy. I didn't expect our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would score a super genius like you. This time, our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would absolutely enter the top 10 rank in God's domain. We will show off our power in God's Domain War of Ascension, Ming Yueching said excitedly. God's Domain War of Ascension? Yi Tianyun asked as he had never heard about it before. Yes, that is correct. Our core palace would bring the best reputation for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but I will tell you about it in detail later. After all, it will be held in the distant future, Ming Yueching said excitedly. Now, it is your turn, girl. Have you felt anything from both fires? What did you want to try first? Ming Yueching said as he turned his attention to Gu Yurong. Yu Yanglong also turned his attention to Gu Yurong as they never forgot about Gu Yurong in the first place. I want to try to absorb devouring netherworld serenity fire. Master, my bloodline is Ice Dragon bloodline, so it has a cold attribute. Devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire seems like a perfect fire for me to master, Gu Yurong said confidently. Ice Dragon Bloodline, that indeed has the best affinity with my flame. Ming Yueqing then assessed Gu Yurong's physique before thinking for a while. I can give you 2 chances to absorb the flame. There's no need to be nervous, Ming Yueqing said with a smile on his face. Master, are you okay with giving me 2 chances? Didn't you already bring out your flame essence twice? Gu Yurong asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. I am in a very good mood today. I can always rest to recover later. It's not a big deal at all, Ming Yueqing said happily. Ming Yueqing and Yu Yanglong thought that Gu Yurong was Yi Tianyun's woman, so they planned to give her the best treatment to earn a little bit extra credit to secure Yi Tianyun for themselves. Just do what Master told you to do, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Gu Yurong's shoulder encouragingly. Gu Yurong nodded and sighed before bringing herself forward. She immediately accepted the devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire that Ming Yueqing has brought out and tried to absorb it immediately. Her body immediately glowed in a faint blue light as the bloodline on her body began to light up. Gu Yurong suddenly floated in the air, and the icy fire began to circulate on her body faster than on Yi Tianyun earlier. She has the Ice Dragon bloodline, an Ice Holy Body, Ming Yueqing said in shock. What is an Ice Holy Body? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He wondered if Shi Shuiyun also had it. But their attention turned towards Gu Yurong once more as this time, devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire rose from Gu Yurong's body and enveloped her body before chilling the entire room. It was fairly unexpected to encounter one cultivator disciple that could absorb the extreme fire on their first try, but to encounter 2 of them at the same time? The day couldn't be more shocking. What luck do we have today? A cultivator that can master both extreme fires and another cultivator that could absorb the flame in her first try? Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing said at the same time. This was the first time they had seen something like this. They didn't even know if there was any cultivator that could be this lucky. I have Ice Holy Body, Gu Yurong said in surprise. She didn't know anything about Ice Holy Body, but she knew that it had to be something amazing. Congratulations, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. Thank you very much. I wouldn't be able to do it without you, Gu Yurong said as she started crying out of happiness. No, it was all your own doing. I didn't even do anything to help, Yi Tianyun said casually. You brat, stop flirting in front of us, Ming Yueqing said, interrupting Yi Tianyun's conversation. You misunderstand something, elders. She and I are just an acquaintance. She isn't my woman at all, Yi Tianyun said helplessly. You aren't together? Yu Yanglong said confusedly. Chapter 907. Chapter 907. Yi Tianyun was a little bit put off by their misunderstanding, but as he saw Gu Yurong didn't think much about it, he could just ignore it for now. Gu Yurong then wiped her tears away and remained silent as she didn't know what to say to the whole ordeal. It doesn't matter. Anyway, would you like to be my disciple? Ming Yueqing said to ease the atmosphere a little bit. I'd like to, thank you very much, master, Gu Yurong said without hesitation. She was excited that she could become a disciple of a strong master as soon as she entered the core palace. She knew she was much more fortunate than other cultivators who came to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, as they usually struggled to prove themselves to be accepted to become a disciple of the elders. Ming Yueqing might not be the strongest elders in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but he was close to being the strongest. Great, Ming Yueqing said with a big smile on his face. He then took out a treasure from his storage and handed it over to Gu Yurong. It was a high-grade divine tool, but that was not all. Ming Yueqing also took out another thing to give to Gu Yurong. This is my gift for our meeting, a secret art token, Ming Yueqing said with a smile. Elder Ming, you have accepted her as your disciple. Now Yi Tianyun has to be my disciple, right? We got 1 person each? Yu Yanglong said with a smirk on his face. Shut up, he has both flames, which means he isn't yours alone, Ming Yueqing said annoyedly. Ming Yueqing then took out another selecting secret art token and a high-grade divine tool before handing it over to Yi Tianyun. This is my gift as your master. At first, I wanted to give you a rebirth rank weapon, but this is better for you now. It might be better for you to search for a more suitable weapon for yourself, Ming Yueqing said to Yi Tianyun excitedly. Yes, as your master, this is the least we can do, Yu Yanglong said as he also gave a secret art token and a high-grade divine tool to Yi Tianyun. Yes, the teacher will also give you a face-to-face ceremony. Yu Yanglong naturally refused to fall behind and also gave him the selecting secret art token and a high-grade divine tool. Yi Tianyun was grateful for the gift. Although the gift wasn't as good as a rebirth rank weapon, it was a great gift nonetheless. Now, Yi Tianyun had 3 selecting secret art tokens. Gu Yurong envied Yi Tianyun as he got 2 rewards instead of 1. However, she couldn't say that it was unfair either. After all, she managed to get this far because of Yi Tianyun, and she knew that she had to be grateful for that. If she told her family what happened today, there is no doubt that her family would be ecstatic about it. Now, you have 2 selecting secret art tokens. With that said, you should try choosing a secret art later. We hope that you could choose a secret art that is appropriate for your own use and efficient for your cultivation, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. Now, you are free to rest. Someone will fix a room for you, so just wait in the meantime until it's ready, he said excitedly. Then Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing immediately left, probably to inform the territory lord about Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong. Now, Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong were the only ones left. Senior Brother Yi, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't get this opportunity. I shall never forget your kindness. If you need anything from me in the future, I will definitely do anything in my power to help, Gu Yurong said honestly. Her tone was full of gratitude and power. That's all right. For now, let's just rest and get a little bit more familiar with the flames, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't think much of what he had done, as Gu Yurong achieved all of that with her own skill. It was true that Yi Tianyun was the one giving her the opportunity, but if she wasn't capable herself, there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do either. The guards soon came to the hall and led them to their respective rooms. Their rooms were in the Elder Great Palace, which meant that they lived at the same site as the elders. The treatment for them was obviously much better than the core disciple outside. This place is pretty awesome. No wonder the cultivators outside were looking at me weirdly before, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he entered his room. There was a small personal courtyard at the back of his room. The trees in the courtyard weren't normal trees either. All of them were grade 6 spirit tree that could produce a condensed star energy. Obviously, Yi Tianyun has never seen this many spirit tree grew close to each other. He had seen spirit tree before in the 3 realms, but it was only one at a certain place. Furthermore, he also saw 7th grade spirit grass growing in many patches inside the personal courtyard. This place was very suitable for those who wanted to cultivate efficiently. It was clear that God's domain could offer so much better resources for him, but it was a shame that Yi Tianyun didn't really need these spirit trees anymore. His cultivation was a lot stronger now that the EXP he got from converting the spiritual energy from the spirit trees wouldn't be enough. Now, instead of finding a place to cultivate, Yi Tianyun chose to open his prize first. He didn't have a proper chance to draw a prize from his roulette until now, and he planned to use everything he had saved for now. Draw lottery roulette, Yi Tianyun said, and immediately the lottery roulette appeared in front of him. He activated his lucky aura and tried his luck right away. The first try stopped on the consumables. Yi Tianyun wasn't entirely disappointed by this turn of events, as he was quite sure that consumables wasn't that bad. He reached out for the wooden box that came out of the roulette and opened it immediately. He got another teleportation godstone out of it. Yes, this is truly a good thing. Yi Tianyun smiled to himself, as teleportation godstone was a good item. Yi Tianyun then spanned the roulette again, and it stopped on consumables once again. How did I get 2 consumables in a row? Yi Tianyun said as he was annoyed by his own luck. Well, I hope it's something good, Yi Tianyun said as he opened the wooden box again. This time, he got a X100 XP card. This is all right, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He knew that this lottery roulette didn't have much to offer anyway. The one that mattered right now was the God's Domain Lottery Roulette, Chapter 908, Chapter 908. It's time to use the God Domain Lottery Roulette, Yi Tianyun said as he used the lottery ticket immediately. It was no different than the previous lottery roulette at all. It was a little bit weird, but that wasn't what mattered here. The point of the roulette was that he would be able to score some good stuff with it. Now the God Domain Lottery Roulette would be able to give a rebirth rank equipment and martial arts. Give me something good, Yi Tianyun said as he spanned the roulette immediately. He wished he could pass on the consumables here, as he wanted a new powerful divine ability. It was the most helpful thing that he could get this early in God's domain. Yi Tianyun hadn't been this excited for a long time. As if hearing his excitement, the roulette stopped right on the divine ability section. Awesome, Yi Tianyun said as he was super excited that his luck didn't fail him for once. As the item box fell from the roulette, Yi Tianyun immediately opened it. Unlike the wooden box he got so far, he got a crystal box this time. However, the box itself wasn't what mattered. It would disappear as soon as he opened it anyway. I can't wait to see what divine ability I get, Yi Tianyun said as he opened the crystal box. Ding! Congratulations on getting divine ability stealth. What, a stealth? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised to get a stealth divine ability. He already had one, if he wasn't mistaken. He immediately checked the divine ability column on his status and saw that he indeed already had the stealth divine ability, but the one he got just now had a higher rank. Stealth divine ability, completely conceal the user's appearance from anyone's eyes. Last for 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Guaranteed to make the user invisible from at least the 5th layer Heaven Monarch rank. His old stealth ability was immediately replaced by the new stealth divine ability, and with this, no one below the 5th layer Heavenly Monarch rank would be able to notice his presence once he used it. Overall, it wasn't a loss, but it was still a little bit disappointing. It seems that I can get the same divine ability that I got before, and here I thought that it will always be a new one, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head dejectedly. His excitement was gone, like he was being sprayed by cold water. However, he didn't lose hope for getting a good divine ability. He just had to wait for the next ticket to draw again. After that, Yi Tianyun began sorting out his inventory. He sold items that he didn't need anymore, like martial arts, weapons, equipments, and miscellaneous items that he never used and no longer served any purpose to him. Any item below the divine tool rank was useless in God's domain, so he'd rather sell it anyway. It's almost time to go to the secret art great palace to get what I need, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he finished sorting his inventory. It didn't take that long for him to figure out the situation here in the God domain to some extent. He asked the guards that stood outside of his housing complex, and from them, Yi Tianyun got a lot of detailed information about the current situation of God domain. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately went towards the Secret Arts Great Palace via the teleportation array that was located near the housing complex. Since he lived in the core palace and the two elders' core disciple, he didn't have to pay to use the teleportation array anywhere inside the Heavenly Edict Divine territory. After arriving at the Secret Arts Great Palace, Yi Tianyun noticed that it wasn't a hall or a simple castle, but it turned out to be a planet of its own. The huge Secret Art Great Palace was teeming with cultivators that came and went to do their task. But the thing that Yi Tianyun noticed the most was that none of the cultivators here was lower than the Star Monarch rank. Yi Tianyun thought that a cultivator in this place wouldn't get any selecting Secret Art token easily before becoming a Star Monarch. Yi Tianyun looked around for a bit and noticed that he didn't necessarily need the selecting Secret Art token to earn rewards. A cultivator could get a reward by exchanging their contribution points. God Domain's currency was an energy stone called Star Stone, which was similar to Spirit Stone. While Spirit Stone contained spirit energy, Star Stone contained the star energy that could be used to refine weapons and cultivations. Yi Tianyun also noticed that exchanging rewards here on Secret Art Great Palace could also be done with these Star Stones, but it wasn't cost-efficient as it required a huge amount of Star Stone. Most of the cultivators here seemed to exchange their contribution points for reward anyway, as it was the one that looked the most cost-effective out of all other methods. While the selecting Secret Art token was the best method, it wasn't the most efficient as it was quite rare. It was like an appreciation token from elders and the likes. Meanwhile, exchanging contribution points was like rewarding oneself for one's hard work. Yi Tianyun then entered the outermost hall that was divided into many blocks. There were weapon area, martial arts area, armor area, medicinal pills area, and spirit medicine area. This area each corresponded with its level. For example, the outermost hall had the lowest heavens level martial arts and divine tool, and the level would increase the deeper he went inside the hall. Each item inside the hall was priced accordingly. The better it was, the higher the price would be. But selecting Secret Art token wasn't included in this price as it was a special token. Yi Tianyun noticed that many people were exchanging their contribution points and token in this outermost hall, but Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in most of these things. And so, Yi Tianyun delved deeper inside the hall. Yi Tianyun finally arrived at a place where he could exchange rebirth rank martial arts, weapons, and many other things. Even one selecting Secret Arts token wouldn't necessarily grant one item. For example, a rebirth rank weapon required 20 selecting Secret Art tokens. Now, Yi Tianyun only had 4 Secret Art tokens, so he couldn't redeem them right away. From the looks of it, Yu Yanglong suggested Yi Tianyun visit Secret Art Great Palace so that Yi Tianyun could choose the immediate goal of his cultivation. It was the right move as Yi Tianyun finally knew what he should do next. Chapter 909. Chapter 909. Yi Tianyun now understood how the Secret Art Great Palace worked. Each area had 3 choices. For example, the outermost hall had 3 choices: low, medium, and high. Each choice had different prices. The low area in the outermost hall required 1, selecting Secret Art token or 100 contribution points. The middle area required 2, selecting Secret Art tokens or 200 contribution points, while the advanced or high area required 3, selecting Secret Art token or 300 contribution points. It only went higher as Yi Tianyun delved deeper inside the hall. 100 contribution points didn't seem much, but getting 100 points was quite difficult. To get 100 contribution points, a cultivator had to complete a difficult mission 50 times. A mission only gave 1 or 2 contribution points, so it was hard to get 100 contribution points quickly. Advanced missions might give bigger contribution points, but it was obviously harder and even riskier to take. If the cultivator didn't have a good idea of what they were doing, they could die while doing the mission. The Heavenly Edict Divine Territory obviously couldn't be held responsible if the cultivators died on their mission. It was obvious that the cultivators made their own choice. It was unfortunate for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to lose a cultivator, but nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. Now, if Yi Tianyun wanted rebirth rank items or martial arts, he needed 20 selecting Secret Art tokens or an equivalent of 2,000 contribution points. There would only be a few people that could actually exchange their contribution points for the rebirth level items. It would only be an elder rank that would try to do so. Before all of these choices, the cultivators seemed to flock on the low-level selection. Thousands of people came to the outermost hall to exchange their contribution points for rewards. The middle level had much fewer cultivators, and the advanced level received almost no cultivator at all. Now there was a chance for selecting Secret Art token to receive a low-grade rebirth level treasure, but it wasn't a certain outcome. Furthermore, it was like a test for the cultivators to receive it. It was already a given as Heavenly Edict. Divine Territory was just handing out rebirth rank treasure for free if they didn't include a test. Damn it, I failed again. This is my 8th try, but it's too hard for me, a cultivator shouted as he stood up from meditation. You are still on your 8th? I'm already well past my 16th time, and I never succeeded even once. I am better off exchanging it for a low-grade weapon now, another cultivator said, looking annoyed. They both looked miserable as they had already used a bunch of selecting secret art token, but Yi Tianyun just smiled as he saw it was more exciting to use the selecting secret art token like this. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wasn't a fool. This was their way to recycle the tokens to make sure that high-grade rebirth rank treasures didn't fall into the hands of untrusted people. Furthermore, the assessment was also a way to test the cultivator's capability. Now, the middle-grade rebirth rank treasure was even more pricey. It required 50 tokens or 500 contribution points. But if the cultivators took the assessment method, they only had to use 2 selecting secret art tokens. This was truly awful in a sense, but it was a chance that the cultivators couldn't walk away from. There was no telling when they would succeed. It could be the next assessment, or it could be a few more days. No one ever knew when they would succeed, and so everyone kept trying their best to pass the assessment. No wonder Team Leader Gu said that it all depends on my own ability, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. A selecting secret art token could be exchanged in this place, and it wasn't limited at all. To put it bluntly, selecting secret art token was a very valuable thing to have. Even the elders also shared the same opinion. The 2 elders gave him 2 selecting secret art token to make sure Yi Tianyun tried the low-grade assessment twice. It was already more than enough to have a low-grade rebirth rank treasure this early after all, but there was a slight problem here. Once Yi Tianyun passed the assessment of that level, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to take that assessment any longer. After all, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory didn't have unlimited resources themselves. It would be easy for those that already passed once to pass the second time. Therefore, each cultivator will be prohibited from taking the assessment once they've passed the test from the respective grade. Yi Tianyun strolled around casually and finally took the third area. He didn't choose the basic level difficulty, and he didn't choose the middle level difficulty either. He went straight to the advanced level difficulty. He had 3 selecting secret art tokens, and so he was eligible to try out the advanced level difficulty. It didn't matter if he passed or failed, as he would know what to do after that. Yi Tianyun didn't do this simply to show off, but he wanted to test out his own capability. Furthermore, this assessment wasn't created by basing it on the cultivator's cultivation level. Instead, it was created based on the range difference of the grade itself. However, he was surely the lowest rank of cultivation level here, as people around here were all Earth Monarch rank cultivators. "What are you human doing here?" a cultivator said as they noticed Yi Tianyun's presence in advanced level assessment. There were at least a dozen people here, but none of them was from the human race. It wasn't because the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was devoid of the human cultivator, but human race tended to flock to the easiest place, in other words, the basic level assessment. "I am here to take the assessment." "Is there any problem with that?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. All of the people in the advanced level assessment then turned their attention to Yi Tianyun and started laughing hysterically like they just heard something really hilarious. "You are still on the 8th layer Star Monarch, but you dare to come to the advanced level difficulty?" "This is an example of an idiotic behavior," a cultivator said on the side, mocking Yi Tianyun. "Don't make a stupid decision, brother. Go back to the basic level difficulty. Don't waste your selecting secret art token here." Another cultivator tried to advise Yi Tianyun so that he didn't make a bad decision. "Hey, let him take the assessment. He will burn all his tokens and then cry in the end." After all, it wasn't easy collecting 300 contribution points anyway, another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. In fact, everyone looked at Yi Tianyun as if he was a fool. They clearly felt entertained when Yi Tianyun failed. "Does my choice bother you that much?" Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He ignored all these people who discriminated against the human race as it didn't bring any good for him. Chapter 910. Yi Tianyun's tone upset these cultivators as they felt insulted. "Brat, do you want to die?" Chen Baihan said coldly. "No, I don't. I just want to try out the advanced level difficulty. Is there any problem with it?" Yi Tianyun said casually. He didn't show any fear as he really wasn't afraid of some bully like this. Yi Tianyun checked Chen Baihan's status and noticed that he was at the same level as Team Leader Gu, at 2nd layer Earth Monarch rank. However, he was much younger than Gu Yanlong. From the looks of it, Chen Baihan wasn't from Core Palace, but from Inner Palace, as he didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't know whether the news about him had spread to other palaces, but from the looks of it, Chen Baihan hadn't heard about it. Human race should know their place. Human race wouldn't be able to pass the basic level. "What do you think would happen if you take the advanced level assessment?" Chen Baihan yelled angrily. The commotion drew some cultivators who were curious about what was going on. When they noticed that it was a confrontation with the human race, they all had this gloat look on their faces. They didn't know what the human race was doing in here, but they seemed to have the same opinion. No one really showed any sympathy toward the human race, as they all knew that the human race was the most suppressed race in the god domain. "Oh wow! I didn't know that you were the one who created this place. I am choosing this difficulty out of my own volition, and now you are making a commotion? Just get along with your business, and I promise not to care about you anymore." Yi Tianyun said tauntingly, "You brat, it seems you want to ignore my advice. Do you have what it takes to fight me? I am down for some duel if you so wish for it. I will let you know how weak you are so that you can hear what your senior has to say. But if you don't want to have a duel with me, you'd better go home, Chen Baihen shouted angrily. Heaven Edict Divine Territory has a rule that the cultivators should avoid any conflict with their fellow Heaven Edict Divine Territory cultivators, so there should be no fighting on the street. If cultivators wanted to solve their problems by fighting, they should ask for a duel instead. Are you dumb or something? Why would I do that? I came here to take the assessment. I have the selective secret art token, so I am eligible to take the assessment. Why should I care about your advice? Yi Tianyun said casually. Typical of the human race, you were just a coward, Chen Baihan shouted furiously. Our cultivation base is too far apart. If I have the 5th layer Earth Monarch cultivation base, do you still have the guts to fight me? Is that all your mighty race can do? Bullying those with lower cultivation level than you? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chen Baihan was from Heaven-breaking race, a race with a very good bloodline. It was in the top 20 of the most powerful bloodline here in Heaven Edict Divine Territory. Chen Baihan's face was red after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. It was true that their cultivation was too far apart, and if Yi Tianyun was in 5th layer Earth Monarch, Chen Baihan wouldn't even think about harassing him like this. Brother Chen, it is best to stop now. A young man walked towards Chen Baihan and patted his shoulder before looking at Yi Tianyun coldly. He just wants to take the advanced level difficulty. Why don't you just let him take it and see how long he could survive in there? Then you just show him what you are capable of, the young man said wisely. They thought that the advanced level assessment would be too much for Yi Tianyun, and he would fail as soon as he entered the assessment. It would prove how weak the human race was. It is a good idea. Brother Dong sure is wise, Chen Baihen said as he smirked to Yi Tianyun. Of course, no one would want to see us bullying the weak anyway. Then again, the assessment would change according to the participants' cultivation base, so it would all be fair and game. So, what do you say? Do you want to take our little competition? Dongfeng said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. I am here to take the assessment, not to pick a fight. So, your proposal is to compare how long you and I will stay inside the assessment. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yes. If you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and call me master. Did you accept this challenge? Chen Baihan said with a smirk on his face. Oh, so we have punishment now? What do I get if you lose? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If I lose, are you dreaming, brat? Chen Baihan laughed mockingly. Rules are rules. If you lose, you will call me master and give me everything you have. Yi Tianyun said coldly. What a funny guy. Who are you to think you can make me do such a thing? Chen Baihan said furiously. He thought that he would never lose, so Yi Tianyun's word just agitated him further. Well, if you are so sure that you are not going to lose, there is no reason to turn down my condition, right? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. All right, fine, gamble your life away. I will have you kneel before me after this assessment is over, Chen Baihan shouted furiously. He knew that he couldn't reject Yi Tianyun's condition anymore, as the people watching the scene right now would think he chickened out. As a matter of fact, what did he have to be afraid of? He had a higher cultivation base, and his race was stronger than a mere human race. Well, good luck to you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He smirked as he had already put Chen Baihan in a tough spot. Many people began to retreat as they were disappointed with how the situation unfolded. Now, when you enter the assessment, we will time it, Dongfeng said as he acted as the referee. Yi Tianyun took out his selective secret art token, and they all stopped for a while as they didn't expect that Yi Tianyun really had the selecting secret art token. Most of them used their contribution points to take the assessment as it was hard to get their hands on the selective secret art token. Generally, a cultivator would get their hand on selective secret art token if they completed a special mission or have someone from the top brass, like an elder or so, to give them one. Suddenly, people started to have some interest in Yi Tianyun's background after seeing he had the selective secret art token. Chapter 911, Chapter 911, selecting secret art token was generally a reward for captain rank cultivators or higher. They had to prove themselves for quite a long time before they could get it. For example, Gu Yanlong got his selecting secret art token every 10 years, but it was a gift, not a reward that he exchanged with his contributions. There were so many martial arts and treasure in this place that even Heaven Monarch cultivators could use. It went without saying that everyone would make it their priority to get their hands on these treasures. So, with that said, people began to wonder about Yi Tianyun's background as he had the selecting secret art token with him. But as they thought about it for a while, they couldn't think of any elders or captains that were from the human race, and so they determined that Yi Tianyun just exchanged his contribution points to redeem those said selecting secret art tokens. The cultivators then sighed in relief as they thought that they had nothing to worry about. The only thing that they feared was if Yi Tianyun had an influential backing that could get them in trouble. Ding, new side quest. To pass the test of the decisive stage. Complete the advanced level difficulty. Reward, 50 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points. The reward was enticing, and thus Yi Tianyun knew that he had to clear the advanced level difficulty no matter what. A quest. I thought that there would be no quest for this, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He was excited that he could get a reward from the system and the reward from the assessment itself after he was done with it. He needed a level up now more than ever, but there was only so much XP he could get, so a reward like this was always welcomed. However, his knowledge of God's domain was still too little, and thus he didn't know how to gain experience effectively around here. For now, his goal was to get to Earth Monarch as soon as he could. Are you two ready? Dongfeng said as he looked at both of the competitors intently. Yi Tianyun nodded and threw 3 selecting secret art tokens into the air. The 3 of them instantly disappeared, following divine light that shrouded Yi Tianyun, and he immediately meditated to enter the assessment. Please choose the treasure you want. A spirit suddenly appeared and asked what kind of treasure that Yi Tianyun desired. Yi Tianyun looked to the side and saw a selection of rebirth-level treasures that he could choose. He saw 3 rebirth-level weapons and 2 rebirth-level martial arts, and that was it. Apparently, the amount of treasure wasn't replenished after the cultivator passed the assessment and took them out. Yi Tianyun wasn't impressed as this amount was too small for him to choose from, but there was nothing he could do to fix the situation. At the same time, Chen Baihan also threw out his token, and he was also shrouded by the divine light instantly. I want that Heaven Pagoda divine spear, Chen Baihan said to the spirit as he glanced his eyes to the spear he mentioned. He was eager to get the spear as he always wanted it for himself. The spirit nodded as it recognized Chen Baihan's choice. It wouldn't matter even if Yi Tianyun chose the same thing, as the assessment itself would judge who was worthy of getting it in the end. If Yi Tianyun performed better than Chen Baihan, he would instantly get it, but Yi Tianyun didn't want the spear. Yi Tianyun checked out the 2 martial arts, the Heavenly Edict Divine Art and Crazy Heaven Secret Art. Both of these martial arts were one of the top martial arts of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, so the assessment's difficulty would certainly be harder than Chen Baihan's choice. There was even a rumor stating that the cultivator who got their hand on these martial arts would have the opportunity to become a candidate for Territory Lord, meaning their status would be elevated and had the same opportunity with Nyan Siyu. But it was just a rumor as no one ever acquired these 2 martial arts, hence why they were still there. I want Crazy Heaven Secret Art. Yi Tianyun pointed his hand towards the martial art he mentioned. Everyone immediately laughed once they overheard Yi Tianyun's choice, as it was completely ridiculous to choose something as difficult as Crazy Heaven Secret Art. Did this brat get hit in the head when he was a child? He chose Crazy Heaven Secret Art. Is he already announcing his loss? A cultivator said on the side, mocking Yi Tianyun openly. Yeah, I thought he would choose Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear as it was the easiest out of all the treasures left, but he chose the hardest one to get. He is clearly a fool. Another cultivator chimed in. Well, it seems Chen Baihan will get a slave for cheap this time, another cultivator said mockingly. They all mocked Yi Tianyun for his choice as they thought that it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to pass the assessment now. They thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to stay longer than Chen Baihan, and thus Chen Baihan would win. Idiot! I am looking forward to you serving me while kneeling down, Chen Baihan said while laughing heartily. Yi Tianyun shrugged and ignored Chen Baihan. Yi Tianyun started the assessment, ignoring everyone else. Chen Baihan also did the same thing, and they both immediately entered the assessment. Dongfeng on the side quickly turned the hourglass upside down and the sand slowly fell, indicating the time. This hourglass could last for a few days, but nevertheless the one who woke up first would be the loser, a stupid human. This is not fun. The winner is already decided from the start, Dongfeng mockingly said as he shook his head. At the same time, a woman stood in the crowd and looked at Yi Tianyun intensely. You are brave for choosing Crazy Heaven Secret Art, the woman said with a smile on her face. Chapter 912. Chapter 912, come over and place your bet. The current odds are the human win 10-1-1, Chen Baihan win 2-1-1, and draw 20-1-1, a cultivator shouted as he opened the betting pit. These people smelled money from this occasion and immediately jumped at the opportunity. I bet on Chen Baihan for 500 starstone, a cultivator shouted. I also bet on Chen Baihan for 1,000 starstone, another cultivator shouted. I bet on Chen Baihan for 1,500 starstone, another said excitedly. The whole crowd began shouting their bet, but all of them were betting on Chen Baihan, and none of them wanted to bet on Yi Tianyun whatsoever. Zhuangjia, the cultivator who initiated the bet, was stunned by how the situation unfolded. Once Yi Tianyun lost, he would also lose everything he had. Nevertheless, he was still optimistic that he would rake a lot of money from this bet. I bet on the human for 10-0 Zaun starstone. A young lady came over and handed over a storage ring to Zhuangjia. Everyone was shocked as it seemed like she was just throwing away her money. Thank you very much, Zhuangjia said with a smile on his face. Come on, guys, take the young lady as an example and start betting on the human, Zhuangjia said enthusiastically. He started this bet to make a profit, and so he sincerely hoped that Yi Tianyun could turn over the situation and do the impossible. Are you a fool? If he chose Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear, he might still have a chance to win, but now that he already chose Crazy Heaven Secret Art, there was no way he could win anymore. A cultivator shouted as he thought that the woman must be a fool. I do what I want to my own money. Furthermore, he is a brave cultivator who dares to choose the Crazy Heaven Secret Art, the young lady said coldly. Well, we will not bet on him as there's no way in hell he'd win. The other cultivator among the crowd shouted confidently. These cultivators surely had their reason for saying that it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to win. After all, Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear required 5D0s, selecting secret art tokens to redeem, while Crazy Heaven Secret Art required 15D00, selecting secret art token to redeem. Of course, this was a normal method, while the assessment only called for 3 selecting secret art tokens to use. But still, the difficulty of getting each of these items should be clear by those requirements. Zhuangjia scratched his head awkwardly as he didn't think that the bet would go this one-sided way like this. Clearly, these people only thought about their own victory instead of making the occasion fairly interesting. When the crowds were busy betting outside, Yi Tianyun had already begun his assessment. A violent roar echoed, and a cultivator carrying a bunch of weapons appeared. Berserker, the illusion of crazy heaven, secret art, star monarch peak cultivation base, weakness, none. Combat power, 5800 star points. The assessment of high-grade rebirth level martial arts forced its participant to fight an illusion with a high combat power. 5800 star points combat power was clearly far higher than any cultivator of the same rank. However, this illusion was made fairly to assess Yi Tianyun, as Yi Tianyun himself was at the 80th layer star monarch cultivation rank. It was fair to say that if it was an Earth Monarch cultivation rank cultivator who took this assessment, the illusion power would increase dramatically. This is too weak, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Yi Tianyun was the only cultivator who could say this for sure, as he could just use the crazy damage mode to end this battle quickly. Crazy Cloud. The illusion shouted and slammed the high-grade divine tool on his hand to the ground, increasing his combat power instantly. It was 5800 star points earlier, and now it increased to 13,000 star points. Yi Tianyun was surprised as he saw the sudden increase of the illusion's power. He never thought that an illusion could boost its own power by almost 3 times the normal value. Interesting, but it is a pity that your opponent right now is me, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed his feet to the ground. Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art, Yi Tianyun shouted as he used his martial art. He also activated the Dragon God bloodline to create perfect harmony with his martial arts, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rammed into the illusion like tofu. Ding, successfully killed Berserker. Reward, 14 billion XP, 300 CPs. I got XP for this, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that he still got a reward after defeating an illusion. Furthermore, the reward was good too, but as he admired the reward he got, 2 more Berserkers appeared. Their cultivation base hasn't changed, but their weapons were different this time. Let the party begin. Yi Tianyun shouted as he fired another powerful shockwave towards the 2 berserkers and destroyed them instantly. Ding, successfully killed a berserker. Reward, 48 billion points, 15 million CPs. Ding, successfully killed a berserker. Reward, 48 billion points, 15 million CPs. This time, Yi Tianyun used the crazy XP mode and used the 5x CP card. The amount of reward he got now was satisfying. If this assessment continued for a little bit longer, he would be able to level up no problem. Keep them coming, Yi Tianyun shouted excitedly. He wants to at least level up twice in this assessment and ultimately got closer to the Earth Monarch level cultivation rank quicker. The assessment seemed to hear Yi Tianyun's word, and immediately 3 berserkers appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun laughed excitedly. He didn't know how long it would take for the assessment to finish, but it wasn't a big deal as long as he could level up once or twice. Chapter 9 1/3. Chapter 9 1/3. While Yi Tianyun fought fiercely to clear the assessment, everyone else was betting to their heart's content. Some human cultivators did place their bet on Yi Tianyun despite the small amount when they saw Yi Tianyun was competing against Chen Baihan in order to show their unity. They knew that it was hard to win against Chen Baihan. As Starstones could be used for many things, including exchanging it for contribution points, so they couldn't afford to lose too much. As the rule stated, rebirth level treasure could only be exchanged with the contribution and selecting secret art token Starstone exchange system, but it use. Exchanging Starstone into contribution was indeed possible, but it was not worth the effort as 1 contribution required 100 Starstone, and it would be hellish to exchange that much Starstone just for 1 chance of rebirth level assessment. The selecting secret art token itself could be called the ultimate currency, not Starstone. I don't know how long Chen Baihan can last this time. I remember that he could last for 2 days the last time, but he still failed. What a pity, a cultivator said on the side. Well, we never knew the end of it. We don't know how many enemies there are inside the assessment, so the only thing we can do is basically persevere till the end. Another cultivator said wisely. It doesn't matter. Chen Baihan will win against that kid. I don't understand why that kid didn't keep his head down earlier. He was basically suicidal. Another cultivator said while shaking his head. Then all of the cultivators who had placed their bet looked toward Zhuangjia with a huge smile on their faces, as they would get a nice reward after this was over. Zhuangjia himself felt as if he was being stared at like some wounded prey. He had a hard time breathing from everyone's gaze. It didn't take long before the light that shrouded Yi Tianyun's body disappeared, and Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes again. We won! Zhuangjia, give us our money! The cultivators shouted as they immediately flocked toward Zhuangjia to get their share. Zhuangjia himself was immediately overwhelmed and felt bitter as he ought to use his own saving to pay these people. He originally wanted to make a profit, but he would just lose all his savings judging from how things went. People thought that Yi Tianyun had lost, but suddenly, the crazy heaven secret art from the wall burst into a ray of light that immediately went straight into Yi Tianyun's head, transferring all of its content to Yi Tianyun's memory. Ding. Do you want to accept new martial art crazy heaven secret art? Accept. Yi Tianyun said casually. Ding. Successfully learned third layer crazy heaven secret art. Only third layer? How cheap. Why didn't it give the complete edition? Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head out of disappointment. But still, even the third layer of Crazy Heaven Secret Art was powerful enough to topple the hierarchy of at least Earth Monarch cultivators. All cultivators who were demanding their money from Zhuangjia suddenly fell silent as they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They were dumbfounded that Yi Tianyun actually succeeded. The Crazy Heaven Secret Art reacted to him with its content surging into Yi Tianyun's head. Crazy Heaven Secret Art was a special martial art as only a part of it would be given if the assessment was cleared, while the rest would stay on the assessment wall. Well, it's not entirely disappointing. I have leveled up and also got a new martial art. This is not entirely disappointing. I just need to calm down a little, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He has breakthrough to 9th layer Star Monarch. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get it into the peak level, but there was nothing he could do as the assessment ended too quickly. But one thing for sure was that the berserkers he fought during the assessment were truly horrifying for any normal cultivator. They would immediately lose if they had no way to boost their power. Well, it seems I won. Although I came out first, I got my prize just fine. Meanwhile, he is still stuck inside the assessment, waiting to fail eventually, Yi Tianyun said with a big smirk on his face as he looked at Dongfeng on the side. Dongfeng himself knew that he couldn't enforce the rule of the duel on Yi Tianyun just because he didn't last longer than Chen Baihan. After all, the assessment was over not because he failed, but because he had already won the treasure he wanted. Even if he wanted to object to Yi Tianyun's victory, nobody would back him up as it was complete and utter bullshit. Anyone knew that winning the treasure was pretty much the point of the assessment. Hey, we won. Our human race came out victorious. Zhuangjia, give us our money, the human race cultivators said as they immediately flocked towards Zhuangjia to get their prize money. They were excited as they won big money. One by one, please, no need to hurry, Zhuangjia said as he smiled and counted the winner's share. Zhuangjia was the happiest man there as he finally won big himself. The amount of money he got from the better against Yi Tianyun was crazy. The amount of money that the human race cultivators won was already big, but it was pale in comparison to the amount Zhuangjia won. Lady, here is your 10,000 starstone price, Zhuangjia said as he handed a storage ring full of starstone to the lady. She took the storage ring and immediately looked at Yi Tianyun with a smile on her face. You are truly interesting. It is remarkable, she said to herself. Yi Tianyun looked at her too and used his appraisal eye to check the lady's information, and he was quite surprised upon seeing that the lady turned out to be Nian Siyu herself. Chapter 914. Chapter 914. Yi Tianyun immediately knew the lady's identity thanks to the power of his appraisal eye. The appraisal eye would easily reveal the cultivator's information as long as the cultivator wasn't someone that far out leveled Yi Tianyun. At the very least, the identity of the cultivator would be shown. But one thing that Yi Tianyun immediately noticed was that Nian Siyu was currently using a mask as she didn't come here with her own real face. If she came with her real face, how come none of these people realized that they were in front of Nian Siyu? Yi Tianyun realized that Nian Siyu must have come here to investigate the one who topped her name in the welcoming ceremony wall herself. After exchanging gaze, Nian Siyu didn't stop by to talk at Yi Tianyun. She didn't say anything before she turned around and left. She didn't want to disclose her identity to Yi Tianyun, but little did she know that Yi Tianyun already saw through her identity from the first time he looked at her. Yi Tianyun shook his hand and turned his attention somewhere else. He didn't really care about Nian Siyu right now as she didn't mean anything to Yi Tianyun right now. He noticed that Chen Baihan still meditated on the ground, meaning that he was still undergoing the assessment. I will stay here for a while. Does any of you want to stay here too? Yi Tianyun looked at the crowds and asked with a smile on his face. Dongfeng and the others who were completely in Chen Baihan's side were looking at each other awkwardly. They knew that Chen Baihan was meditating like a fool right now. If he failed to get his hand on the Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear, then it would truly be an embarrassing moment in his life. The human race cultivators that bet on Yi Tianyun earlier were looking at Chen Baihan like a clown as he didn't know that Yi Tianyun had already passed. They knew how much Chen Baihan wanted Yi Tianyun to lose and thus enslaved Yi Tianyun for his own benefit. Yi Tianyun now had nothing to do, and thus he sat down and started to meditate himself. Of course, he didn't forget to let others resume their own assessment if they wanted to. The cultivators immediately started to wonder if there was something wrong with Crazy Heaven Secret Art at all, as they didn't believe a human race could get their hand on the Crazy Heaven Secret Art without any effort. Some cultivators decided to make their own attempt to get the Crazy Heaven Secret Art themselves, but they immediately failed as the difficulty was extremely hard. The cultivators kept failing as they didn't believe Yi Tianyun could get it, but they kept failing like there was no tomorrow. They didn't know who Yi Tianyun was, and thus they were blinded by the chance to get their hands on the crazy heaven secret art. Time passed by quickly, and before anyone realized it, 3 days had passed. The light that shrouded Chen Baihan finally disappeared, meaning that he had finished his assessment. Chen Baihan finally opened his eyes slowly. The looks on his face said it all. He obviously failed again this time. When he turned around to look at Yi Tianyun, he saw that Yi Tianyun was already sitting on the edge of the wall. "Ha! You lost! You last briefer than me," Chen Baihan said loudly. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Baihan with pity on their eyes, as it was truly embarrassing. "Brother Chen, he didn't lose," Dongfeng said as he patted Chen Baihan's shoulder. "He didn't lose? What do you mean?" "I woke up, and he already sat there looking aloof." "Clearly, he was awake this entire time, right?" Chen Baihan asked confusedly, but he immediately shook his head before turning his attention to Yi Tianyun again. "Do a handstand for me, slave," Chen Baihan commanded like Yi Tianyun was already lose. "Now that's big coming from a loser like you," Yi Tianyun said with a teasing look on his face. "What are you talking about, you rat? What tricks are you playing? Now, just hurry up and do a handstand for me," Chen Baihan shouted furiously. "I am not playing any games. You should ask them what happened yourself," Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. "Brother Chen, stop. He won already." He successfully got the crazy heaven secret art, and it took him less than 2 hours, Dongfeng said as he couldn't bear the shame anymore. "What? He got the crazy heaven secret art? This is impossible," Chen Baihan said as he didn't believe what Dongfeng said. "There is nothing impossible here. Just think about it. No one truly affirms your victory anyway. Now, it is time to keep your part of the bargain. Hand over everything you have to me and kneel down while barking like a dog," Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Chen Baihan's complexion turned pale immediately. He looked around, and from the expression on everyone's face, he immediately knew that Yi Tianyun really won. Chen Baihan couldn't believe it, but he couldn't deny it with all the proofs right in front of him. "Come on, do it now." "Are you going back on your words?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He obviously couldn't fulfill Yi Tianyun's request as it was a fate worse than death in his mind. "I don't believe you. Fight me right now and show me the crazy heaven secret art. I'll believe you when I see it," Chen Baihan said loudly frustratedly. Everyone was startled by Chen Baihan's provocation. They knew that Chen Baihan wanted to beat Yi Tianyun himself right now. After all, there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to use the crazy heaven secret art as soon as he received it. Dongfeng didn't say anything as he knew what Chen Baihan was doing. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would do. Besides, he refused to think highly of a mere human rat. Just ignore him. "His cultivation is way stronger than yours. Why would you fight a losing battle anyway?" an onlooker said casually. "We all saw it anyway. We can testify for you," another cultivator shouted as he was willing to help Yi Tianyun. "Shut up, all of you," Chen Baihan said discontently. "I accept your duel request," Yi Tianyun said with a small smirk on his face. Chapter 9.5 Chapter 9.5 Everyone was surprised when Yi Tianyun accepted the duel as the participants' lives would be on the line during the duel, while a spar would be a mere light competition. They didn't know whether Yi Tianyun was dumb for not knowing the difference or just too arrogant for his own good. "All right. Now make a vow in front of everyone so they would bear witness that you agreed to the life and death duel. I hope you will not regret this decision in the afterlife," Chen Baihan said as he laughed pleasedly. "Don't ignore his provocation." Someone from the crowd immediately shouted to prevent Yi Tianyun from saying anything impulsively. Although Yi Tianyun already cleared the assessment, a duel was a different thing. Passing the assessment didn't necessarily mean that he could win easily. "I accept the duel of life and death. If I die in this duel, I will not hold the other party responsible," Yi Tianyun said confidently. "I also accept the duel of life and death. If I die in this duel, I will not hold the other party responsible," Chen Baihan said immediately. A ray of light immediately illuminated both of the duelists and the area around them. Life and death duel would immediately be carried out in this place, and the ray of light served as a barrier. Some people would report this duel to the elders for sure, but it wouldn't matter in the end. Everyone shook their head as they were convinced that Yi Tianyun would definitely lose the duel. They judged that Yi Tianyun had made an unwise decision by accepting this duel. I think Chen Baihan wouldn't show any mercy against that kid. It was unfortunate, as his potential would be boundless in the future now that he already got the crazy heaven secret art, but it would be cut short immediately, a cultivator said from the crowd. "Yes, it was truly unfortunate," another cultivator chimed in. They all felt pity for Yi Tianyun and Heavenly Edict Divine Territory for losing a promising young cultivator with an outstanding achievement. "You want to know what crazy heaven secret art looks like, right?" Yi Tianyun said as he ignored the crowd's pessimistic view. "Yes, let me see the power of crazy heaven secret art with my own eyes," Chen Baihan said with a smirk on his face. He had already taken out a high-grade divine tool from his storage and was ready for battle. "You will have a taste of it soon," Yi Tianyun said as he activated the Dragon God bloodline, and immediately, a powerful aura wafted through the air mesmerizingly. He stepped forward, and the Desolate Ancient Set immediately activated its effect, which increased Yi Tianyun's speed tremendously. Yi Tianyun appeared in front of Chen Baihan in an instant and immediately punched Chen Baihan's chest. This punch held 26,000 star power, and Yi Tianyun didn't even use the crazy damage mode to achieve this power. Crazy Heaven's Secret Art, first layer, Yi Tianyun said as a tornado gusted in front of his fist, spinning Chen Baihan and dragging him from the ground. At this moment, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased once again, and he reached 53,000 star power. Chen Baihan failed to react to Yi Tianyun's attack, and he was smashed hard to the ground with his chest broken as a result. Chen Baihan immediately vomited blood as his internal organs were all a mess. Still, Yi Tianyun held back his power a little bit. If he didn't hold back, Chen Baihan would have already died. "You're already down with one punch?" Yi Tianyun said mockingly to Chen Baihan. That statement alone already told everyone that Chen Baihan was too weak. Second layer Earth Monarch was completely crushed by a cultivator that hasn't even breakthrough to Earth Monarch level just yet. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that he would be able to face Army General Long Tae easily. The crowd fell silent as they were shocked by Yi Tianyun's might. Chen Baihan was pulverized with a single punch. Crazy Heaven's Secret Art was truly terrifying. "I admit my defeat," Chen Baihan weakly said as he couldn't even move a muscle. His entire body was in pain, and the only thing he could do right now was beg for mercy. After all, he didn't want to die. "Admitting your defeat? Man, this is a battle of life and death," Yi Tianyun said as he waved his fist around, ready to give Chen Baihan the second experience of Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. "Please, I surrender. I will call you master from now on," Chen Baihan cried out as he was scared of dying. "Shut up. I don't want a weak slave like you," Yi Tianyun said as he walked closer to Chen Baihan. "Stop." A voice came from the crowd, and when Yi Tianyun looked at the source of the voice, he noticed a man glaring down at him. "Stop whatever you are about to do, or you will have to face me next," the man said coldly. "You are finally here. Save me, please," Chen Baihan shouted erratically, but Yi Tianyun didn't care at all. He immediately drove his fist towards Chen Baihan's head, smashing his head to the ground so hard that everyone was pretty sure it turned to mush. "Hunter!" the man screamed painfully. Ding! Successfully killed Chen Baihan. Reward, 92 billion XP, 55 million CPs, 50 Tevenu 00 SPs, Heavenly Flow Secret Art, Fleeting Cloud Spear, Burst Sword. The reward was amazing, but it was obvious for Yi Tianyun as he was on an entirely different level now. "You actually killed my son. You just made a huge mistake there." The man from earlier was furious as he looked at Yi Tianyun, full of killing intent. "I made a mistake?" He agreed to the duel, so there's no mistake according to the rules of Heavenly Edict, Divine Territory. "You can't blame me for killing him," Yi Tianyun said coldly to the man, not showing a shred of fear at all. Chapter 916. Chapter 916. Chen Baihan's father himself wasn't that strong either compared to his son. His cultivation base was at the 4th layer Earth Monarch level, only 2 levels apart from his son. However, while the 2nd layer Earth Monarch level had around 20,000 star power, the 4th layer Earth Monarch had around 40,000 star power. There was actually a huge difference in power despite the small gap. However, it was only a rough estimation. There were still many things that had to be considered, like the martial arts, weapons, and skills at their disposal. A high-grade rebirth-level martial arts like Crazy Heaven's Secret Art was a good example, as it easily doubled Yi Tianyun's power without much effort, and Yi Tianyun wasn't even using its full potential. This is a high-grade rebirth-level martial art. It went without saying that it easily overpowered all other martial arts with a weaker grade. Ding! Successfully completed side quest through the assessment of the selection. Complete the advanced level difficulty selection. Reward, 50 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points. Yi Tianyun got a lot of rewards. He would be able to break through in no time. The reward from killing an Earth Monarch cultivator was better, but Yi Tianyun couldn't feel disappointed by his side quest reward. Chen Li, Chen Baihan's father, rushed toward Yi Tianyun while yelling profanity. He didn't attack Yi Tianyun right away as he knew he couldn't break the rules. If he attacked Yi Tianyun, it would be considered as fighting among the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory member, and he would be punished severely. "I want to challenge you to a duel. Fight me," Chen Li shouted. He looked at the remains of his son, and he immediately got even more furious as he saw that Chen Baihan was barely recognizable. Although the duel vow stated that Chen Baihan wouldn't hold Yi Tianyun accountable for his death, it was all bullshit. Chen Li still held Yi Tianyun accountable for Chen Baihan's death. The vow clearly meant nothing to Chen Li. Even so, there was no rule stating that Chen Li couldn't issue another duel for himself. The entire crowd started murmuring as they were surprised that Chen Li would go this far to avenge his son. After all, people knew that he was on 4th layer Earth Monarch grade, far too powerful for a human that hasn't even hit the Earth Monarch level. But Chen Li didn't care. He realized that his son was caught off guard, but he would come prepared this time. He had to kill Yi Tianyun to avenge his son. That is the only thing Chen Li could think about right now. "Sure, I already killed the small one. Now I am ready to kill the big one." "Still, before you made your vow, are you ready to be humiliated by someone with a lower cultivation base?" Yi Tianyun said mockingly. "Just accept the duel," Chen Li shouted furiously. No, I am not interested, Yi Tianyun said as he reached out for Chen Baihan's token to take Chen Baihan's contribution for himself. Yi Tianyun got 500 contribution points from Chen Baihan's token, and he cast the token aside immediately. There should be a few treasures inside Chen Baihan's token, but Yi Tianyun didn't really care about it. The only thing that he needed right now was the contribution points alone. Hey, I got 500 contribution points, Yi Tianyun casually said while ignoring Chen Li. Yi Tianyun then walked towards the middle area as he wanted to see if he could get some treasure from there too. He couldn't take another assessment in the advanced area as each cultivator could only get one treasure in each area. Only a man who will stand before me, Chen Li shouted furiously. I am a man. What do you want? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Only a man would fight me right now, Chen Li shouted furiously. You are a funny guy. Our cultivation base is too far apart and you still talk like you are a man? Disgusting creature. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look how embarrassing you are right now, Yi Tianyun said with a condescending look on his face. You better not leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area. If you walk out of Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area, I will kill you and throw your remains to pigs, Chen Li shouted furiously. Although Chen Li couldn't fight Yi Tianyun here, it would be legal as long as Yi Tianyun wasn't inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area. Furthermore, he could just order the savage hunters on God's domain to hunt Yi Tianyun down later. How dare you threaten me with your miserable life? I don't want to fight you because you still have to bury your son. But now, you are pushing my patience to the edge. If you want to die so badly, then fine. I will accept your pathetic duel, Yi Tianyun said angrily. Yi Tianyun wasn't pleased with any kind of threat from anyone, and thus he was determined to kill Chen Li. Then make your vow, Chen Li shouted furiously. He then chanted his vow like what Chen Baihan did earlier, and Yi Tianyun followed immediately. Chen Li immediately roared, and Heaven-Breaking Bloodline immediately displayed its power. A broken word appeared on Chen Li's forehead, and his combat power immediately skyrocketed from 40 to 00 star power to 80 to 00 star power. However, that wasn't all as he pulled out 2 more gloves from his token and immediately put them on before rushing towards Yi Tianyun. God-breaking fist, Chen Li shouted as he showed an incredible killing intent. He also used his low-grade rebirth level martial art, so his combat power increased further and reached 100 star power. He just lost his son, and thus he refused to let his opponent, the one who killed his son, have a chance. Meanwhile, the crowds began to murmur as they didn't understand why Yi Tianyun accepted the duel this time. Was it just arrogance, or was he confident that he could beat Chen Li? Chapter 917, Chapter 917. Chen Li's power rose far beyond what Yi Tianyun showed earlier, so everyone began to think that Yi Tianyun wouldn't have any chance of winning this time. Yi Tianyun raised his head as he noticed that Chen Li reached 100,000 star power. It was enough to destroy the 3 realms to pieces. As for Yi Tianyun, he wouldn't be able to reach this height using any normal means. His combat power's basic value was only 7,000 star power. He could increase it with his 8x combat power, but it would only reach 56 zeros on star power. This was the gap in their cultivation level. It couldn't be easily mitigated with the high-grade rebirth level martial art like what Yi Tianyun had right now. The crowds didn't think Yi Tianyun could win because Chen Li's power was far beyond Yi Tianyun's raw power. Then again, they still didn't know the extent of Yi Tianyun's power. Crazy damage mode, activate, Yi Tianyun said casually, and in an instant, the 32x combat power effect activated, and Yi Tianyun's combat power instantly rose through the roof. It reached 22400 star points easily. The terrifying aura that wafted through the air was prominent. Chen Li instantly felt that he wasn't facing a Star Monarch aura but a peak-level Earth Monarch aura. Now you die, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately punched Chen Li from afar. Chen Li was blasted by the force of Yi Tianyun's punch and couldn't defend himself. The impact of Yi Tianyun's fist was unblockable. Chen Li squirmed on the ground as he received blows after blows from Yi Tianyun. Go to hell and reunite with your son. I hope you both won't be a douchebag anymore in your next life, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed Chen Li once more to the ground. Yi Tianyun kept attacking and stomped Chen Li to the ground to top it off. Blood splattered on the ground where Chen Li fell. The amount of damage that he received from Yi Tianyun was unimaginable. Ding, successfully killed Chen Li. Reward, 25 billion XP, 6 to 5 million CPs, 300,000 CPS, Breaking Divine Secret Art, Heaven-Breaking Gloves, Heaven-Breaking Bloodline. Yi Tianyun even got Heaven-Breaking Bloodline from Chen Li this time, but he didn't use it immediately. After all, Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in using a disgusting bloodline from the start. However, he did get a lot of XP and items from killing this father and son combo. Should he give the Heaven-Breaking Bloodline to one of his Divine General, or should he just absorb it and use it to strengthen his Dragon God Bloodline? But he couldn't just do it without any planning, as it could be disastrous for him. He could accidentally delete Dragon God Bloodline if he just merged it with another bloodline without thinking. After all, the stronger bloodline would persist while the weaker one would be absorbed. The Dragon God bloodline was at rank 13th on the God's Domain bloodline leaderboard. It was still higher than Heaven-breaking bloodline. As for Phoenix bloodline, it was ranked 14th, right below Dragon God bloodline. It was unexpected that the strongest bloodline in the three realms wasn't even in the top 10 on God's Domain. In the meantime, the crowd fell silent once again as they couldn't believe what they just witnessed. No one here thought that Yi Tianyun would kill Chen Li so easily. Even Dongfeng was watching in horror. He did cross the line and ridicule Yi Tianyun earlier. Was it his turn next? He can't be a Star Monarch cultivator. Is he hiding his real cultivation base? The crowds murmured among themselves. No, I can clearly feel his Star Monarch aura. There is no way I was wrong about it, another cultivator said confidently. They all started to think that Yi Tianyun was hiding his true power, that he was setting a trap for those who bully the weak. Otherwise, there was no way he could easily kill a cultivator that was clearly a lot stronger than himself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was ignoring all of them as he deemed it unimportant. He kept walking towards the middle area to get his mid-grade rebirth level treasure. He has cleared the high-grade rebirth levels assessment, so there was no reason for him to stay there. Yi Tianyun entered the assessment area immediately, and the people from the area were surprised that Yi Tianyun still wanted to take another assessment after killing 2 Earth Monarch cultivators. They began to speculate about Yi Tianyun's identity, as there was no way Yi Tianyun was a real human race cultivator. He is the new human race cultivator that joined the core palace. A cultivator said to confirm Yi Tianyun's identity. Everyone who saw Yi Tianyun was in awe, as they couldn't believe how powerful Yi Tianyun really was. The story about Yi Tianyun breaking the record everywhere began to spread. From breaking the record of the God's Domain assessment and welcoming ceremony, breaking both Neon Siu's record. Had they heard it earlier, they wouldn't believe it at all. But now that they have seen how powerful Yi Tianyun was, they couldn't deny those rumors anymore. The story about Yi Tianyun's prowess that attracted 2 elders at once didn't even sound impossible anymore. If Chen Baihan were still alive, he wouldn't dare to provoke such a strong person like this, Dongfeng said as he shivered in fear. Yi Tianyun's feat alone could overwhelm anyone that heard it. There was no way anyone could win against a genius like Yi Tianyun without having overwhelming advantages. Chapter 918. Chapter 918. The cultivators that witnessed everything were shaking as they saw how terrifying Yi Tianyun's power was. They didn't believe it at first, but they could no longer deny Yi Tianyun's strength as the proof was right in front of their eyes. It couldn't be helped if they had a hard time believing that Yi Tianyun could kill 2 Earth Monarch cultivators right after he got the crazy Heaven secret art. What the hell happened here? A familiar face showed up, and it was Zhou Runji, who clearly didn't like Yi Tianyun judging from his attitude earlier. Senior Brother Zhou, Dongfeng said as he saw Zhou Runji walk towards the center. Senior Brother Zhou, is that human really the one who was recently accepted into the core palace after setting a new record? Dongfeng nervously asked as he pointed his finger towards Yi Tianyun, who was already at the entrance of the mid-level area. Yes, that is him. He broke 2 records, and he was indeed the new addition to the core palace. I don't know what he is doing, but I didn't expect him to choose the mid-level area, spineless creep, Zhou Runji said scornfully. He didn't know that Yi Tianyun had already passed the advanced level area assessment as he wasn't there to witness it earlier. Senior Brother Zhou, he actually got the crazy Heaven secret art and killed 2 Earth Monarch cultivators after that. He killed Chen Baihan and Chen Li, Dongfeng said nervously. Zhou Runji was instantly stunned after hearing Dongfeng's word. He didn't know what to say at this point as he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be that strong. Zhou Runji couldn't even process what he had just heard as it was too much to take in. Now, Zhou Runji's chance of actually fighting Yi Tianyun was as good as gone, since he wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Tianyun if even Chen Li couldn't beat Yi Tianyun. How could a human be so strong? This is impossible, Zhou Runji said in disbelief. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun also got the crazy Heaven secret art, which was notorious for being the most difficult item to obtain. It was the most valuable treasure in the advanced level area. It was even harder to get than the Heavenly Edict Divine Art. Heavenly Edict Divine Art required 13,000 secret art tokens to redeem, while Crazy Heaven secret art required 15,000. That was enough to compare how far the difference between the two really was. It was because of this difference, too, that Yi Tianyun chose Crazy Heaven secret art instead of Heavenly Edict Divine Art. He thought that the more expensive it was, the better. Yi Tianyun immediately meditated as he had already found a treasure that he wanted from the mid-level area, and he didn't want to waste more time here. It was shocking for everyone on the scene as Yi Tianyun easily cleared the mid-level area without any trouble at all. Yi Tianyun got the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, a middle-grade rebirth level long spear that actually had decent power. He gently swung the spear to test out its power and smirked in satisfaction. Yi Tianyun then walked towards the low-level area as he wanted to take his final treasure from this place. This was his chance to get a rebirth level treasure, and thus Yi Tianyun wouldn't miss any of it. Although he already used up all of his Selecting Secret Art token, he still had thousands of contribution points that he could exchange for the Selecting Secret Art token. In fact, Yi Tianyun also used Chen Li's contribution point for the assessment on the mid-level area earlier. He didn't have enough selecting secret art token to take the assessment earlier, and thus he put the contribution that he got after killing Chen Li to good use. Is killing really the easiest way to gain wealth in this place after all? Yi Tianyun said as he sighed dejectedly. He didn't like to kill people, but everyone seemed to be asking for trouble. If they didn't provoke Yi Tianyun, then he wouldn't kill them. He wouldn't even resort to violence at all. He would just mind his own business and complete his quest quietly without hindering anybody else. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes as he saw Zhou Runji not too far from the mid-level area gate. Zhou Runji was immediately drenched in a cold sweat and took a step back as he was afraid that Yi Tianyun would fight him too. But Yi Tianyun was too lazy to mind Zhou Runji, so he walked away towards the low-level area and immediately entered another assessment after choosing the treasure he wanted. The cultivators who were in the Secret Art Palace were shocked as they had never seen anyone who managed to get each treasure from each area without any problem on their first try. No one ever managed to pull this off. In fact, no one even bothered to try. Only after half an hour did Yi Tianyun awake from his meditation, and he got another treasure in low-level area. It was a low-grade rebirth-level weapon nonetheless. Sweet! I finally leveled up, Yi Tianyun said as he finally reached Star Monarch peak grade after the final assessment. Yi Tianyun immediately turned around and left the Secret Art Palace as he didn't have anything else to do in this place. Young Master Yi, wait a moment. I have a message for you from Elder Yu. He said that they would await you at Heavenly Edict Divine Star. A middle-aged man came over and stopped Yi Tianyun. All right, I will follow your lead, Yi Tianyun said as he motioned for the middle-aged man to lead the way to Heavenly Edict Divine Star. He knew that he would have to visit Heavenly Edict Divine Star sooner or later, as it was the Imperial City of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. But compared to the usual Imperial City on Mortal Domain, the Imperial City on God Domain was invitational only. Those who weren't invited wouldn't be able to enter in the first place. Only the deacons and the elders could come and go as they pleased there. But it seemed Yi Tianyun would get the invitation faster than he should be, as he was the disciple of two elders at the same time. Indeed, he had other grand feats he managed to accomplish too, but that was for another time. For now, Yi Tianyun chose to follow the deacon that would guide him to the Imperial City first. Meanwhile, the other cultivators at Secret Art Palace began talking about Yi Tianyun as they saw Yi Tianyun was being led towards Heavenly Edict Divine Star, which propelled Yi Tianyun's reputation to the maximum. It wouldn't take long for the majority of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory cultivators to hear about Yi Tianyun's feat and spread it to the other god domain. It couldn't be helped as almost everyone thought all of Yi Tianyun's feat were impossible to pull off. People immediately doubted that anyone could break Yi Tianyun's record, as even accomplishing what Yi Tianyun did was deemed impossible in the first place. I don't think I want him as an enemy, Dongfeng said as he looked at Yi Tianyun before leaving. What used to be mockery turned into fear in a quick second. He knew that if he ever provoked Yi Tianyun, he wouldn't live for long after. Chapter 919 Yi Tianyun followed the deacon to the teleport array that would transport them to Heavenly Edict Divine Star. Each palace had its own teleportation. Great Array connected with Heavenly Edict Divine Star, so Yi Tianyun didn't have to walk too far to get there. But clearly, the teleportation Great Array itself wasn't eligible for public use, except for special occasions. However, there were some planets that still didn't have this teleportation array, as a lot of these planets haven't been developed yet. God Domain was a big place, so it was a given that many of these areas hadn't been explored yet. Although it was called Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the area itself wasn't really bordered whatsoever, so people just had to figure out that they were inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. There was no clear sign of the territory border itself. It would take too much effort to create a definitive border for the God Domain, as it would take a lot of time and resources to do so. This is the Imperial City of a God Domain, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed the flow of star power in Heavenly Edict Divine Star was different than the flow of star power in the other areas of God Domain that he had visited. It was much more intense and constant. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye to check the difference between the Imperial City and the other areas, and he immediately noticed that a huge starstone vein was below the ground, creating a huge flow of star power on the surface. Yi Tianyun also noticed that around the teleportation Great Array, there were a lot of 5th grade spirit grass blooming. This was quite a spectacle, as it was a huge treasure on Mortal Domain, but that didn't seem to be the case here on God Domain. It looked like the spirit grass was just decorative flowers here. Show me your token. A guard intercepted them and asked for their ID token. The deacon immediately handed over his token and signaled for Yi Tianyun to do the same. Yi Tianyun took out his token and handed it to the guard. The guard immediately inspected Yi Tianyun's token, while Yi Tianyun inspected them with his appraisal eye himself. He noticed that the guards were at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch level, which was amazing considering their position as a guard. You may enter, the guard said as they returned the token respectively and cleared them to enter the city. No matter who the cultivator was, they had to show their token for inspection to enter the Imperial City. But this was not an absolute rule, as the territory lord didn't have to show his token, which was also the case for several high-ranking elders. This law was made to prevent counterfeiting or disguise, as this kind of problem had occurred in the past. Meanwhile, token couldn't be faked. The guard would immediately notice something was wrong if the token showed discrepancies. As Yi Tianyun followed the deacon and walked through a luxurious hall, Yi Tianyun saw that the Starstone was used as decoration everywhere, and he also saw many guards were patrolling the vicinity even though there weren't that many cultivators coming. Usually, for a place this big, it would be obvious that the Palace Lord would also stay here, and surely the maid would also be here to serve their masters. Palace Lord would be in the same status as the elders, but they had more privileges as they also led a palace of their own. This was the exception that was stated earlier. Although the Imperial City had strict rules, the Territory Lord and the Palace Lord were the exceptions. Other cultivators could only come here if they were invited and called by the Territory Lord or the Palace Lord. The deacon that guided Yi Tianyun himself was simply there to guide Yi Tianyun to the Territory Lord, otherwise he wouldn't be here either. After passing through several corridors, they finally arrived at a special passageway where two fourth-layer Earth Monarch guards stood guard on each side of the passage. "I bring young Master Yi that Elder Yu asked." The deacon hurriedly introduced Yi Tianyun to the two guards. "Show me your token," the guard asked for Yi Tianyun's token. Yi Tianyun handed over his token for inspection, and the guards immediately nodded before giving it back to Yi Tianyun. "You may go in," the guard said solemnly. "This is where we part ways, young Master Yi. You can meet Elder Yu at the end of the passageway. My job here is done," the deacon said respectfully. Yi Tianyun nodded as he knew that only the invited person could enter. Yi Tianyun then immediately walked inside. He saw many divine runes that served as the defensive mechanism of this place. It would surely activate if anyone harbored any hostility here. Yi Tianyun doubted that the Territory Lord would actually experience an assassination here, but there was nothing wrong with being a little bit cautious. But still, the security here was a little bit excessive, in Yi Tianyun's opinion. After passing the long passageway, Yi Tianyun finally saw the light again, along with a middle-aged man sitting on the throne in the middle of the room. Yi Tianyun turned his attention to the side and saw several other cultivators. Their attention was solely focused on Yi Tianyun as he just came out of the passageway. Yi Tianyun even saw Neon Siyu and Gu Yurong among the cultivators. Yi Tianyun raised his head and immediately assessed the Territory Lord in the middle. Heavenly Edict, Territory Lord, Heaven Monarch Peak Stage, with Heavenly Edict, Divine Power, and Heavenly Feather Bloodline. Ranked 10th on the entire God Domain. Martial Art, Heavenly Edict, Divine Art, Crazy Heaven Secret Art, Heavenly Edict, Tyrant Body. No weakness was detected. Combat Power, 1 to 2 million star points. Yi Tianyun blinked several times as he noticed how far apart their cultivation was. He had never seen anyone with a combat power that high before. Yi Tianyun really had to pick up his pace. Chapter 920, pleasure to be here, Territory Lord. Yi Tianyun said respectfully. He knew that the Territory Lord was the strongest cultivator here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. He had to mind his attitude around him as he couldn't disrespect such a strong figure like this without any good reason. "Are you Yi Tianyun?" Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he assessed Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. "Yes, that is me, Territory Lord." Yi Tianyun said honestly. "You are so young." "It is amazing for such a young cultivator to be that strong," Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. "I received a news that not only did get your hands on the Crazy Heaven Secret Art, but also received 2 more treasures from each lower-level rebirth grade area. You also killed a 4th-layer Earth Monarch after that too, right?" "Aren't you a little troublemaker?" Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. Everyone else in the room looked at each other with surprise as they didn't know about this information beforehand. Crazy Heaven Secret Art, other treasures in rebirth grade level, and also killing a 4th-layer Earth Monarch on top of that? It was a really impressive feat for someone that just joined the God Domain. "Little Yi, your cultivation is at 8th-layer Star Monarch, right? How can you kill a 4th-layer Earth Monarch with that kind of cultivation base?" Yu Yanglong asked as he was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's new achievement. He didn't know that he was about to teach a super genius. "Well, they underestimated me too much. I just got lucky that I could overpower them before things got messy," Yi Tianyun said modestly. "You got a lousy enemy. They are too complacent to underestimate a person of your stature. But still, your cultivation isn't even 8th-layer Star Monarch, but you are already at Star Monarch peak level. Even then, the cultivation base is still too far apart. Your ability must be quite impressive. It is hard to believe that you are originated from mortal domain," Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a slight hint of amazement in his voice. Yu Yanglong and the people who knew of Yi Tianyun beforehand were startled by Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's word. They knew Yi Tianyun was an 8th-layer Star Monarch cultivator, but now he suddenly got to Star Monarch peak grade? As an elder, Yu Yanglong rarely made an error in his judgment, but he knew that the Territory Lord wouldn't mistake things like this at all. Basically, they couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun have breakthrough twice in only a week worth of time. "I can assure Territory Lord that I am indeed from mortal domain, and I only joined God Domain under Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's banner," Yi Tianyun said confidently. Many people could testify to Yi Tianyun's statement as many of them saw Yi Tianyun in the first assessment when they came to God Domain's territory, which was the process of converting the spiritual energy inside their body into star energy. I am sure no one doubts it, but it's just incredible. I never expected a super genius would be born on mortal domain. Just take a look at Elder Nian over there, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he looked over to the beautiful young lady on the side, which was Nian Xiu herself. Nian Xiu smiled as she looked over at Yi Tianyun. She already reverted her appearance, completely different than when Yi Tianyun saw her earlier. Her appearance right now was like a fairy, glowing with the smallest hint of light. But the thing that made Yi Tianyun a little bit surprised was that she had already received the Elder title, and maybe she would even receive the title of the next Territory Lord. No one would truly think at the first time meeting Nian Xiu that she also came from mortal domain, but she clearly wasn't a human race, but the more powerful Heavenly Feather bloodline. In short, she was from the same race as the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord himself. But Yi Tianyun was truly a human race, which was why the people in God Domain still found it hard to believe. Well, it doesn't matter. The two elders have informed me about your feat of breaking Elder Neon's personal record. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. He did well, my lord. I didn't hold anything against him for breaking my records. I am happy that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory gets a genius like him as an addition, Nian Xiu said as she smiled warmly. Yi Tianyun smiled as he looked down to the ground. He knew that Nian Xiu wasn't exactly telling the truth, as he already knew that Nian Xiu secretly went and looked for him earlier. Yi Tianyun wasn't quite sure how Nian Xiu truly was in terms of personality, but he believed that Nian Xiu wasn't as straightforward and modest as she let on. Elder Nian sure is broad-minded. But now, let's move on to the main topic. Have you heard about God Domain's War of Ascension? The Territory Lord asked Yi Tianyun. God Domain's War of Ascension. I have heard some rumors about it, Territory Lord. Yi Tianyun said honestly. He had already heard that most first-grade God Domains would select their elite cultivators for a major battle that would be judged by the second-grade God Domain. The winner of this battle would be chosen to join the second-grade God Domain. It was a battle to select new disciples and sort out the best disciple for the God Domain. Mainly, the first-grade domain received many cultivators from the mortal domain, and through the process of selection, the best out of these cultivators would certainly be selected to join the higher-grade God Domain, which was the second-grade God Domain. The second-grade God Domain was surely more prestigious than the first-grade God Domain, as they would have a higher star energy density, much more powerful bloodline, and martial arts. The first-grade God Domain was there to provide a fresh bloodline for the second-grade God Domain. If the first-grade God Domain provided a good cultivator, the second-grade God Domain would surely give them the rewards worthy of their trouble. If you already knew about it, then things should be easier to explain. The God Domain's War of Ascension would be held 5 years from now. Now there aren't that many candidates from our God Domain, but at the very least, you two are our hopes now. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he pointed to Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong. Mastering the demon fire is already impressive enough, and thus we are focusing our resources on both of you. While the two elders would personally teach you two, Elder Neon would be there to offer some pointers too. You have to quickly break through to Earth Monarch rank. If you fail to reach the Earth Monarch rank, you can't participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension, Territory Lord said solemnly. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded his head as he now had a goal, and that was to partake in the God Domain's War of Ascension. The minimum cultivation base was the first layer Earth Monarch, which was right around the corner for Yi Tianyun right now. Chapter 921 for God Domain's War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun couldn't wait for what he could do to top that battle. It wasn't only a means to enter a stronger God Domain, but also a way to gain an ample amount of XPA. He would certainly battle another Earth Monarch rank cultivator, and that meant he could gain a huge amount of XP. Yi Tianyun didn't have a good way to gain XP right now, as he couldn't just kill people without any good reason. There was no way people would want to do a life and death duel without any good reason. And killing anyone he wanted was already out of the question, as the rules here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory prohibited him from doing so. Yi Tianyun himself wanted to level up quickly, as he knew that Evil Spirit Race would soon attack the three realms. If he couldn't get stronger fast enough, he wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. When he searched for other God Domains records, he didn't find anything about Evil Spirit Race. It meant that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory didn't interact with Evil Spirit Race, or Evil Spirit Race had another name in God Domain. But that also meant he could hunt the Evil Spirit Race without any problem, at the very least from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's perspective. From their strength, Yi Tianyun believed that the Evil Spirit Race would be around the second-grade God Domain level. That just went to show how powerful Evil Spirit Race really was. The reason behind this line of thought was the number of cultivators that the Evil Spirit Race spared to attack the three realms in the past. It was the number that first-grade God Domain wouldn't risk sending. Furthermore, the last squad that the Evil Spirit Race sent to attack the three realms was strong, but not strong enough. Yi Tianyun already realized that the three realms could not be the end goal of what the Evil Spirit Race wanted to accomplish. Otherwise, they would send a stronger unit from the very start. But still, Yi Tianyun knew that the Evil Spirit Race would certainly send stronger cultivators now that their invasion had failed once again. For this reason, Yi Tianyun believed that God Domain's War of Ascension was a good opportunity for him, a chance to improve himself further. Entering this competition should be a good shortcut towards 9th layer Earth Monarch or even Earth Monarch peak grade. I will try to break through to the Earth Monarch level as soon as possible, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He didn't see any problem with the requirement as he knew that it shouldn't be a problem. I will also try to break through to Earth Monarch level as soon as possible, Gu Yurong said in firm tone. The Heavenly Edict Territory Lord had high expectations for both of them. While he knew that Yi Tianyun was already at the peak of Star Monarch, Gu Yurong would face a trial if she wanted to break through to Earth Monarch as she was still at the 7th layer Star Monarch right now. It wouldn't be easy to break through to Earth Monarch as soon as possible. They had to train vigorously to make sure that they had enough strength to show that they weren't pushovers later during the battle. Good, that's the spirit, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. The meeting today wasn't merely to discuss these two's involvement with the God Domain's War of Ascension, but as they already discussed another matter earlier, there was nothing else left to discuss right now. Good gracious, we gave you 2 selecting secret art tokens so you could obtain a weapon on the basic level, but you take the advanced level instead. You are truly courageous, you know that, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. The more powerful his disciple was, the more proud he became. This is indeed beyond my expectation. I thought that you wouldn't be able to enter the God Domain's War of Ascension this time, but now it seems you will be able to do it just fine with some extra work, of course. Nevertheless, we will train you seriously from now on, and I hope you feel the same way. Ming Yueching said to Yi Tianyun. We understand, Master, Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong said at the same time. Then I will start formulating a cultivation plan for the both of you. How do you usually cultivate? Ming Yueching asked curiously. I am a retreat cultivator. I have to comprehend things to break through, Gu Yurong replied. I need to fight or kill to break through, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. So, if you would be so kind as to make a plan for us, please arrange it so that I can kill Demon Beast, a huge pile of demon beasts, Yi Tianyun said happily. The people in the room couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun weirdly, as a killing route wasn't a practical route in cultivation. In fact, it could easily develop into deviant cultivation if taken carelessly. The cultivator could easily lose their mind if they killed too many demon beasts without any preparation. However, this method was indeed the easiest way to break through. It also gave a lot of combat experience as well, especially in the case of extreme battles. No wonder your cultivation is so amazing. Master of Slaughter surely improves your cultivation fast, but you have to be careful of cultivation deviation, Yu Yanglong reminded Yi Tianyun. I will keep that dearly in mind, Yi Tianyun said as he nods. Well, with that already said, Yurong will continue on her comprehension route and participate in spar later to further boost her progress. We will assist her with medicinal pills too, Yu Yanglong said as he looked at Gu Yurong. As for the Master of Slaughter, I will have to think for a while, Yu Yanglong said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Let me help him with that, Nian Siyu said as he stepped forward with a smile on her face. I know something about his cultivation path. The 2 elders could relax for now, Nian Siyu said confidently. All right, we will trust Elder Nian for now. With that said, Yi Tianyun, you will be in Elder Nian's care for a while, Yu Yanglong said as he nodded to Nian Siyu's idea. Nian Siyu was a genius of cultivation as her innate ability was also strong. Therefore, Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueching didn't doubt Nian Siyu's idea to help Yi Tianyun cultivate. I will be under Elder Nian's guidance for a while. Please treat me well, Yi Tianyun said respectfully to Nian Siyu, but he saw that Nian Siyu narrowed her gaze slightly at Yi Tianyun, like she was trying to figure something out. I hope this turns out well, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he felt that Nian Siyu didn't have the best intention for him. Yi Tianyun was a little bit worried that his decision to follow Nian Siyu right now could turn into a tragedy later. Then again, he still didn't know what Nian Siyu had in mind. Chapter 922. Chapter 922. Yu Yanglong didn't even question what Nian Siyu would do as he left Yi Tianyun's training to Nian Siyu. There was no reason for them to ask Nian Siyu as they thought that Nian Siyu was far more talented than them all. Furthermore, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord has already ordered that Nian Siyu would also help Yi Tianyun and Gu Yurong in their endeavor to enter the God Domain's War of Ascension. Nian Siyu excused herself and left with Heavenly Edict Divine Star immediately with Yi Tianyun in tow. He also threw a rebirth-level spirit ship in the air and flew away from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's main city. Elder Nian, where are we heading? Yi Tianyun asked. There were only Nian Siyu and Yi Tianyun on the ship, with Nian Siyu on the helm. They flew at high speed, which amazed Yi Tianyun a little bit as he couldn't pilot the ship at this speed before. You will know when we get there, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. All right, Yi Tianyun said as he couldn't say anything else. He knew that patiently waiting was the only thing he could do right now. The ship was getting faster, and Yi Tianyun's body was shocked as it was like the ship crossed over time and space, judging from its speed. Yi Tianyun realized that it would only take him a few days to return to the 3 realms with this speed. But if this was the case for every Heaven Monarch, would the evil spirit race arrive at the 3 realms in just a few days too, if they send some Heaven Monarch cultivators? But then again, if this was the case, Yi Tianyun knew that he wouldn't be able to stop them by himself. At his current level, there was no way he would be able to defeat a Heaven Monarch cultivator easily. Are you ready? We are close, Nianxiu said suddenly. Ready for what exactly? Yi Tianyun confusedly said as he awoke from his meditation. He calculated the time and noticed that they had been flying for 3 days. With this kind of speed, he assumed that they would be close to the three realms already. But as Yi Tianyun looked around the space, he noticed that there was only one huge planet nearby. This was obviously the biggest planet that he had ever seen. At the same time, there were a lot of spirit ships flying around the planet, and most of the cultivators on the planet were at Star Monarch level. Yi Tianyun also noticed there was at least one Heaven Monarch cultivator in each ship, but they surely brought a lot of Star Monarch cultivators with them. What are we doing here, Elder? That planet seems a little bit weird, Yi Tianyun asked as he got a bad vibe from the planet. The planet had so many spirit ships from so many god domains, and the planet's aura was also a little bit intimidating. Wear this, Nianxiu said as she threw a mask for Yi Tianyun to wear. Yi Tianyun inspected the mask and noticed that it was a low-grade rebirth-level treasure, which was far better than his 100 transformation mask. Yi Tianyun wore the mask immediately, and his appearance immediately changed into a very plain-looking guy. The mask also covered his aura, completely masking his identity. Nianxiu also wore a mask, and her appearance turned into the lady that Yi Tianyun saw at the Selecting Secret Art Assessment Hall earlier. I believe you're familiar with this face now, right? Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Yes, Elder Nian, we met at the Selecting Hall. I never expected that the fair lady would be Elder Nian herself, Yi Tianyun said as he pretended not to know that the woman earlier was Nianxiu herself. Well, the woman you saw earlier is me. I heard that some super genius cultivator finally broke all my records, so I want to see that cultivator myself, but I never expected that the cultivator would be from human race. I mean, I didn't care if you broke my record, you are free to do so, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. I am glad to hear that, Elder Nian. I am worried that I will get in trouble for breaking your record. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh of relief, but he wasn't completely sure that Nianxiu was 100% okay with Yi Tianyun breaking her record. Well, there is one thing that I am not very happy about. I heard that you deliberately engraved your name a bit higher than me, right? Nianxiu said with a slight change to her tone. Yi Tianyun immediately got nervous as he wasn't sure what to say as a response. I am just showing my limit. It wasn't intentional at all, Yi Tianyun said a little bit shyly. I know that it was intentional. I can see that's not the limit of your ability. You can easily engrave your name higher. I just hope that you will achieve better things, understand? Don't hold yourself back, Nianxiu said sternly. Is it really all right for me to do so? Yi Tianyun wondered. Yes, there is no reason for you to hold yourself back and hide your true capability from others. If you ever do something like that again, I will punish you thoroughly, Nianxiu said coldly. So, did Elder Nian also do the same thing that I did in the past? Yi Tianyun asked carefully. What are you saying? I always did my best, Nianxiu said without looking back at Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun knew that it was a sensitive subject for Nianxiu. I am very sorry. Please forget what I just said, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Now, Yi Tianyun finally understood Nianxiu completely. He now understood that Nianxiu wasn't pleased with those who didn't try their best and push their limit. Chapter 923, Chapter 923, Nianxiu immediately regained her composure. Now, we have to focus on the task at hand. This place is full of danger. We are free to enter this place as it doesn't have any ruler, but so many cultivators have died here thinking that they could easily conquer this place, Nianxiu said solemnly. So, this place isn't part of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, no one rules this place, so it was a complete mess, Nianxiu said solemnly. But, have you experienced cultivating on this site before, Elder Nian? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, but very few people knew about my activity. Not just anyone could come here anyway. Coming to this place means death, so not everyone is willing to bring their own disciple here. But if you do well in your endeavor here, God Domain's War of Ascension would be a piece of cake. Speaking of God Domain's War of Ascension, have you ever participated, Elder Nian? Yi Tianyun asked as he was confused that Nianxiu was still in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. With her innate ability, it would be easy for her to be recruited by a higher-tier God Domain. I never participated. I am not interested, Nianxiu said as she shook her head and seemed reluctant to discuss further regarding this subject. Yi Tianyun noticed that there was no regret in her eyes at all. It seemed she really made a resolve not to participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun didn't ask anything else, but it seemed odd for some reason. Anyway, Yi Tianyun was glad that Nianxiu didn't have any malicious intent toward him. This place is called Slaughter Divine Star. I don't know who built the special divine tower on this planet, but it's full of powerful beasts. If your cultivation is about hunting demon beasts, then this is the best place for your type of cultivation. But as I said before, many died here due to their lack of caution, so I'm going to warn you once again to remain cautious of your surrounding. People also kill each other here to get more treasure, Nianxiu said solemnly. The more you kill in this area, the more you get recognized by the Divine Tower. Your quest would be rather simple, which is to be approved by the Slaughter God, Nianxiu said confidently. Approved by the Slaughter God? Was the Divine Tower also called Slaughter God Tower? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That's correct. After killing a bunch of things with killing intent, you will be recognized by the Slaughter God, Nianciu said confidently. But so far, only 8 people have been approved by the Slaughter God, but no one really knew who they are. Almost everyone here uses some kind of mask to hide their true identity so that they wouldn't be held responsible after killing anyone from another god domain, Nianciu said solemnly. Elder Nian, did you get the Slaughter God's approval? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, I didn't get it, but I got many benefits here. So I hope that you will be approved so that your power can further develop, and that way you can easily top the God Domain's War of Ascension without any problem, Nianciu said excitedly. It was obvious to Yi Tianyun that Nianciu valued the War of Ascension, but it further confused Yi Tianyun as she didn't want to participate on the competition herself. If Yi Tianyun had to guess, it would be very likely that she chose not to participate since she was the next heir to the throne of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. She chose not to participate since she wanted to dedicate herself to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory instead of joining other god domains. After all, there was no way to refuse the invitation of other god domain once the war was over. It was the most logical reason that Yi Tianyun could come up for now. After all, Nianciu and Heavenly Edict Territory Lord did have the same bloodline, and it would be normal to choose the next heir from the same bloodline. I will try my best, Yi Tianyun nodded his head. Nianciu nodded and maneuvered the ship to enter Slaughter Divine Star. She then explained some other things that might be useful for Yi Tianyun later. After all, once Yi Tianyun entered the Slaughter Divine Star, Nianciu couldn't help him anymore. Yi Tianyun couldn't count on the people inside to explain it later either, as people compete to kill as many demon beasts as they could in this place. As they landed, Nianciu immediately collected her spirit ship, and Yi Tianyun instantly looked around vigilantly. People here came from different god domains, and obviously he had to be careful as anyone was free to kill in this place. Now Yi Tianyun realized why there was a Heaven Monarch cultivator that accompanied the participant. If they came with a weaker cultivator, other god domains would immediately attack and overwhelm them instantly. Don't mind them for now. Let's go, Nianciu said as she led Yi Tianyun up front while releasing her aura, letting everyone know that she is a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Only 2 people? Is it a hidden family with a genius disciple? A cultivator said behind their back. That is possible. A female Heaven Monarch cultivator is rare after all. Another cultivator chimed in. Obviously, their attention was focused on Nianciu and Yi Tianyun, but fortunately, they wouldn't attack as they already sensed that Nianciu was a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Yi Tianyun shook his head and turned his attention forward. He saw a divine tower up front, but it wasn't a tall tower. In fact, it was much shorter than the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. That being said, it was way more powerful than the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, as it was a high-grade rebirth-level treasure. Nianciu took Yi Tianyun into the Slaughter God Tower, and once he was inside, Yi Tianyun felt intimidating killing intent from the top of the tower. Yi Tianyun was excited for things to come as he looked forward to gaining an enormous amount of ESP here. He looked around and saw a huge great array in front of him. Further ahead, he also saw many cultivators that had twisting red eyes. This was a typical form of cultivation deviation. These people already lost their minds as they probably rushed their cultivation too much. Is this the Slaughter God Tower? Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he saw many cultivators that could become his EXP booster. Chapter 924 Slaughter God Tower itself wasn't that big from the outside, but after Yi Tianyun came in, he noticed that the tower was a lot more spacious than he thought. But there was nothing much inside at first glance, only the intimidating killing intent from the top of the tower that was worth taking notes on. Furthermore, there were quite a number of cultivators with cultivation deviation here. It was certainly the Slaughter God Great Array in the middle's doing as it constantly fed the cultivators with a red energy. The cultivators with cultivation deviation obviously failed to contain the red energy from Slaughter God Great Array, and it consumed them from the inside. This Slaughter God Tower has such a strong murderous aura, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by this discovery. If he meditated here, he would also receive some of this murderous aura for himself. Yi Tianyun knew that killing intent or the murderous aura had a great auxiliary effect on combat. It would affect the opponent's mind and reaction and could even scare the opponent to submission. Yi Tianyun looked up and found 8 names engraved on the wall. They should be the names of those who were approved by the Slaughter God in the past. But Yi Tianyun also noticed that the names were all fake. The cultivators that have been approved didn't seem to use their real names at all. It was remarkable in a sense that only 8 people received approval from the Slaughter God, despite the number of the cultivator that came here every day. Furthermore, it seemed that every dead body in this place would be immediately swallowed up by the Slaughter God Great Array, leaving nothing behind. The Slaughter God Array had a limitation, as only those at the Star Monarch cultivation level could continue forward, while others were forced to stay. And with that said, people started to turn their attention toward Yi Tianyun and Nianciu, as it was extremely rare for a group of 2 to take on the challenge. These people knew that the cultivators ought to work with a team here to gain the most out of this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay long enough without any consequences. In short, these people knew that it wasn't worth the time to challenge this place when they're short on people. If the cultivator couldn't endure the harshness of this place and suffered cultivation deviation, it was basically over for them as they would lose their mind. There are only two of them. They obviously want to die, a cultivator said on the side. Yeah, why are they so confident though? Another cultivator said while shaking his head. The cultivators looked at Yi Tianyun and Nianxiu mockingly as they thought that the two of them was completely out of their mind. Furthermore, Nianxiu wouldn't be able to accompany Yi Tianyun later as she would be forced to stay. But obviously, Nianxiu and Yi Tianyun ignored them all. Since you are alone, you have to pay attention to your surrounding. Just relax and do your best. You have 3 attempts to conquer the tower. If you fail 3 times, then it is time for us to leave, Nianxiu said solemnly. There are 3 opportunities to clear this place, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that he got another chance if he failed. He just thought that there was only 1 chance to clear the tower. But if there was another chance waiting for him, there was nothing that Yi Tianyun had to worry about. Awesome, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun was confident that he would power through the tower easily. After all, he had crazy mode to breeze through all the Star Monarch cultivators in this place. Don't get too cocky, brat, Nianxiu said as she flicked Yi Tianyun's temple. As I said, be cautious of your surrounding and make sure that you keep your safety in check. If things get dicey, you should retreat immediately, Nianxiu said annoyedly. Elder Neon, aren't you contradicting your own words right now? How can I clear the tower if I choose to retreat? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. No, your life is the most important thing here. You can always challenge it once again later, but if you die, then that is the end of it, Nianxiu said solemnly. I want to bring Gu Yurong here as well, but I am afraid she is still too weak to handle the murderous aura of this place. I will later bring her here once I deemed her capable of withstanding this place, Nianxiu said as she rubbed her head a little bit. Gu Yurong wouldn't be able to handle this place, Yi Tianyun said confusedly, but he immediately looked around and noticed that some of the cultivators that suffered cultivation deviation had a stronger cultivation base than Gu Yurong. Yes, she wouldn't be able to withstand a killing intent this intense. Now let us see how far you can go in this challenge. Remember, I couldn't do very well on my first try either, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun was startled by Nianxiu's words. It seemed Nianxiu was just a normal cultivator too at the very beginning. Yi Tianyun just smiled before he stepped into the Slaughter God array. Once he did, the murderous aura from all directions immediately headed straight toward his body. Yi Tianyun could see the thick layer of red energy that covered the area that he couldn't see earlier. It seemed this murderous area was only visible after entering the Great Array. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't have to absorb these murderous auras, as he knew that it'd be dangerous for him. He immediately felt a strong killing intent up front, but he just ignored it for now. He pressed onward and saw a cultivator that was meditating with an irritated look on his face, but the cultivator didn't seem to be absorbing the murderous aura. However, it seemed the cultivator was condensing the murderous aura inside his body. What is this? I didn't know that murderous aura could be condensed into beads like this, Yi Tianyun said as he carefully watched the cultivator in front of him. Chapter 925. Chapter 925. That brat is actually going alone. I bet he would return in a quarter of an hour, a cultivator said mockingly on the side. Come on, if he dares to go up alone, then he may actually have what it takes. I will bet that he would return after half an hour, another cultivator said mockingly. You guys are too kind. There is no way he can survive and make it back here, another cultivator said mockingly. Well, the Heaven Monarch that brought him here doesn't seem reliable either. That brat's god domain probably sent him here to rot and die, another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. That doesn't matter. Your time to rest is over. Now get up and restart your challenge again, a Heaven Monarch said as he was waiting for the Star Monarch to recover. All of them immediately nodded and rushed towards the Slaughter God array. Other cultivators that were still resting on the side didn't even say anything, as they didn't care about how many people entered the Slaughter God array. They were too cautious of their surroundings to mind what other cultivators thought. They knew that the cultivation deviation was a real threat over here, and thus they couldn't afford to joke around. Meanwhile, Nianxiu just looked over Yi Tianyun's figure that slowly disappeared from her Vi. You have to get stronger and secure a good result in God Domain's War of Ascension so Father could rest easy, Nianxiu said to herself. If Yi Tianyun heard what she just said right now, he would be surprised as he would never expect that Heavenly Edict Territory Lord turned out to be Nianxiu's father. It would cause confusion too, as Yi Tianyun knew that Heavenly Edict Territory Lord had served as a lord for a long time, but Nianxiu came from the mortal domain. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was still wondering what to do with the murderous aura that enveloped his entire body. You fool. A cultivator rushed forward as he swung his sword towards Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun didn't even bother as he swiftly turned around and kicked the man away. The cultivator immediately died after taking Yi Tianyun's attack directly, giving an ample amount of ESP to Yi Tianyun. Ding! Successfully killed cultivator with cultivation deviation, 7th layer Star Monarch. Reward, 35 billion XP, 230W00 CPs, 250W0 energy. The XP he got was quite impressive as he also used the crazy XP mode. At the same time, Yi Tianyun's own killing intent began to expand as he took in the murderous aura energy. Still, he quickly suppressed it as he didn't want to be affected directly by the murderous aura. No wonder people mainly took a defensive stance here, as killing people will further expand their own murderous aura and, therefore, push them closer to cultivation deviation. It was the same as taking medicinal pills for cultivation. It was best taking 1 or 2 at a time, but take too much and you might explode. But I don't think this murderous energy affects me whatsoever, Yi Tianyun said as he assessed his own situation first. He didn't feel any changes in his body or constitution at all. It was like the murderous energy was part of himself all along. This is pretty good, Yi Tianyun happily said as he looked all around and attacked the cultivators with cultivation deviation around him. This was really the best place for Yi Tianyun to farm XP. Activate XP card, activate X150 XP card, activate X100 XP card, activate XVCP's card, activate XVDSP's card, activate XVDSP's card, Yi Tianyun said in succession as he knew that he could reap as much XP as he could here. He used up all of his booster card. Although he didn't buy any more from the shop, he believed that much should do for now. After all the booster card was activated, Yi Tianyun was left with X532 XP multiplier. Don't mind if I do, Yi Tianyun said as he took out his Skydawn Divine Spear and covered it with a wrapper to hide the spear's appearance. So even if there was a Heavenly Edict Divine Territory cultivator here, they wouldn't immediately notice the spear's characteristic. Die for me, Yi Tianyun said as he speared a cultivator with blood-red eyes in front of him. The bloodshot eyes were a sign that they were no longer a normal cultivator, but instead those who had already fallen toward the cultivation deviation path. Ding! Successfully killed a cultivator with cultivation deviation, 6th layer Star Monarch. Reward, 532 billion XP, 33 million CPs, 4 million XPs, murderous aura energy. The XP was of an overwhelming value, and so were the crazy points and sin points. This was truly remarkable as he would be able to level up soon. However, he didn't get the level up he wanted just from that one kill, so he needed to kill a little bit more. Yi Tianyun already expected as much as the amount of XP he needed to level up was already at a terrifying value. I should pick up my pace, Yi Tianyun said as he rushed towards another cultivator. He killed everyone he met easily, as no one could stop him on this site anymore. At the same time, Nian Xiyu, who watched Yi Tianyun from the stage, was stunned as he saw Yi Tianyun kill many cultivators without resting. She knew that killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation in this place wasn't necessarily a good thing, as the murderous aura kept accumulating, and Yi Tianyun would eventually fall to cultivation deviation himself. Everyone else besides Nian Xiyu also arrived at the same conclusion as they began mocking Yi Tianyun for his lack of control. This guy is a trouble. If he ever suffers cultivation deviation here, everyone would have a hard time passing him. A Heaven Monarch cultivator said not too far from Nian Xiyu. Many of the other Heaven Monarch cultivators also felt annoyed by Yi Tianyun's action. They wanted Yi Tianyun to slow down so that he wouldn't become a burden for others. Chapter 926. Chapter 926. No one thought that Yi Tianyun would be able to get out of the Great Array, as he recklessly killed every cultivator that he met. Obviously, they thought that Yi Tianyun would suffer cultivation deviation soon enough. Isn't that your disciple? Shouldn't you warn him? A Heaven Monarch cultivator came and mocked Nian Xiyu. The other Heaven Monarch cultivators on the site were all smirking mockingly at Nian Xiyu since they thought that a Heaven Monarch had failed to warn their disciple about the harsh situation inside the Slaughter God Array. Don't worry, he can handle his own weight, Nian Xiyu said with a smile on her face. She wanted to stop Yi Tianyun, but she knew that it was the path that Yi Tianyun took himself. Hey, you better stop your disciple before he gets in others' way, another Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted at Nian Xiyu angrily. You are responsible for his action, he said loudly. Well, yeah, I am responsible for his action. But if his action would affect your disciple, then maybe your disciple isn't cut out for this place just yet, Nian Xiyu said indifferently. She didn't really care about what other Heaven Monarch had in mind right now, for her sole focus was on Yi Tianyun's progress. God damn you, woman, the Heaven Monarch shouted angrily, but he didn't make any move as he knew that he couldn't afford to start a fight against other Heaven Monarch. He could only stand by and watch, but he knew deep down that his disciple wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Tianyun to save themselves. Even if Yi Tianyun had fallen to cultivation deviation, he knew that his disciple still wouldn't have what it took to defeat him. As for Nian Xiyu herself, she was the one who worried about Yi Tianyun the most. She never thought that Yi Tianyun would go this far, but then again, she didn't know much about Yi Tianyun to begin with. Yi Tianyun himself naturally had his own plan here. He wanted to use his EXP card to its full potential, meaning that he had a time limit to kill all the cultivation deviation cultivators that he could find. Yi Tianyun's goal was to get his cultivation to 2nd layer Earth Monarch before his EXP card expired. Yi Tianyun went on with the slaughter, and even after he killed more than a dozen cultivators at one time, his eyes were still clear. There was no sign of cultivation deviation at all. The murderous aura that Yi Tianyun has accumulated for each kill didn't seem to affect his mental fortitude at all. This was because Yi Tianyun stored the murderous aura that he got from killing the cultivators with cultivation deviation in the form of an item. The system stored the murderous aura as an item as soon as Yi Tianyun killed a cultivator with cultivation deviation, and Yi Tianyun wasn't planning on using it anytime soon. It was the same case as the flame that he got from Ming Yueqing earlier. He could choose not to absorb the flame and store it inside his storage to use it whenever he wanted. This was why Yi Tianyun could bring himself to kill the cultivation deviation cultivator as quickly as he could. It wasn't because he had some godly soul that resisted the murderous aura, but it was because of the help of his system that made it all possible. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to first layer Earth Monarch cultivation level. His status instantly increased, and his combat power rose immediately from 7 new zeros in star points to 21 new zeros or star points. One would think that Yi Tianyun was happy with this level up, but that wasn't the case at all, as Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as soon as he checked the amount of ESP he must get to level up once again. It was at a staggering level of 100 trillion ESP. This was 10 times more what he needed to get to first layer Earth Monarch earlier. Now, the problem was that he only got 500 billion XP for killing a 6-layer Star Monarch cultivator, and it was already boosted by the X500 XP card that he used earlier. He would have to kill 200 of these cultivators just to level up to the 2nd layer Earth Monarch stage. It will all be a lot easier if I can find some Earth Monarch cultivators here, Yi Tianyun said as he clicked his tongue in disappointment. He knew that the best way for him to get EXP was to fight cultivators at his own level or stronger than him. There was too little profit to fight cultivators below his level. However, he couldn't ask for more as this place was only available to the Star Monarch cultivators. But he couldn't just cut his time short in this place, so the only thing he could do right now was carry on forward. I will get this done soon, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he kept killing any cultivator with cultivation deviation he encountered. But Yi Tianyun left the normal cultivators alone as he didn't want to slaughter those who didn't deserve it. The cultivators that had already fallen to cultivation deviation couldn't be saved anymore, and thus they weren't that different from a demon beast. So Yi Tianyun didn't feel any guilt for killing them. The cultivators who saw Yi Tianyun on the slaughter god array were confused as they saw that Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of cultivation deviation even after killing so many people. What is going on? Why didn't he fall to cultivation deviation just yet? The Heaven Monarch cultivators on the upper level were dumbfounded as they saw that Yi Tianyun showed no sign of slowing down. This is impossible. He should have already fallen to cultivation deviation a long time ago. Another Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted with a surprised look on his face. Clearly, a little to no cultivator would believe a person could behave like this at Slaughter God Array. Nian Xiyu just smiled as she kept watching Yi Tianyun from above. She remembered how well Yi Tianyun had done so far, not to mention how he broke her record, and thus she was looking forward to the time that Yi Tianyun also cleared the Slaughter God Array in one try. Chapter 927. Chapter 927. I have a hunch that he would clear this Slaughter God Array and break the record of the past once again, Nian Xiyu said as she kept observing Yi Tianyun. She had such a hunch as Yi Tianyun had already killed so many cultivators that average cultivators would imagine themselves doing. Furthermore, Nian Xiyu also believed that Yi Tianyun would be the one that wanted to get the divine imprint of Slaughter God the most. If he got that, he would have the power to condense the murderous aura into his own power. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun only thought about gaining as much XP as he could within the duration of the XP card he had right now. His focus right now was only to gain more XP by killing as many cultivators with cultivation deviation as he could. After all, he was close to leveling up once again. All the cultivators were staggered in place as they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. They didn't understand how Yi Tianyun would be able to keep his insanity in check after killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation in such a short amount of time. How is this possible? I have never seen someone kill this many cultivators in such a short amount of time without suffering cultivation deviation, a cultivator said, mesmerized by Yi Tianyun's skill. There is no way he can hold on for much longer, right? Another cultivator said nervously. Well, if he were a normal cultivator, he would have already fallen a long time ago, another cultivator said while shaking his head. Some of them still thought that Yi Tianyun would fail, but the more that they thought about it, the more they doubted themselves. Yi Tianyun was still as composed as ever, showing no sign of losing himself to the murderous aura whatsoever. Get me out of here! Get out of my way! A cultivator shouted all of a sudden while holding his head madly. Senior brother, can't you hold on any longer? I will get you out of here, the companion beside him said as he dragged the shouting cultivator towards the exit. But he couldn't reach the exit as the eyes of the shouting cultivator began to turn red. He then pulled out his sword and stabbed his companion, who dragged him out towards the exit. This was no doubt the cultivation deviation. The cultivator who tried to drag him towards the exit earlier couldn't react in time, and thus he got stabbed without taking any defensive measure. He felt his body heated up as the murderous aura surged into his body from the wound, and he started to scream maniacally. The junior brother himself couldn't control the fluctuation of murderous aura, and thus fell into cultivation deviation himself. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivators above immediately warned their disciples, ordering them to get out, as it seemed the cultivators with cultivation deviation would start swarming them soon. "Hurry, get out of there," the Heaven Monarch shouted worriedly. The Star Monarch inside the Slaughter God array began to run towards the exit frantically, but their path was blocked by the cultivator that was just corrupted by the cultivation deviation. A clash was inevitable, and many cultivators fell into cultivation deviation. The murderous aura in the vicinity intensified, including the murderous aura on the cultivator itself, improving their combat power immensely. The cultivators with cultivation deviation surely thrived in this kind of environment. The cultivators with cultivation deviation that was brought about by this event have become much stronger than any cultivation deviation cultivator that existed before them. "Help us!" The surviving cultivators that were still sane shouted for their elders' help. At the same time, a figure rushed over and easily killed the cultivators with cultivation deviation that were about to attack the group of normal cultivators. Everyone took a closer look at the mysterious figure, and they were surprised as it was Yi Tianyun himself. He easily killed the cultivators with cultivation deviation that tried to attack them. "Hurry up and leave," Yi Tianyun said as he motioned for the normal cultivator to run for the exit. "Thank you," the cultivators shouted as they started to run towards the exit. They knew that they couldn't help Yi Tianyun fight the cultivation deviation cultivator as they didn't have the power to do so. The cultivators with cultivation deviation speed has increased dramatically, and there was no way they could overpower such an opponent. The only thing they could do to help Yi Tianyun was leave. What is going on? Why did the Slaughter God array's murderous aura get this intense in such a short amount of time? Did someone anger the Slaughter God? A cultivator said nervously. "It must be that brat. This nightmare happened after he killed so many cultivators with cultivation deviation." A cultivator shouted angrily. Most of them arrived at the same conclusion as the situation worsened just after Yi Tianyun's arrival. "This is all because of your disciple. I told you to discipline him. Now look what he had done to this place." A Heaven Monarch shouted angrily at Neon Siyu. Many other cultivators also glared at Neon Siyu as they thought that Neon Siyu and Yi Tianyun had brought a disaster to their cultivation ground. They all suffered from this event. Many cultivators died inside the Great Array without a good reason, which ultimately put the Heaven Monarch cultivator that brought them here on a spot. Their respective god domain would surely blame the Star Monarch cultivator's death on the Heaven Monarch cultivator who brought them there. There was no way they would just ignore the situation as resources that was given to grow. Each cultivator wasn't cheap. "It seems that you guys broke through the Heaven Monarch level with too much leisure. Don't blame others if you don't have what it takes to back it up. My disciple only kills the cultivators with cultivation deviation like the array suggested. Your disciples are just too weak to handle this place and die in vase as a result of it all," Nian Siyu said indifferently. "What did you just say? We didn't have what it takes? No, it all went well until you showed up with your eerie disciple. Why the hell did he slaughter everything at such a high pace like that? Did he come here to prove himself or something? This is certainly all his fault, and in turns, your fault as well." A cultivator shouted furiously at Neon Siyu, but Neon Siyu didn't show any sign of fear as they all had the same cultivation level. Chapter 928, Chapter 928. The Heaven Monarch cultivator couldn't say anything to refute Neon Siyu's argument as what she said was the rule of the universe. If their disciple couldn't handle themselves in a place like this, then that was all there was to them. This place was the place for people to cultivate their slaughter cultivation path. The place to test out their mettle to gain the power of the Slaughter God. Nevertheless, they were grateful that Yi Tianyun helped their disciples, but still, they wouldn't praise Yi Tianyun for it. That is true, but your disciple still causes problem for other people. A Heaven Monarch cultivator still dared to refute Neon Siyu's word. "Well, he is cleaning up the place as we speak. So if you send your disciple later, I am sure this place would become a safe place once more," Neon Siyu said mockingly. The cultivators were completely speechless as soon as they heard Neon Siyu's word as it held a resemblance of truth. Furthermore, they couldn't blame anyone in this place as they came there knowing full well about the purpose of this place. Killing anyone here didn't mean anything to their respective god domain, as it was the risk they had to consider for coming to such a place. Therefore, they didn't dare to provoke anyone in this place. They could only cast aside their pride and hope that Yi Tianyun really purged the Slaughter God array from and minimized the murderous aura inside so that their disciples could go back in there and cultivate safely. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Earth Monarch. Yi Tianyun didn't even mind everyone's gaze from above as he kept on killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation and finally leveled up once more. Now that the normal cultivator has left the Slaughter God array, there was only cultivators with cultivation deviation left aside from him. "There are some left. I have to finish this quickly," Yi Tianyun said as he took out his Sky Dawn Divine Spear and rushed towards the cultivator, killing them with a single blow. The deeper he delved, the stronger the cultivator he encountered, but still, their cultivation was still at Star Monarch level. None of them was at Earth Monarch level just yet. Because of this, Yi Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed as he couldn't find any Earth Monarch cultivator among these cultivators with cultivation deviation. After all, he wanted a higher amount of X for killing these cultivators. The Heaven Monarch above practically saw Yi Tianyun with their mouth left open as they were too shocked by the power he displayed. They saw how many cultivators that Yi Tianyun had killed already, but Yi Tianyun himself didn't show any sign of cultivation deviation himself. This guy clearly came from a renowned place, I am sure of it, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he watched Yi Tianyun closely. Nianxiu herself didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she heard these cultivators speculated that Yi Tianyun came from a renowned. If they knew that Yi Tianyun came from a small mortal domain, Nianxiu knew that they would be ashamed of themselves. Nevertheless, she couldn't refute that what Yi Tianyun was doing was amazing. The Heaven Monarch cultivators became wary of Yi Tianyun and Nianxiu, that some of them even predicted precisely that Yi Tianyun was being prepared to enter the God Domain's War of Ascension. But because of that, they failed to hide their own killing intent. Obviously, they thought of Yi Tianyun as a threat to their own quota on the God Domain's War of Ascension. Nianxiu also felt their killing intent, but she just let them be as she wasn't afraid of what these people might do. You are the last one, Yi Tianyun said as he killed the last cultivators with cultivation deviation. The Slaughter God array immediately flashed and terrifying aura surged forth from the ground. It was the red energy that was visible for everyone, and it immediately engulfed Yi Tianyun whole. The people were surprised once more as they didn't understand what was happening. The cultivators who wanted to come back inside were also surprised as something like this had never happened before. The red energy that came from the ground was far more intense than the red aura that was already inside the array. I remembered this red aura. It seems the original red aura has returned. The earlier red aura inside the Slaughter God array already diminished after having so much people entering the array, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he remembered the Slaughter God array from the past. Everyone looked at him in surprise. If what the Heaven Monarch cultivator said was true, then that meant Yi Tianyun returned everything back to its original situation. Master, do we still have to go back there? The Earth Monarch cultivator asked their master as they weren't sure about coming into the Slaughter God array. They were intimidated by the intense murderous aura inside the Slaughter God array as the chance of them falling into cultivation deviation was far higher right now. The spiritual force inside the Slaughter God array is so good right now, it would be a waste not to enter, the Heaven Monarch said as they wanted their disciple to take the huge chance of breaking through. But as some of the Earth Monarch cultivator jumped in inside the Slaughter God array, they immediately get overwhelmed by the murderous aura inside the Slaughter God array and immediately fell into cultivation deviation. Everyone was shocked to see this turn of event as the rate of falling into cultivation deviation was far quicker than they ever thought it would. Meanwhile, Nianxiu was nervous as she clearly saw that Yi Tianyun was being enveloped by the intense murderous aura earlier. She was worried that Yi Tianyun couldn't hold on to his sanity. Chapter 929. Chapter 929. The changes on the Slaughter God array scared many people, especially those who wanted to enter Slaughter God array to cultivate. As they saw the cultivators that entered the array immediately fell into cultivation deviation, they immediately turned back. Stop, don't go in there. The Heaven Monarch cultivator immediately stopped their disciples from entering the Slaughter God array. They knew that their disciple wouldn't be able to handle the intense murderous aura inside the Slaughter God array. They didn't know the state of the Slaughter God array right now, and thus they didn't want their disciple to die in vain there. This is really terrifying. Thank God I don't have to go in now, a cultivator said as cold sweat dripped down from his head. They felt bad for the cultivators that entered and fell into cultivation deviation earlier, but thanks to them, the rest didn't have to enter the Slaughter God array anymore. But they still remembered that Yi Tianyun was still inside the Slaughter God array, which left them wondering if Yi Tianyun has already fallen to cultivation deviation. What do we do now, Master? How do we get in the Slaughter God array? The Earth Monarch cultivator asked as they turned their attention to their master. The Heaven Monarch cultivators were looking at each other as they knew that there was only one thing left to do to open up the Slaughter God array, and it was to absorb the murderous aura inside and diminished it so that the disciples could enter the array safely. However, it would only create an infinite loop where the one that absorbed the murderous aura would just fall into cultivation deviation and would be hunted down by the normal cultivators. There was just no other way around it, as no one could withstand this kind of murderous aura. No, just wait it for now. We can't take any risk, so let's just hope it would gradually dissipate on its own, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said while shaking his head disappointedly. The other cultivators also had the same helpless look on their faces, but some of them turned their attention to Nianxiu and shone a vengeful look on their face. Your disciple is already swallowed by the terrifying murderous aura. There is no way he can survive this one. It is a pity since the level of his innate ability is desired by most people in the entire God domain. It's a shame that a great cultivator has to fall so quickly. a heaven cultivator said mockingly to Neon Siyu. If that is even the truth, what does it matter to you? Neon Siyu said indifferently. She wouldn't trust anyone until she saw it for herself. She still had hope that Yi Tianyun would survive the intense murderous aura somehow. Who do you think you are? What god domain did you came from? The Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about here? Do you want to reveal your god domain first? Neon Siyu said coldly. The Heaven Monarch cultivator fell silent as he knew that the information about the god domain was a secret here, and no one should reveal their god domain so casually. Hey, I just want to say my condolences. If your disciple wasn't so arrogant, he might not be dead so soon, the Heaven Monarch cultivator said mockingly. Oh, so you think my disciple already fell into cultivation deviation? Neon Siyu said indifferently. She didn't know Yi Tianyun's situation right now, but she hoped that Yi Tianyun was still fine. Otherwise, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's hope to top the God Domain's War of Ascension would be shattered, of course. I dare say that your disciple is already done for, the unknown Heaven Monarch said confidently. But I dare say that my disciple is fine, Neon Siyu said with a smile on her face. Wow, would you like to make a bet with me? The Heaven Monarch cultivator said with a smirk on his face. It was a common practice among the Heaven Monarch cultivators to make a bet about something that they argued about, as it would be a better solution than fighting to death. Naturally, Neon Siyu knew what that guy was after. If she rejected the bet, then she just admitted that Yi Tianyun wouldn't come back. Obviously, she couldn't do that after putting up such a brave front. Then, what do I get? Neon Siyu asked confidently. A middle-grade rebirth-level treasure deal? The Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he took out a middle-grade rebirth-level treasure to show that he got the ante. A middle-grade rebirth-level treasure might be a powerful and difficult treasure to get by Earth Monarch or Star Monarch standard, but for Heaven Monarch cultivators, this was just a normal treasure. All right, a bet for a middle-grade rebirth-level treasure. I hope you won't regret it later, Neon Siyu said indifferently. The Heaven Monarch cultivator immediately laughed and mocked Neon Siyu in front of everyone as they thought that they would get a middle-grade rebirth-level treasure easily. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was still busy inside the Slaughter God Array meditating and absorbing all the murderous aura. The murderous aura suddenly gets more intense. This surely will affect the other cultivators, and not in a good way. Yi Tianyun said as he continued to absorb the murderous aura from all directions. Although Yi Tianyun was absorbing the murderous aura, he didn't necessarily use it all immediately as he stored them in his item storage. Yi Tianyun then tried to condense the murderous aura down. This thing is strange. Can I condense it even more? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he continued to absorb the murderous aura and condensed it. He didn't know what would happen if he kept condensing the murderous aura, but he would cross that bridge when the time came. Chapter 930. Chapter 930 Yi Tianyun kept absorbing the murderous energy, and it gradually condensed and formed a clean sphere that resembled a red jewel. From the sphere, the baleful aura of the murderous energy could be felt, and there was no doubt once this sphere cracked open, any cultivator around would immediately fall into a cultivation deviation. Although the effect of the cultivation deviation was devastating, only in this Slaughter God Array would they completely lose their mind, as the Slaughter God Array would immediately control them like a puppet. Some cultivators did try to save their companion who fell into cultivation deviation here by dragging them out, but it only turned their companions into an empty husks, no longer having any intelligence to take care of themselves. Once they fell into cultivation deviation, their souls were basically bruised so badly that it was beyond recovery. If someone attempted to recover their souls, it would probably take a huge amount of divine pills, and not even a Heaven Monarch could afford that kind of price. Therefore, once you fall into cultivation deviation, it would be equal to death. How much can I compress? Yi Tianyun said as he constantly fed the sphere with the murderous energy that he got from his surroundings. He could feel the baleful aura inside the sphere growing stronger with each passing second. He didn't know how much he should condense before he passed the Slaughter God Array's assessment, but he could do this for as long as it took. He didn't get XP from doing this kind of thing, but he knew that the baleful aura contained inside the sphere was akin to a powerful explosion device, as it would cause cultivation deviation to any nearby cultivator almost instantly. As time went by, Yi Tianyun had already condensed the sphere for a month. The people outside of the Slaughter God Array have been mocking Neon Siyu endlessly as they thought it was time for Neon Siyu to give up. It's been a month, and he still hasn't come out yet. Just admit your defeat. Your disciple is definitely dead, a cultivator said mockingly to Neon Siyu. It's only been a month. You can't wait any longer? Neon Siyu said indifferently. Well, a month is a long time. You better face reality now and move on, rather than lying around here without any purpose, the Heaven Monarch cultivator said mockingly. Well, I don't really care how long it would take before he returns. Why would I admit defeat? Neon Siyu said indifferently. All right, the Heaven Monarch said with a smirk, as he didn't mind waiting for that long for the rewards that Neon Siyu had promised. Besides, he was responsible for watching his disciple's venture here. He himself already had the middle-grade rebirth-level treasure that he used as a bet with Neon Siyu, but since middle-grade rebirth-level treasure was rare, it wouldn't hurt to have one more. Neon Siyu turned her attention back to the Slaughter God Array and prayed for Yi Tianyun's safety. She had a hunch that Yi Tianyun was fine, which was why she still waited for his return. She was definitely right, as Yi Tianyun was still alive and kept compressing the red sphere into the size of a bead. Yi Tianyun stopped as he felt that the sphere had reached its limit and would burst if he compressed it any further. But it was too late. The sphere burst as soon as Yi Tianyun stopped, and the dazzling light that came from the baleful aura immediately covered his body, trying to take over his body. This brat is really good. His innate ability is amazing. I finally got my hand on a decent body possession candidate. An unknown soul tried to possess Yi Tianyun's body as it tried to squeeze Yi Tianyun's soul out of his body. How dare you? Yi Tianyun said as he steeled his will, blowing away the invader from his head, a series of red energy forming right in front of his eyes. It was fortunate that Yi Tianyun had a title that allowed him to prevent any evil intrusions to his beings, and it happened to retain its effect here on God's domain too. One of the 10 great divine generals of the Slaughter God, first layer Heaven Monarch Cultivation Base, can release a killing intent that would envelop another person's body. As the soul has already left its body, its power has dropped drastically. Combat Power 2000 Star Power, a great divine general of the Slaughter God? His cultivation base was relatively low for a divine general, but it was fortunate for Yi Tianyun as the Heaven Monarch was weakened because it was in a soul form. If it still retained its former power, it would easily crush Yi Tianyun with its first layer Heaven Monarch's power. This is something else here. It has 230 new 000 star power in its weakened state. The same combat power as Yu Yanglong, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised. This was unbelievable since Yu Yanglong had a higher cultivation level than this Slaughter God Divine General. What did you just do? The Slaughter God Divine General shouted as he looked at Yi Tianyun in horror. It never occurred to him that he would fail to possess Yi Tianyun's body. This was the first time that he ever failed to possess an Earth Monarch cultivator's body. Get lost, Yi Tianyun shouted as he swung the Sky Dawn Divine Spear down towards the Slaughter God Divine General. He activated all his enhancements, such as Crazy Damage Mode and Desolate Ancient Set, and because of that, his power skyrocketed to 1237W00 star power. Due to his breakthrough to second layer Earth Monarch, his base combat power value rose to 40 to 00 star power, and with the enhancement, he got to multiply it by 35. The terrifying power ran through the Sky Dawn Divine Spear as Yi Tianyun lifted it up to the sky. The Slaughter God Divine General, who felt the terrifying power, immediately picked up the smell of death on himself. He was so scared of the attack that he immediately condensed the murderous aura around him to form a huge body and a huge murderous aura shield in front of him to withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the shield, and Slaughter God Divine General was pushed back for a short distance before stopping. At this point, the shield that he held earlier was vaporized from the attack, and some parts of his body also took the brunt of the attack. The situation was bad, but it was better than dying. Brat, are you a Heaven Monarch cultivator? Slaughter God, Divine General asked as he couldn't believe the terrifying power he felt from just one attack. Chapter 931. Chapter 931. Everyone outside immediately felt the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun released, the power that rivaled the Heaven Monarch cultivators. They were eager to see what was really happening inside the Slaughter God array, as it seemed something exciting was happening. Did someone start a fight inside? Who is it? This is definitely a Heaven Monarch level power, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said on the side. They couldn't see what happened inside the Slaughter God array as the murderous aura that was visible to the naked eyes hindered their vision, but none of them thought that powerful aura came from Yi Tianyun. After all, there was no way an Earth Monarch cultivator would have that much power. I hope you're all right in there, Nian Siyu said as she gazed at the Slaughter God array. She was confident that Yi Tianyun should be fine, but now that a Heaven Monarch level aura was detected inside, she became worried that something did happen to Yi Tianyun. After all, a Heaven Monarch cultivator could easily kill an Earth Monarch cultivator. No one noticed that the powerful aura they felt actually came from Yi Tianyun all along. Since they couldn't see what happened inside the Slaughter God array, they had no choice but to guess. I didn't expect to fail. This is truly the power of a Heaven Monarch level. The Slaughter God Divine General said as he kept absorbing the murderous aura from the surrounding to heal his injuries. As long as the core of his soul was fine, it wouldn't matter if he got injured or not. Brat, how can you have such power? Slaughter God Divine General asked frustratedly. He knew that only Star Monarch cultivators were allowed to enter the Slaughter God array, so how could a cultivator of this caliber enter? You don't have to know about that. You just need to know that you will be dead soon enough, Yi Tianyun said coldly. It seemed this Slaughter God array was built for your reincarnation. Others thought that it was a place of opportunity, but it never occurred to anyone that they were just handing their body over to someone like you, Yi Tianyun said as he already realized the true nature of the Slaughter God array. He already noticed that the Slaughter God Tower itself didn't have any meaning for those in the outside world. It was merely an altar of sacrifices for the Slaughter God Divine General. It was fortunate that Nancy Yu couldn't complete the assessment, otherwise she would fall into the body possession of this divine general. Now, Yi Tianyun could just teleport right outside of the Slaughter God array and leave this Slaughter God Divine General alone, as he assumed that the Slaughter God Divine General wouldn't be able to leave this place without a body to possess. But it didn't exactly solve the root of the problem, as that Slaughter God Divine General could just possess some other cultivator that came in later. You know too much, brat. The Slaughter God Divine General shouted, and a thick murderous aura covered his presence like a thick armor on a body. His combat power rose exponentially to 17 million star power. This was higher than Yi Tianyun's combat power even after the bonus from Crazy Damage Mode and Ancient Desolate set. But Yi Tianyun already expected as much, as this was a place created specifically for the enemy. Yi Tianyun couldn't imagine what would happen if the enemy was at his prime. It wouldn't be an issue to reach 2 to 5 million star power, especially if he had to face the Slaughter God himself. Then it would be a whole different story. Being a smart aleck is not necessarily good, you know. Still, your body is an excellent vessel for my soul. Your body can withstand an absurd amount of murderous aura, which is a perfect vessel for my cultivation method, Slaughter God Divine General said excitedly. The Slaughter God Divine General began to walk towards Yi Tianyun, and every step he took stirred the murderous aura all around him, further reinforcing his aura. His combat power kept increasing as he walked, but it wasn't as significant as before. Are you the one who built this Slaughter God Tower? Is this the birthplace of body possession? Is there any other place that serves the same purpose as this place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously, not showing a shred of fear to the Slaughter God Divine General at all. You must be very curious about this, but it would serve you no purpose even if you know. Slaughter God Divine General said, followed with a smirk. He talked as if Yi Tianyun would be killed soon. He released his power and his aura covered the area, creating a birdcage that blocked all exits, basically trapping Yi Tianyun with him. Well, I don't think so, Yi Tianyun said as he raised the Sky Dawn Divine Spear into the air. You will die soon, so your information still has some value, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I don't know how you sneak in here with your powerful cultivation, but there is nothing you can do here. This is my territory, and I have a complete control over it. Your resistance is futile, Slaughter God Divine General shouted as he waved his body, and it became several times larger than normal. Now he had a huge red blood axe on his hand, which was actually a high-grade rebirth level weapon. His combat power rose once again, and now it reached 2 million star power. Your power isn't bad, but it is useless in front of me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Level up crazy mode, Yi Tianyun shouted with a grin on his face. Chapter 932, ding, successfully level up crazy mode. Crazy mode effect increased to x64 of the normal value, consumes 100 Drowsen CPs per minute. Next level up requires 10 billion CPs. The effect scaled really good. It doubled the previous effect of x32 and made it to x64. Yi Tianyun's combat power would increase dramatically with this. Yi Tianyun assumed that the next level up would increase the effect of crazy mode into x128. If it were really the case, then Yi Tianyun would be the strongest in the end. Ding, new side quest. Kill the Slaughter God Divine General. Destroy Slaughter God Tower. Reward, 100 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points, 5 million SPs. A quest suddenly popped up without any warning, but it was in line with his current goal, which was to destroy the tower so that no other cultivator would fall into the Slaughter God's traps. Yi Tianyun himself approached the Slaughter God Divine General, and as they were close enough, the Slaughter God Divine General attacked Yi Tianyun with his axe immediately. The high-grade rebirth level axe that the Slaughter God Divine General used was swung brutally towards Yi Tianyun, absorbing all the murderous aura behind it, resulting in more power on the attack. Slaughter God Chop. Slaughter God Divine General shouted. He didn't swing the axe with all his might as he was afraid he would destroy the body that he planned to possess. Still, he believed that his attack should be enough to crush his opponent's fighting spirit. If you attack me half-heartedly like this, I am afraid things would end immediately with your loss, Yi Tianyun said, as with a light smile on his face. Slaughter God Divine General didn't care about what Yi Tianyun said, as he thought that Yi Tianyun was only bluffing to buy time. I will never lose to the likes of you, Slaughter God Divine General said arrogantly. Activate Crazy Damage Mode, Yi Tianyun said to himself. In an instant his power rose exponentially. He had the terrifying Crazy Mode that enhanced his combat power by 64 times, and combined with the Desolate Ancient set that enhanced his combat power by 3 times, he got an overall enhancement of his combat power by 67 times. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear shuddered as the tip of the spear began to glow brightly. It was the spear's sure critical hit ability that further boosted Yi Tianyun's combat power. With a simple gesture, Yi Tianyun's combat power reached 3 million star power. The bright light from the tip of the Sky Dawn Divine Spear actually swept away all the murderous aura around Yi Tianyun, creating a field where the murderous aura couldn't enter. The Slaughter God Divine General was obviously surprised as he didn't want to get caught with the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun showed, but it was all too late. The Slaughter God Divine General had charged too close toward Yi Tianyun, leaving him with not enough time to react. Their energy collided and the whole space was caught in a turbulence. It was so violent that the cultivators outside of the Slaughter God array subconsciously raised their shield to protect themselves from the incoming attack. But then again, it wasn't an attack that was meant for them. The attack that they braced themselves up to take never came towards them to begin with. The Star Monarch and Earth Monarch cultivators, who weren't even able to react to the terrifying energy, were stunned and couldn't even come up with a word to describe their fear. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivators were forced to take a several step back as they were overwhelmed by the intensity of the aura. It does seem like someone is fighting inside the array, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he looked at the Slaughter God array cautiously. However, they still couldn't see anything amidst the thick red murderous aura that blocked their vision. That is impossible. How could someone fight inside the Slaughter God array with such an intense murderous aura inside? Another cultivator expressed their disbelief. At the same time, Yi Tianyun easily overpowered the Slaughter God Divine General. It was nothing difficult, too, especially since the Slaughter God Divine General was only at the first layer Heaven Monarch level and not even in his peak condition at all. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun's crazy damage mode that increased his combat power by 64 times might be an overkill. Ding! Successfully killed Slaughter God Divine General. Reward, 320 billion XP, 15 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Axe, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Ding! Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 2 million XPs, 2 million Mastery Point, 1x God Domain Lottery, Roulette Ticket. Satisfied with the reward he got this time, but it was unfortunate that he didn't have any XP card on him anymore. Otherwise, he would be able to level up a couple of times with this amount of EXP. Wow, I didn't expect killing a Heaven Monarch cultivator would yield this much X. Yi Tianyun excitedly said, despite his frustration that he couldn't use any XP card to boost his XP gain. But before he could check for the rewards that he got from the battle, a blood arrow was shot through the air towards Yi Tianyun's head. He blocked the incoming arrow using his Sky Dawn Divine Spear with a staggering reaction speed. Yi Tianyun also immediately noticed that the arrow immediately turned into a red murderous aura. With that revelation, there was no doubt in his mind that he got another Divine General that he should fight, but it was to be expected as he knew from earlier notification that there were more than one Divine General. I just killed one, but another immediately shows up, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. But as soon as he saw that the new Divine General had another high-grade rebirth rank weapon, Yi Tianyun just smirked as he thought that the Slaughter Gods were so rich that they had so many rebirth level weapons. Then again, everything they brought will eventually belong to Yi Tianyun. Chapter 933. Chapter 933. To think that one of the Slaughter God Divine Generals would be killed here. It seems that you aren't an average cultivator. I didn't know how you entered this place, but your life shall end in my hands. Divine General Sha Yue coldly said as he stared at Yi Tianyun. 3 blood arrows immediately materialized once he stood with a firing stance. Kill me? So, you don't want to possess my body like your friend earlier? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Your body is indeed a very good vessel to possess, but if it's not possible, then it is better to kill you right now. Divine General Sha Yue said coldly. He knew that it would be impossible for him to possess Yi Tianyun's body as he witnessed that Yi Tianyun could kill a Divine General on his own. He couldn't let Yi Tianyun escape as no one would enter the Slaughter God Array if their intention was exposed. If nobody entered the Great Array, their body possession technique would amount to nothing, and they wouldn't be able to fulfill their goal. The Slaughter God Array itself was one big conspiracy. So, did you think you have a better chance to deal with me than your partner? Yi Tianyun casually asked as he observed Divine General Sha Yue with appraisal eye. Divine General Sha Yue, 1 layer Heaven Monarch. Specialist of bow and arrow, powerful enough to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. Combat power, 250 to 00 star power. Weakness, fiery hot fire. Divine General Sha Yue's cultivation base was at the same level as the previous Divine General, which wasn't particularly that high in Yi Tianyun's standard. It seemed the Divine Generals couldn't break through from their current cultivation level because they didn't have a real corporeal body. But Divine General Sha Yue immediately launched the 3 blood arrows on his hand as his answer. However, the arrow's trajectory suddenly changed. Instead of immediately flying toward Yi Tianyun, they began swinging back and forth in quick succession, creating a huge net made from the murderous aura. It seemed Divine General Sha Yue wanted to capture Yi Tianyun first instead of killing him immediately. Yi Tianyun just smiled and waved his Sky Dawn Divine Spear in the air before it suddenly struck something on his back. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear struck another blood arrow that suddenly appeared behind Yi Tianyun. Well, you insidious people really love playing dirty. While it seemed like you were attacking from the front, it was just a camouflage for your real attack, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He detected the sneaky arrow with his spiritual sense, and with the help of appraisal eye, he could detect any anomaly in his surrounding. Everything is fair in a war. Didn't your master teach you about this? Divine General Sha Yue coldly said as he stared at Yi Tianyun. One thing for sure was he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to see through his surprise attack, let alone block it. I do like that proverb very much, Yi Tianyun said as he disappeared from his spot. Divine General Sha Yue was startled as he didn't know how Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared from his field of view. But the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation from the back of his head. But at that moment, he already noticed it too late. Sky Dawn Divine Spear pierced through his head, nailing his entire soul to the ground. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Yue. Reward, 320 billion XP, 15 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Bow, Slaughter God Bracelet, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 2 million XP, 1 X-God Domain Lottery, Roulette Ticket. The reward of killing the previous Divine General, but the amount of ESP he got was not bad nonetheless. Even so, it was still not enough for his next breakthrough. He needed 2 trillion to break through to the 2-end layer Earth Monarch level. It definitely would take a long time for him to get such a huge amount of XP, but it didn't really matter for now as he already attained the strength to fight a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Still, Yi Tianyun's cultivation was truly remarkable as a normal cultivator would face various problems to break through to the next level, yet he easily got to Earth Monarch cultivation base within a few months. Hey, this is not bad for my cultivation, Yi Tianyun said to himself before he looked around. Is there any other Divine General who wants to fight me? You better hurry up before I take my leave, Yi Tianyun shouted to provoke the Slaughter God Divine Generals. He wanted to force all of them out so that he could finish this Slaughter God array quickly, but no one answered him at all. The other Divine Generals might be too scared to come out as they saw 2 of their colleagues die so easily. Well, if there is no more enemy, then it is better for me to destroy this great array, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun then looked around as he must find the array core first if he wanted to destroy this great array. He immediately activated his Heavenly Eyes to find the array core more easily. This Heavenly Eyes was such a convenient skill when it came to finding an array core as it could detect the lines which represented the divine runes that constituted the entire great array. If he followed these lines, he would get to the array core easily. It made him wonder, what kind of existence did the spirit race come from? He didn't see any spirit race in the God domain yet, but he did see them in the 3 realms. Their innate ability, the Heavenly Eyes, was a truly remarkable innate ability that any God Domain cultivator would love to have, as its ability to discern the great runes of the God Domain was really convenient. It was really confusing. This revelation just makes me eager to find the life crystal much sooner. The 3 realms doesn't have any life crystals, but that's not necessarily the case for God's domain, Yi Tianyun said as he remembered his promise to find the life crystal for the spirit race. For now, Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to finish the task at hand. Destroying this array core came first. Chapter 934. Chapter 934. The Slaughter God Array was a big place, and thus locating an array core would be quite arduous. Even if he did find it, destroying it was entirely another matter. As expected of a God Domain's great array, it's really tough. I can only chip it a little bit at a time, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his Sky Dawn Divine Spear at the array core. His violent aura that came out from the tip of the spear hit the array core constantly, but it was hard to even scratch it. But Yi Tianyun noticed that a small crack slowly built up on the array core, and now, the only thing that stood between him and the destruction of the array core was time. Do I have to level up the God Rune Master to destroy this array core faster? Yi Tianyun wondered. Yi Tianyun was at 1-state grade God Rune Master right now. He already inspected the divine runes in this place, and they were at the 3RD grade God Rune Master level, which meant his current mastery wasn't enough. Ding. Successfully deduct 10 million mastery points to level up to 2N grade God Rune Master. Next level up requires 100 million mastery points. Yi Tianyun upgraded his God Rune Master to 2N grade just because he could, but it was clear that it helped him chip down the array core faster, which was a good thing for Yi Tianyun as he wanted to save as much time as possible. This was a remarkable feat as the array core was made especially durable. After all, if it broke, the Slaughter God array is basically gone. Nevertheless, it would still take time before it was completely destroyed. It was a 3RD grade Divine Edict mark, while Yi Tianyun was still at 2End grade God Rune Master. The God Domain called such a rune as Divine Edict mark, not a divine rune anymore. Meanwhile, the cultivator outside all felt energy fluctuation from inside the Slaughter God array. They didn't know what caused such fluctuation, but they assumed that the fight inside the Slaughter God array must have been over already. As time went by, eventually, the cultivators chose to meditate around the lounge area as they knew that it was still unsafe to enter the Slaughter God array. Even so, cultivating inside the Slaughter God Palace itself was good enough. The Heaven Monarch cultivator that made a bet with Niancu earlier glanced at Niancu from time to time as he sensed that he was so close to winning. He thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could survive the energy fluctuation that they felt earlier. Nianxiu herself constantly frowned as she was worried that Yi Tianyun couldn't withstand the Slaughter God array. If Yi Tianyun died inside the Slaughter God array, she only had herself to blame. After all, she was the one who brought Yi Tianyun here. She knew that Yi Tianyun was the future main force of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. But if he died here, then the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's dream of a better standing would be all gone. Nevertheless, it has only been 6 months since Yi Tianyun entered the Slaughter God array. She still had some time to spare as she didn't think that Yi Tianyun was dead just yet. The only thing she could do right now was wait. The time passed quickly, and after a week, a sudden explosion was heard from inside the Slaughter God array, drawing everyone's attention inside the Slaughter God Palace. They immediately noticed that the murderous aura inside the Slaughter God array began to dissipate and drifted around the Slaughter God Tower. All of them were surprised as something like this had never happened before. But after the murderous aura was completely gone, a familiar figure appeared before them all. "Hey, we all meet again," Yi Tianyun said casually. It took him a week to destroy the array core. It just went to show how durable the array core was. Ding. Successfully destroys 3 RD grade Divine Edict mark. Reward, 5 billion XP, 1 million mastery points. The reward from breaking a Divine Edict mark was quite a lot, but still, it wasn't worthwhile to rely on this method to level up. Meanwhile, the other cultivators who saw Yi Tianyun were still shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was still alive. Cultivation deviation. He definitely has fallen into cultivation deviation, a Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted as he didn't want to lose the bet. If it turned out that Yi Tianyun had fallen into cultivation deviation, he would win. Cultivation deviation? Who are you talking about? Yi Tianyun asked as he turned around and looked around. There was no one else nearby, so who did the cultivator mean? Everyone was surprised once again as they knew that those who had fallen into cultivation deviation wouldn't be able to speak. Are you okay? The Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he was surprised. Why wouldn't I be? Yi Tianyun confusedly asked as he walked toward Nianxiu. Am I dreaming? We won, Nianxiu smiled happily. Her happiness wasn't because of winning the bet, but due to Yi Tianyun's safe return. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivator had a big frown on his face as he was forced to take out a mid-grade rebirth level treasure. It was really frustrating as he thought he would get a mid-grade rebirth level treasure, but he lost one instead. Nianxiu immediately took it and handed it over to Yi Tianyun. Take this, it's yours, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Mine? Why? What is this for? Yi Tianyun was taken aback. He already knew what was going on as it was clear that they were gambling on his survivability, but then again, he wouldn't refuse a rebirth level treasure like this. Hey, the murderous aura is gone. Has the Great Array been destroyed? A cultivator said as he walked towards where the Slaughter God Array used to stand. The rest of the cultivators were shocked once again as they indeed felt that the Slaughter God Array had already lost its murderous aura. The only viable reason why such a thing happened would be the destruction of the Great Array itself. Yes, I destroyed the Great Array. Is there any problem with it? Yi Tianyun said as he didn't deny what he did, but then again, he didn't care about these people's opinions. You destroyed it? The cultivators shouted as they were startled by Yi Tianyun's answer. They all knew how difficult it would be to destroy a Great Array. It was an unbelievable feat to do such a thing. They didn't believe Yi Tianyun could do such a thing, but then again, there was no other explanation to answer all the questions they had right now. Chapter 935, Yi Tianyun destroyed the Slaughter God Array, and that revelation shocked everyone on the Slaughter God Tower to the core. You destroyed the Great Array that helps our cultivation? A cultivator reacted and immediately shouted at Yi Tianyun. In fact, more and more cultivators started shouting as they believed what Yi Tianyun did has caused them a great loss. Yi Tianyun easily became the public enemy as everyone felt blindsided by his action. They have been cultivating here for a long time, and now they couldn't do that anymore as Yi Tianyun destroyed the Slaughter God Array. Each and every single one of you, your unreasonable envy and anger towards me is the undeniable proof of how miserable you are. This Slaughter God Tower is nothing but the divine general of Slaughter God's medium to use their body possession technique. Once they control your body, does your cultivation still matter? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Once again, the cultivators were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. They immediately looked at the 8 names on top of the wall, and one by one they began speculating the truth behind Yi Tianyun's word. Your life means nothing to me, but the divine general of the Slaughter God went through all the trouble to pick up a fight with me, so I am free to destroy this place, Yi Tianyun said casually. It also served as a challenge to those who wished to stand against him. Then again, they would just become a fodder for his experience points if they chose to stop him. He knew that destroying the Slaughter God Tower would be arduous, but it didn't matter for him right now. Furthermore, if these Heaven Monarch cultivators did choose to help him, destroying the Slaughter God Tower would be a lot easier. I didn't expect you to find out the secret of this place, but this makes things easier. The Slaughter God Tower will be overturned, Nianxiu said surprisedly. She wondered whether she would fall victim to the body possession as well if she pushed herself back when she was doing the Slaughter God Array assessment in the past. Well, I didn't want to stand out actually, but the situation calls for it. Now, can you help me destroy this tower? Yi Tianyun asked. Some cultivators who believed Yi Tianyun immediately took his side as they were disgusted and angry upon hearing his previous word. They thought that the Slaughter God Tower was a loathsome place that tried to take advantage of their power. And once they heard that Yi Tianyun wanted help to destroy the tower, they immediately rallied behind him. Yes, we will help you. We have to destroy this detestable place. The cultivators all agreed under one voice. And so, the cultivators inside the Slaughter God Tower began smashing the walls and destroying everything inside the Slaughter God Tower. The entire tower began to shake due to the damage caused by the cultivators, but suddenly, the murderous aura enveloped the entire tower. The tower gate immediately closed and trapped everyone inside. The crowd immediately turned their attention towards the gate and found that there were 5 Heavenly Monarch cultivators standing at the gate looking down on them. I didn't expect them to come out these soon, but why only 5 of them? Where are the other 3? Yi Tianyun said as he observed each Heavenly Monarch cultivator who blocked the gate with his appraisal eye. He noticed that the strongest of them was at the 5 layer Heaven Monarch stage, while the weakest is at the 2 layer Heaven Monarch stage. Possessing a person's body through a body possession meant that the Divine General's cultivation level would change according to the body they possessed, so they had to cultivate again. It was reasonable to think that the Divine Generals couldn't cultivate the body fast enough to regain their peak strength. You don't have to know where our other brothers are. This is the first time in history that someone actually killed a Divine General. You will pay for this. Divine General Sha Long said as he looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. The murderous aura from all directions immediately shrouded the 5 Divine Generals' body. You don't have to dirty your hands, brother. I will take care of them myself. I didn't expect our plan would get ahead of schedule like this, Divine General Sha Chen said with a big smile on his face. There wasn't a slight sadness on his face even though his companion has just died earlier. After listening to their conversation, people immediately realized that these cultivators already made a certain degree of preparation according to their plan from a long time ago, and now they had to improvise just because of Yi Tianyun. Although they didn't mind fighting these people, they had to admit that the pressure coming off from them was quite intense. Do you think you can deal with us with only 5 people? A Heaven Monarch said coldly. They had a dozen Heaven Monarch on their side, and it should be enough to defeat merely 5 Heaven Monarchs. They knew that the Earth Monarch and Star Monarch cultivators wouldn't stand a chance against these people, and that was why they didn't force them to join the fight. This was a basic rule in God Domain. A Heaven Monarch battle was only for other Heaven Monarch. It was basically useless to ask for help from other cultivator below that stage. Oh, did you think a garbage like you can overpower us with your sheer number? We kill Heaven Monarch cultivators like you for fun. Furthermore, this is our territory. You wouldn't be able to overpower us in here no matter what you do. You will become the ground fertilizer here. Divine General Sha Long said coldly. It hit Yi Tianyun as he immediately snapped. Was those who died inside the Slaughter God Array buried underground instead of disappear? But it made sense. The murderous aura usually wouldn't generate without a pile of bodies, and considering how intense the murderous aura here was, it only made sense that the bodies were piled up underground. This murderous aura was great for the Divine General Slaughter God as it increased their power tremendously, but it wasn't good for normal cultivators. This place was surely a big conspiracy. Chapter 936. Chapter 936. The murderous aura inside the Slaughter God Tower was getting more intense, almost enveloping everything inside and trapping everyone. If the concentration of the murderous aura kept building up like this, it would be hard for Yi Tianyun's side to fight. They would be distracted as they ought to balance their aura to make sure that they wouldn't fall to cultivation deviation. If that happens, Yi Tianyun's side would lose as the Heaven Monarch would lose the battle. Nevertheless, they had to win this battle as they couldn't escape the Slaughter God Tower without getting past this Divine General. The Heaven Monarch looked at each other in dismay as neither of them has ever worked together before. Although they have numbers, they didn't have any understanding of each other's power to work together efficiently. It's time for you all to die, the Divine Generals shouted with a smirk on their face. The murderous aura covered them entirely, absorbing them into the murderous aura itself. It just went to show that Yi Tianyun and the cultivators around him were on their world. Be careful and stay next to me, Nianxiu said hurriedly as she grabbed Yi Tianyun and dragged him to her side. She already took out a high-grade rebirth level long whip with, and she was ready to go all out from the get-go, to the point that her aura vaporated any murderous aura around her. Her cultivation level wasn't that high, she was only at the 2 layer Heaven Monarch level. But in terms of her age, this level of cultivation was more than amazing. Otherwise, the elders on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wouldn't treat her respectfully. Don't be too nervous, Elder. These are just a few small fries bundled together. Yi Tianyun said calmly beside her. Unlike the others, he was completely composed. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't have anything to worry. He could just teleport out if things turned south. Although he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to teleport out so easily, he might be able to do so if he just leveled up his teleportation divine ability. Even though it was a divine ability, it didn't necessarily mean that it was omnipotent, but it sure had its own merits. What are you talking about? Are you still pretending to be a big deal right now? The situation is urgent as it is right now. We can never know what the enemy is thinking and what the enemy's real power is, Nianxiu said as she glared at Yi Tianyun. We only come here for your cultivation, but I didn't expect us to encounter such a troublesome situation right now. This is the worst, she said annoyedly. She felt bitter about the situation as she couldn't contact anyone outside for help her since the communication jade pendant was disabled by the Slaughter God Tower. This was also the reason why the Divine Generals seemed so composed, as they knew that no one outside was coming to help. Yi Tianyun walked away from Nianxiu towards the Divine General. He was confident about his own strength, and for now, dealing with 2-3 RD Layer Heaven Monarch cultivators wouldn't be a problem for him. But then again, there was no way Nianxiu would believe that. At the same time, a scream was heard not too far away. Everyone immediately looked towards the sound source, but they couldn't see anything due to the thick murderous aura that blocked their vision. Damn it! I can't see anything in this thick fog. Don't stray away from me. It will be troublesome if I lose you, Nianxiu said as he dragged Yi Tianyun back and fled towards the side of the wall. Nianxiu knew that she wouldn't be able to escape the Slaughter God Tower, but at the very least the wall would protect her back, so she didn't have to worry about attack coming from behind. Yi Tianyun frowned as he could just show Nianxiu that the Divine Generals were not that big of a deal instead of doing something unnecessary like this. He followed Nianxiu just to protect her. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun would have already rushed towards the nearest Divine General. As for the other people in here, Yi Tianyun doesn't really care that much. They weren't his responsibility anyway. Danger, Nianxiu said as she looked around with her cold eyes. She could feel the impending danger, so she knew that someone tried to approach her. Yi Tianyun admired her decision, as it was clear that she did have a good sense of crisis. In fact, Yi Tianyun already saw a Divine General coming closer towards them. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything, as the Divine General was only at 3 RD Layer Heaven Monarch stage, and he could deal with the Divine General on his own. This Divine General was clearly targeting Nianxiu and Yi Tianyun, and it was Divine General Tianchen himself. He held a high-grade rebirth-level dagger on his hand, ready to stab Nianxiu and Yi Tianyun with it. Did you think hiding in the corner will save you? Divine General ch851 shouted from the side. How could he kill Old Ninth and Old 10? Did he have some special treasure on him? He said curiously. He just couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun managed to deal with an expert of his caliber with his current cultivation level. He could observe the Great Array, but he couldn't see clearly earlier. This was why he thought that Yi Tianyun must have had some sort of special treasure on him that could suppress the soul of the Divine Generals. Otherwise, there was no way Yi Tianyun could kill a Heaven Monarch. Divine General ch851 clicked his tongue before he blended with the surrounding once again. Shortly after, he reappeared on top of Nianxiu and immediately plunged down, ready to strike Nianxiu down, but his effort was foiled as Nianxiu sensed the danger coming from above and immediately slammed her whip on top of her head, causing an attack that stopped Divine General ch851 completely. Her attack was precise and powerful, clearly much stronger than the other Heaven Monarch cultivators around here. Divine General ch851 himself didn't expect to be stopped like that. Annoyed by Nianxiu, he immediately stepped aside, but as he dodged Nianxiu's attack, another attack came from below and pierced his body in the air as he didn't have any means to dodge the attack. Where are you going? Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at Divine General ch851 with his Sky Dawn Divine Spear in hand. Yi Tianyun was glad that Divine General ch851 was completely focused on Nianxiu, as he could easily kill Divine General ch851 with one attack without any chance for the Divine General to evade his attack. Chapter 937. Chapter 937. Divine General ch851 took a fatal blow from Yi Tianyun, but he didn't die immediately. Nianxiu, who was right beside Yi Tianyun, was surprised as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to attack the enemy too. But the most shocking part was that Yi Tianyun's attack itself was powerful enough to fatally injure a Heaven Monarch. How dare you? Divine General ch851 shouted as he twisted his body, trying to close his wound. Well, it seems that my weak attack can kill you in one blow. I can't believe how weak you are, Yi Tianyun said slyly before swinging his Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand, creating a violent power that was blasted towards Divine General ch851. With no means to escape the attack, Divine General ch851 screamed before taking Yi Tianyun's attack head-on. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General ch851. Reward, 450 billion XP, 15 million CPs, 1 million Seebs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Dagger, Slaughter God Necklace, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 50 million XPs, 5 million Mastery Point, God Domain Lottery Ticket. Their cultivation level is far apart, and that is the reason why Yi Tianyun still got the extra reward from killing an elite enemy. But the only thing that matter from that rewards is the God Domain Lottery Ticket. The murderous aura immediately enveloped Yi Tianyun, but he absorbed it and stored it inside the item storage. Since the murderous aura could be used to cultivate, it could be stored inside the crazy leveling system storage for later usage. But Yi Tianyun was a little curious as he still had the bloody bead that he condensed from the murderous aura earlier. He wondered if he could further reinforce the bead by condensing more murderous aura. What? Divine General Sha-Chen has been killed. The other Divine Generals turned their attention towards where Divine General Sha-Chen went earlier. They were shocked as it should be impossible for them to lose in terms of strength inside the Slaughter God Tower. This is their territory that gave them power. None should be able to overpower them here. Their attention was immediately focused on Yi Tianyun as they saw that Yi Tianyun was the one who killed Divine General Sha-Chen earlier. At first, they thought that Yi Tianyun was relying on a treasure, but now it seemed the young man was relying on his own strength. Impossible. How can a brat be so powerful? I can sense his aura, but it wasn't supposed to be strong enough to kill any of us. He is just an Earth Monarch cultivator, the Divine Generals shouted as they couldn't believe one of them just lost to an Earth Monarch cultivator. Nian Xiyu herself was also surprised as she saw Yi Tianyun's attack up close. She couldn't see what Yi Tianyun did, but she could feel the tremendous power behind the attack. She couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun could fool a Heaven Monarch's sense as she knew that Heaven Monarch was sharp and sensitive to their surrounding, so she thought that Yi Tianyun's attack could be considered as a high-level sneak attack. At this time, she remembered that Yi Tianyun already told her not to worry about the current situation. Your cultivation level has reached Heaven Monarch? Nian Xiyu asked. She sensed that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was at Earth Monarch level, but there was no way an Earth Monarch could have such a dominating power like this. Why did you think I already broke through to Heaven Monarch stage? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. What? So, you only break through to Earth Monarch? Nian Xiyu asked for confirmation. If Yi Tianyun really was just at Earth Monarch right now, then it meant that he overpowered a Heaven Monarch with only the strength of an Earth Monarch. Let's discuss this topic another time. There are two Divine Generals eyeing us right now, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards the two Divine Generals who were slowly walking up towards them. These two Divine Generals were each at the 3RD layer Heaven Monarch stage and 4th layer Heaven Monarch stage. They weren't the strongest among them, but they were fully prepared to attack Nian Xiyu and Yi Tianyun this time. They were embarrassed by their companion's death. Originally, they only wanted to devour these cultivators slowly, but now that one of their companion has died, they had to bring down the perpetrator quickly. We have to kill him first. Let's show him what happened if he messes with us. We can't let him do as he pleased any longer, one of the Divine Generals shouted. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to be cautious here as his opponents were quite skilled. He also noticed that the murderous aura was getting wilder as the Divine Generals got upset. The two Divine Generals who walked towards Yi Tianyun and Nian Xiyu immediately got bigger and turned into a giant. Their entire body was red as their body merged with the murderous aura. Those Divine General used their Slaughter God's secret art. Their combat power immediately increased as their bodies swelled and were strengthened by the murderous aura. The 3RD layer Heaven Monarch Divine General combat power stopped at 3 to 7 million star power, while the 4th layer Heaven Monarch Divine General combat power stopped at 4 to 3 million star power. These Divine Generals' attack power was surely higher than the previous Divine Generals that Yi Tianyun has fought. Everyone inside the tower could feel the terrifying pressure that the Divine Generals gave off, including Nian Xiyu herself as her body started shaking from the intensity of the aura. The power that these Divine General let off was surely stronger than everyone present at the moment. Chapter 938. Chapter 938. Their companion had just died so easily, so they couldn't just watch from their seat any longer. They no longer cared about Yi Tianyun's body anymore as they could just find another body that wasn't so problematic. You go get him from that side, I will come at him from the other side. We have to kill him quickly. The two Divine Generals planned their attack to bring Yi Tianyun down. He isn't that big of a deal, is he? Well, his offensive power is pretty good, but it's still weaker than our current power, the other Divine General said with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't you hear what the boss said earlier? The Divine General said as he was confused by his partner's word. Divine General Sha Long was their boss, the head of the 10 Divine General who naturally led them into battle. Divine General Sha Long was the one who shouted that Yi Tianyun had to be eliminated quickly earlier. Meanwhile, Divine General Sha Long was dealing with the other Heaven Monarch cultivators, as some of them had reached 6th and 7th the layer of Heaven Monarch cultivation stage, so he had to make sure that they wouldn't become a problem later on. Although they were in a very advantageous position inside the tower, Divine General Sha Long knew that they couldn't control all the variables. Furthermore, if they used the murderous aura too much, they could fall into cultivation deviation themselves. Although they used the murderous aura as a weapon, they weren't actually immune to the effect of the murderous aura. Meanwhile, Nian Xiyu felt pressured in front of two Slaughter God Divine Generals. She could feel the dominating power from the two Divine Generals to the point that she didn't think she could do much against such strong cultivators like them. But then again, there was nothing she could do except fight the enemy back. Are you ready? Nian Xiyu said as she gripped her long whip confidently. She showed no fear, even though she realized that she had no chance of winning. At the same time, she took a medicinal pill and prepared herself for a fight. But regardless of the outcome, she had to fight. You don't have to do anything, just let me handle it, Yi Tianyun said as he stopped Nianxiu from consuming the medicinal pill on her hand. I am your elder. It is my duty to ensure your safety, Nianxiu said as she turned her head towards Yi Tianyun. An elder is a teacher. Furthermore, if you are injured, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord would be very upset. After all, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory will be yours in the future, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards Nianxiu. Well, can't have you face these enemy alone. I will be right by your side, Nianxiu said as she was a little bit startled by Yi Tianyun's words. She remained stubborn even after what Yi Tianyun said as she didn't think he would be able to win alone. Of course, you will be here to help me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything else as he knew that Nianxiu has made her resolve. However, it didn't matter now as he was already browsing his shop. Buy the Evil Demon God Suit, Yi Tianyun said as he interacted with his system. Yang, successfully redeem Evil Demon God Suit for 50 million Sin Points. Evil Demon God Suit, level requirement, 80, can turn into Evil Demon God anytime the suit was equipped. Increase combat power by 200 times, defense power by 200 times, speed by 50 times. After turning into Evil Demon God, all attack will turn into long-range attack that would cover 1,000 miles. Increase crit chance by 50%, consume 100 to 000 CPs per minute. He now had enough sin points to redeem the Evil God Suit, and it was common sense to redeem such a strong suit. Equip Evil Demon God Suit, Yi Tianyun said, and the system was immediately put to work. His body was immediately covered with a thin layer of armor that had an intricate texture. The armor itself also radiated an unparalleled evil aura that started to erode the ground. Nianxiu suddenly felt there was a sudden change within Yi Tianyun, as if Yi Tianyun has suddenly become even more powerful than he already was earlier. Turn into Evil Demon God, Yi Tianyun said as his body was immediately covered with a black light. A dark power surged into the sky, piercing through the murderous aura that enveloped the tower itself. The murderous aura itself was immediately blown far away after coming into contact with the black aura that came from Yi Tianyun's transformation, clearing the area from the suffocating murderous aura, clearing the view for Yi Tianyun's terrifying new transformation. The black light also had the effect of burning everything it came into contact with, and so, anything it touched turned into ashes immediately, including the murderous aura itself. Yi Tianyun's body didn't swell this time, unlike when he used his other suits. Instead, his eyes now became magical-looking and gave off a foreboding vibe to his aura, plus a curving horns on his forehead. The two big Slaughter God Divine Generals that were rushing towards Yi Tianyun suddenly felt stiff as they feel a foreboding sense that they were about to lose their lives. They stopped moving and took a step back to get away from Yi Tianyun. They felt that an encroaching evil was all around Yi Tianyun right now. They felt that they would die as soon as they stepped any closer towards Yi Tianyun. Chapter 939, Chapter 939. Whoa, the Evil Demon God Suit is pretty good, Yi Tianyun said as he was quite impressed by the power the Evil Demon God Suit gave while Nianxiu was shocked. She felt the powerful trembling aura coming from Yi Tianyun, and it was way stronger than before. This time, the power that wafted off from Yi Tianyun made the air hard to breathe, and it felt like the surrounding area was engulfed in flames that burned everything slowly. She didn't have a problem breathing, but she was still pressured by Yi Tianyun's power. Is he really a human? Nianxiu said to herself as she couldn't believe a human. Furthermore, an Earth Monarch cultivator to have this kind of power. The two Slaughter God Divine Generals hiding inside the murderous aura were trembling from the pressure of Yi Tianyun's power. Other cultivators were no exception, albeit they were an ally to Yi Tianyun for now. They felt the surge of completely unknown power from afar, and the pressure stopped them on their track. What is this? How did that brat get that much power? Divine General Sha Long said as he was shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. We must work together, support each other, and defeat him as a team. Divine General Sha Long ordered. He must stay cautious here as he knew that he couldn't defeat a cultivator with such a tremendous power alone. He knew that he had already made a mistake by letting his companion die one by one earlier, and now he had to make a decisive order to make sure that anyone wouldn't judge him as incompetent. Disintegration, Yi Tianyun said as he slowly pushed his hand forward. Suddenly, the area in front of Yi Tianyun's palm was caught in a pillar of black fire, burning everything in its surrounding. It caught two divine generals on its track, completely burning them with a black flame that couldn't be extinguished. Nevertheless, if one took a closer look at this black flame, they would be surprised even more, as the black flame had both properties of yin and yang flames. The two divine generals screamed in pain as they tried to extinguish the flame by rolling around the ground to no avail. But that was not all. A figure rushed towards the divine generals and blasted the divine generals' heads, popping them like a watermelon. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Luo. Reward, 550 billion XP, 18 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Sword, Slaughter God Bracelet, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 2 million EPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. As he killed the enemy, He was so fast that his movement was akin to teleportation. This was the effect of the enhanced speed from the suit. With X50 speed effect from Evil Demon God suit, Yi Tianyun could easily kill the enemy. "Now, it's your turn," Yi Tianyun said as he appeared beside another Divine General and speared the enemy with his Sky Dawn Divine Spear. Because of his overwhelming speed, the enemy couldn't react to Yi Tianyun's attack. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Tian. Reward: 650 billion XP, 19 million CPS, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Stick, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward: 50 billion XP, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. Yi Tianyun killed 2 Divine Generals in an instant. He then quickly returned to Nian Siyu's side while still holding his Sky Dawn Divine Spear. Yi Tianyun didn't receive any injury. In fact, he didn't even seem out of breath. He really crushed his opponent one-sidedly. "It is done," Yi Tianyun said casually. Nian Siyu was shocked. She was really amazed by Yi Tianyun's incredible power. Even Divine General Sha Long, who saw everything from the sideline, couldn't believe his eyes. The companions who have always been beside him were killed so easily. This is absurd. Divine General Sha Long shouted as he couldn't believe his eyes. Their ability to hide inside the murderous aura was their greatest advantage, but it seemed Yi Tianyun could detect them just fine. The remaining 2 Divine Generals' complexion turned pale. They both were the strongest Divine General, while Divine General Sha Long was the leader of the Divine General himself. He often boasted that he was the strongest Divine General as he could easily kill other Heaven Monarch cultivators, despite himself being a 4th-layer Heaven Monarch cultivator himself. The Slaughter God cultivation technique gave them an edge against their opponents, and thus they were confident that they would win as long as they were inside the murderous aura that became the Slaughter God's signature. "What should we do now, boss? I don't think I can deal with that kind of power right now," Divine General Sha Feng said with a frown on his face. He was angry as his companion was killed, but he knew that he shouldn't be too hasty. "It seems I've underestimated him too much. I didn't expect our brothers would be killed so easily like this, at the hand of a brat too." Divine General Sha Long, as he held the long sword in his hand tightly, he glared at Yi Tianyun coldly, fueling himself with killing intent as he was more furious than ever. Chapter 940. Chapter 940. Yi Tianyun leisurely waited for Divine General Sha Long to attack, as he was too lazy to rush towards them. After all, he still had to protect Nian Siyu on his side, and he didn't want to even give the enemy slightest chance of using a cheap trick like taking Nian Siyu as a hostage or something similar. "Can you see the surrounding area we are in now?" Nian Siyu asked curiously. "I can, but I can't see the whole area," Yi Tianyun said casually. Nian Siyu was relieved. She didn't know how Yi Tianyun could become so strong, but she knew that she didn't have to worry about their safety any longer. With Yi Tianyun's sensory ability that could detect the enemy that was hiding inside the murderous aura, that eliminated the chance of surprise attack from the enemy. But Nian Siyu also felt ashamed of herself as she couldn't be the one that protected them from the enemy. She gnashed her teeth as she thought that Yi Tianyun might rely on her more if only she was a little bit stronger. Suddenly, the murderous aura started to spin quickly and disperse. He immediately focused his attention towards the thick murderous aura and saw 3 huge phantom shadows rushing behind the murderous aura. It was a giant eagle, a giant rock golem, and a giant python. This phantom shadow was made by the Heaven Monarch cultivator on the side as they no longer wanted to stay inside the murderous aura any longer. It was clear that the Divine Generals had no intention to hide their aura anymore. Divine General Sha Long and Divine General Sha Feng themselves ceased on hiding inside the murderous aura and instead focused their energy on the offensive. "Well, I thought that I would be the only one who would deal with these people," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at the desperate enemy. The Heaven Monarch on the side didn't want to reveal their identity earlier, and they barely did anything to defeat the Divine Generals, but it seemed they wanted to do something now. The murderous aura couldn't cover the phantom shadows as they stirred the air around them and creating a vortex where the murderous aura couldn't get close. They had to do this as they didn't want their disciple to fall into cultivation deviation. "I didn't expect to encounter the 3 god domain races here, but it doesn't matter. The situation requires us to make a move," Nian Siyu said as the Heaven Monarchs started to reveal themselves. One of them was at 7th layer Heaven Monarch cultivation, a lot stronger than General Sha Long. But it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun wanted. He wanted to kill these 2 remaining Divine General by himself as he wanted the XP. He knew that these 2 remaining Divine General were the strongest out of all the Divine Generals. Furthermore, it was profitable to kill them even if he didn't get the XP. The Divine General gave a lot of rebirth-level treasures upon their death, and it was worth his time to get such a high-grade treasure. Divine General Sha Long frowned as now they were heavily outnumbered. Now that the Heaven Monarch cultivators on the other side has showed their true identity, he could no longer do as he pleased. "Well, it seems I have to use my ace card now. Even if it was such a waste of energy to use it right now, at least you all will die." Divine General Sha Long said coldly as he put his hands on the ground, and lines made of blood quickly spread all around the Slaughter God Tower. Everyone could feel something ominous from Sha Long's technique, and thus the Heaven Monarch cultivators quickly rushed toward Sha Long to stop him. "Kill those two. Don't let them do as they please," the Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted. But Divine General Sha Feng didn't have any intention to let them stop Divine General Sha Long. He pulled out a giant sword and immediately swung it, preventing anyone from getting any closer to Divine General Sha Long. The Heaven Monarch cultivators attacked Divine General Sha Feng, but their attacks couldn't heavily injure him, as it seems Divine General Sha Feng's defensive capabilities was quite high. However, it was clear that Divine General Sha Feng was being pushed back. It was still very surprising that Divine General Sha Feng could hold back 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators at the same time, even though his cultivation was much lower than these Heaven Monarch cultivators. This was the blessing of Slaughter God Tower. The murderous aura also strengthened them further, increasing their combat capabilities. Divine General Sha Long was still focused on controlling the bloody marks that seemed to be directly connected with the tower. The Slaughter God Tower began to shake, and it seemed something bad would emerge soon enough from the bloody marks that Divine General Sha Long created. But a figure flashed over and knocked Divine General Sha Long over, preventing him from finishing his technique. The Slaughter God Tower shook once again before stopping, and the murderous aura also stopped oozing from the ground. "I don't know what you were about to do, but it's definitely not a good thing," Yi Tianyun said as he brandished his Sky-Dawn Divine Spear on Divine General Sha Long's neck. Yi Tianyun didn't watch the situation unfold from afar, but he had calculated what he had to do next without alarming the Heaven Monarch cultivators on his side. Yi Tianyun couldn't let Divine General Sha Long finish what he was about to do, as Yi Tianyun wasn't sure he could deal with it later. Yi Tianyun wasn't as strong as he wanted just yet, and so he ought to avoid unnecessary fight. Divine General Sha Long glared at Yi Tianyun and slammed his feet before getting away from Yi Tianyun. The ground shook and numerous zombies with red eyes emerged from the ground. These zombies were the cultivators that died inside the Slaughter God Great Array. Their cultivation wasn't high, but there was too many of them. "Stop bothering me," Divine General Sha Long shouted before he disappeared into the murderous aura once again. Yi Tianyun smirked as he just saw these zombies as an XP bag. Divine General Sha Long wasn't distracting Yi Tianyun, but giving him a big gift instead. "I am here too," Nian Xiu shouted before smashing the zombies with her whip. Yi Tianyun looked at her and just sighed, as he couldn't stop Nian Xiu even if he wanted to anyway. "I will help you kill these parasites," Nian Xiu said solemnly as she looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't know how to answer to Nian Xiu's word, so he just nodded his head and let Nian Xiu do whatever she wanted. Chapter 941. Chapter 941. Elder Nian, I will take care of everything. Just rest for a while. Yi Tianyun said hurriedly. "No, I can't let you do all the work. I will help out as best as I can," Nian Xiu said as she attacked the zombies that came at her. Yi Tianyun felt helpless, and he immediately waved his hand, burning the zombies on his path to ashes. Compared to Nian Xiu, Yi Tianyun's attack was far more effective and quicker. Ding, successfully killed a puppet. Reward, 460 billion XP, 5 million XP, 18 million SPs. Ding, successfully killed a puppet. Reward, the XP kept coming, and the reward was not bad for killing each one of the zombie. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun's attack was so fast that it didn't matter how many zombies spawned. Nian Xiu, who was right beside Yi Tianyun, was thrown speechless once more as she witnessed Yi Tianyun's power. She didn't understand what kind of martial arts Yi Tianyun used, but it was so overwhelming. The burning attack that turned the zombies into ashes in single attack was the power of the evil god suit that Yi Tianyun wore. As long as Yi Tianyun's enemy was within his field of vision, he could light them on fire. Divine General Sha Long also seemed to notice that the zombies didn't even slow Yi Tianyun down, which further made him frown from frustration. He already knew that the zombies wouldn't be able to stop Yi Tianyun, but he didn't expect them to be mowed down that fast. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. Divine General Sha Long said as he watched from afar. He kept pressing his hands to the ground as he controlled the great array that summoned the zombies, but he now had to summon something stronger. But as he turned his attention from Yi Tianyun for a while, he immediately lost track of Yi Tianyun's whereabout. What the hell? Where did he go? Divine General Sha Long said as he looked around to find Yi Tianyun. But he immediately felt something ominous coming from the back of his head, so he immediately tried to block it with his sword. His sword collided with Yi Tianyun's spear, and the impact alone almost bent his sword down, almost hitting Sha Long's chest. Yi Tianyun just frowned as he repeatedly failed to kill Divine General Sha Long in one move. But Yi Tianyun already expected as much, as Divine General Sha Long was the strongest Divine General out of the Slaughter God Divine Generals. "Try to block this one," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and raised his hand. The surrounding area around Divine General Sha Long immediately lighted up with fire, and it started to consume Divine General Sha Long's body, enveloping him like a creeping centipede. Divine General Sha Long immediately experienced an unbelievable amount of pain from the flame, but instead of burning his body, the fire itself chipped away at his strength. "Get away from me!" Divine General Sha Long roared, and a huge Slaughter God Phantom Shadow suddenly emerged from his back. The Phantom Shadow started moving on its own, as if it had its own personality apart from Divine General Sha Long. I am the Slaughter God. The Phantom Shadow roared and immediately threw its fist towards Yi Tianyun. The entire murderous aura on the vicinity was immediately absorbed by the Phantom Shadow, further strengthening its attack. Meanwhile, Divine General Sha Long's body turned red as all the visible blood vessels on his body burst. It was obvious that he couldn't handle the power that he just exerted. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed the murderous aura coming in from under Divine General Sha Long. He assumed that it had something to do with this Phantom Shadow that appeared so suddenly. Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to suppress the great array below Divine General Sha Long to stop the Phantom Shadow, the Slaughter God. Phantom Shadow's fist hit the ground as Yi Tianyun stepped away from the attack. Countless souls from the Phantom Shadow's fist wailed as it seemed the Slaughter God Phantom Shadow was made by the trapped unfortunate souls inside the Slaughter God Tower. Yi Tianyun clearly felt the terrifying pressure from the Phantom Shadow's attack. He even had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to take that attack head-on. Yi Tianyun turned his attention to Divine General Sha Long and saw that the Divine General's combat power has risen once again, and now it was stronger than Yi Tianyun's combat power. The power of the great array that Divine General Sha Long created was far too powerful. It gathered all the murderous aura from the vicinity to summon the Slaughter God Phantom Shadow and further strengthening the user's combat capabilities. We have to escape this place quickly, Nianxiu shouted. It won't work anymore. This place is in total lockdown. Divine General Sha Long said without any expression. Well, that is true, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked evilly. The Phantom Shadow attacked once again and attacked Yi Tianyun once again. The impact was so powerful that some Star Monarch cultivators that were quite a distance away from the attack were thrown aside by the shockwave. The Heaven Monarch cultivators who battled Divine General Sha Feng quickly jumped away from the shockwave, giving some breather to Divine General Sha Feng. Tianyun Yanxiu shouted as she didn't see Yi Tianyun dodge the attack. She hoped that she would see Yi Tianyun's figure remaining intact as the dust settled. In fact, the other cultivators who observed the battle from afar thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could survive that attack, but their expectations was proven wrong. A figure appeared behind Divine General Sha Long as the Phantom Shadow suddenly dispersed into countless red flare, drifting away with the wind. How did you get behind me? Divine General Sha Long asked as he knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who stood behind him. That trick of yours is pretty awesome, but it also comes with many shortcomings. While the Phantom Shadow you control is powerful, it renders you from moving. You don't have to know how I can get behind you, you just have to remember that I am stronger than you. Yi Tianyun said casually. This is hurting my pride, I feel so stupid. Divine General Sha Long said while gritting his teeth as he saw his end was near. He knew that he couldn't win against Yi Tianyun now, as he couldn't even read Yi Tianyun's movement. Chapter 942. Before Divine General Sha Long could say a word, he felt a surging power suddenly enveloping his body and tearing him into pieces. The only thing that he could see in his final moment was the ceiling of the Slaughter God Tower. He didn't even know what really hit him. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Long. Reward, 264 trillion XP, 19 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Sword, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Point, 1x God Domain, Lottery Ticket. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 3RD Layer Earth Monarch stage. Finally, Yi Tianyun leveled up to 3RD Layer Earth Monarch stage. He got 264 trillion XP for killing Divine General Sha Long because he used the 200x XP card that he bought before. He didn't buy any other XP card as he thought that it was enough. This was also the reason why he killed Divine General Sha Long as fast as possible too. Nice, Yi Tianyun said to himself. With the crazy XP mode activated, he got X264 XP boost. Boss. Divine General Sha Feng shouted as soon as he saw that Divine General Sha Long was killed. He didn't expect that Divine General Sha Long would be killed while he was under the influence of Slaughter God's strength. Divine General Sha Feng fell to the ground as he saw that Yi Tianyun was unscathed. He felt that everything was just an illusion and he would be woken up from it soon enough. Everyone else also felt the same way, especially Nianxiu. Everyone didn't expect that Sha Long would be killed so quickly. After all, everyone could sense how strong he was compared to the other people. This was really confusing for everyone. Now, it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention to Divine General Sha Feng. The looks of unspeakable evil on his face was truly fascinating, as it was the effect of the evil demon god suit. Divine General Sha Feng was trembling, and he hastily ran towards the door of Slaughter God Tower. He surely didn't want to linger around anymore, as he didn't want to die just yet. If his boss was killed so easily, there was no way he'd stand a chance by himself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun just waited for Sha Feng to open the door. He didn't stop Sha Feng as he knew that opening the Slaughter God Tower's door himself would be troublesome. Everyone else also realized the situation and let Sha Feng run towards the door. Sha Feng did something to the door and it immediately opened. Sha Feng then took out a jade pendant and smashed it to the ground before turning his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. "You are dead, you hear me? People will harvest your bones in the future," Sha Feng shouted crazily. "I am looking forward to it," Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly teleported behind Sha Feng. He then pierced Sha Feng with his Sky Dawn Divine Spear, fatally injuring Sha Feng with barely any effort. Everyone was creeped out by Yi Tianyun's power as it was truly something scary. Yi Tianyun easily killed a Heaven Monarch cultivator alone despite only being at the Earth Monarch level. "Our master will avenge us," Divine General Sha Feng said bravely. Divine General Sha Feng wasn't afraid of death. The only reason he rushed out of Slaughter God Tower was to send a report towards his master as he couldn't do so inside the Slaughter God Tower. "I will welcome him any time," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Everyone was still creeped out of Yi Tianyun's attitude as his smile seemed so sinister. After he couldn't talk anymore, Divine General Sha Feng turned into a blood mist as he couldn't regenerate the body he was in anymore. It was impossible to regenerate the body he got through the body possession technique if he was outside of Slaughter God Tower. The Slaughter God Tower was built for the Divine General, and it was the perfect place for them to take over a cultivator's body of their own choice. It also provided the best tools to help them survive in the worst-case scenario. But once they got outside, the protection that the Slaughter God Tower provided no longer worked. Ding. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Feng. Reward, 307 trillion XP, 18 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Giant Sword, Slaughter God Necklace, Slaughter God Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 billion XP, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. The rewards he got for killing these Slaughter God Divine Generals was basically the same except for the weapons and equipment he got, but it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun cared about as he only cared about the EXP and CPs. Yi Tianyun already knew that he would get more rewards if he killed a stronger cultivator, and thus he knew that it wouldn't matter what item he got at this point. Now, he was close to level up to 4 the Layer Earth Monarch stage. He turned his attention towards the Slaughter God Tower's door, and everyone was startled as they were still terrified by Yi Tianyun's power, but 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators leaped out in front of Yi Tianyun. "I am a Heaven Monarch of Giant Rock God Territory, and I am really grateful for what you did. Giant Rock God Territory always welcomes you anytime," one of the cultivators said respectfully. "I am a Heaven Monarch of Giant Hawk God Territory, and I'm also grateful for your help," another cultivator said respectfully. Then, one by one, cultivators began to express their gratitude to Yi Tianyun, as they were mainly afraid that Yi Tianyun would find them irritating. They sure didn't want to make an enemy out of him now that they've already seen that Yi Tianyun could kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator with ease. Chapter 943. Chapter 943. Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared from his spot, surprising the Heaven Monarch cultivators that looks at him before suddenly reappeared once again at the tower, killing the cultivators with cultivation deviation that had been summoned by Sha Long earlier. Yi Tianyun surely didn't want to waste the XP cards that he had used earlier. The Heaven Monarch that realized what Yi Tianyun was doing was relieved almost instantly as they realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't attack them. They were scared that Yi Tianyun would pay them back for their rude and condescending attitude before, but it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't really care about it. In truth, Yi Tianyun wanted to kill these people too as he thought that they would yield a good amount of XP, but after observing them with his appraisal eye, he realized that he would receive some sort of punishment from killing an innocent person. Yi Tianyun realized that he ought to have a good reason for killing people, otherwise the system would just give him punishment instead of rewards. "Now, can you help me destroy this Slaughter God Tower?" Yi Tianyun looked at the Heaven Monarch cultivators indifferently. "Let us join hands together to destroy this tower that already harms so many people," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. The Heaven Monarch cultivators all nodded their head as they agreed with Yi Tianyun. They could no longer tolerate the existence of the Slaughter God Tower that deceived them this whole time. They would never thought that they were being used in a huge conspiracy to resurrect the Slaughter God Divine General. The Heaven Monarch cultivators then dispersed to all corners around the tower to destroy the Slaughter God Tower's great array. Destroying the tower would be difficult, but with this many people, the tower would be destroyed without so much difficulty. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Nianxiu and saw that Nianxiu was staring at him, surprised by what Yi Tianyun just did. "What's wrong?" Yi Tianyun asked as he reverted back to normal, putting away the evil demon god suit he equipped earlier. Even though he returned to normal, he still wore the mask that Nianxiu gave earlier so that no one would recognize his real identity. "Are you really an Earth Monarch cultivator?" Nianxiu asked. "Do you want to check my cultivation level closely?" Yan said as he motioned for her to check his body. The most accurate way to check one's cultivation level was to touch their body and feel the energy inside their body. Nianxiu didn't even hesitate as she held Yi Tianyun's arm and began exploring Yi Tianyun's inner energy, but no matter how hard she tried, the inner energy in Yi Tianyun's body stated that he was only at 3 RD Layer Earth Monarch level. You are really at 3RD layer Earth Monarch level. My god. But you're just at the Star Monarch peak a while ago, Nian said with shock on her face. But nevertheless, the rate of Yi Tianyun's growth itself was extraordinary in itself, as she knew that Yi Tianyun was a Star Monarch cultivator before they got here. Well, this is a secret, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Nian couldn't believe it. She was overwhelmed by the speed of Yi Tianyun's growth. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun easily defeated a Heaven Monarch cultivator easily, while he was only an Earth Monarch cultivator. What power do you have? How could you overpower those Heaven Monarch cultivators? You would win the God Domain's War of Ascension spectacularly with your power, Nian said excitedly. With the God Domain's War of Ascension restricted for Heaven Monarch and below, Yi Tianyun would surely dominate, as he could easily kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator. That's probably true, but you have to keep this a secret, Elder Nian, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was best to keep something like this a secret so that no one knew about his true strength, and therefore will not worry about his existence. Nian just nodded her head as she understood what Yi Tianyun was thinking. But remember, I don't care how strong your power is. If it hurts your body, you have to stop using it, Nian said solemnly. She knew that some form of cultivation enhancement would have a negative effect on the user's body, and she thought Yi Tianyun was using something of that nature. A seemingly genius cultivator might have a dark secret. Using something like an accelerated cultivation technique could destroy a cultivation if it were not taken seriously. Nian feared that Yi Tianyun could be this type of cultivator that were overconfident about his own way of cultivation without thinking about the impact it would bring to his body. I understand what you are saying, Elder Nian. Please, trust me, Yi Tianyun said without explaining much. Yi Tianyun and Nian turned their attention back to the Slaughter God Tower. They noticed that the murderous aura in the tower has gradually dissipated. It would be easy to damage the tower right now as it already lost so much of its protection. Yi Tianyun then began to look for the array core to destroy it completely. Are you a God Rune Master too? Nian asked as she saw Yi Tianyun walk towards the array core. Yes. My cultivation is mainly pointed towards a God Rune Master. Is there a problem? Elder Nian, aren't you also a God Rune Master? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is true, Nian said with a complicated look on her face. She was indeed a God Rune Master, but she was still at 1-stay grade God Rune Master, and she knew that the tower wasn't vulnerable at all. But if Yi Tianyun was truly able to break the array core, she had to admit that she had lost to an Earth Monarch. Chapter 944. With Yi Tianyun's leadership, all cultivators were busy destroying the Slaughter God Tower's array core. Since most of them wasn't a God Rune Master, it was harder to destroy it. Now, the last one, Yi Tianyun said as he stood in front of the last array core. Slaughter God Tower had many array cores that served as both protection and power generator for the tower. Everyone did their best to destroy the array cores that sweats were dripping from their foreheads. They didn't care about the Slaughter God anger anymore as they feared Yi Tianyun more. With the destruction of the last array core, the entire Slaughter God Tower shook and eventually collapsed. Once the entire tower collapsed, a thick murderous aura was emitted from below the tower. The cultivators immediately stepped aside as they didn't want to come close to the murderous aura, but once it dissipated, they immediately checked the pit where the tower once stood. They were all shocked as they saw countless corpses, rotten and fresh. Corpses? Yi Tianyun said as he looked down to the pit. But it didn't really surprise him as he knows that the murderous aura came from something like this. Without this mountain pile of corpses, there was no way the Slaughter God Tower could generate so much murderous aura. This was also the reason why the Slaughter God Divine Generals attracted people to come here. It was for generating the murderous aura and taking over their body with body possession. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't know how many people had died here, but it would be best to say that most of them were Star Monarch. The Slaughter God only welcomed cultivator with Star Monarch cultivation base after all. Burn to ashes, Yi Tianyun said coldly as he threw his flames to the pile of corpses and burned them down completely. The other cultivators were creeped out by the entire situation. They knew that many cultivators died inside Slaughter God Tower, but they didn't know that those cultivators were being collected and used to generate murderous aura like this. If Slaughter God knew what happened here, I guess he would chase me down, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the burned bodies. The Slaughter God must have worked hard to build this tower to preserve his divine generals, but now it was razed to the ground. He would surely want you dead, Nian said with a smile on her face. Slaughter God Tower has existed for so many years, and many people wanted to compete with it, but none wanted it destroyed. Now, you've just accomplished something that others couldn't even imagine doing. Nevertheless, it was for a good cause, Nian said confidently. She didn't like that the Slaughter God Tower attract people for body possession too. She thought that it was the worst thing that could happen to a cultivator. Well, if he really wants to hunt me down, I am not scared. Besides, how would he identify us later? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to his face that wasn't his real one. Everyone here wore a mask to conceal their identity, so it would be hard to recognize them later. You can say that's the real purpose of wearing this mask, Nian said casually. The name Slaughter God doesn't really bode well for anyone, and thus, for safety precaution, everyone started to come here with a face mask to hide their identity, Nianxiu explained. That is certainly a wise decision, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He no longer cared about the Slaughter God Divine Generals as they had nothing to do with him anymore. Ding. Successfully completed a side quest: kill Slaughter God Divine Generals and destroy the Slaughter God Tower. Reward: 100 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points, 5 million SPs. His side quest was immediately completed as he already finished what it entailed, but it wasn't enough to level him up anymore. Ding. A special god domain quest. Kill the Slaughter God. Reward on completion: 1 trillion XP, 100 million CPs, 50 million mastery points, 50 million SPs, 300 prestige points. Special title: Slaughter God. Warning: completing the quest would change the direction of influence in God Domain's territory. A special quest suddenly popped up. Yi Tianyun was excited, but now he had to search for the Slaughter God too. But still, he had a choice to ignore it completely too. Well, I will kill this Slaughter God if I encounter him someday, Yi Tianyun said confidently, as he already made up his mind that he would accept the quest. For now, he didn't know where the Slaughter God was, so he couldn't immediately finish the quest. The reward was tempting, so Yi Tianyun knew that the Slaughter God ought to be a force to be reckoned with. It was probably wise not to provoke this Slaughter God right now. It might be best for Yi Tianyun to think about the God Domain's War of Ascension first, and join the 2N grade God Domain instead of staying on the 1-state grade God Domain. Thank you very much for your help, friend. If there is nothing else we should do here, we shall take our leave. A Heaven Monarch cultivator said to Yi Tianyun. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyun had to say and his attitude towards any of them. It would be the worst if Yi Tianyun decided to attack them when they were about to leave later. That's all right, you are free to leave. I am not a murderer. I will not randomly kill anyone on a whim, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. All right, if you have time later, we will welcome you to our God Domain, the Heaven Monarch cultivator said with a smile on his face before bidding their farewell to Yi Tianyun and left, still looking back towards Yi Tianyun for time to time as they saw Yi Tianyun as the Slaughter God himself. Chapter 945. Chapter 945. That man is so strong, he would definitely participate on the God Domain's War of Ascension, a cultivator said as they walked away from Yi Tianyun. That is for sure, he could even kill a Heaven Monarch so easily. Another cultivation said confidently, he is a God Rune Master too. He could even found the array core of that tower and destroy it himself. Another cultivator chimed in. Yeah, if he participates in the God Domain's War of Ascension, we can say goodbye to become number 1. Another cultivator said with a frown on his face. They all left while talking about Yi Tianyun and how powerful he was. Although they suffered heavy losses right now as they were deceived by the Slaughter God Tower, they were thankful that they could survive. They also speculated about which God Domain Yi Tianyun might come from, but none of them even thought that Yi Tianyun come from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. It seems they are scared of you, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. No way, they are brave men. They know I am not going to kill them. Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Well, we should go back now. The Slaughter God Tower was already destroyed. That place was an excellent cultivation place for the 1-state grade God Domain, but I feel better now after knowing that it was a pathetic place for those dirty bastards, Nianxiu said as she shook her head. That's true, but I think we better leave soon. Someone may come and investigate this place soon, Yi Tianyun said as he glanced around, looking for someone that might be hiding. You are right, we can't endanger Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, at least not right now, Nianxiu said as she took out her spirit ship and took Yi Tianyun away from the Slaughter God Territory. Soon, those who came to the Slaughter God Territory were reluctant to get close as they felt something bad happen there. A few days later, a void was torn in the middle of the Slaughter God Territory where the Slaughter God Tower used to stand. A murderous aura enveloped the entire area and a figure walked to the middle of it. Slaughter God Tower has been destroyed and 7 of the Divine Generals died? The man frowned with a sad look on his eyes. He waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped the area. The light projected the battle that took place in that area previously in details, giving the man all the information about the how Slaughter God Tower and the Divine Generals met their doom. Giant Rock Race, Giant Eagle Race. The man's eyes flashed red as he was angered by the information he got. He also saw Yi Tianyun easily kill the Divine Generals and pinpointed where the tower's array core. This boy's power is quite something. His speed and explosive power is amazing. What's a boy like him doing in a 1-state grade God Domain? But it is strange, I can't see any distinctive features that indicates his race. Is he from Heavenly Ancient Clan? The man began to wonder as he couldn't seem to identify Yi Tianyun. At the same time, 2 spirit ships suddenly landed on the territory, disturbing the man's thought. What happened here? How did the Slaughter God Tower collapse? The cultivator who walked out of the spirit ship said out loud as he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. In fact, everyone else who disembarked from the 2 spirit ships was surprised as well. They couldn't believe that the Slaughter God Tower had collapsed. But suddenly, the cultivators stopped as the cultivator at the forefront rose his hand. Stop! Don't come any closer. That guy there has a scary aura. He might be a cultivator with cultivation deviation, the man at the front said warily. It is already too late for you when you see me, the man from inside the murderous aura said as he suddenly reappeared behind the cultivators who came from the ships. A red flash blinded everyone and everything around the man, including the two lower-grade rebirth-level spirit ships, was turned to dust. What a waste. Their elders must have spent so much to nurture them, but now they are all dead. I don't know who that boy might be, but I definitely have to find him, the man said coldly before disappearing with another red flash. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun and Nianxiu didn't know about the situation at Slaughter God territory. It was fortunate that they had left the territory quickly. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the mysterious man. Yi Tianyun and Nianxiu returned to Heavenly Edict Divine territory safely, and Nianxiu herself was satisfied by the result of this trip. She was confident that Yi Tianyun would sweep the God Domain's War of Ascension. There is still a few years before the God Domain's War of Ascension. I don't know how you would cultivate from now on, but it is better to strengthen your cultivation as much as you can. If you need anything, feel free to contact me and I will do everything in my power to assist you, Nianxiu said with an excited smile on her face. She believed that Yi Tianyun would bring honor to Heavenly Edict Divine territory. If you insist, can you arrange some dangerous place for me? One with many dangerous demon beasts and lurking if possible. Yi Tianyun asked expectantly. Nianxiu looked at Yi Tianyun like she just saw a nerd. Yi Tianyun's existence was inseparable with killing that it was absurd. Do you only rely on battle to improve your cultivation level? Nianxiu asked curiously. Elder Nian, didn't I already explain it before? Yi Tianyun said helplessly. Well, I did see how absurdly fast you break through earlier, and I had to admit that it is surely quick. But the place that resembles your description is really dangerous. Even a Heaven Monarch cultivator wouldn't go there without a proper reason. Nianxiu explained with a frown on her face. That being said, I think I have a place that should be perfect for you, but I have to talk to Territory Lord first regarding sending you to that place, Nianxiu said with a nod. All right. Yi Tianyun agreed as he really wanted a good place to cultivate. He was in a good spot now in terms of cultivation level, but it was still not enough to achieve his goal. The God Domain's War of Ascension would be tough for sure, as it was the gathering spot of the one-state grade God Domain's genius. Nianxiu already said that Yi Tianyun would do well in the God Domain's War of Ascension, but she didn't say anything about him being the top cultivator there, meaning that Yi Tianyun's power was not cut out to make it to the top just yet. Chapter 946. Chapter 946. Yi Tianyun stayed in his room for a while before Nianxiu came, knocking on his door excitedly. It has been approved. You've got to prepare in a few days for your trip. I will take you to the core area of Heavenly Oracle God Realm, Nianxiu said excitedly. Core area of Heavenly Oracle God Realm? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, it is the innermost area, where only outstanding and powerful cultivators are allowed to enter. We made an exception for now, and grant you permission to enter that place, Nianxiu said excitedly. Did you tell the Territory Lord about what I did in the tower earlier? Yi Tianyun asked. Well, I had to. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get to take you to a place as dangerous as Heavenly Oracle God Realm core area, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun just nodded as it was within his expectation. He already knew that the Territory Lord wouldn't let him go somewhere too dangerous if he didn't demonstrate what he was capable of first. Furthermore, the God Domain operated based on contribution, and without it, he couldn't open some door. The Territory Lord was excited knowing that you could defeat a Heaven Monarch already. With your quick breakthrough, Territory Lord gave us permission to go to the dangerous place, but you have to build your strength even faster before the War of Ascension, Nianxiu said solemnly. It won't be a problem, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Nianxiu. Well, glad to hear that. Let's surprise the Territory Lord once we return, Nianxiu said excitedly. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he didn't expect Nianxiu to have this childish side on her. I take it you have high expectation on me, Elder Nian, Yi Tianyun said playfully. Of course, we would go to Heavenly Oracle God Realm. Even if that place is glamorous, it was in a state of decline over the years. Therefore, we have to return with many resources. So we at the very least could secure the top 10 spot, Nianxiu said determinedly. We have to be cautious too, as there are other God Domains that wish to devour us out there. It is also the reason why we have to make sure that our God Domain won't grow weaker, Nianxiu said solemnly. Yi Tianyun knew that Nianxiu wasn't joking at all. Now he knew why the elders were trying hard to cultivate their disciples. There were definitely many cultivation genius who would prove to be a challenge for Yi Tianyun in his current strength in the God Domain's War of Ascension. But Yi Tianyun was convinced that he would get stronger martial arts and weapons if he won. The strongest martial arts that he could think of was that of the reincarnation stage. The same could be said for weapons, and Yi Tianyun had never learned anything higher than that. Nevertheless, he ought to get a good result on God Domain's War of Ascension. If I join the War of Ascension in my current state, how far can I go? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. You have a good chance to place in the top 10 right now, but it's undeniable that there are strong cultivators out there too. Furthermore, there is a powerful God Domain that has many advantages that we don't have, Nianxiu said solemnly. To make it easier to understand, a powerful god domain has advantages in terms of resources and racial power. Some of them even have natural advantages too. They might save a trump card that they can use in a pinch to make sure that they secured their spot in the top 10, Niancu explained. Keep in mind that it's easy for these cultivators to crush a strong cultivator like yourself, and that is why you have to build up more strength and remain vigilant at all time. Niancu adds, well, for now, you will have to start cultivating yourself inside the Heavenly Oracle God Realm core area, and I will protect you in there. Yi Tianyun just nodded as he understood everything that Niancu has just said. He ought to raise his cultivation to the peak of Earth Monarch stage to make sure that he got the best result on the War of Ascension. He could get to Heaven Monarch too, as he could bypass the 8th layer Earth Monarch and jump straight to Heaven Monarch stage, but he didn't want to do that as he knew that it wasn't as good as getting to Heaven Monarch the normal way. By bypassing his way to Heaven Monarch, his cultivation would be still below the average Heaven Monarch, and that was not a good thing for sure. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to endure the harshness of Earth Monarch stage. This was the best way to become more powerful. Yi Tianyun knew that most cultivators failed to break through to Heaven Monarch stage as they couldn't withstand the brutal cultivation that awaited them. But once they break through to Heaven Monarch the normal way, they would realize how far stronger they were compared to the other cultivators who took the shortcut. Still, the success rate of a cultivator to break through to Heaven Monarch stage by a normal way was terribly low. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was confident in his own ability. He would for sure get to Earth Monarch peak stage and break through to Heaven Monarch. I have to break through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch stage, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He knew the required XP was unreasonable, but nevertheless he was ready for the challenge. Niancu was worried that Yi Tianyun might force himself to build more strength. If his cultivation foundation was unstable, Yi Tianyun might face various problems in the future. Chapter 947 Yi Tianyun left to rest while Niancu made some preparation as she had to discuss about Yi Tianyun's need with the Territory Lord. Niancu herself wanted Yi Tianyun to take some time to rest while she was out preparing everything Yi Tianyun might need on his journey. It seems the only thing left for me is to wait, Yi Tianyun said as he stayed in his room. He didn't know what Niancu had in mind, but she believed that the place she had in mind was suitable with Yi Tianyun's style. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to go to a place like the Slaughter God Tower ever again. Sure, the Slaughter God Tower gave him so much XP that he leveled up several times, but it was a hassle. It was disgusting to fight against people with body possession technique. But when Yi Tianyun wanted to meditate, someone comes knocking on his door. Gu Yurong? Hey, what's up? Yi Tianyun asked as he opened the door and saw Gu Yurong stood in front of his door. But Gu Yurong seemed so shy for some reason and avoided eye contact with Yi Tianyun. Hey, what's the matter? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. I saw young Master Yi's friend earlier, and it seems he already encountered some difficulties, Gu Yurong said shyly. My friend? Did you mean Lei Zhengyu? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Lei Zhengyu is the only one that he would consider a friend after arriving at God Domain. Yes, it seems young Master Lei is about to get in a fight people on the flower-filled star. I am afraid that he would die if the battle continued, Gu Yurong worriedly. A big fight? Yi Tianyun said as he frowned. He knew that Lei Zhengyu was a relatively level-headed person that would keep a low profile, but he was caught in a fight, so he believed that someone must be picking a fight with him. Yes, it seems he was confronted by a cultivator who looked down on human race, and he already received several serious injury throughout the time he was here. Gu Yurong explained. I knew it, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He knew that Lei Zhengyu wouldn't bother making trouble himself. He was just roped into one. Thank you very much. I will take my leave now, Yi Tianyun said as he laughed. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the flower-filled star as he knew that he couldn't let Lei Zhengyu die unnecessarily. Young master, I will come with you, Gu Yurong said as he followed Yi Tianyun closely behind. She wants to help Yi Tianyun if it came down to a fight later. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun quickly traveled with the teleportation array provided here in the capital. The capital was a special plane in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory as it provided access to every planet with its teleportation array. Now, Yi Tianyun's destination, the flower-filled star, was a special planet that was used as an entertainment site with various entertainment facilities. For example, brothel, restaurants, bars, dual stage, and many other forms of entertainment. But there was one major problem in this place's dual stage. A cultivator's life didn't really matter as it was irrelevant for the residents there. Fortunately, one could surrender and the opponent wasn't allowed to kill them anymore. When Yi Tianyun arrived at the planet, the scent of a strong wine immediately penetrated his nostril. He saw so many luxurious restaurants and so many entertainment joints that it would be easy to spend all his money in here. Hey, young master, do you want to come over and keep us company for a while? The woman with the silk scarf said as she walked towards Yi Tianyun. Her sweet fragrance immediately entered Yi Tianyun's nose as soon as she came close. This woman who tried to charm Yi Tianyun was also a cultivator, but her cultivation was so low that she resorted to join the brothel to earn her living. It wasn't a bad thing to do in the god domain as there was a demand for it. But Yi Tianyun wasn't interested with this kind of thing. He already had a wife who waited for him back on the mortal domain, and he came here with a mission. Yi Tianyun ignored the woman and walked towards the supposed duel stage. He saw that the place has so many duel stage, but one duel stage in particular was very lively as it was full of people cheering and booing. Kill that brat, kill that human, show him who is the boss here. A voice was heard from among the crowd. In fact, so many words were heard from the crowd, but none of them supported Lei Zhengyu. Yi Tianyun approached the duel stage and saw the familiar figure of Lei Zhengyu, who was fighting a cultivator in the arena. It was obvious that Lei Zhengyu was losing this fight. The main reason for that was the amount of injury on Lei Zhengyu's body, while the other party wasn't injured at all. It was clear that Lei Zhengyu was already exhausted too. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that there were human race supporters in the crowd, but their support was drowned by the opposing supporters. What happened here? Yi Tianyun asked one of the cultivators from the human race who observed the fight. That boy is fighting another cultivator to clear a cultivator's reputation. I heard that cultivator is called Yi Tianyun from human race, the cultivator said helplessly. He was defending another cultivator? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the reason of the fight. Yes, some cultivator said that Yi Tianyun guy used some sort of connections and dirty tricks to receive many profit from the elders. But I think they are just jealous of Yi Tianyun's achievement as they refuse to believe it's possible for a human to achieve such a thing, the cultivator said with a frown on his face. Then, Lei Zhengyu over there overheard the conversation and demanded to take such remark back. The argument started there, and then it escalated into a fight, the cultivator said with a sigh. As Yi Tianyun listened to the cultivator's explanation, he got more and more irritated. Chapter 948. Lei Zhengyu screamed from the stage, and his body immediately flashed like thunder before he slammed his opponent fiercely. With this attack, Lei Zhengyu took the upper hand in this fight, immobilizing his opponent. As Lei Zhengyu was ready to finish off his opponent immediately shouted, "I surrender. I admit my defeat," he said fearfully. The referee immediately stood up and stopped the fight. "Now, apologize to my friend," Lei Zhengyu coldly said as he coughed up a lot of blood. It was the blowback of using the power he displayed earlier. It seemed Lei Zhengyu was really in bad shape as the opponent kept coming, but he couldn't surrender. "Why would we do that? You still haven't fought all of us yet." Another opponent entered the stage, and it was clear that there was a long line behind him. Lei Zhengyu sighed as he couldn't surrender from the fight while the enemy easily surrendered after being cornered. "Come on then. After I beat you all, you will have to admit you are wrong," Lei Zhengyu coldly said as he stood in the middle of the ring. However, it was clear that he was exhausted and tattered. "I didn't expect that brat to be so strong," some cultivators murmured as they watched Lei Zhengyu's fight. Even Lei Zhengyu's opponents themselves were also shocked by Lei Zhengyu's determination, but they wouldn't admit defeat. Look for his weakness. There's no need to finish him off quickly, just take it slow and wear him down even further. Lei Zhengyu's enemies shouted with a smirk on their faces. Their cultivation was lower than Lei Zhengyu, and thus they couldn't easily defeat him. Yi Tianyun observed the situation all around and walked towards another human race with decent cultivation. "Are you not going to help him?" Yi Tianyun asked the man. "Help him? We are no match against those people. Even if we somehow defeat them, they will just bring stronger cultivators next time," the man said with a horrified look on his face. That was also the case with any other cultivator. They shook their head as they didn't want to be involved with Lei Zhengyu. If they helped Lei Zhengyu in any way, they would be dead at the end of the day. I feel bad for that guy. We don't have any chance to save him as the opposing side is much stronger than a minority like us. It is better to leave Heavenly Edict Divine territory than dying here in those people's hand, the man said with a sad look on his face. These people shook their heads as they knew that as long as there was no influential human in a god domain, then the human race would never see any difference. They would be constantly oppressed by other races. "If someone leads you to fight them, will you join that fight?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "I guess not. We just don't stand a chance," the man said sadly. "Yeah, that's right. We shouldn't do anything in vain," another human race cultivator said. "Little brother, your idea is great, but the reality is cruel," another cultivator said while shaking his head. They seemed to have lost hope that the human race would rise someday. Yi Tianyun saw despair in their eyes, devoid of hope. "No wonder the human race is always being oppressed by other races. You guys don't even have the will to fight at all. If I always choose an easy path, I will end up like you guys," Yi Tianyun said as he leaped into the stage. Yi Tianyun then tapped Lei Zhengyu's shoulder. Lei Zhengyu immediately turned around and looked over where he saw Yi Tianyun. "Little brother Yi," Lei Zhengyu said happily. "Change of players," Yi Tianyun said as he gave medicinal pills to Lei Zhengyu. "Take these pills and recover. I will play with them for a while," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Lei Zhengyu stuffed the medicinal pills into his mouth while smiling. "All right. I won't let them drag our dignity through the mud," Lei Zhengyu said as he stepped away from the stage. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" a cultivator said from the opposing side. "Do you think you humans will stand a chance just because you group?" he said coldly. "Well, I am sure I can. What about it?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "Are you sure you will help him out?" the cultivator said scornfully. "Why do you care?" Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Yi Tianyun's indifferent attitude really confused them, and they looked at each other for confirmation. We are just encouraging you to step down so we won't be labeled as a bully, the opposite said with a smirk on their face. Aren't you already a bully? Well, it's faster like this anyway. I will give you a chance to bully me, but I will do the same to you, understand? Yi Tianyun said cockily. The cultivators who heard Yi Tianyun's words were in shock after hearing it. This was the first time that a human sounded this cocky. The opposing side didn't seem pleased by Yi Tianyun's words and was ready to attack him all at once. You all don't have to do anything. I will take care of this one. A young man suddenly hopped onto the stage, and his cultivation level was similar to Yi Tianyun, which is the 2-end layer Earth Monarch level. Yi Tianyun released so little aura that everyone guessed his cultivation wrong. Well, if you don't want to be labeled as a bully, why would you still continue this farce? If you want to attack me, I am very much obliged. I will take care of all of you one by one or at the same time, whichever one is fine. Yi Tianyun said casually, I know why you all keep bullying a weak human race. It is to hide your own incompetence. You hide your inferiority by bullying those who are weaker than you so that you can feel some sort of power and control. Am I right? Yi Tianyun said with a cocky smirk on his face. The opposite party was incredibly shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's words, and they even felt degraded by it. Yi Tianyun had humiliated them, and thus they had to take action. Chapter 949. Chapter 949. This was a common problem here on the cultivation world, as the loser of a duel had to apologize for the mistake they made, but if it turned into a round duel, the one with smaller number would be in massive disadvantage, and it was exactly what happened to Lei Zhengyu. Winner takes all. Is there anything else you want to say to this? Or do we step into the battlefield right away? The cultivator standing across Yi Tianyun said coldly. They still didn't think that what they were doing was wrong. Winner takes all, huh? That is completely right in my alley, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Now, would you attack me all at once or one by one? Not that it matters, Yi Tianyun said casually. Bullshit. Me alone would be enough to deal with you, the Earth Monarch cultivator said disgruntledly. Come on, let us dance for a while. I will show you that human race should be minding your own business in the corner, away from any other race, the cultivator said coldly. As the referee initiated the battle, Yi Tianyun flashed towards a cultivator and immediately kicked the cultivator to the ground, planting his body to the ground. Fortunately for this cultivator, Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to kill him just yet. All cultivators who watched the battle felt horrified as they saw the mangled look of Yi Tianyun's opponent. Yi Tianyun thought that killing this cultivator was too easy, and thus he wanted all of these cultivators who watched the battle to know that he wasn't a pushover. But still, the cultivator that he kicked earlier wouldn't have the same future in the cultivation world, as no matter how much medicinal pills he got, he wouldn't be able to get back his power after this. Next, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the group where his opponent belonged. You know that you can just come at me all at once. That way it would be faster to take care of you all, Yi Tianyun said casually. Everyone remained silent as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be overly powerful like this. He easily defeated a 2-end layer Earth Monarch cultivator with such ease that he didn't even break a sweat. Many people still thought that Yi Tianyun was using some kind of dirty trick to win against the cultivator earlier, but certainly, Yi Tianyun saw there was no need to correct them. He is too powerful. I didn't see him in a while, but he already reached a new height, Lei Zhengyu said as he was mesmerized by Yi Tianyun's power. Lei Zhengyu's excitement was confusing for the rest of the watchers as they were still not sure that Yi Tianyun would win the entire battle. Lei Zhengyu couldn't sense any excitement from the human race spectators, and it was disappointing as well as frustrating. It seemed these people just gave up on rooting for a human. Come on, anyone else wants to challenge me? Didn't you enjoy wearing your opponent out with repetitive duel? Or did you already lose your spirit, seeing that no one wants to be end up like that guy? Yi Tianyun said cockily while pointing his fingers at the Earth Monarch cultivator that he planted down to the ground earlier. I will end you. At this time, a 3-rooted layer Earth Monarch jumped towards the stage and glared at Yi Tianyun. I will avenge my brother, the cultivator said, as it seemed he was the brother of the cultivator Yi Tianyun defeated earlier. Yi Tianyun chuckled and flashed towards the new contender before slamming him down to the ground. His fate was similar to his brother as he lied on the ground unmoving while blood splattered around him. He wasn't dead, but surely he received a heavy injury. Next, Yi Tianyun said towards the cultivators on the opposite direction. But now, Yi Tianyun could see the horrified look on their faces. Just defeating 2 Earth Monarch cultivators already instilled the seeds of fear in these cultivators' mind. What's wrong? No one dares to fight me anymore? What a bunch of cowards. You dare challenge me by saying, winner takes all, but now you are backing away like a bunch of cowards. This is why your race is garbage. How dare you spit on our face? Yi Tianyun said coldly as he didn't fear them. I will go. I will fight you. A 4-layer Earth Monarch cultivator said as he pulled out a middle-grade rebirth level weapon and jumped to the stage. He was just getting ready to fight, but Yi Tianyun already flashed forward and slammed him down to the ground, similar to the other 2. Next, Yi Tianyun shouted indifferently. At this time, the human race cultivators that watched the battle suddenly found their hope once again on Yi Tianyun. Hey, next one, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to continue playing? What a bunch of trash, Lei Zhengyu shouted mockingly to the opposing side. The rest of the human race cultivators shouted mockingly to the opposing side as they found confidence that Yi Tianyun would beat them all. Their shouts were so courageous that the cultivators on the opposing side could only bite their lips. Yi Tianyun just smirked as it seemed he had succeeded driving the rest of the human race cultivator on this stars out of their oppression. How pathetic. A handsome young man floated from the side to the stage while holding a fan on his hand. It's Liu Beisheng, the #1 genius of the Inner Palace, a cultivator shouted surprisedly. The human race cultivators that shouted earlier were immediately silent once again as they thought that Yi Tianyun's win streak would be over now. They knew that Liu Beisheng was really a genius cultivator from the Inner Palace who was currently at the 6th layer Earth Monarch. There was even a rumor that he was ready to join the Core Palace, which demonstrated his capability as a genius. Some people said that he could reach the 8th layer Earth Monarch Cultivation, which allowed him to take an Elder Quest for an Elder position in the future. This was why the human race cultivators were all silent as they thought that it would be impossible for Yi Tianyun to win this battle. Chapter 950. Chapter 950. Liu Beisheng easily won the crowd with his elegant demeanor. His supporters began to cheer and clap as they were excited by his arrival. Senior brother Liu, that brat made fun of us. Please defeat him, a cultivator said to Liu Beisheng excitedly. Yes, he is too cocky for his own good. He thought that the human race could survive in the god domain, another cultivator said coldly. They cheered for Yi Tianyun's death. On the other hand, Lei Zhengyu and the rest of the human race cultivators were silent as they weren't sure Yi Tianyun would win the next battle. We won't lose to an Inner Palace genius, Lei Zhengyu shouted confidently. He broke the silence and shouted wholeheartedly that Yi Tianyun was going to win. This is Liu Beisheng we are talking about. Not to mention that no human race has gotten into the Inner Palace just yet. It was obvious why your race was stepped on inside the god domain, a cultivator behind Liu Beisheng said mockingly. The other cultivators beside him just smirked mockingly at Lei Zhengyu as they felt the same way. Meanwhile, the cultivators beside Lei Zhengyu began to back off out of fear that they would meet a terrible fate by those people's hands. How dare you belittle us? I will fight you all and win, Lei Zhengyu shouted bravely. I believe that you are also a Mortal Domain's cultivator at some point, and you just joined the God Domain a little quicker, that's all, Lei Zhengyu said confidently. The human race cultivators looked at Lei Zhengyu with a different light. They believed that Lei Zhengyu could really bring a change in the God Domain system. The cultivators here in the God Domain were all top-notch on their respective Mortal Domain, and it proved that they could still get better. The only thing blocking their path was their own mentality. The look in the eyes of the human race cultivator were different now. They seemed so determined thanks to Lei Zhengyu's word. They have been oppressed for so many years, but now it was time for them to push back. Inner Palace #1 genius? Well, that doesn't matter for me. If you want to fight, just step forward. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he looked at Liu Beisheng. Who do you think I am? You human race is the most inferior race here on God Domain, Liu Beisheng said angrily. It seems I have to drill some manners into your skull so that you'll respect your senior, he ranted while pointing his fingers to Yi Tianyun. Etiquette is for people, not for an animal like you. In my opinion, you are just taking advantage of your own race by showing a little bit of talent. The fact that your side already lost so many times yet refuse to admit that they are wrong just goes to show that you lot don't have any discipline. Just like an animal walking inside the slaughterhouse, they keep coming without apologizing for their mistake, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun's word hit some nerve as they couldn't refute it. Lei Zhengyu already won so many times before, but they didn't even keep their end of bargain. All right, if you're really confident in your power, let me test it. Let's see how strong you really are, Liu Beisheng said as he stepped forward, starting the battle. He immediately raised his hand, creating air walls that surrounded the entire stage. He also created an air pocket around himself as a defensive mechanic that would react to anything the opponent threw. Liu Beisheng just smirked as he thought that his preparation was complete and there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to break through his defense. Liu Beisheng took the battle cautiously as he knew that Yi Tianyun already defeated 2 Earth Monarch cultivators without barely doing anything earlier. Liu Beisheng's supporter began to scream and shout, showing their support for Liu Beisheng and mocked Yi Tianyun at the same time. They were so confident that Liu Beisheng, the Inner Palace genius, wouldn't lose to Yi Tianyun. The look on the human race cultivators' eyes began to change once again, but they weren't as meek as earlier. Some of them still chanted Yi Tianyun's name to show that they wouldn't be oppressed any longer. Are you ready? I will give you a chance here. You are free to attack me 3 times. Liu Beisheng didn't get to finish his sentence as a cold flame burst towards him with a terrifying speed. He immediately swept up his fan and swept it forward. The fan was multiplied to 100 and created a wall to block the incoming flame. The flame hit the wall of fan and caused a big explosion. A raging flame surged and the hundreds of fan were blown away into dust. Liu Beisheng was also blown away as he was close to the wall of fan that he made earlier, but that was not the end of it. Smoke from the explosion blocked his vision, and thus he failed to notice that Yi Tianyun was attacking him from the smoke and punched him on the chest. Liu Beisheng, who felt the stinging pain on his chest, immediately took control of his nerves. It was too painful that he couldn't even breathe. Liu Beisheng fell from the sky and his armor were completely shattered while a big punch mark was imprinted on his chest. With only one punch, the Inner Palace genius was defeated. An Inner Palace genius can't even withstand one blow? I never thought that he'd be this weak, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. He returned his opponent's arrogance right into their face. If they were kind and genuine, then Yi Tianyun would show the same attitude. Everyone was speechless as they stared at Liu Beisheng on the ground. They even wondered if what they saw just now were all just an illusion. An Inner Palace genius was defeated with only one punch? Did Yi Tianyun already reach the Heaven Monarch realm? But everyone was sure that they felt the 3RD layer Earth Monarch aura from Yi Tianyun earlier. Yet how come a 3RD layer Earth Monarch cultivator defeat a cultivator with higher cultivation than themselves? Look at that! Inner Palace number 1 genius has been defeated, Lei Zhengyu shouted excitedly. Fear not, Yi Tianyun would even defeat the Core Palace number 1 genius himself if they come here, Lei Zhengyu said braggingly. The human race cultivators bathed in excitement as the confidence of their own race returned after watching Yi Tianyun's